You, the 100-year-old anti-Japanese general who has retreated to the mountains, have been collectively scolded as a deserter by the entire internet. Even the mayor has called the graves of the 12 anti-Japanese generals you have guarded for 40 years a concentration camp for deserters. This is because the graves of the 12 anti-Japanese generals were forcibly demolished by developers, and you vowed to defend them but were framed. However, what they do not know is that at this moment, your photo is being wildly circulated among the military across the country. In order to find you, Lee Hwai-min, one of the 15 founding generals, lies in the hospital bed, conveying his last wishes to his descendants. Shaolin, you must help me find my old squad leader. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely find your old squad leader. Lee Shaolin, the commander of the military region, nodded, his eyes filled with concern. Dad, who exactly is the old squad leader you often mention? After this question, Lee Hwai-min sighed and fell into deep thought. It's been a long time, we all call him squad leader Sue. He is blind in his right eye, and it seems like I have forgotten the rest. Immediately, Lee Shaolin took out his phone to check, but he couldn't find anything. There was simply no record of this person online. Logically speaking, someone who could make his father a general. So concern should not be missing without a trace in Longwa, and such a person should not be unrecorded in history. Could it be that this person is so important that the country does not dare to disclose his information? Unable to think of a reason, Lee Shaolin called the director of the National Missing Persons Bureau, San Bing. Help me broadcast a nationwide missing persons notice. Between 85 and 100 years old, surname Su, participated in the anti-Japanese war, with outstanding military achievements, and suffered from an illness in his right eye. On the other side, the suburbs are undergoing development, preparing to build a new energy factory. The factory director is the mayor's brother, who wants to use his connections to demolish 30 households next to the suburbs. 29 households have agreed to the demolition, leaving only one old man who is desperately resisting. The demolition team has visited 3 times, but each time they were strongly rejected by the stubborn old man, resulting in no success. Brother, that old man still refuses to agree to the demolition, saying that those graves are his comrades' graves. Suhu frowned and said to Mayor Su Ching, who was drinking tea beside him, that old man must want more money. Can't you just give him a few million to settle him? But what if he still refuses? If he still refuses, didn't he say he participated in the war? Su Ching seemed to think of something amusing and laughed, then let him be labeled a deserter, his reputation ruined, and forced the demolition. On the other side, in a farmhouse courtyard far from the center of Qingqing village, there are 12 lonely graves outside, without tombstones. Inside the courtyard is a thin old man, wearing a black eye patch over his right eye, covering the eyeball, dressed in clothes that have long since faded. Shockingly, even though his hair is already snow white, his left eye still exudes a fierce spirit, with a piercing gaze. In front of the old man was a large round table, on which were placed 12 sets of bowls and chopsticks, as well as 12 cups filled with strong liquor. Qin Zhongguo raised his cup, laughed heartily, and with tears in his eyes said, Brothers, I will drink first as a sign of respect. Today is my 100th birthday, and it is also the last day I guard your graves. Saying this, Qin Zhongguo downed a full cup of baijiu in one go, then stood up and poured the 12 cups of liquor onto the 12 graves. Have a good journey, Qin Zhongguo shouted, his voice like a lion's roar, as if to penetrate the underworld so that his brothers could all hear it. After doing all this, Qin Zhongguo returned to the round table and began to drink alone. This jar of liquor is daughter's red, given to him by that kid Hwai-min back in the day. Qin Zhongguo had always been reluctant to drink it, only opening it on his 100th birthday to let his brothers taste it. Speaking of which, I don't even know if that kid Hwai-min is dead or alive. Qin Zhongguo sighed and slowly shook his head. Lee Hwai-min is one of the 15 generals of the Dragon Kingdom, and he personally trained the soldiers. It's a long story. Back then, Qin Zhongguo brought 12 brothers who grew up together to enlist and founded the Zhongguo class. Over the 15 years, there were countless battles, and the Zhongguo class gradually expanded, but the brothers kept decreasing one by one. By the end of the war, Qin Zhongguo had lost an eye, covered in scars and with dozens of bullet holes, while none of the original 12 brothers who enlisted with him remained. Qin Zhongguo never regretted bringing his brothers to enlist. After all, they did righteous deeds, killing the Japanese invaders. Even if they died, what does it matter? At least their names will be remembered in history, contributing to the country. They fought for the happiness and stability of hundreds of millions of people in future generations. Today they have succeeded. The Dragon Kingdom has prospered. After the war, he lived in hiding, coming to the countryside of Hengwu to guard his brother's graves for 40 years. Just as Qin Zhongguo was about to have another drink, the sound of a car speeding from a distance echoed, rumbling loudly. Hundreds of meters away, a cloud of dust was kicked up. Leading the way was a big Mercedes-Benz, followed by an Audi, and several excavators at the end, all heading towards Qin Zhongguo. Hearing the roar of the engine, Qin Zhongguo's brow furrowed instantly, and his expression turned extremely cold, with boundless murderous intent shooting from his eyes. Before long, several cars stopped in front of Qin Zhonghwa's yard. A middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, somewhat overweight, got out of the Mercedes-Benz and walked slowly towards Qin Zhonghwa, followed by two reporters. "Sir, I'm here to talk to you about the demolition today. You weren't satisfied with the previous 3 million. How about 6 million now?" Su Hu appeared nonchalant, smiling as he approached, his tone seemingly gentle but showing no concern at all. Then Su Hu casually sat down at the round table and flipped over the neatly arranged bowls. "What brand of this wine is it? It smells quite fragrant," Su Hu said as he snatched the wine glass in front of Qin Zhonghwa and took a sip. He then suddenly threw the wine glass to the ground, shattering the glass everywhere. "What kind of liquor is this strong? It's simply not for humans to drink," Su Hu scolded angrily. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Zhonghwa could no longer hold back, slammed the table, and stood up. "Ignorant young one, do you really think this old man is easy to bully?" A loud bang erupted from the table, and then Qin Zhonghwa glared at Su Hu with wide eyes. Even though he now had only one eye, his gaze was like that of a man-eating tiger, filled with murderous intent, indifferent and unparalleled. The overwhelming killing aura pierced directly into Su Hu's eyes. Suddenly, Su Hu seemed to see a ferocious tiger pouncing towards him, wanting to tear at his flesh, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. Su Hu angrily stood up and cursed. "Is it just a sip of your old man's liquor? Is it really necessary to be so stingy? It's truly embarrassing." He was actually scared back by an old man on the verge of death. "Do you know what this liquor represents?" Qin Zhonghwa shouted angrily. "This liquor is not something a crude young man like you can drink. This liquor was gifted by Huai Min. It holds extraordinary significance, worth 1,000 gold. And I myself am reluctant to drink it, yet you throw it on the ground to insult it. This is challenging my bottom line." Seeing Qin Zhonghwa angry, Su Hu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, so he took a step back, hid his hand behind his back, and gestured to the 2 reporters with his fingers. The 2 reporters understood and gently opened their mini-cameras, starting a live broadcast. They had already prepared the name for the live stream. Live from the scene, the Nail household in Hengwu was actually a war deserter. The name of the live stream was very explosive, and coupled with the official Hengwu account, which had a certain number of followers, over 1,000 people flooded into the live stream just a few seconds after it started. "Old sir, it's just a cup of wine. I only took a sip. It shouldn't lead to breaking the wine cup." Seeing the 2 reporters start the live broadcast, Su Hu became very friendly and said somewhat aggrieved. Qin Zhonghwa frowned at this, suppressing his anger. "You broke the wine cup. This person really knows how to turn black and white upside down. Young man, you look just like a traitor during the anti-Japanese war. If it were the Republic of China, I could have shot you dead with 1 bullet. Qin Zhonghwa sneered. "After all, I don't know how many traitors I've killed." Upon hearing Qin Zhonghwa say such arrogant words, the bullet comments in the livestream popped up like a continuous drizzle. "Deserter? Is this old man the Nail household in front of us? This old man is just a deserter. What is he so arrogant about? Has he become so despicable and shameless? Doesn't the government take care of this?" Naturally, Qin Zhonghwa was unaware of the insults in the livestream comments. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at Su Hu in front of him. "I advise you not to have any more ideas about demolishing my land. You can't bear this responsibility." Qin Zhonghwa's voice was like thunder, causing the eardrums of the 3 people on site to ache. It's hard to imagine that this is a powerful voice coming from a 100-year-old man. "Old man, how can you say that? I am also acting at the mayor's request. This land demolition is for the development of Hengwu City. No matter whose request it is, no one can demolish this land, and no one dares to demolish it. What does a small mayor count for?" Qin Zhonghwa was really a bit angry. It was now a society of law and order, and he had been very inhibited in his desire to get his hands dirty. If it was during the anti-Japanese period, he definitely moved his hands without moving his mouth. Move the gun, not the hand. Do you really think that he, an old man, can't see it? This youngster in front of him definitely covets this piece of land of his, otherwise he wouldn't have come to make things difficult for him. His lot was on top of a steep slope. What developer would be stupid enough to stubbornly choose a steep slope to build a factory on? Unless there's something to covet. There's definitely something in this underground. Could it be that is a traitor outside the country? Wanted to insult his dragon country loyalty. This, at once. Qin Zhonghwa's words caused Su Hu's face to become quite ugly. He didn't realize that the old man in front of him didn't even have the mayor in his sights. "Old sir, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. You are insulting our Hengwu government and the Longhua government by saying this." With a bitter look, Su Hu advised. His obese frame was slightly bent over, topped with bangs, and the more he looked, the more he resembled a sweaty female. "Is the Dragon Kingdom's strength today interpreted by you bullying trash?" Qin Zhonghwa pointed towards the graveyard, his eyes widening in anger. These words, instantly left the live broadcast room exploded. The current number of people in the live broadcast room has broken through 20,000 people. Can a deserter be so arrogant now? The Dragon Kingdom is as strong as it is today, relying on the contributions of countless anti-Japanese soldiers who have treated death like a homecoming. Not a deserter like you. Right, and it's up to you to make it strong. This old man really thinks he's a general. I suggest that the government and the judiciary investigate this old man. I have reason to suspect that he's a spy for the enemy. Yes, quickly Athingwo police party. Check this deserter. Future generations cannot be spared. Maybe he's really a spy from another country. Wait, I always felt something was wrong. Is there any proof that this old man is a deserter? Just the title of a live broadcast? You guys are just scolding him like that. What if he's wrongly accused? Upstairs, you're in league with this deserter, aren't you? This is Hongwoo's official demolition number, representing the Hongwoo Demolition Bureau, an authoritative department under the government. So naturally, it won't fictionalize information. At Hongwoo Police Party, requesting the arrest of this deserter. At Hongwoo Police Party, requesting the arrest of this deserter. Old man, it's not right for you to talk like that. Suhu snorted coldly. You're a deserter. Who are you to say that you've contributed to the Dragon Kingdom? Does the Dragon Kingdom's strength today have anything to do with you? Suhu stared straight at Qin Zhonghua. Old immortal, if I slander you as a deserter, how will you respond? Let's fall into the trap of self-incrimination for the old man. Deserters? You actually said that the old man is a deserter? Hearing these words, the anger in Qin Zhonghua's heart instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a touch of great sadness. Deserter. Qin Zhonghua has dedicated himself to the country for 20 years, and now, vilified as a deserter by the descendants he protected. Right, you're a deserter. The mayor has already identified you and still won't admit it? Why were you a deserter back then if you felt so ashamed? Suhu saw Qin Zhonghua look gray. His heart was happy, and then rode the wave of victory. You're a deserter, and you've already netted a favor by not being taken to jail. Now the government is asking you to demolish your house and give you a $6 million subsidy, and you're still not willing to do it. If you have the heart to give for your country, you still don't agree with the demolition? Suhu's words contained accusations and a look of anger. Do you think I can't see it? Isn't it just that you want more demolition money? I'll give you just that. The old man didn't. At those words, Qin Zhonghua was momentarily speechless. He is the marshal of the Dragon Kingdom, a pillar of the country, but now he is being reduced to a deserter. Chilling. It's just too chilling. Is this the descendant of Sheng Shi? How could this be? This land just can't be torn down. This is the tomb of the 12 generals of the Dragon Kingdom, his 12 life and death brothers. If it is dismantled, it will surely chill the hearts of countless generals. Let the 12 great generals die without resting in peace. The pop-ups exploded at this point. I'm sure he's right. If this grandpa really wanted to contribute to the country, he certainly wouldn't be a nail house. He must be trying to get more demolition money. Sure enough, a deserter is a deserter. It's really selfish. Yes, I've seen this kind of people a lot. No money at home. Just want to blackmail the demolition team. Yuck. They don't deserve to be a member of the Dragon Nation. Look at the scars on the old man's face. Is this the kind of thing a deserter can have? Maybe he's really an anti-Japanese veteran? It's a fart. I have a scar on my head from an operation too. Then I still say I'm a great general. Do you believe me? What? Nothing to say? Admit it. You are the deserter. Stop explaining. Looking at the lost appearance of the old man in front of him, Suhu said with a cold smile. Late born. You slandered the old man as a deserter. You can't afford this consequence. At those words, Qin Zhonghua's voice was a bit hoarse. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to begin. I slandered you? It's the truth. The mayor has already investigated your identity long ago. You are a deserter from the anti-Japanese period. At that time, because you escaped with 12 of your comrades from the same company, the entire company was sacrificed. These 12 graves are not the tombs of anti-Japanese veterans, but the graves of 12 deserters. Suhu pointed to the 12 graves outside the courtyard, and retorted with an air of having seen Qin Zhonghua through. You are the sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. They are also the sinners of the Dragon Kingdom. This is actually purely made up by him. Deliberately said to the people in the live broadcast, as long as it makes this old man's reputation stink. It's on live now, so viewers should have heard it. By then, even if the land is demolished by force, there will be a reason for it. So this old man is so bad. Those graves are actually the graves of 12 deserters. I thought they were those of anti-Japanese veterans. In that case, tear down all these graves. These trash don't deserve to be buried in the Dragon Kingdom. This old man should go to hell. He's got the face of an evil man, a soldier who killed an entire company, and he's still alive. At Hongwoo Police Fong, arrest this old man and raise his house in these deserters' graves. Don't subsidize him. At Hongwoo Police Party, forced demolition. Apply for demolition. Apply for demolition. Suhu took out his cell phone, saw the pop-up screen in the live broadcast was intense, raised his eyebrows and signaled the two reporters, closing the live broadcast. One of the reporters nodded softly, fingers moving slightly. The live broadcast has been closed. Total viewers 325,000. After the live broadcast closed, the smile on Suhu's face instantly disappeared and he coldly snorted. I forgot to tell you, the whole thing was broadcast live just now, and everyone knows you're a deserter. Everyone knows that these graves are deserter graves. The reputation of you and your comrades has been ruined. Saying that, Suhu held his head high and was full of arrogance. At those words, Qin Zhonghua slowly shook his head, his expression cold. The people of the Dragon Kingdom won't believe you. The old man has acted properly. You rumored the old man as a deserter. You can't afford the consequences of this. They won't believe it? To tell you the truth, they're all telling you to hurry up and die, saying that you don't deserve to be a dragon nation. Ha ha ha, Suhu immediately retorted, his eyebrows filled with teasing. I'll call the old man. To die quickly? Qin Zhonghua froze for a moment, then said firmly, impossible. How can the descendants believe you're full of? Seeing that Qin Zhonghua didn't believe it, Suhu just raised his eyebrows lightly and spoke faintly. You'll know tomorrow if you believe it or not. I'll be honest. This land, you have to demolish it even if you demolish it. And if you don't, you have to demolish it for me. Tomorrow morning, I'll come over with a demolition team and see if an old man like you can stop it. You're a deserter, raising your house in these deserter graves, and everyone's happy to watch. Suhu glared viciously at Qin Zhonghua, then walked slowly over in the direction of Daban. The two reporters gave Qin Zhonghua a sympathetic look and also followed Suhu away. This old man, messing with Suhu, is considered finished. Chapter 4 Villagers Surprised. Qin Zhonghua is a deserter? Clear Dust Village. Village branch. On the road next to the branch compound, there was a big Ben parked. In the compound, 20 villagers sat respectfully on rubber benches, looking enviously at the Big Ben. Most had waxy skin, calloused hands, and plain clothes. Such a big car has to be several $100,000. Boss Yang is really rich. I recognize it. It's a Mercedes. I heard it costs $1 million. Only the rich can afford it. Ha ha, our family was demolished and we got $2 million. I'll buy one to drive then. Alas, my family's land is small, and the demolition is only 300,000 yuan, which is not enough to pay for my son's surgery. An old man sighed, his eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character. Ahem. Suhu coughed lightly, and beside him stood the village chief as well as the village secretary. At that moment, the crowd quieted down and looked up at Suhu on the stage. Seeing everyone quiet down, Suhu gently swept over the 50 or so people underneath, his eyes carrying a hint of contempt. Does everyone know what I've called you all here for? A bunch of rednecks who don't even recognize the Big Ben, which is much more than $1 million. But 3 million, what a bunch of unseasoned rednecks. But that's fine, money has a fatal attraction for penniless country folk like them. Just put out a little money and do whatever you want them to do. I don't know. Most of the villagers shook their heads, looking puzzled. Boss Yang, what did you call us here for? An old woman with a freckled face and a look of about 50 asked, with a hint of flattery in her eyes. Seeing this, Yang Hu faintly nodded and pointed to the seat underneath. Look at your Clear Dust Village. Who else hasn't come? As the words fell, all the villagers looked towards the surroundings. Clear Dust Village, with 20 households, totaling 58 people. 58 seats are also housed in the village branch compound. There's an empty seat there. There's still people who haven't come. The freckle-faced Suzy spoke first, reaching out and pointing towards the empty seat on her right. Ha, what's this guy up to? This position seems to be the old Mr. Zhonghua, right? Hasn't he come yet? Yes, I remember. This is where old Mr. Zhonghua is. Some of the villagers felt that they looked familiar, and they immediately patted their heads and said, "Humph." Seeing that the crowd knew it was the old man who hadn't come, Suhu snorted coldly. You guys are right. It's that Qin Zhonghua didn't come. Know why? Because he doesn't agree with the demolition. Suhu drank, his tone angry. At once, a single word stirred up 1,000 waves, and the villagers clamored. What? Old Mr. Zhonghua doesn't want to demolish the house? With so much money to be gained from the demolition and the government's free housing allocation, why didn't he agree? Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua probably couldn't bear to part with it. After all, he's lived there for decades, since I was first born. Yes, the old gentleman is old. I guess he won't live long before he leaves. It's me, I wouldn't demolish it. The villagers murmured. Qin Zhonghua is well liked in the village, not only because he is a veteran of the war against Japan, but also because of the person of old Mr. Qin Zhonghua. The village had been haunted by a tiger before, and the people saw with their own eyes that it was old Mr. Qin Zhonghua who killed a tiger with a knife in 3 or 2 strokes. He saved the 2 children of Hu Laosan's family. But don't mention how fierce it is. It's even more capable than that Wu Sung. Not at all like a dying man of almost 100 years old. At this time, the clean-looking village chief took a step forward and opened his mouth solemnly. Qin Zhonghua he was unwilling to demolish the village. This led to a delay in the progress of the village's demolition. And Mr. Su's factory couldn't be built. Even your demolition payments will be delayed. The village chief and the village secretary were the 2 college student village officials assigned from above, and they spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear them clearly. When they heard about the delay in the payment for demolition and relocation, some villagers were anxious at once. So when will our money come down? I'm still waiting for that money for my son's surgery. Can't get the money for the demolition? Does that mean they can't get their money down either? Boss Su, can't you cross over old Mr. Zhenghua's house? A villager frowned in disbelief. Yeah, it's not like old Mr. Chungqua's place is the only place where a factory can be built. Just move over there. No. At this time, the village secretary also stood out, looked at the villagers underneath with an indisputable face, and snapped. It was not easy for Boss Su to build a factory in our village and help our village's economic development. Can't he even do this little request? Zhang Scandium, the village branch secretary, swept each villager's eyes and drank. That what's her name? Qin Zhonghua, doesn't deserve your respect at all. I see that you guys said that he fought a tiger before, so I guess it's also a fabrication. Boss Su went to the mayor's place and checked. Qin Zhonghua is not an anti-Japanese veteran at all. Rather, he's a deserter. Those 12 graves are also 12 deserter graves. Now, he's not only tarnishing our village's reputation, he's dragging down our entire village and hindering its development. Zheng Scandium's words were like a bomb that resounded in everyone's ears. All the villagers revealed a look of disbelief. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua is a deserter? How is that possible? Didn't he say he was a veteran of the Japanese resistance and fought in many battles? Could it be a lie to them? But you can't fake a scar on an old gentleman, can you? Boss Su, is this true or not? It can't be, can it? Some of the villagers looked incredulous. Not only is Qin Zhonghua a deserter, but even those 12 tombs are deserter tombs? Is it true that the tomb they visit every year is not the tomb of the anti-Japanese martyrs, but the tomb of the deserters? Thinking about this, some of the villagers' faces were as ugly as if they had eaten. You're talking nonsense. Old Mr. Qin is not a deserter. A middle-aged man got up and pointed at Su Hu angrily. This person had a simple look and a beard. It was none other than Hu Laosan. It's not a fabrication that old Mr. Qin fought the tiger. If it wasn't for him at that time, my 2 children would have been eaten by the evil tiger. A lot of people saw it then. Seeing Hu Laosan rise to retort, Secretary Zhang Scandium frowned. This dilettante, Hu Laosan, do you still want to demolish the building? Zhang Scandium questioned. As far as he knew, Hu Laosan's family was very poor, and his 2 children were still in college today, with a considerable annual expenditure. The point is that his daughter-in-law rolled up all the family's money the year before and ran off with someone else. For the past 2 years it had been him who had lent money to Hu Laosan to ease the financial pressure. But his family, the secretary, is not very rich, so he can't keep borrowing, can he? Thinking about it, there are still 2 children inside my family who are studying in college. Hu Laosan honestly muffled his voice, seemingly realizing that the tone was inappropriate. His voice unconsciously lowered. With this demolition money, he will not only be able to pay for his 2 sons to finish college, but also make his runaway daughter-in-law regret it. Of course he wants it, dreaming about the demolition money. Shut up if you want to. Listen to Boss Su's orders. Zhang Scandium glared at Hu Laosan and drank. Chapter 5 Expelling Qin Zhonghua from Qingduan Village. Deserters don't deserve to be villagers of Qingduan. I've long been displeased with that dead old man. All day long, he looked like a senior. I really thought he was an anti-Japanese veteran, and I was polite to him all day long. But I didn't realize that he was a deserter. I'm so mad at him. Su Zi's freckled face was filled with rage. Later on, my mother will go and smash those 12 deserters' graves. Right, knowing people's faces doesn't help. Who would have thought that Qin Zhonghua was actually a deserter? And those tombs he guarded were all deserters' tombs too, a villager said with hatred. Alas, I can't imagine that our Clear Dust village has actually produced a deserter. I suggest that Qin Zhonghua be expelled from the Qingduan village's household register. He, a deserter, doesn't deserve to be a villager of our Qingduan village. Yes, it's really too embarrassing. How can we meet people in the future? I'm afraid everyone will say we're a deserter village. Desertion is even worse. The key is that he also refused to demolish the village, causing us to not get the demolition money. Qin Zhonghua must be expelled from Qingduan village. Expel Qin Zhonghua from Qingduan village. Expel him from the Clear Dust village. Seeing that most of the villagers were opening their mouths angrily, Su Hu nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Old man, I can't believe it. Villagers who have lived with you for decades don't have even the most basic trust in you. Whatever he says, this bunch of dodgy people will believe. Cough. Suhu coughed lightly and then opened his mouth. Everyone knows I'm doing this for the development of Hengwu City. This demolition is also the mayor's intention. But Qin Zhonghua doesn't want to demolish it, so there's nothing we can do. So Boss Su wants to have to find a reason for forced demolition? The freckle-faced Su Zi was the first to react and spoke. Brilliant. Suhu looked at Su Zi in surprise, then slowly swept over the crowd and said with a sardonic smile, so I'm going to find a reason for forced evictions, and that reason is, Suhu's voice steeply became rigid and powerful. Qin Zhonghua is a deserter from the anti-Japanese army. Not only does he oppress the villagers and bully men and women in Qingduan village on weekdays, he also refuses to demolish and relocate, going against the policy. I now want each of you villagers to record a video that complains about Qin Zhonghua's crimes and post it online. Let public opinion guide our demolition. When the words fell, the first one was Hu Laosan in the front row, who gave a surprised and puzzled cry. This is not right. We are all clear about old Mr. Zhonghua's character. He has never bullied men or women. Instead, he's been kind to many of our villagers. Boss Su, we can't plant evidence indiscriminately. Hu Laosan was a bit anxious. In that case, old Mr. Qin Zhonghua's reputation will stink. Qin Zhonghua had saved his 2 children's lives, and he hadn't even begun to return the favor. So how could he plant evidence against him? He, Hu Laosan, is not such an ungrateful person. TSK. Suhu stared at Hu Laosan impatiently. As a deserter, he was already going to suffer the scorn of millions. So what's a little more material? You villager, do you want the demolition money or not? Suhu frowned and said, Hu Laosan, Qin Zhonghua is a deserter. There's no need for you to speak for him anymore. A villager next to him tugged on Hu Laosan's clothes and squeezed his eyebrows. This Hu Laosan is really stupid. Is Qin Zhonghua's reputation or the demolition money important? It's so hard to tell the difference between a big and a small king. Those small favors from Qin Zhonghua in the daytime counted for nothing. Money is king. Who knows if Qin Zhonghua was willing to help them because he felt guilty for being a deserter in the first place. Alas, looking at the evil look on every villager's face, the middle-aged man whose son needed surgery sighed heavily, and Wang Daji's fingers clenched, his heart filled with hesitation. 30 years ago, the great drought, several provinces around the famine, the village has no food at all. He remembered that it was the old Mr. Qin Zhonghua took out the family's thousands of pounds of grain to help the village population of a dozen families through the famine. Back then, most of the surrounding villages starved to death, but only their Qingduan village did not starve to death. All of this can be attributed to old Mr. Qin Zhonghua. Only 30 years have passed and they've forgotten all about old Mr. Qin Zhonghua's saving grace? Don't record this video that denigrates old Master Qin Zhonghua, and that 300,000 demolition money. Don't want it. Wang Daji was ruthless and opened his mouth to drink. When the surrounding villagers heard this, they were shocked in their hearts and looked at the little cutie with a general eyes to Wang Daji. Wang Daji, are you crazy? Your son is still in the city hospital waiting for the demolition money for his heart surgery. Yeah, how come you don't even want your son's life? Wang Daji, you have to think clearly. You and your son are the only ones left in your family. Do you want to cut off your children and grandchildren? Wang Daji, the reputation of a deserter, compared to your son? Take uncle's advice and record this video. Your son is still waiting for you. Many of the villagers were bitterly discouraged. However, Wang Daji seemed to have made a great determination and still firmly shook his head and refused. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua was kind to me. If it wasn't for old Mr. Qin Zhonghua helping me during the famine back then, I would have starved to death long ago, not to mention not having this son later. With that said, Wang Daji got up with an indignant face and pointed at the villagers present. Anyone can discredit old Master Qin Zhonghua? Only we, the villagers of Qingduan village, can't. When you were starving to death, it was Master Qin who gave you the big noodles. Without old Master Qin Zhonghua, you guys starved to death long ago. Now you still want to eat the old master's human blood buns. Are you? At this moment, Wang Daji couldn't help but feel aggrieved on behalf of Qin Zhonghua. That's saving a bunch of bastards. Wang Daji, less pretending to be a great benefactor here. At these words, Su Zi stood up with a shrewish look. Being said by Wang Daji, she was a bit anxious. You don't want the demolition money, but I still want it. Didn't that old man give our family 200 pounds of rice and noodles back then? When the demolition money comes down, I'll give him $10,000. $10,000 is enough to buy several thousand pounds of noodles, right? Su Zi held her head high, and her words seemed to have returned Qin Zhonghua's supreme favor. Right, when the demolition money comes down, we'll just buy 200 pounds of large noodles to pay him back. The other villagers also said with cold eyes. Can a few pounds of big noodles be compared to a few $1,000,000 in demolition money? You, guys, Wang Daji's tone stuttered, and his right hand trembled as he pointed at the indifferent-looking villagers around him. He never thought that someone would actually be ungrateful to this extent for money. Dazi is right. Back then, although I didn't eat old Mr. Qin Zhonggua's grain, my father survived thanks to old Mr. Qin's grain. I couldn't have been born without my father. Moreover, old Mr. Qin Zhonggua saved my two sons. Hu Laosan suddenly opened his mouth and said, his tone carrying a great deal of firmness, there is no way to repay the great favor. I will not record this video. I don't want the demolition money either. I can still earn the money for my two sons' education. I, Hu Laosan, am an honorable man. I can't take this kind of money against my conscience. Some of the villagers listened to Hu Laosan's words and more or less felt some guilt in their hearts, but most of them did not open their mouths to make a sound. Chapter 6 Charging Qin Zhonggua with Crimes. You two are the only ones who don't want to record a video, right? Suhu looked at Hu Laosan and Wang Daji with a faint smile. To be honest, he kind of admired those two, but that's as far as it goes. Too much kindness transforms into ignorance. Is it bad to take the money and go? Especially this Wang Daji, who doesn't even want his son's life. These two people, they will surely regret later on. Regretting that they didn't record the video today and regretting that they didn't get the demolition money. Since you want to pursue the good path, Secretary Zhang, village chiefly, invite the two of them out. Suhu's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head to look at the two village officials standing next to him. Alas, Zhang Scandium and Li Sickle helplessly glanced at the duo, then waved their hands towards the duo of Hu Laosan and Wang Daji. It's so stupid. For a deserter, Wang Daji and Hu Laosan, this behavior is really stupid. He, the secretary, could not help even if he wanted to. You two go out first. Upon hearing this, Hu Laosan and Wang Daji got up and walked out of the village branch without hesitation. Watching the duo walk out, Suhu slowly nodded his head looking satisfied. Then he drank towards the villagers below. Next, one by one, you'll record the video, and then, one by one, I'll put the demolition money on your bank cards. Hearing the release of the demolition money, all the villagers were excited, and some of them were very glad that they hadn't stepped forward to go out with Wang Daji and the others just now. If we leave, it's not like we're losing millions of dollars. Boss Su is really a good person. Thank you, Boss Su. Thank you so much, Boss Su. Boss Su, I love you. Yeah, isn't it just recording a video? It's not like we're being told to die. What's the big deal? Half an hour later, a 10-minute video was made, and looking at the powerful content in the video, Suhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only one villager stood in front of the screen, teary-eyed and vividly accusing Qin Zhonggua of a single crime. Oh, my name is Su Zi. Qin Zhonggua, that old man, he is not human. Often bullied us mother and son, not only randomly beating me, a 60-year-old woman, but also forcibly occupying my family's 10 acres of terrace land. That's the foundation on which our mother and son depend for their survival. Su Zi that called crying a tearful, miserable, as if Qin Zhonggua really did hurtful things to her in general. My name is Wang Gun. Qin Zhonggua himself was a deserter, and the 12 graves are also deserter graves. He also forced every villager to make annual offerings for the deserters, otherwise they will be beaten by him. We're really suffering. Please help us. My name is Yu Qing, and I'm reporting Qin Zhonggua under my real name. Not only is he a deserter, he also stole documents from the army back then, threatened us with force to plow for him. If we don't agree, we'll have to be hacked to death with a knife. Heavenly Lord Na. I am Qingduan Village College student village head Li Sickle. The above. All true. I'm Zhang Scandium, the college student village secretary of Qingduan Village, and everything above is true. At this point, the video ends. Come on, everyone is very cooperative with me. Come and get your demolition money. Saying that, Su Hu and several village cadres together will distribute the demolition money at once. Looking at the skyrocketing balance in their cell phones, the villagers smiled whiter than flowers. The guilt they felt towards Qin Zhonggua also instantly dissipated with the arrival of the money. I, Wang Er, have been poor all my life, and now I'm finally rich. Ha 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 ha. I have money too. I can marry a beautiful daughter-in-law later, and have a big fat baby. Mr. Su is really a good man. With this money, I can buy a big house inside the county town and become a city dweller. No longer need to be looked down upon by others in the village. Every villager was very happy and looked at Su Hu gratefully. As for Qin Zhonggua, what's it to them? He was the one who wanted to be a deserter, and he deserved his retribution. Besides, didn't he always like to do good deeds? What's wrong with using his reputation to exchange some money for them? After handing out the demolition money, Su Hu whistled and returned to the car with a leisurely face. He uploaded the video to his cell phone, proceeded to edit it a bit, and sent it to Hengwu City's official demolition number. The original live broadcast in the morning had already attracted a lot of attention. Now a blow-up video is being distributed. And all of a sudden, the video explodes right into the Shake Shack. However, in 10 minutes, it exceeded 300,000 likes, tens of thousands of retweets, and it continues to rise. In the comments section, all of them were spitting on Qin Zhonghua. Qin Zhonghua, name taken so lofty, did not expect to actually so despicable and shameless. I can't believe he's still a deserter. Request the police to arrest him. Isn't this a society based on the rule of law? Why is there no one to take care of such deserters and bandits? These villagers are so pitiful. If there wasn't this demolition, wouldn't they have to be bullied by this Qin Zhonghua for the rest of their lives? Right. This bully is recommended to be sentenced to death. His ancestors were Japanese, right? Brothers, I'm a hacker. Opened his account and found that Qin Zhonghua's son seems to be Qin Changtian. The grandson is Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao is the current boss of the Qin group in Henwu City. Quickly go and punch them. Don't let the family get away with it. At once, someone said something, and the spearhead instantly pointed at the Qin group. Qin's jittery voice suffered countless netizens blasting. Even the family's large avatars and home addresses. Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan were walking over in the direction of Qin Zhonghua's compound, their fists clenched in anger. Dazi, why do you think they are so ungrateful? Old Mr. Zhonghua is obviously a good man, even if he was a deserter. He saved our lives. Alas. Wang Daji just sighed and didn't say anything. The duo arrived at Qin Zhonghua's courtyard and pushed the door in without hesitation. Dazi, Laosan, what brings you here? Qin Zhonghua was currently polishing his 13 guns in the courtyard, and when he saw someone walk into the courtyard, he couldn't help but look up. Looking at the 13 guns laid out on Qin Zhonghua's table, the two of them were taken aback and even forgot what they wanted to say. Gramps, why do you have so many guns? Are all these guns real? Wang Daji walked forward and asked in surprise. Well, of these 13 guns, only one belongs to the old and decrepit. The remaining 12, all belong to those brothers of mine. Qin Zhonghua said while pointing at the 12 graves outside the courtyard. Each of these guns, each of them, represents the head of a Japanese general. Qin Zhonghua laughed out loud and explained. A Bonobo division general? Is that more powerful than Osamu? Hu Laosan wondered. I know the Japanese general of the division. Old master. Really? Wang Daji exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. He had studied history in his early years and knew the division of Japanese officers. Major, lieutenant colonel, senior colonel. Above the first sergeant is the general officer. General officers are subdivided into major generals, lieutenant generals, and divisional generals. General C is considered a top Japanese general. I can't imagine that the old man, back then, had actually beheaded a division general. That old man, he's a great hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha, believe it or not. What is a Japanese dog division general? There were close to 10 that died in the hands of the old immortal back then. Qin Zhonghua laughed boldly, his silver beard fluttering, his demeanor full of indolence. Master, Dazi trusts you. Looking at the hideous scar on Qin Zhonghua's face and the hooded right eye, the skepticism in Wang Daji's eyes instantly dissipated while he viciously pinched himself. How could he think the old man was lying? The old man was his savior. The absolute ruthlessness of the three swords that shattered the dream of the evil tiger eating people. I told you, how could old Mr. Zhonghua be a deserter? It's all their false accusations. They want to demolish old Mr. S house. Hu Laosan understood and snapped. Deserter? Of course the old man is not a deserter. Hearing this term, Qin Zhonghua frowned. Desertion is a great insult to a soldier. It's something no soldier can stand. These guns, the old man is going to use them tomorrow. Didn't the demolition team want to break down the building? He, Qin Zhonghua, will stand guard here, and if anyone dares to come to demolish the building, he will shoot these mother heirs. Master, we actually came because we want to talk to you about something. After saying this, Wang Daji opened his mouth almost in tears. You have been wronged. That's Su who said you're a deserter. And the village chief and the village secretary, they're going to expel you from the village. Wang Daji wiped his tears, his eyes red. There is no one left in his family, and apart from a son, the closest thing to him is Qin Zhonghua. Qin Zhonghua was planted and framed. Right, they are calling you a deserter, and they're going to post you on the internet, and they're going to come tomorrow morning and forcibly demolish your old house. Hu Laosan was also a bit stifled and said, didn't the others in the village help me explain? Qin Zhonghua frowned and asked, they are leading the charge that you are a deserter, to record videos denigrating you, not speaking up for you at all. Wang Dazi said indignantly, right, they are a bunch of, for the sake of money, they don't even care about morality and benevolence. In the entire Qingduan village, only Dazi and I are not in cahoots with them. Hu Laosan droned, with the same furious expression and clenched fists. It's okay. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhonghua was first silent for a moment, then spoke with a sigh. This time, let him see some people for what they really are. The thing that can't withstand the most scrutiny is the human heart. But he didn't expect that in the entire Qingduan village, the only ones who stood up to speak for him were Wang Daji and Hu Laosan. But Qin Zhonghua doesn't regret saving an entire village from famine that year. People's lives are at stake, and it doesn't matter what he does as long as the people can live happily ever after. But desertion and a deserter's grave, that hat was firmly not to be put on his head. If he is really misunderstood by the world, he is sorry for his brothers in the Nine Springs. He's sorry for the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for their country. This justice must be done. Anyway, the time for tomb guarding has come. He, Qin Zhonghua, shall also soar to the heavens as he did during the war. Brothers, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the old man won't be able to keep you clean. Excessive patience will only be rewarded by the bad guys getting worse. What kind of bull **** to hide his identity? He wants the 12 brothers to enjoy the fragrance of the Dragon Kingdom for all generations. Forever. Chapter 7 Crisis. Qin's Group on the verge of bankruptcy. Qin's Group, Hengwu City's largest new energy industry group. Market value of tens of billions of dollars. Every Hengwu people familiar with the big company. Qin's office building. Top floor, chairman's office. Tinkerbell. Suddenly, a burst of urgent telephone ringing cut through the silence. A formal dress of the Qin hurriedly put down the hands of the documents. Pick up the phone. It was a private company call, and those who called were the more important people to Qin. They were all big bosses from all walks of life who had cooperated with Qin's group, and they were either rich or noble. Seeing that the note on the cell phone was Boss Li, Qin Jia asked with a smile, "Hello, Boss Li, what's up? Is there a new shipment?" Li Biao, the chairman of Hengwu City's largest mineral group limited company, provides new energy minerals to the Qin clan all year round. The two sides have been working together for 10 years and have made a lot of money over the years. Calling today, I guess there is a new energy mineral. Come to discuss the price. Qin Jia, the cooperation between our company and your Qin clan group is officially terminated, and will never cross paths. A middle-aged man's cold voice came from the phone. Boss Li, today is not April Fool's Day what are you joking about? Seeing the other party's attitude so cold, Qin snapped a smile and hurriedly asked, "Doodle doodle." But before he could finish his sentence, the other party hung up. What's going on here? Seeing this, Qin Jia couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this is not a joke? It can't be. Over the years, the two sides have been working together amicably. So how come they have to terminate their cooperation all of a sudden? Without Li Biao's minerals, their group's new energy production is going to drop by more than 40% at least. Thinking of this, Qin Jia picked up the phone and wanted to call back to ask for clarification. However, at that moment, another call came over. Tinkerbell, it's Zhang Qian calling. Zhang Qian was the largest real estate developer in Hengwu City, and had leased and sold many mall buildings for the Qin Group. The relationship between the two parties is also quite good, and they are considered good friends with Qin's sense of community. Sister Zhang, what is it? Qin Jia only had to take the call first, but a hint of bad luck was already rising in his heart. It can't be that they're here to terminate the cooperation with Qin again, can it? There's no reason. It's not like Qin's group, had done anything to hurt the world. Boss Qin, we don't need to sell the piece of land next to Dechen Yuan for the time being. Please find a piece of land on your own. In addition, the rental land in the city center, we are about to take it back and sell it to Sue's group. Please relocate it quickly. A female voice with a hint of coldness and disgust came from the phone, full of impatience. Sure enough, it's here to terminate the cooperation. Hearing these words, Qin's sense of humor was shocked and somewhat stunned. Sister Zhang, this joke isn't funny. Boss Qin, don't call me sister. We're not that familiar. I'm informing you in a very serious manner. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll just call the demolition team to come and force it. Zhang Qian's tone was forceful, looking even more disgusted. She did not realize that this Qin sense of community was actually the grandson of a deserter. Public opinion has even spilled over to their company. The only way to get over here is to clear the air, or the company's sales will plummet. Sister Zhang, why? All these years of ours. Before Qin asked clearly, the other party conveniently hung up the phone impatiently. A deserter. There is no need to waste too much time. Zhang Qian did not scold a few sentences as already in the past to get along with the sentiment. Asterisk. Seeing this, Qin Jia slammed the desktop, looking furious. What's going on? Zhang Qian knows land, accounting for Qin's 50% of the sales channels, has signed a 30-year contract with Qin, and now but 5 years, but to take back to sell to Su Group. Qin's development prospects are clearly unprecedented. When the first giant of the new energy industry in Hengwu City, Zhang Qian and Li Biao will also withdraw their investment. Can't figure it out. Qin can't figure it out. It's not good. Chairman, It's not good. At this moment, a secretary ran into the office in panic. Seeing the other party's appearance, Qinjie's heart sank to the bottom again. The face was bereft, and it looked as if he was reporting his sorrows. Chairman, almost all the groups in Hengwu City that are related to us have withdrawn their investments with us. The funds have shrunk by 90%. More than 100 offline stores have been vandalized, with losses of at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Even the online stores have been reported offline. And our official account has suffered from cyberstorms at Jitterbug, and our products have been boycotted by countless people. It has now been reported as a private account. These news were like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded from Qinjie's heart. What did you say? Qinjie let out an unbelievable cry of shock, so loud that it echoed continuously in the office. What the hell is going on? Qinjie's arms were pinched with veins bulging out and his eyes were red. All investments, stores were also vandalized. After this, the huge Qin clan is just an empty shell. Without the online and offline sales, then he Qins will be on the verge of bankruptcy. Have you found out the reason? Qin's sense of community was hoarse, his voice slightly trembling. Chairman, look, the secretary, full of anxiety, took the tablet and handed it over towards Qinjie. Qinjie received the tablet and saw the content on it, and his pupils contracted violently. On the tablet, what was displayed was exactly a 10-minute video on Jiayin, and at this moment the number of likes had already exceeded 30 million. Comments amounted to 1 million. The amount of retweets is even closer to 100 million. A middle-aged man with a waxy face, wearing peasant clothes and a straw hat, cried out with a sniffle and a tear. I'm a villager from Qingduan village. My name is Li Doukai, and I'm reporting deserter Qin Zhonghua in my real name. My dear mother Lu, you are not aware of how much Qin Zhonghua usually bullies people. Just because I did not say hello to him, he smashed all my 10 acres of vegetable land. That's what I was going to sell for my mother's medical treatment. Half a minute after the middle-aged man's accusation, he was followed up by an old woman with a wrinkled face who looked like she'd had a tough life. Woo, my name is Suzy. Qin Zhonghua, that old man is simply not human, often bullying us mother and son, not only randomly beating me, a 60-year-old woman, but also forcing. There were as many as dozens of other people's accusations in the background, all talking about Qin Zhonghua's crimes. Qin's sense of community did not say a word until after the 10-minute video had finished playing, and he still stood in place, looking dumbfounded. He finally realized why everyone was trying to break away from Qin's cooperation. The protagonist of the video, Qin Zhonghua, it was his own grandfather. Bang! After about 20 seconds had passed, Qin's sense of community looked sad and smashed the tablet hard on the ground. Grandpa, is he a deserter? As he said that, Qin's sense of community's entire body softened, and his complexion was filled with grayness. Just then, a roar of anger filled the hallway, shaking the sky. I'm resigning, not to be a deserter company employee. I'm quitting my job too. No more work in the company of a deserter's heir. Brothers, smash the place up. The deserter scion doesn't deserve to run a company. Smash, smash him. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire Qin Group office building was filled with sounds of smashing as well as shouting and cursing. As for Qin's sense of community, it was still frozen in a daze. Isn't Grandpa a veteran of the Japanese resistance? Why did he become a deserter? Qin's sense of community murmured in a small voice, his complexion filled with devastation as teardrops slid down his cheeks. Why? I don't believe it. I'll never believe that Grandpa is a deserter. It must be a mistake. Chapter 8. Two great-grandchildren insulted. Qin family, East Lake Park. He has been retired for 10 years, and as usual, he went out for a walk, and he was just about to open Shake Shack to shoot a short video, but the video that came into his eyes made his pupils shrink violently, and his expression was stagnant. Hengwu City is shocked to find a heavenly villain, a wolf in sheep's clothing, deserter nailer, Qin Zhonghua, Hengwu City's famous entrepreneur, the former chairman of the Qin Group, Qin Tian's father, is actually an anti-Japanese deserter, and he has been bullying men and women for a long time. He's been doing everything he can. Old man's father, a deserter? Seeing this information, Qin Tian's eyebrows furrowed deeply, looking even older. Impossible. Where did the fake news come from? Someone is definitely spreading rumors. He, the son, couldn't have known better what his father was. As a child, he bathed with his father. The dense scars on his father's body impressed him even now. Moreover, everyone in the countryside for 100 miles knew that his father, Qin Zhonghua, was a great benefactor. How could it be a deserter? Would a deserter have so many scars? Just as Qin Tian wanted to search in more detail, a live broadcast was pushed to his phone steeply through big data. It didn't matter if he didn't look. A look instantly caused Qin Tian's eyes to burst and his eyes to turn bloodshot. Spirit, Shang my two grandsons. Just on the cell phone screen were two kids with red, swollen faces slapped, kneeling on the ground. star of the Sky Kindergarten, the best kindergarten in Hengwu City, where all the children of big names in politics and business study. A dozen or so expensively dressed children surrounded a little girl whose face was covered in tears, constantly emitting taunts and jeers. What was even more shocking was that the young female teacher on the sidelines, who was just quietly watching, did not have the slightest intention to dissuade her, but instead looked disgusted. Qin Lingling and Qin Shang's great-grandfather is a deserter. I don't want to play with them. Teacher, kick Qin Lingling and Qin Shang out. We don't want to go to the same school as a deserter's heir. Saying that, a little boy walked up and pushed Qin Lingling with disgust. Spirit, you're disgusting. Get out of our class. The boy's expression was full of taunts and an air of superiority. Bang! In an instant, the baby-faced little girl was pushed to the ground, and teardrops, like pearls, kept sliding down her face. She didn't know what she was doing wrong. Why everyone hated her so much today. Su-da, don't hurt Ling Ling. A boy stepped forward and drank towards Su-de. Then, with all his strength, pushed back. Bang! Su-de was instantly pushed off. Su-de wailed loudly and covered his butt. Qin Shang did not answer and quickly went forward to help Qin Lingling up, asking with a concerned face, Spirit, is everything alright? Brother, Ling Ling is fine. Qin Lingling climbed up and stubbornly wiped her tears. Great-grandpa said that he's a hero against the Japanese. He's not a deserter. On the side of the class, teacher Zhang Lily saw Su-de was pushed down, but also rushed forward to help him up. Looking horrified, this was the mayor's crown prince. If she was hurt, then her life would probably be over. Thinking of this, Zhang Lily could not help but shout angrily towards the Qin Shang duo. You two sons of ES, who told you to step in and push Su-de? It's true that the offspring of deserters are just despicable in character. Born bad. Seeing the teacher's fierce face, Qin Shang was a bit scared and retorted softly. It was clearly Su-de who pushed my sister first. He couldn't understand why the teacher, who had been very attentive to him and his sister in the morning, was now acting like a different person. Su-de is the son of the mayor. His body is precious. A single hair can be worth you two deserters' cheap asses. Zhang Lily said viciously. Great-grandpa is not a deserter. Great-grandpa is an anti-Japanese hero, not a deserter. Qin Shang and Qin Lingling both opened their mouths loudly and droned. Seeing this, Zhang Lily snorted and laughed, her face filled with contempt. Two bastards so stubborn? Just let the netizens see you two brats. Saying that, Zhang Lily took out her cell phone, opened Jitterbug, and opened the live broadcast. Deserters' children, two grandsons of the Qin family. Live broadcast, netizens to come up with ideas on how to punish. Hundreds of people entered the live stream the moment it was turned on. There is no way. Deserters nailed villagers bullying villagers. Now this topic is too hot. Almost the whole dragon country knows about this matter. All of them are abhorrent to this. The anchor isn't bull asterisk 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 ting for traffic. Is he? Are these two kids really deserters' children and grandchildren? Yeah, I have principles when it comes to cyber violating people. Are these two kids the heirs of that deserter? They look like bastards. These two children. They are Qin Zhonghua's great-grandchildren. I'm not lying. Seeing the live broadcast instantly flooded with hundreds of people, Zhang Lily hurriedly explained. Really? Then anchor quickly clean up these two kids. A slap and a rocket. You don't have to do this, do you? It's just two innocent little kids. They didn't do anything wrong. If you want to blame them, blame the deserter. I also think the two kids are innocent. It's not like they know their elders are deserters. The two upstairs. Would you like to sit on the Leshan Buddha? Innocent? My ass. I'd say they deserved it. If I'd been there, I'd have beaten the out of those two bastards. At this point, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already broken 1,000. Zhang Lily had never had so many viewers when she was live before, and she couldn't help but feel very excited. A slap and a rocket? A rocket is $1,000. Even if the platform deducts half of it, it's still 500. You know, she worked her ass off as a kindergarten teacher for 10,000 a month. Thinking of this, Zhang Lily looked at Qin Shang and Qin Lingling with a fierce smile. Snap! Instantly it was a slap towards the two small children. At once, Qin Shang, a child where he could not react. A large red and swollen handprint appeared on the right side of his face. A pig dog that delivers a rocket. Message, yes. Specializing in the treatment of all disobedience. Sending a sports car. Message, good job. Anchor, really swiped it. Seeing the brilliant blue rocket crossing the screen of her cell phone, Zhang Lily was surprised. She had thought the audience was joking. She didn't realize it was actually true. Thank you, big brother, for the rockets and sports cars. Help my big brother get some attention. Zhang Lily exclaimed, her face full of joy. At this moment, just because of this slap, the number of people in the live broadcast room had soared to 10,000 at this moment. Well played. It's a relief to watch. Anchor positive energy. Love it. Doing a great job. This little kid is still not convinced. Keep hitting him. No, What's the crime of a child? Don't bully children, right? Anchor quickly kicked the upstairs out of the live room, most annoyed with this kind of holy mother. Brother! When Qin Lingling beside her saw the redness and swelling on Qin Shang's face, a hazy mist rose in her eyes, and she whispered in a worried voice, Ling Ling, let's run. Qin Shang didn't cry. He just pulled up Qin Lingling's hand and ran towards the outside of the classroom. Two little brats. I can't believe they want to run away. This was a good opportunity for her to make money. Mustn't miss it. Saying that, Zhang Lili hurriedly ran over and stopped Qin Shang and Qin Lingling. Seeing that she couldn't run away, Qin Shang protected Qin Lingling behind her and glanced at Zhang Lili in fear, but her tone was very firm. Teacher, you'll go to jail for assaulting a minor. Jail? Hitting someone in jail. Hitting birth is a relief. Zhang Lili stepped forward and slammed the door shut, staring wistfully at the duo. Asterisk 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 the anchors are so good at talking. Rightly said. How can you call a deserter's heir a human being? Right. Don't let those two little ES get away. Their family's sins will never be washed away. Not only did they kill a company of soldiers, but they also put so many villagers in deep water. Supporting Anchor, desertion in that era was, in the end, rare. A rare heir is not. Chapter 9, Qin Zhongguo's son arrested. Forced demolition about to be executed. Qin Tian came to Tianqing kindergarten in a hurry. As soon as they entered the door, they saw their granddaughter and grandson kneeling on the ground, their faces red and swollen, with a few hidden blood marks. Pissed off old man. This scene instantly caused endless anger to erupt in Qin Tian's heart. His originally hunched body suddenly straightened up, his long white beard raised high, his face red with anger. Stop it for me. Saying that, Qin Tian took 3 or 2 steps forward and raised his leg to kick Zhang Lili to the ground. Then, not yet finished, Qin Tian's eyes were bloodshot, picked up a wooden stool on the side, and desperately smashed it towards Zhang Lili's head. Bang! In an instant, the stool broke into 2, and Zhang Lili's forehead was smashed and dented, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Ah! Zhang Lili let out a cry of pain, and then her body went soft and completely fainted. Murder! Qin Shang and Qin Lingling's grandfather killed someone. Help! 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 Qin Shang's grandfather is a murderer. A dozen kids ran out of the classroom screaming. Where's the anchor? Why is the screen black? It's good to be young and fall asleep. Who can tell me what's going on? The anchor passed out from low blood sugar? Where are the descendants of the deserters? I think I saw it was an old man who knocked the anchor out. That anchor seems to be a bit dead. I'm calling the police. Clunk! Seeing Zhang Lili fall unconscious on the ground, the stool in Qin Tian's hand loosened and fell to the ground, and the anger on his face dissipated, becoming a bit terrified. He seems to have hit it hard. It's not going to kill anyone, is it? Just. Qin Tian simply crossed his heart, not caring about Zhang Lili on the ground. He could be fine, but the 2 grandchildren had to be safe. The other guy was asking for it. He was only acting in self-defense. Thinking of this, Qin Tian picked up his 2 grandchildren before quickly leaving the classroom. Coming to the street, Qin Tian placed his 2 grandchildren on the backseat of the Porsche, then got into the car and drove towards the People's Hospital. Good grandson, don't be afraid. Grandpa will protect you. Qin Tian's gaze looked towards the backseat and forced out a smile as he softly said, Woo woo, Grandpa, you're finally here. They all bullied Ling Ling, saying that Ling Ling and brother are bastards. At this moment, Qin Lingling finally couldn't help herself and let out a loud cry. They also said that great-grandpa is a deserter. Qin Shang, on the other hand, sobbed and spoke in a small voice, her small hands slowly wiping her tears. Hearing the words of the 2 children, Qin Tian's heart was filled with heartache while his heart was furious. Someone definitely started a rumor. His father was not a deserter. Great-grandpa is not a deserter. We are the descendants of heroes. The government will give us justice. Qin Tian muttered. Arriving at the hospital, Qin Tian put on a mask and then led his 2 grandchildren to a checkup. Qin Lingling was fine. Only her face was red and swollen. But Qin Shang was a bit worse for wear, having been hit with a moderate concussion and a torn eardrum. Looking at the report card, Qin Tian looked indignant, regretting that he hadn't made up 2 benches and smashed that woman directly to death. What kind of parent are you? The child suffered such a serious injury and you didn't even know? The doctor looked at Qin Tian and questioned. This child in particular is expected to have irreversible brain damage if he comes in any later. The doctor pointed at Qin Shang, his brows furrowed. I see. Doctor, quickly treat my grandchildren. Qin Tian's voice was hoarse as he slowly nodded his head. He wanted to explain, but couldn't, because everyone believed that his father Qin Zhongguo was a deserter. If he explains it at this moment, it is expected that the hospital will not provide treatment due to public pressure. Oof. Seeing this, the doctor didn't say anything but just glared at Qin Tian before bringing the 2 children into the ward. Woohoo! 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 A sharp and strong alarm sound rang out from the hospital entrance. Qin Tian, who was waiting outside the door, gently raised his head, his cloudy eyes somewhat unable to see the sight. He couldn't see if it was the police coming to arrest him, only that his head became so dizzy that it felt as if his whole body was going to fall asleep. Mr. Qin Tian, you have been arrested by our division on suspicion of attempted murder. Two police officers stepped forward and with a cold expression, they clasped Qin Tian's hands and put on the handcuffs. My father wasn't a deserter. Along with the last murmur, Qin Tian's consciousness completely dissipated at this moment and fainted. Su Group. Inside the office, Su Hu and Su Qing sat opposite each other. A bottle of champagne was opened on the table, and a fruity fragrance filled the air. Unexpected, Qin Zhonghua is actually Qin Tian's father. Ha ha ha, this time, the Qin plan is going to come to an end. Su Hu looked elated. The smile at the corner of his mouth had not stopped since the morning. He just received news that Qin's group is finished. The entire Qin's building has been vandalized. The current chairman of the Qin group, Mr. Qin's sense of community, was also forced to return to the countryside. Finally, no one is competing with me. Su Hu, for the new energy industry in Hengwu. Ha ha, fast and furious, there is no competition. Plus that old bastard's million-ton lithium vein. He, Su's group, will surely be able to go national, even more than the family's wealth. Public opinion is more swift than I thought, so it seems that we can forcibly demolish that old man's piece of land in the afternoon. Su Hu gently sipped a mouthful of champagne and said with an intoxicated expression, Big brother, it's still you, the mayor, who can come up with such a brilliant plan. Putting down his wine glass, Su Hu looked admiringly at Su Qing, who was sitting and standing leisurely. Upon hearing this, Su Qing slowly rose to his feet, a hint of essence in his eyes. With this matter, I, Hengwu, have gained fame in the country. If we solve Qin Zhonghua, then the reputation will surely go to the next level. Su Qing bellowed in a low voice. To be honest, he hadn't expected that this matter would create such a big public opinion storm in the Dragon Kingdom. In just half a day's time, it was already well known. Hengwu City's official jitterbug account, a direct increase of 10 million powder. The 10 million private messages were all asking for Qin Zhonghua to be resolved. In the afternoon, you can execute the forced demolition. Bring 10 reporters, as well as Hengwu City TV station live broadcast in real time. Dispose of the deserter nailer. Upon hearing this, Su Hu laughed out loud, took out his cell phone, tapped the number, and said sorrowfully, Then I must report a great joy to the chairman of the Qin group. Chapter 10, Qin Ruwashi says Grandpa is a deserter. Green Mountain Highway. A Land Rover sped along the highway. Inside the car, the atmosphere was very heavy, with a couple of sobs coming from time to time, and a deadly despair pervading the air. Qin Jia in the driver's seat of the front car, smoking one cigarette after another, never stopping along the way. The original age of just over 40, but half a day to grow stubble, pale and 50 or 60 years old in general. Grandma, are we going to great-grandpa's? In the back seat, Qin Lingling gently pulled Su Xian's hand and asked in a glutinous whisper. Her tiny head was wrapped in gauze at the moment. Well, Su Xian had a head of flowery white, nodding gently, her eyes covered in red blood, her face pale. She had experienced so much in just half a day. Not only were 2 grandchildren mauled, her husband, Qin Tian, was arrested by the police on suspicion of murder for protecting his grandson, and the Qin family's home address was exposed by the unscrupulous media. It led to a bunch of vandalism. They had nowhere else to go, and all the Qin family members were rushing over to great-grandpa's place. Mom, don't worry too much. Qin extinguished his cigarette and said after a moment of silence, Grandpa, he'll be fine. Qin Jia's voice was hoarse, as if he was comforting Su Xian while also comforting himself. He looked vaguely desperate as well. The huge Qin plan collapsed in an instant, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the family was broken. Their Qin family, in half a day's time, had become a street rat in Hengwu. Everyone shouts, run around, just because of a rumor. His grandfather Qin Zhonghua was rumored to be a deserter. That grandfather of mine was really a deserter? On the co-pilot's seat, the pretty-looking Qin Ruwashi frowned and opened her mouth. The one thing she loathed the most was running away from the battlefield, or desertion. If Grandpa is really a deserter, then she doesn't want this Grandpa too. What are you talking about? Qin Jia glared at her sister and said hatefully, How do I know? Upon hearing this, Qin Ruwashi's expression was cold as she softly said, Although Qin Zhonghua was his grandfather, she didn't have much emotion. She left the country when she was 6 years old and has only very vague memories of her grandfather as a child. I only remember that Qin Zhonghua had a big scar on his face, which scared the 4-year-old to the point of bawling. Beyond that, there is no memory. After all, she had only returned home a while ago. How could Grandpa be a deserter? Grandpa told me that he was a hero against the Japanese. Grandpa is also guarding the graves of his comrades. Qin Jia loudly chided. giving Chin Ruwashi a somewhat indisputable look. This sister of his, who had been abroad for 14 years, had now returned home and become distrustful of even her relatives. Now, not only is Grandpa being rumored to be a deserter, but even Grandpa's 12 comrades are being rumored to be deserters, and even put our Chin family, all of us, in harm's way. Chin Jia clenched his teeth, his voice sounding like he was squeezing it out from between his teeth, and said full of unwillingness, "Cut, what if it's true? The eyes of the people are bright." Chin Ruwashi ruffled her hair and said somewhat unconcernedly, "Her brother is still too young. Losing a tiny tens of billions of dollars company is painful." "Chin Ruwashi, how can you talk about your grandfather like that?" Su Xian snapped. Well, it's me who said the wrong thing, okay?" Chin Ruwashi lightly hummed, arrogantly skimmed her head and no longer opened her mouth to speak. If her grandfather is really not a deserter, to make such a big fuss on the internet? She had watched those videos, and not only had the mayor personally come out to confirm the deserter's identity, but there were also 50 villagers who had jointly sued her grandfather. How can this be fake? Jingle bells. Suddenly, Chin Jia's phone rang throughout the car. Chin Ruwashi and Su Xian, as well as the two grandchildren, all turned their gazes toward Chin Jia. Chin Jia slowly pulled out the phone and looked at the unfamiliar number on the phone. His expression froze, then clicked to connect. "Hello?" Chin Jia asked in a low voice. What else would call him at this hour? "Ha ha ha, Chairman Chin, don't even recognize me?" Inside the phone, there was first a reckless laughter, followed by a sentence full of mockery. Hearing this voice, Chin Jia's expression changed and he wanted to hang up the phone. This voice is Su Hu, his Chin's nemesis. "Don't be too busy to hang up. If I guessed correctly, you should be rushing towards the dead old man Chin Zhonggua's place with your family right now, right? Then I guess we'll be able to meet up soon." As if he knew that Chin Jia wanted to hang up the phone, Subo said meaningfully, "What do you mean?" Chin Jia frowned, his right hand unconsciously squeezing the cell phone very tightly. "Nothing means, just according to the meaning of the above to see. I have to demolish your grandfather's home in the afternoon." Oh. Suhu, although the tone of voice is gentle, but the words are full of taunting meaning. "Let you, as a family, be homeless and unable to return to your home even if you have one. Ha 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 ha." Then there was another loud, wanton laugh. "Suhu, my grandfather was wrongly accused of desertion. Was it your doing?" As if he had figured out something, Chin Jiao was furious. His voice unconsciously raised and he questioned loudly, "Did you do it? Your grandfather was originally a deserter. This was confirmed by the mayor himself. What's it got to do with me?" "Suhu?" A disdainful cold snort came from the phone. "And the whole village sued your grandfather, and that was my doing too?" Without listening to Suhu's mockery anymore, Chin Jia directly hung up the phone. "Suhu's brother is not the mayor of Hengwu City. The demolition team, isn't that what Suhu dispatched? In that case, it is very likely that Suhu wanted to forcibly demolish the house and force the charge on his grandfather's head." "Who is Suhu?" Chin Ruwashi asked with a frown. "The chairman of the Su group and the mayor of Hengwu City is his brother. He has a background. We're just ordinary people." Chin Jia said somewhat self-deprecatingly, his expression full of powerlessness. Grandpa's status as a deserter was probably planted by them. After hearing these words, Chin Ruwashi only spoke faintly. "Identity can be faked, but character can't be. Right, 50 villagers jointly sued. Who knows what heavenly bad things he did." "Grandpa." After these words, not only Chin Jia, but even Su Xian was a bit annoyed. Cough cough cough. Su Xian was infuriated and coughed violently. Cough cough cough. Seeing this, Chin Jia pulled over and hurriedly patted Su Xian's back. "His mom has asthma, which flares up when she gets excited." His sister. What an outrageous thing to say. A moment later, after seeing his mother no longer coughing, Chin Jia gave an angry shout towards Chin Ruwashi in the passenger seat. "Chin Ruwashi, are you still not a member of my Chin family? You've been abroad for so long and you think you're superior? Grandpa's character is beyond doubt. Back in the day, Grandpa was known as a good man in all the villages. If you make one more disparaging remark about Grandpa, I'll kick you off the bus right now. Walk back by yourself." "Yes, Auntie Big Bad. Great-grandpa is a good man." Chin Lingling spoke in a milky voice. "Auntie, you're not allowed to say anything bad about great-grandpa. Great-grandpa is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom." Chin Shang's tiny head was also wrapped in gauze, and she said with some exasperation, seeing a car full of people targeting themselves, Chin Ruwashi was thoroughly annoyed. Didn't she just tell the truth? What's the point of targeting her like this? She's only just returned home and her family is doing this to her. And it's going to get worse. Just go. Speak as if I can't live without you. Chin Ruwashi snorted coldly and frowned as she got out of the car. She threw it hard and the car door slammed shut with a sound so loud it hurt her ears. "Chin Ruwashi, where are you going?" Seeing this, Chin Jia gave a low voice, a bit furious. He didn't expect that Chin Ruwashi actually dared to get out of the car. "Cut." Shin Ruwashi gave a cold snort of disdain, then stepped on her high heels and walked on the highway. Anyway, I'm not going to a deserter's house, and as for where, you're not qualified to know. At those words, Su Xian gasped for air as her chest rose and fell violently. She's given birth to a rebellious daughter. If I had known, I should not have let the old man send her abroad to be trained in the first place. Shin Jia wanted to get out of the car to stop him, but when he saw Su Xian in a bad state, he had to rush back and take out the medicine for acute asthma from his bag. After taking the medicine, Su Xian's breathing gradually stabilized. Just go straight. Su Xian sighed and said, Chapter 11, Qin Zhonghua is illegally in possession of a gun. Call the police to arrest him. Yard. Qin Zhonghua's figure was slightly stooped, but not hale and hearty. Holding a clean white cloth, he moved gently, wiping each of the 12 guns. After wiping it down, both hands steadily put the gun back in its place in turn. Qin Zhonghua has a special state-issued license to carry a gun, and the gun in his hand has not been recalled by the state. Walking into the bedroom, Qin Zhonghua took out a half-man-sized box from under the bed, which was covered with dust and a lot of cobwebs. It looks like it hasn't been touched in decades. Phew! Qin Zhonghua lightly exhaled and blew away the dust on the surface of the box, then picked up a rag and wiped it carefully. Crunch! There was a piercing sound that was especially noticeable in the silent room. Qin Zhonghua rubbed his hands together and then solemnly opened the box. Under the light, the items inside the box reflect an eye-catching golden light. Inside is exactly a medal, as well as numerous certificates of merit, second class, first class, special class. These dozens of medals were awarded to him by the state. Almost every medal represented a major battle, inscribed with the monumental feats he had done for the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Zhonghua's gaze traced back to the past, and he took out the largest medal inside, carefully surveying and examining it. The medal, the size of a palm, was made of gold all over, and on it were engraved 2 large, red characters with dragons and phoenixes. State Marshal. Qin Zhonghua still remembers now that this was the medal that the head of the Dragon Kingdom, after the victory in the war, had personally created for him and had privately awarded him. The Order of the Commander of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the only one. It represents the greatest achievement in the war against Japan. With this medal, Qin Zhonghua will be able to break away from the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the only person in the Dragon Kingdom who is not bound by the law. Now, however, he, the country's marshal, had been unjustifiably planted as a deserter, and those with evil intentions had even attempted to forcibly demolish the graves of his 12 great generals and old friends. This is simply a desecration of the martyrs and a betrayal of history. Qin Zhonghua, you dead old man, get your ass out here. Qin Zhonghua, come out, give us an explanation. Why did you lie to us that you're an anti-Japanese veteran? Deserter, get your ass out here. Why did you deceive us? Suddenly, in the yard outside the door, a hoarse shout broke the original silence. Qin Zhonghua's eyes flinched and the movement in his hands paused. Then he let out a soft sigh and placed the medallion back in the case. He set the case aside on a wooden round table and walked out of the room. Just after stepping into the courtyard, he saw Su Zi, who had a pockmarked face, standing aggressively in the center of the courtyard, with 24 villagers clustered beside her, and each of them had anger written all over their faces. In their hands, some of the villagers were holding a hoe, while others were still carrying a rubber bucket. The rubber bucket was filled with a yellowish-brown liquid. A stench accompanied by a foul odor instantly hit the door straight in the face. It's filled with fecal water. Su Zi had just opened her mouth, but then suddenly paused, a trace of imperceptible guilt flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by thick malice. Qin Zhonghua, I didn't realize you were a deserter, and these tombs are all deserter tombs too. I'll level these deserters' graves for the people today. Su Zi pulled her voice and shouted at the top of her lungs, her chest rising and falling violently, the pockmarks on her face becoming more and more pronounced due to her excitement. It was as if Qin Zhonghua was an unforgivable great villain. Right, deserters don't deserve to be buried in our Dragonland, so we'll do the right thing for heaven today. Dig up these deserters' graves. Beside them, a dozen villagers raised their hoes and yelled. The voices rose and fell, echoing in the courtyard and also clearly reaching Qin Zhonghua's ears. He was lying when he said that he wasn't chilled. Most of these villagers, Qin Zhonghua had helped before. At the moment, yet everyone comes to question him. Most of you were saved by the old immortal back in the day, but at this moment you are indiscriminately slandering the old immortal as a deserter. Qin Zhonghua stood with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed as he swept his gaze from the faces of the crowd one by one. The old man would like to ask why, on what grounds. Upon hearing this, several villagers immediately stood out, and one of them, a middle-aged man, took a step forward, pointed his finger at Qin Zhonghua, and loudly rebuked. This is what the Lord Mayor said. It's hard to believe that there's still a lie. Besides, wasn't it just that I ate a few pounds of your noodles before? As for being so careful and remembering it until now, that's right, Is there any reason to be a deserter yourself? Another middle-aged woman echoed in a shrill voice. Don't talk nonsense with this old man Qin Zhonghua. Just go and level these graves so that Boss Su can demolish them. And then we can share the demolition money for this land. Someone else was fanning the flames. Right. This land of Qin Zhonghua's is the biggest. It's worth at least $10 million. And each of us can still share several $100,000. With that, some of the villagers couldn't wait to pick up their hoes and head toward the graveyard. Seeing this, Qin Zhonghua slowly shook his head, his expression becoming extremely indifferent, only to hear him read aloud. As soon as the wind and thunder rise from the earth, there are piles of white bones of spermatogenesis. Hearing this sentence, many villagers stopped their pace and turned their heads with puzzled faces. What's this old man up to? What shocking thunder? A villager muttered in a low voice. I don't know. I think I read a poem. Before the crowd could react, Qin Zhonghua had already turned around, striding toward the bedroom, reciting as he walked. A monk is a foolish rogue who can still be trained, and a demon is a ghost who will surely become a disaster. Today we hail the great sage of sun, only because the demonic mist is back again. After the last sentence was read, Qin Zhonghua had already come to the bedroom, reached out and picked up the 3/8 bar on the table as soon as he could, turned around and quickly walked out of the room and back into the yard. His right hand was like a gnarled dragon as he raised the lance in his hand high in the air, moving in a single motion without the slightest bit of procrastination. Put, did Qin Zhonghua take a fake gun to scare us? Seeing this, Suzy first froze, then burst into laughter, her body tilting forward and back, the hemp on her face shaking. Ha ha ha, yeah, and I said take what? Get a fake gun. Who's afraid of that? The other villagers followed suit and laughed, their laughter filled with mockery. Yeah, a deserter with a fake gun really thinks he's in the regular army? A deserter is a deserter. You think you can fool them with a toy gun? How naive. Qin Zhonghua didn't say anything. His eyes were as cold as frost. He just exerted his fingertips slightly and slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by the red flaming fire snake. A loud gunshot echoed in the void, startling the birds in the surrounding woods to flutter their wings and scurry into the distance. At this moment, everyone was as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes glazed over and the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Many of the villagers were so frightened that their legs went limp, and the hose in their hands clattered to the ground, their tones stuttering. My mother Lu. This seems to be a real gun. It's not a real gun, is it? How did the deserter get a real gun? Stolen. Must have been stolen by Qin Zhonghua in the army. Call the police. Let the police catch him. Many of the villagers immediately wimped out, threw down the hose in their hands, turned around and ran into the distance. Suzy first stood frozen in place. Her face was white. After reacting, she also put down the hoe in her hand in a hurry and stumbled to quickly leave the yard. Seeing that the villagers were all scared away, Qin Zhonghua slowly lowered his raised gun as he straightened up and shouted towards the surroundings. If you want to die, take another step towards the graveyard. The old man will never be soft. Like a lion-like roar, it spread over 100 meters in a radius. The fleeing figures of those villagers paused, then ran even faster. Qin Zhonghua is illegally armed. Call the police to arrest him. Right. He committed a crime. No one is allowed to have a gun in the Dragon Kingdom. Notify Boss Su and ask him to bring someone to arrest him. The government will step in. Chapter 12. Qin Tian was lynched. Hengwu City Police Superintendent received a call. Qingduan Village online buzzing deserter. Actually illegal gun. The top of the high attention. The director of the 30 loaded special police to go to the arrest. Above jitterbug. The topic about anti-Japanese deserters refusing to demolish deserters' graves and bullying villagers has surpassed 10 billion plays. The official account of the Demolition and Relocation Bureau of Hengwu City released a video saying that with the consent of the above, it will soon carry out forced demolition and relocation, and that Qin Zhonghua will be apprehended and brought to justice. At 1 p.m. The demolition site will be live-streamed in real time, and it is solemnly declared that the public can watch it in person. When this news broke, it instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Many citizens of Hengwu City had personally driven towards Qingduan Village in droves. Everyone was holding back energy in their hearts, thinking that they must take a bite out of the villagers. Torture this deserter hard. The interrogation room was miserably lit in the Hengwu Police Department's detention center. Qin Tian's hands and feet were cuffed together, and his face was as white as a piece of paper, bloodless. In front of him, Police Chief Tian Bing clasped his hands on his chest and slightly held his head high, with a look of contempt on his face as he condescendingly sized up Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you have been arrested by our division for attempted murder. Now, please give a clear account of your offense. Teacher Zhang, who was assaulted by you, is still unconscious in the hospital, so I hope you realize your mistake and return to the right path soon. Tian Bing frowned, his expression cold, and said a set of official words of questioning. This old man in front of him once was the former chairman of the $10 billion level Qin Group. But now, he has become the son of the deserter himself, who has made a big fuss in the city. He had, before, also had some friendship with Qin Tian, but now, he went from being a $10 billion boss to falling off the pedestal and going to jail in less than a day. It's so unpredictable. Comrade Tian Bing, my old man was only acting in self-defense when Zhang Lily assaulted my 2 grandchildren, and my grandson was even hit with a moderate concussion. The old man had no choice but to step in and stop it. The old man recorded the live broadcast at the time, and it's inside his pocket. Saying that, Qin Tian's chained hands subconsciously exerted force, and the shackles made a red mark on his wrists. It could be seen how much Qin Tian was suffocating and resentful inside. He was merely acting in self-defense, yet he was defined as attempted murder for no good reason. Is there any law? Is there any law? There's evidence inside the cell phone? Tian Bing's eyes slanted slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Tian, then took 2 steps forward with a big stride, nonchalantly fumbling his cell phone from Qin Tian's pocket. Let's see. Evidence won't do it. He'd received a secret order from the mayor that the old man had to be defined as an attempted murderer. Just as Qin Tian was looking at him with anticipation, Tian Bing suddenly let out a cold laugh and violently raised his hand, slamming his cell phone hard into the ground. Click! Under the huge impact, the screen of the cell phone instantly shattered, and the parts flew in all directions. Isn't there no evidence now? Tian Bing, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Qin Tian was instantly startled in his heart and drank incredulously. What am I doing? Tian Bing straightened up and pointed a finger at his face with a righteous face. Of course it was you who tried to compel me with money, and I squarely refused. Tian Bing casually found a grand excuse. To tell you the truth, today, the offense of attempted murder is set for you, and no one can do anything about it. Tian Bing snorted coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. The son of a deserter. Isn't that the equivalent of being a rare son? Even if the mayor doesn't issue a secret order, he's going to have to fix it hard. Director Tian, we don't know each other very well. For the sake of past love, there's no need to treat the old man like this. Qin Tian clenched his hands into fists, his fingertips white from the excessive force, his voice full of pleading. Stop, stop, stop. Tian Bing interrupted with an immediate gulp. Who has friendship with you? You're the son of a deserter. Who wants to have friendship with you? Tian Bing frowned. He wished he had never recognized Qin Tian, lest he avoided him. You, Director Tian, the old man personally donated $100 million to your police department back then. For the police department to be this large, it has my Qin Tian share of credit. How can you be so ungrateful? Qin Tian felt a pang of sadness in his heart, and his eyes reddened slightly. Moreover, it's purely a rumor that the old man's father is not a deserter. As the chief of police, you don't go to scrutinize it carefully and clearly, but instead you lead the rumor. Won't your heart hurt? I'm heartbroken? I call this being impartial. At those words, Tian Bing snorted coldly. This old man, still thinking of playing the emotional card? Unfortunately, he, Tian Bing, doesn't eat this. Besides, it wasn't like he hadn't investigated that old man Qin Zhonghua. Nothing came up. There's no record on the file that he fought in the war against Japan at all. Qin Tian, if you don't admit your crime today, then don't blame me for using the great memory recovery technique. Tian Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, a threatening look. The old man is not guilty. Qin Tian simply closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Oh, then don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Qin Tian's sworn look, Tian Bing only gave a light humph, his expression icy cold. How did he make it from petty cop to chief in 10 years? Relying on the great memory recovery technique, a year of solving several homicides, 3 years of exemplary police standards. These are not just words. With that, Tian Bing turned around, striding out of the interrogation room, raising his hand and beckoning to a young policeman not far away. Take him to his cell. 1 meal for 3 days. No meat. 1 glass of water for 2 days. And remember, never let him sleep. Tian Bing said viciously. I don't believe that this old man with half of his body in the ground can last for a few days. At the same time, a Land Rover stopped sharply in Qin Zhonghua's yard, the strong rumbling sound from the engine instantly breaking the silence. Qin Zhonghua, who was fuming in his bedroom, thought that the group of rabbits from the demolition team had come again when he heard the sound. His eyes instantly glazed over. He quickly copied the 38 bar on the table, and rushed out with a dragon's stride. When they went out, they only saw the cars coming down one after another with Qin Jie and Su Xian's crowd. Qin Zhonghua's originally hurried pace stalled violently. The anger on his face instantly dissipated without a trace and was replaced by a face full of joy. Great-grandfather, Tai Grandpa, Ooh-hoo, Lingling misses you so much. The 2 children, Qin Lingling and Qin Shang, saw Qin Zhonghua at a glance after getting out of the car. The 2 men's eyes lit up as they trotted over towards Qin Zhonghua. Ha 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 ha, 2 good grandchildren. How could you think of coming to see the old man? Seeing this, Qin Zhongguo's eyes narrowed into a slit as he lowered his gun, smiled broadly and opened his arms, quickly stepping forward and holding his two great-grandchildren in his arms. However, seeing the blinding white gauze on the two children's heads, Qin Zhongguo asked with a cold expression, "Good grandson, what happened to your heads?" Before the duo could reply, behind them, Qin Jie and Su Xian also followed with quick steps. "Grandpa, Dad." Seeing the two, Qin Zhongguo slowly nodded his head before frowning and asking, "Are these two great-grandchildren of mine injured?" Chapter 13 Take the Gun. Hearing these words, Su Xian only felt the tip of her nose sour, her eyes instantly reddened and she almost couldn't help but cry out. She slightly lowered her head, her hand unconsciously covering her mouth. Shengeran Ling Ling, they were beaten like this by someone else. What? Hearing that the two great-grandchildren were beaten up like this by others, Qin Zhongguo's originally still relatively calm face instantly changed color, his eyes glaring round, angrily questioning, who dares to bully the two great-grandchildren of the aging immortal? Qin Zhongguo's voice was loud and echoed in the not-so-spacious courtyard. "Xiao Shang, Lingling, tell Tai Grandpa, who bullied you?" Qin Zhongguo bent down and looked at his two great-grandchildren with a rather distressed expression. "Great-grandpa, it's Ms. Lily, she's the one who said you're a deserter and that Ling Ling and brother are bastards. All the kids hated me and my brother. Everyone wouldn't play with me and the teacher slapped us." Qin Lingling opened her mouth in a glutinous manner. Her large eyes quickly flooded with water mist, her small body trembled, and her words were full of grievances. She and her brother had clearly done nothing wrong, so why were they being treated like this? Later, it was Grandpa who saved Ling Ling and brother, but was arrested by the police. Qin Lingling huffed and continued, "Yes, father was even arrested by the police." Saying this, Qin Jiu clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging out, his teeth clenched. After hearing Qin Lingling's explanation, Qin Zhongguo felt endless anger rising from his heart, his eyes filled with indifference. He hadn't, in a long time, been this angry. Descendants rumored him to be a deserter, and bullied his children and grandchildren, took his son. "How dare you?" Qin Zhongguo roared angrily, the anger contained in his voice seeming to break through the clouds. "Grandpa, I know you're not a deserter. Rather, you are a hero of the Dragon Kingdom." With red eyes, Qin Jie took a step forward and spoke loudly. "We must have been framed by a traitor. Now Qin's group is also on the verge of collapse. I'm only afraid there is no ability to save Grandpa." Qin Jie said, her face filled with helplessness and despair, slightly lowering her head. "No ability? If the old immortal is incapable, then who in the Dragon Kingdom is capable?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhongguo murmured with an expressionless face, waved towards a few people, and walked towards the bedroom. Although several people were uncertain, they followed Qin Zhongguo into the room. This house was made entirely of luss, walls cast from earthen walls, as well as simple beds made of wooden planks stacked on top of each other, and wooden tables that were also homemade by Qin Zhongguo. Looking at these, both Qin Jie and Su Xian couldn't help but have their noses turn sour as tears blurred their eyes once again. The old man refused the glory of the city and chose to guard his comrade's grave in such a remote countryside for 40 years. Instead of being respected by others, he was rumored to be a deserter. Where is God's justice? Mother asterisk 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 error. Qin Zhongguo cursed angrily, then copied a 38 bar, moved cleanly, and handed it to Qin Jie next to him. "Take that. Guns. Grandpa, you actually have a gun." Touching the gun in his hand, Qin instantly froze. Of course, the old man has a gun license specially approved by the chief minister. "It's fine even if we shoot guns." Qin Zhongguo looked arrogant, his chin slightly raised as he said indifferently, then turned around to pick up another gun and handed it to Su Xian. "Xiao Xian, you take one too." Su Xian also froze for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes, but she still reached out her hand and took the gun in her hand, sweat slightly seeping out of her hand. "Father, we are armed. Isn't this a crime?" Su Xian asked with a bitter, worried voice, although she is old and not afraid of prison. "But his son, Xinjin, is still young. Although divorced, I'm sure I'll marry again in the future." "Sin? It's called a counterattack." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhongguo merely grunted softly, and a mouthful of thick air was spewed out of his nostrils. Listening to his grandfather's words, Qin Jie's complexion also became firm, and he held the gun in his hand tightly, as if he was holding his last hope. "Home is almost gone. What do you care about crime? A dog will jump over the wall if it's anxious. If he is pushed to the edge, then it's dos Allah. Isn't their group going to forcibly demolish the house of the old man later?" Qin Zhongguo copied another gun and held it steadily with both hands, his eyes revealing a viciousness that just dared to go further. "Don't blame me for my bullets." After saying that, Qin Zhongguo took big steps and was about to walk out of the bedroom. However, Qin Sheng took small, quick steps forward, stretched out his small hand, pulled Qin Zhongguo's white cloth sleeve, and said in a milky voice, Great-grandpa. Xiaoshang wants a gun too. Xiaoshang wants to protect everyone too. Qin Shang's eyes were full of determination and his small chest was held high. Ling Ling wants it too. Ling Ling will beat to death the bad guys who bullied grandpa and great-grandpa. On the side, Qin Ling Ling also yelled loudly, stretching out a small fleshy hand. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being the descendant of an old immortal. Since you want it, then give it. Qin Zhonghua threw back his head and laughed, then pulled out 2 pistols from the drawer and handed them to Qin Shang and Qin Ling Ling. The two took the pistol with excitement on their faces. We can go save grandpa. Yeah, brother, let's go rob a prison. That's what they say on TV. Looking at the 2 children, Su Xian wasn't too worried. After all, they're still underage and don't have to worry about getting. At this moment, on the outskirts of the city highway, 10 excavators were side by side all the way to the road, and they were aggressive. At the forefront was a large black Mercedes, its body glinting coldly in the sunlight. Inside the car, Su Hu crossed his legs and leisurely leaned on the seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrests, and said to the reporter beside him without haste, the live streaming equipment is all taken care of, right, Mr. Su? It's all taken care of. You can turn on the live broadcast at any time. The reporter hurriedly nodded his head in response, checking the live broadcasting equipment in his hands to make sure it was safe. After all, the whole country is watching this live broadcast, so we can't afford to go wrong. Aha! Su Hu slowly nodded his head, looking satisfied, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. A dead old man, do you really think you can beat him? Insensible. Now you've ended up with a broken home, right? Satisfied? Behind the excavator, there was a constant stream of cars that were arriving in increasing numbers and had begun to cause a traffic jam. Bro, are you there to watch the demolition too? A young man rolled down his window and shouted to the man in the car next to him. Yo, what a coincidence, you're there to see the demolition too. The other man responded with a smile. Hey, of course, that deserter. I'm getting angry just looking at him. The young man skimmed his mouth, full of disdain. Right, Tapas, I can't imagine that there is still such a bad guy in the Dragon Kingdom. He must be sanctioned. Another person chimed in, with anger on his face. The top of Tianjin province attached great importance to this incident of deserter bullying and sent the provincial party secretary down to the city. Hengwu City Hall. Inside the mayor's office, on the couch, sat 2 middle-aged men in formal attire. Su Qing looked respectful, his body slightly leaning forward, constantly nodding his head, and across from him was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Mayor Su. The top attaches great importance to this public opinion. Is it established that the old man was a deserter, and the fact that he bullied the villagers? Li Hai looked serious, staring closely at Su Qing, his eyes revealing scrutiny. True, clerk, look. Su Qing nodded earnestly, his body sitting straight, his hands handing the tablet in his hand to Li Hai. In the tablet, it was he who fabricated the facts of framing Qin Zhonghua. Li Hai took the tablet and carefully looked at the content on it, his brows slightly furrowed, and after a moment, he no longer doubted it and just nodded his head gently. Demolition in the afternoon. I'll go down to the countryside with you and sympathize with the villagers. Good. At those words, Su Qing respectfully stood up, slightly bent over, and nodded in response. Chapter 14, The Great Army Departs. Down with the deserters. About 12 o'clock at noon, what had been a quiet village entrance was suddenly flooded with wave after wave of traffic. The roar of the engine broke the village's usual calm, and one private car after another came in, crowding the entire village compound to overflowing. The village compound has long been overcrowded and noisy. Many of them carried things in their hands, heaping smiles and distributing them to the surrounding villagers. All the villagers in Qingduan village, except for Hu Laosan and Wang Dazi, smiled extraordinarily brightly. Suzy in particular, the pockmarks on her face were cracking with laughter. Looking at the growing crowd, Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan exchanged glances and frowned as they ran over quickly in the direction of Qin Zhonghua's residence. Li Biao weaved his way through the crowd in a tan mink coat with his hands casually in his pockets. It's been hard for you guys to be bullied by deserters for so long. However, soon the government will come and fix it. You guys have made it through. Li Biao smiled at the surrounding villagers with a kind face, looking harmless. Boss Li is right. You won't be bullied in the future. Some people in the crowd immediately nodded their heads in agreement, and as they spoke, they looked at Li Biao curtly, as if they wanted to leave a good impression on him. At that moment, a red Lamborghini slowly drove into the compound. The door opened and a middle-aged woman with sunglasses and red hair gracefully got out of the car. The body posture, hands and feet rhymed full, although the years in her face left some traces, but it is difficult to hide the charm of the mature woman. Boss Li, you're actually here too? Off to the side, a Lamborghini got down to a middle-aged woman with sunglasses and red hair looking quite fashionable. Hearing the commotion, Li Biao turned his head to look, only to be surprised to see that the figure was familiar. Big beautiful Zhang? Why are you here as well? Could it be that you came to see the joke of the brother you recognized? He slightly tilted his head, a seemingly flirtatious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian laughed and waved her hand without a care in the world, her eyes behind her sunglasses curving into a crescent moon. What is Boss Li talking about? It was just a joke in the beginning. It can't be taken seriously. Qin's group deserved what they got. Moreover, I wasn't familiar with Qin Jiao in the first place, Zhang Qian said while holding the frame of her mirror. Her complexion was ice cold. Ha ha, Big Beauty Zhang is really something. The corners of Li Biao's mouth rose and smiled, but in his heart, he was secretly on guard. People like Zhang Qian are a bit too ruthless. It was well known that he had been very friendly with Qin Jiao before. As a result, when Qin's group was in trouble, they immediately set aside their relationship. This kind of person should not be deep friendship, easy to suffer backstabbing. Under the flagstaff of the village committee, Zhang Scandium stood straight, his hands gripping the horn and shouting at the top of his voice toward the surroundings. Everyone be patient for a moment. When Boss Su arrives, you can set out for the deserter household and observe the demolition. Scandium Zhang said, his loud voice echoing over the noisy crowd. Qin Zhonggua's house was probably more than a kilometer away from here, and it took about 20 minutes to walk. There's no hurry now. As soon as Zhang Scandium's words fell, a dull roar came from the distance. 10 diggers lined up, coming slowly from the end of the main road at the edge of the field, their huge steel tracks crushing the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Boom boom boom. The roar got closer and closer, and a black Mercedes-Benz at the head of the group stopped steadily in the yard. The car door quickly opened, and Su Hu stepped down from the car sharply, dressed in a straight suit with a cigar in his mouth. He swept his eyes over the overcrowded crowd on the compound and nodded in satisfaction, then greeted the reporter beside him. You can go on air, and remember, don't turn off the bounty. The corners of Su Hu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of determination. Okay, the reporter hurriedly nodded, and then, quickly opened the Jitterbug live broadcast, looking straight into the demolition site and arresting the Clear Dust Village bullies. Just after opening the live broadcast, tens of thousands of people flooded into the live broadcast room, and it's increasing by tens of thousands per second. After all, most of the country is watching this very thing. First, finally on the air, looking forward to the demolition deserter nailer, to take revenge for the innocent villagers. Right, this deserter must be punished, or else we'll be sorry for so many martyrs in my dragon kingdom. Brothers, I'm on the spot. There's too many people here. Envy upstairs. I'm in Ning'er province, thousands of kilometers away from there, but unfortunately cannot come to the scene. I can't come either, but I have to make a contribution. Shibuya. Brother, help me take A and throw it at the deserter's face. VU 100. Boss Su, you finally come. Li Biao smiled and stepped forward, skillfully handing out a cigar. Su Hu waved his hand, signaling that there was no need. Zhang Qian, who was on the side, saw Su Hu getting off the bus. Her eyes lit up and she also jogged over. Brother Su. Yo, you're here too. Are you trying to give your good brother Qin Jiao a hand? Su Hu had a flirtatious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Zhang Qian with a smirk. Ha ha, Brother Su is joking. People's stores are all taken back. It's not like you don't know. Zhang Qian flavorfully blanked Su Hu. In the future, all of them will only be rented to Su's group. Zhang Qian playfully raised her eyebrows. Aha. Su Hu just nodded lightly, not even raising his eyelids, then took out his cell phone and looked at the time. 12:12. His brother should be here soon. Su Qing deliberately greeted him. The leadership of the province above. The provincial party secretary personally down to the city to survey. So absolutely nothing can go wrong. Seeing Su Hu ignoring himself, Zhang Qian smiled sarcastically before retreating to the side. Mr. Su, can we go to Qin Zhonghua? Zhang Scandium looked at the clamoring crowd underneath, and with some apprehension in his heart, he walked over towards Su Hu and respectfully asked. He, a college student, was seeing this kind of battle for the first time, already feeling a little out of control of the situation. There's no rush. Wait for the mayor and the provincial secretary to come over, Su Hu said lightly, with a look of stability. Okay. Zhang Scandium sniffed and subconsciously nodded his head, but then he only felt that he had heard something heavenly, and his eyes widened. What? The mayor and the provincial secretary are coming too? Zhang Scandium opened his mouth incredulously, waves of shock rising within him. What's the big deal? The leaders above the province are actually coming down. So say, behave yourself later and you'll have a bright future ahead of you, Su Hu said meaningfully. Good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Scandium's expression became solemn and his chest stood tall. The leaders of the province are much bigger than him. If you are recognized by the other party, you will be able to go all the way to the top in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Scandium's hands trembled with excitement, his heart filled with anticipation, and his breath caught. 10 minutes later, a red flag drove up, followed by 10 SWAT combat SUVs. Seeing this, Suhu hurriedly straightened his collar and quickly stepped forward. Zhang Scandium also followed closely behind Suhu, trotting along for fear of falling a step behind. As for Li Biao and Zhang Qian, they still stayed where they were, but all of them stretched their necks and looked towards the red flag car. This car is loaded with some big people. Li Biao clasped his hands on his chest and furrowed his brows. I'm not sure. It can't be the mayor, right? Zhang Qian tilted her head, puzzled. However, both Li Biao and Zhang Qian were shocked when the person in formal attire inside the car got down. What a mayor! The duo exclaimed, then quickly stepped forward. At the bottom, seeing Su Qing who had come down, the crowd instantly became rowdy, discussing intensely. That's the mayor. It's the mayor coming. Hello Mayor Su. Who's next to Mayor Su? It looks so familiar. That's indeed a bit familiar. As if it's the secretary of the provincial party committee. Someone bellowed incredulously. It's really the provincial secretary. I've seen him on TV. Meanwhile, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 1 million online viewers. Looking at Su Qing and Li Hai who came down on the red flag, the pop-up screen exploded. Asterisk 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 is the battle so big? That seems to be Li Hai, the secretary of the provincial party committee. There are 10 special police cars behind him. It looks like the authorities are taking this matter very seriously. Awesome. It's a pity I didn't have time to go. Otherwise I would have been able to meet the provincial party secretary. Ha ha ha, now I'll see how that deserter should run. We must deal with that damned deserter ruthlessly and raise the national prestige of my dragon kingdom. Let's set off. Everyone, we must return justice to the villagers of Qing Dust Village today. Li Hai stood with his arms folded, smiled amiably, and waved his hand towards the crowd. At once, the crowd was like a hurricane, rumbling over in the direction of Qin Zhonghua's residence. Down with deserters. Reject bullying. Down with deserters and reject bullies. Down with desertion. No to bullying. The violent footsteps were accompanied by the monstrous roars of countless people. Chapter 15. Qin Zhonghua shocked the crowd with his bullet. Wang Daji and Hu Laosan, listening to the raging roar behind them, the anxious look on their faces became more and more intense, and their footsteps became more and more hurried, almost running and bumping up. Dazi, what about this? Hu Laosan panted heavily while lowering his voice, bean-sized beads of sweat continuously rolling down his cheeks on his forehead. First, report to the old man and tell him to hide quickly. Wang Daji's eyes glazed over as he drank. That's right, that's the only way. Hu Laosan nodded his head, his expression looking somewhat desperate. There are just too many people coming. Surprisingly, even the mayor and the secretary of the provincial party committee were there in person. But the old man was wrongly accused. Instead of never bullying the villagers, Elder Qin Zhonghua had been heavenly kind to everyone in Qingduan village. Now, instead, they are being forcibly arrested and their houses are being demolished. Dazi, we can go talk to the provincial party secretary. Elder Qin Zhonghua didn't bully us. Hu Laosan frowned and said, it's no use, just the two of us. Our power is too meager. They won't listen to us. Wang Daji sighed and shook his head. His footsteps did not stop and he flew away. 8 minutes later, the two of them, Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan, panted and sweated profusely as they arrived in Qin Zhonghua's yard. At the moment, a white line is prominently drawn outside the yard where it connects to the highway, cutting the place off from the outside world. Qin Zhonghua sat in the courtyard with a dignified face, his body straight as a pale pine, holding the 38 large cap steadily in his hand. Listening to the commotion coming from the highway, Qin Zhonghua suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the Hu Laosan duo like an angry thunder duke, raising his 38 large cap. Master, it's Dazi, old man. When Wang Daji and Hu Laosan saw this, their eyes were startled and they hurriedly drank. Seeing that it was Wang Daji and Hu Laosan, Qin Zhonghua's tightly frowning brows slightly eased a bit, slowly putting down his 38 large cap and speaking. What are you doing here again? Didn't I tell you to stay away? What if you get hurt by mistake later? Old sir, it's bad. 10 diggers came from the village compound side, and 10 special police cars. Even the secretary of the provincial party committee and the mayor are here. Hu Laosan looked anxious and waved his hands in the air as he said, right, and thousands more from the city, all clamoring to come over to beat you. Wang Daji chimed in, his face filled with anxiety. Old master, run away, find a place to hide. Your body of close to 100 years old can't withstand building a. Wang Daji spoke in a pleading tone, stepping forward and persuading. The old man is resistant to building. Qin Zhonghua snorted coldly, an unquestionable toughness in his voice. Which of them are not afraid of death? They can try stepping into the old immortal's courtyard. Alas, seeing that they couldn't persuade Qin Zhonghua, Wang Daji and Hu Laosan had to give up and simply sat on their asses beside Qin Zhonghua. What are you guys still staying here for? Seeing this, Qin Zhonghua frowned. Since you are not leaving, old master, then Dazi simply won't leave either. Dazi's life was saved by you, Wang Dazi said in a muffled voice, his eyes filled with determination. Right, there's no way to repay the favor of saving our lives in the past, so today we'll fight to the death to protect the old man. Hu Laosan also nodded his head and drank. Interesting. Qin Zhonghua let out a rare laugh, his smile somewhat pleased, then pointed to the house. Go and stay with those descendants of the old man, and don't set foot outside the house without the old man's orders. Upon hearing this, Wang Daji and Hu Laosan turned their heads to look inside the house, only to realize that there were several people inside who were nervously surveying this side. Good, the two answered in unison, then walked quickly towards the house. Inside the house, Qin Jie's originally tense expression soothed, letting out a long sigh of relief and celebration. It doesn't seem to be a troublemaker, I think it's a friend of Grandpa's. His hand was still gripping a 38 cap, his knuckles white from the exertion, and his whole hand was trembling slightly. One could imagine how nervous Qin Jie was right now. Seeing the duo walking towards the house, Qin Jie immediately stood up and asked loudly, Grandpa, they are? They are the old immortal's descendants in the village. In the courtyard, Qin Zhonghua said indifferently. Hearing this, Qin Jie took a step forward with a kind smile. Hello guys, I'm Qin. Hello, I'm Wang Daji and he's Hu Laosan, your old master Qin Zhonghua's grandson, aren't you? Sure enough, you have a talent that us roughnecks can't compare to. Wang Daji scratched his head and laughed nervously. Right, a successful person at first glance. Hu Laosan laughed and agreed. After these words, Qin Jie smiled bitterly and did not reply. Successful people? It was before, but not anymore, just because of a rumor. Then, Wang Daji looked at the two little dots on the side. Seeing this, Qin Jie explained, this is my youngest son, called Qin Shang, and this is my youngest daughter, called Qin Lingling. Hello two uncles. Qin Shang and Qin Lingling stretched out their fleshy little hands and gave a milky greeting. Good boy. Hello guys. The two smiled back and waved. This, however, the smile slowly dissipated as he looked at the injuries on the two children's heads. They knew what was happening without having to ask. Must have suffered bullying because of this rumor about the old gentleman. On the side, Su Xian slowly got up, his body hunched over, and asked, Dazi, Laosan, the old woman asked who planted father. Upon hearing this, Wang Daji and Hu Laosan instantly became enraged. Their teeth clenched as they spoke one by one, telling the original story of what happened in the morning. What? What gives them the right? Father clearly saved them, so why are they framing our father? After hearing these words, Su Xian frowned and shouted angrily, because of that little demolition money? Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan did not say anything, and it was clear in their hearts that they were all about this demolition money. After all, money talks, let alone just recording a planted video. Su Hu, I must get you killed. Qin Jie let out a low gulp. His eyes were bloodshot, and his right hand squeezed the body of the gun to death. His guess was right. It was all Su Hu's doing. It was Su Hu who almost caused his family's death. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing sound of wind and waves cutting through the air resounded for hundreds of meters as 10 military reconnaissance drones circled from the sky. 600 meters away, a group of special police officers saw Qin Zhonghua holding a 38 large cap. Their complexion instantly became grave, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The other side is armed. Watch out. At this moment, the live broadcast was also exploding. Oh, my god, is that a gun in that old deserter's hand? I think it's a 3/8 cap. It's from the anti-Japanese period. It's already old. Where did this Qin Zhonghua come from? No, I kind of knew why so many villagers were being bullied. So this old man has a gun. I wouldn't dare to resist. It's scary. You see the scars on his face. Eat. A wicked look. Why are you wearing a black eye patch? You're still cosplaying as a pirate at your age, aren't you? From the drone came a mighty roar. Surrender. Resist with severity. Throw down the gun you're holding and there's still room for things to slow down. Humph. I'm not guilty of anything, so what's the point of surrendering? Looking at the drones constantly circling above his head, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Qin Zhonghua's mouth. 10 cars of SWAT want to take down the old immortal? You guys weren't even born when the old immortal killed the ghosts. Saying this, Qin Zhonghua raised the 38 large cap in his hand. Today, the old immortal will teach you young juniors a lesson. Bang! A shot rang out like a flat thunderclap, instantly shooting down a scout drone. The drone billowed black smoke and plummeted straight to the ground. Bang! 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 Without the slightest pause, Qin Zhonghua moved in a single motion and fired 9 more shots in a row. Each bullet was like it had eyes, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. Buzz. Clunk. 10 drones crashed to the ground instantly, raising a cloud of dust. Want to try the old man's accuracy? Qin Zhonghua murmured disdainfully. All spine straight. That's just it. Let's use this matter to let the world know that the old immortal is about to re-emerge. Chapter 16, Qin Zhonghua's strange power. Shocking everyone. On the side of the armed police force, the electronic screen in the hands of the scout was instantly blackened and accompanied by the sound of nuisance currents. Director, our reconnaissance drones. Seem. The scout's voice involuntarily trembled, and his words became intermittent, his eyes full of panic and disbelief. It seems to have been shot down in its entirety. The scout practically shrieked out. Once these words came out, the original loaded SWAT officers around them, the expressions on their faces instantly froze, replaced by a full of shock, as if they were wondering if they had heard wrong. What? Tianbing fiercely let out a low gulp, his body slightly stagnating, his eyes similarly filled with shock. This is a deserter? Why is a deserter's marksmanship so accurate? Tianbing frowned, his expression serious to the core. The provincial party secretary and the mayor are still waiting for the results in the back. If the delay is due to his poor arrest, the above blame, then the consequences are simply unimaginable. Chief, that deserter went to the bamboo forest. Just then, a side scout climbed to the roof of the car and steadily raised his binoculars, observing the front with all his attention, then bellowed at the top of his voice. In his hand, he didn't have a gun. Didn't take a gun? That's pretty cocky. Upon hearing this, the corner of Tianbing's mouth grinned in a disdainful tone. Ha! Throw yourself into the net. So what if he's a good shot? Now without a gun, he'll see how this old man can run when surrounded by 20 armed police. 20 of you. Carpet search? And in 10 minutes, get the old man in front of me. Tianbing straightened his back, his voice full of unquestioning. Put down all your guns. Be careful of accidental injury in the narrow space of the bamboo forest. He didn't believe that 20 SWAT officers couldn't tackle a cowardly old deserter? Unless it's a dream. Yes, yes, said the 20 SWAT officers, responding neatly, their voices booming. Afterward, like an arrow off the string, he flew towards the dense bamboo forest in front of him. At the back, the crowd of onlookers was raging, with heads in clamor. Ha, why don't you go ahead? Stopping here, what do you mean? A young man full of doubt, stretched his neck and looked. Didn't you watch the live feed? That deserter has a gun in his hand. Stopping here is probably for our safety. The SWAT comrades have already gone to deal with it, so I guess we'll be able to take the old man alive soon. A middle-aged uncle next to him pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and explained in a fussing manner. What? The deserter actually has a gun in his hand. That's not illegal gun possession. An older woman covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide. Ha! It's normal to steal a gun when you're already a deserter, right? A young man skimmed his mouth full of concern, his tone full of disdain. Damn! Suggest this deserter be shot. Inside the live broadcast room, millions of people watched Qin Zhonghua shoot down 10 reconnaissance drones with 10 shots, instantly causing monstrous waves. Asterisk. This is a deserter or a soldier king. The drone moving at high speed actually hit 100 shots. This kind of shooting is really a deserter can have? The above will not be wrong, right? It would be bad if the anti-Japanese veterans were wrongly accused. What's wrong? The secretary of the provincial party committee has come down personally. How can this be a mistake? This old fool is a deserter. There's no doubt about it. Such a good shot, but turned the gun on his own people in the first place. Killed many soldiers. He deserves to die. It's about as good a shot as I am. And it's 100%. And my girlfriend's had 10 shots at the tire. Upstairs. More than a deserter. I'm a traveler. This old man is not a deserter. You're an egg. You are. And then, as they watched the SWAT officers gradually walk away, the discussion in the live broadcast room became more and more intense. Asterisk. Come on. Follow the SWAT team. I want to see how to catch this deserter. Right. Anchor, go quickly. What a rush. +1. Come on. Follow me. I want to see the old man alive. Director Tian, can I follow? The reporter holding up the camera naturally noticed the pop-ups, and he cautiously came over to Tianbing's side and inquired in a low voice. Well, but be careful. Seeing that the other party was broadcasting live, Tianbing gave a slight nod of permission after a little thought. The whole country is concerned about this matter. It is just right to let everyone see the style of their Hengwu City Special Police. This is a great opportunity to show off. Yes. Upon hearing this, the reporter was instantly elated and followed the SWAT team as they ran into the bamboo forest in front of them. Looking at the departing reporters, Tianbing took out his cell phone, clicked on the live broadcast and watched. In the deep bamboo forest, Qin Zhonghua was like a dormant tiger, quietly crouching on the ground, carefully surveying the 20 special police officers 100 meters away. Only these people? Some of them are looking down on the old man. Qin Zhonghua sneered, his arm muscles bulging like gnarled dragons. Click. Almost instantly, the teacup-thick bamboo was crushed by Qin Zhonghua's bare hands, not even holding a gun. Today the old man will give you juniors a good lesson. Saying that, Qin Zhonghua took the bamboo stick and went forward, just like a cheetah hunting for food, extremely fast. Decades ago, during the Xiangqian War, He fought a company of Japanese dogs with his bare hands, holding the stronghold alone for 72 hours with one man. During those 3 long days, he did not take in a drop of water or a grain of rice, and survived only by drinking the blood of Japanese dogs. It's not an exaggeration to say that one step kills one person. It was this same battle that he received the Special Merit Citation. This was the strength of him, Qin Zhonghua, as a state marshal, a weapon of war that emboldens foreign nations. The deserter is there. Suddenly, a SWAT officer with sharp eyes saw a black shadow speeding past in front of him and let out a cry of alarm. So fast, a dying old man. What are you afraid of him for? Let's go. Up, get him. As the words fell, 20 SWAT officers swarmed towards Qin Zhonghua. Their pace was disorganized, and their formation was completely washed out, completely devoid of their usual well-trained manner. No tactics at all. Is this the soldier of the latter days? Qin Zhonghua looked at the SWAT team that rushed over. A hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. And don't define old age by despicable desertion. Qin Zhonghua let out a cold snort, followed by stepping out and swinging out a stick. Bang! He hadn't fired his full power yet, just about a quarter of it. At that moment, the special police officer in front of him looked like he had been hit by a cannonball, and his entire body flew out 7 or 8 meters uncontrollably. He then fell to the ground, motionless and apparently incapacitated. The power is too weak. Disappointment is too disappointing to the old monument. This weak, how can we block the foreign enemy invaders in the future? Bang! Without the slightest pause, Qin Zhonghua swung out another stick, his movements as swift as thunder. Instantly another SWAT officer flew out backwards. Ah! The SWAT officer fell to the ground, wailing in pain. How is it possible? When the other SWAT officers saw this, they were as shocked as if they had seen a ghost. You're telling me that a 100-year-old man with a full head of white hair who looked windswept was able to send a SWAT officer flying close to 10 meters away with a single blow of his stick and directly incapacitate him? Is this scientific? Does it make sense? Approaching science is coming for a couple episodes, right? And the reporter who was following just happened to capture the scene. It scared him so much that his camera shook and almost fell to the ground. The live broadcast room, too, exploded, with millions of pop-ups spewing out, almost covering the entire live broadcast screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I must not have woken up. A 100-year-old deserter old man. A stick to send the SWAT team flying so far? No, man, with this kind of battle power. Is he really a 100-year-old man? Chapter 17, Qin Zhonghua crushes 20 special police officers. In the screen, Qin Zhonghua was holding a bamboo stick, standing majestically in place. His back was as tall as the sky, and his eyes seemed to be bursting with essence. Inside Qin Zhonghua's house, Qin Jia, Wang Daji and the others saw the scene. Their mouths were open and they didn't make a sound for a long time. Grandpa, is he actually this powerful? Qin Jia's lips trembled slightly and he mumbled. His voice was as light as a mosquito fly. He only felt as if he was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. Just now, he was still full of worry about his grandfather's safety, a heart hanging in his throat. At the moment it seems to be their own unfounded worries. I think his grandfather's turning 100, right? The years seemed to have left only superficial traces on Grandpa, but had not worn away the strength of his bones. Good boy. The old man force is simply heaven-defying. Then how many Japanese invaders did he kill during the period of fighting against the Japanese? Wang Daji also murmured incredulously. That's why it's impossible for the old man to be a deserter. Which deserter is so strong? Which deserter is full of scars? Maybe the old master was even an anti-Japanese general back then. Great-grandpa is not a deserter. Qin Lingling stomped her foot, her cheeks puffing out as she beamed. Tai-grandpa and Ling said that Tai-grandpa is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, great-grandpa is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, and they're all bad guys. Qin Sheng's face was serious. His eyes were firm, and as he said that, he reached out and gripped the pistol tightly, making a gesture that he was going to rush towards the door. Dad, let me go out there and help Grandpa Tai. Take the gun and shoot all these bad guys. Seeing this, Qin Jie's quick eyes and hands rushed forward with an arrow step, hurriedly pulling Qin Sheng back, and then gently knocked his head with a low voice. You brat, didn't Tai Grandpa tell you to stay put? Wait until you're in danger before you take the gun. Okay. At those words, Qin Sheng's head instantly drooped, and loss was written all over his small face. He thought he could kill someone today. It seems not. Hundreds of meters away, Tian Bing stared intently at the screen, his hand holding the phone trembling uncontrollably slightly, his expression gradually turning from initial shock to horror. How can it be? He? Who the hell is he? Tian Bing. He subconsciously clenched both fists. His mouth constantly murmured, his voice full of self-doubt. On the screen, Qin Zhonghua moved. He began to swing the bamboo stick in his hand. His movements were flowing, and every time he swung the stick, he lifted off an armed police officer with unparalleled precision. Moreover, Qin Zhonghua was as flexible as the wind, and a dozen or so SWAT officers began to resist, but they could not touch a single hair on his head. In about 2 minutes' time, 20 SWAT officers were lying on the ground sideways, rolling around in pain, with bursts of wailing coming out of their mouths, and Qin Zhonghua, from the beginning to the end, are standing steadily in place, a cloth coat fluttering in the wind, white beard fluttering recklessly, indifferent expression, as if it was all just a farce that wasn't worth mentioning. By the end of the day, the reporter ran back in a panic, carrying the camera. Seemingly subverted by this scene, Tian Bing kept muttering, "How could it be? How is it possible? How is it possible?" This old man's battle power was even more outrageous than the king of soldiers. The army's king of soldiers isn't even that capable of fighting, right? What's more, he's 100 years old. Other people's centenarians get up and move a little difficult, and the immediate Qin Zhonghua hard to young and strong SWAT is a rat to beat. It's so unscientific. I, Hengwu Special Police, have lost a lot of face in front of the entire nation today. Tian Bing's face was filled with bitterness as he raised his hands and rubbed his temples fiercely, only to feel a splitting headache. He is afraid that his career is going to be overshadowed tremendously by this farce today. He Hongwu Special Police, the whole 20, actually cannot take a 100-year-old old man. This set out. Who can believe? You said that if Qin Zhonghua had a gun, he would have admitted defeat, but he simply took a broken bamboo stick. Director Tian, is it still not resolved? On the side, Su Qing glanced at his watch and slowly walked up, frowning as he asked, "Demolition must begin at 2 o'clock, and it's now 1:30. And now the old deserter has not been caught." Mayor Su, Tian Bing looked back. The smile on his face was worse than crying, and at the moment he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. If he had known, he would have brought more people with him. Who knew this old man could fight so well? 20 SWAT officers didn't beat that deserter. Tian Bing's voice was as low as a mosquito hum, carrying endless shame. What? At those words, Su Qing drank incredulously. You're telling me that 20 of you SWAT guys didn't beat up a 100-year-old man? You SWAT, have you been wasted to this point? Su Qing's tone was filled with anxiety and anger. If this matter goes wrong, he, Hengwu City, will be reduced to the laughingstock of the country. Actually cannot even solve an old man. The provincial party secretary, Li Hai, who was on the side, had been watching the live broadcast, seeing Qin Zhonghua beat 20 by 1. He was so shocked that the teacup in his hand almost slipped. This old man, at such an old age, is still so capable of fighting. Is he a deserter or not? Li Hai couldn't help but be flooded with layers of suspicion in his heart, secretly pondering, deserters don't have such horrible physical qualities. Li Hai waved his hand towards Su Qing. Mayor Su, come over here for a moment. When Su Qing heard this, he immediately stepped forward respectfully and quickly, bending his waist like a shrimp. Secretary, what is your business? Answer me seriously, Li Hai asked with an increasingly grave expression, his gaze fixed on Su Qing's eyes. Is this old man a deserter or not? Has he bullied the villagers of Qingduan village? Listening to this question, Su Qing's complexion instantly stiffened, his hands negatively behind his back unconsciously twisted up, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Of course it's true. Su Qing pulled out a stiff smile, trying to look calmer. I wouldn't dare lie about something this big. Let's hope. This matter, if it's false, you definitely won't be able to be the mayor, and you'll even have to suffer from imprisonment. Li Hai slowly shook his head, his gaze filled with scrutiny. He really couldn't tell the truth of Su Qing's words, but Qin Zhonghua's file is true, but that file only contains a few simple scribbles. It is really difficult to get a glimpse of the truth from it. In the live broadcast room, there were countless pop-ups, and the number of viewers had already exceeded 10 million. This deserter could be the reincarnation of the great sage of Qi Tian. Playing with a stick is so powerful. Oh, Hengwu City's SWAT team is so watered down. 20 of them can't even beat a 100-year-old man. It can't be staged, can it? What kind of 100-year-old man can beat up 20 SWAT officers? Agreed. This can't be an acted movie, can it? So many of you were there. Won't you go and help? I still don't believe that hundreds of people can't beat that old man. If I had been there, I could have captured this old deserter in 2 moves. And I've got 8-pack abs. Upstairs, you're bloated from eating too much sweet potato rice? Many people on the scene were also watching the live broadcast and naturally paid attention to the pop-ups. Everyone get together and arrest this deserter. How dare you hurt our lovely SWAT soldiers? Right, everybody unite. Some in the crowd chimed in, and the mood grew more and more agitated. Ooh, everyone help our villagers in Qingduan village. This scourge must be eradicated. Woo. Some villagers covered their faces and fake cried, inciting the atmosphere. It's that Su Zi again, with a pockmarked face. Yes, we must catch this deserter today. People's hearts are united and mountains are moving. Everyone together. The crowd's cries rose and fell, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Chapter 18, A Scar Exposed. Everyone together. Capture the old deserter thief alive. In the crowd, a burly middle-aged man, with a red face, pulled his voice and let out a roar that echoed above the empty field. Capture the old thief alive and rid the people of his evil. Demolish the deserter's tomb. Capture the old thief alive and rid the people of his evil. Demolish the deserter's tomb. Capture the old thief alive and rid the people of his evil. Demolish the deserter's tomb. The rising and falling shouts were like surging waves, wave after wave, instantly igniting the crowd's emotions. Thousands of people hissed, instantly breaking through the cordon and running towards the inside of the forest, their footsteps even shaking the ground slightly. Not good. Seeing this, Tian Bing's face suddenly changed and he couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, subconsciously raising his arm, wanting to block this out-of-control crowd. Su Qing, however, did not move and gently took a step back, pretending to inadvertently pat Tian Bing. The movement was extremely subtle. In an instant, Tian Bing understood, and swallowed back the words that were on his lips, and his hand that was halfway outstretched was slowly lowered, no longer blocking the way. In the bamboo forest, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Qin Zhonghua stood quietly, looking at the surging tide of people, his complexion steeped, and a deep sadness flashed in his eyes. I can't imagine that one day the old man will be vocalized by posterity. Call me an old thief. His lips twitched slightly and he murmured, his voice full of despair, calling an old war veteran a deserter. Qin Zhonghua slowly raised his hand, the bamboo stick in his hand swaying slightly in the wind. A moment later, he loosened his fingers and the bamboo stick snapped to the ground. To the people of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Zhonghua cannot do. In the beginning, he is not to protect them, and now how can the hands of the weapon pointed at the people? They're just blinded by traitors. There's nothing inherently wrong with them. Qin Zhonghua sighed and said softly. Someone in the crowd was sharp-eyed and saw Qin Zhonghua dropping his bamboo stick at a glance, and immediately shouted in excitement. The old thief has dropped his stick. He's not resisting. Go get him. Ha ha ha. There are so many of us. He must be scared. This old thief is truly a bullying trash. He's afraid when he sees that there are many of us. The crowd spoke one word to the other, mocking and cursing, and the dozens of people who were at the very front were like hungry wolves pouncing on them, rushing towards Qin Zhonghua. Instantly surrounding him, several thick hands reached out and grabbed Qin Zhonghua's hands, pulling hard. Caught. I've caught the old deserter thief. A young man yanked Qin Zhonghua's arm to death, a smug smile spreading across his face as he bellowed. In an instant, dozens of hands reached out, like octopus tentacles, wantonly tearing at Qin Zhonghua. The clothes on his body, which had already undergone decades of sewing and mending, were as fragile as cicada wings and could not withstand such a tear. At the moment, with so much power pulling at it, it was instantly torn apart. The old man is not a deserter. Tear away. Qin Zhonghua's furious voice, accompanied by the sound of several clothes tearing, sounded at the same time. In an instant, the washed white blouse was instantly torn, turning into several strips of white cloth that slowly fell to the ground. Under hundreds of pairs of eyes, Qin Zhonghua was topless, and underneath the ragged sleeves, a lean body was slowly exposed for all to see. A black slash, a dark skin tear, like a hideous evil spirit, instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Ha! This old deserter thief still has tattoos on his body? In the crowd, some people frowned and looked at Qin Zhonghua's body in disgust, their eyes filled with doubts, and they couldn't help but freeze. Gradually, more and more people noticed the strangeness in Qin Zhonghua. This isn't a tattoo. This seems like a scar. The few people who were right next to Qin Zhonghua, with wide eyes, came closer to take a closer look and finally saw the marks. Some people were so horrified that they slurred their words and their voices trembled with fear. It wasn't a tattoo. Rather, it was composed of countless tiny knife wounds and gunshot wounds, densely packed wounds, layered all over Qin Zhonghua's body, and at first glance, it was like a tattoo. The scene, which one couldn't help but watch with a heartbeat, was even more frightening than the scars on Qin Zhonghua's face. In a straight face, this body did not seem to belong to a human being, but rather to a demonic body that had fallen into hell and endured endless torture and torment. Wow! Outside the screen, there were children who were watching the live broadcast with their parents, and the horrible scars were instantly reflected in their eyes, scaring the children so much that they let out a wow and bawled, and their little hands clung to their parents' necks, not daring to look at them again. Not only that, the hundreds of people at the scene were all looking at Qin Zhonghua with a horrified expression, as if they had seen some incredible monster. This old thief has so many scars on his body. What did he do to mess up? Beside Qin Zhonghua, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and subconsciously drew back their hands. So scary. Scars on the old deserter thief are really scary. A girl was so scared that her face was as pale as paper. Her legs were weak, and she slowly retreated toward the back, her eyes filled with fear. Chapter 19 Our appalling scars. In an instant, those hundreds of people on the scene seemed like they had been cast a spell of immobilization, instantly quieting down. The entire space seemed to be frozen. A dead silence. Everyone's gazes seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, locking onto the small yet shocking scars on Shin Jongwa's body. Their pupils instantly contracted dramatically, filled with shock and disbelief. Have we wronged him? Shin Jongwa is really a deserter? Would a deserter have so many wounds on his body? Among the crowd, a voice trembled. It was a middle-aged man, his lips slightly shivering, his face filled with skepticism. As he spoke, he subconsciously rubbed his eyes with his hands, as if he couldn't believe what he saw before him. What on earth has he gone through? These scars are not something that ordinary people can withstand. Speaking is a young guy, he said, while unconsciously rubbing his arms. His arms have long been covered with dense goosebumps. Sweat hairs stand up. Some people, who were originally holding tightly in their hands the stick they had just picked up. At the moment, it was like holding a hot iron, and they unconsciously put it down slowly. At the same time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room swept like a blizzard. This hole is a scar. So scary. It looks disgusting. This old deserter thief. Why does he have so many scars? It's horrible. I'm a retired lone wolf commando, and this old gentleman has at least 10 gunshot wounds plus 20 to 30 stab wounds on his body. All gunshot and knife wounds? In that case, did this old man participate in many battles during the anti-Japanese war? TSK. This full of scars. I look at all the pain. If it was me, I guess I could not carry the death long ago. This old man can still live to 100 years old. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was discussing heatedly, Lee Hai, the secretary of the provincial party committee, was sweating anxiously on the sidelines, waving his arms while pulling his voice to greet anxiously. Hold your horses, people. Don't have a stampede. Be careful not to get mauled by deserters. Lee Hai anxiously drank. His footsteps did not stop, struggling to squeeze through the crowd. When Lee Hai managed to squeeze into the center of the crowd, he suddenly found that the surrounding dense crowd was instantly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. And everyone was staring at the front with an extremely strange gaze. What happened? Lee Hai was puzzled, and immediately took a few steps forward, peeling back the crowd. In an instant, Shin Jongwa, who stood majestically shirtless in the center of the crowd, caught his eye. The dense, chilling scars were like a sharp, fine needle, stabbing straight into Lee Hai's eyes and into his heart. In an instant, Lee Hai froze in place, his eyes wide open, the bottom of his eyes filled with waves of shock. This whole body is actually all fine scars. At least a handful of narrow stab wounds approaching 20 to 30 centimeters and dozens of tiny stab wounds. Like a hideous viper, it was densely covered above the circumference. Hideous as an evil spirit. What did this old man really go through to suffer so many injuries? The people in the back, who were still crowding towards the front one by one, but when they saw the shocking scars on Shin Jongwa's body, they instantly looked as if they had been frozen, staring in shock. Dare not speak again. The surroundings were dead silent. There was only a burst of birdsong that carried through the bamboo forest. Inside Shin Jongwa's residence, Shin Jia looked tense, his hands gripping the cell phone so tightly that his knuckles were white from exertion. Let's go help the old man. Seeing the surging crowd drowning Shin Jongwa, Wang Daji was so anxious that he stomped his feet in place, and while talking, he made a gesture to rush towards the door. Go! Hu Laosan was also anxious. His feet had already taken a big step, and one hand had already gripped the door handle. Tear away. Inside the cell phone, a sound of clothing tearing resounded, followed by the crowd that flooded Shin Jongwa for some reason, instantly began to fall back, leaving a 5 or 6 meter empty space alone in the center. The camera's vision then shone momentarily on the center of the clearing. There was the topless Shin Jongwa, standing tall as a pale pine. Wait! With a low voice, Shin Jia's entire body looked as if it had been fixed, his eyes staring at the cell phone screen with dead eyes, looking at it carefully. Why did they suddenly release Grandpa? Shin Jia murmured suspiciously. What is this on our father? Su Xian, who had a head full of white hair on the side, squinted her cloudy old eyes and came closer to look at the cell phone screen, but he could only look at Shin Jongwa's body covered in dense black spots. Seemingly sensing that the live audience could not see clearly, the reporter slowly pulled the camera closer. Then, just at the moment when the lens gradually zoomed in, the reporter looked like he was fiercely startled by something. His hand shook violently, and the lens followed and shook violently. After the camera zoomed in, Shin Jia, Su Xian, and Wang Daji instantly saw the spots on Shin Jongwa's upper body and couldn't help but exclaim simultaneously. Which is a spot? The old man's body is full of scars. These are all scars. Hu Lasan's face was full of shock, and his voice changed tone a bit. Grandpa, So many wounds on his body, all left in the war against Japan? Qin Jia muttered, his face filled with a look of intolerance. What? Ling Ling wants to see it too. What's wrong with great-grandpa? On the side, Qin Lingling held up her little hand and kept yelling, curiosity written all over her face. I want to see it too. Qin Shang followed suit and nodded, his little head pushing forward. Be good. You can't look. Su Xian held the two children over. It's horrible. She was afraid of scaring her two small children and leaving a psychological shadow. Mom, let them look. Qin Jia, however, suddenly shook her head, her tone firm, and then held her cell phone up in front of the two children. This scar is not scary. This is the honor of Grandpa's life. That unforgettable, engraved history. It's worth watching for all to see. It's the only thing that won't see the light of day. Yikes. Grandpa Tai's body is covered in scars. So scary. Seeing the picture in the cell phone, Qin Lingling was so scared that she hurriedly covered her eyes, and her little body was still slightly trembling, obviously intimidated. As for Qin Shang, who was on the side, he pursed his lips tightly and did not open his mouth to speak, but only the tender hands were unconsciously clenched into fists. The veins on the backs of his hands were slightly raised, and his expression became extremely abhorrent. Who heard great-grandpa like that? I'm going to kill them all. Qin Shang's childish voice carried a surge of anger. Silly child. What nonsense to say. Fighting and killing all day long. Qin Jia snorted coldly and patted Qin Shang's shoulder, shouting about fighting all day long at the age of a fart. Dad left so many scars on his body, for the sake of the country, but he was rumored to be a deserter. Is there any justice in heaven? Su Xian had long since gotten teary-eyed, her voice tinged with sobs as she loudly asked, alas, how many wars did Grandpa have to fight in to leave so many scars? Qin Jia also looked sad and slowly nodded his head. His eyes had long been red, as if they were shrouded in a layer of mist. In the bamboo forest, Li Hai only felt like his throat was choked by something, wanting to speak, but how could he not make a sound? His tone unconsciously blocked up. Gramps, you. His hand stretched in the air trembled gently. All of you listen to me. Qin Zhonghua, however, suddenly roared at this time, his voice sounding like thunder rolling across the sky, instantly spreading across the ears of the thousands of people present. The old man is not a deserter. These 12 graves, too, are not deserter graves. Rather, they are the brothers who lived and died with the old man during the war against Japan, each one a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Try to ask, why do you rumor against the old man and his brothers? Qin Zhonghua's gaze was like a torch, his head held high, and he looked around at everyone. These roars were like explosive thunder, resounding in everyone's ears and hitting the depths of everyone's souls, making everyone present unable to help but be moved. Chapter 20, Who the hell is the old man? Listening to Qin Zhonghua's words of righteous indignation, Li Hai trembled his hands and then slowly took off the jacket he was wearing. Immediately afterward, with a face full of respect, he handed it to Qin Zhonghua and asked in a low voice, Old master, do you mean to say that all these scars you have were left during the war against Japan? Li Hai's expression was complex and indistinguishable, and his tone trembled slightly from excitement and remorse. That is to say, you are not actually a deserter. Those graves are not deserter graves either. Li Hai slowly raised his head, his gaze carrying a few points of expectation and apprehension as he looked straight at Qin Zhonghua. Everyone in the bamboo forest did not open their mouths to clamor at this moment, but instead all looked towards Qin Zhonghua in the center of the crowd. Even the pop-ups were sparse in the live broadcast at the moment, because they are all waiting for an answer that dispels all misconceptions and smears. Qin Zhonghua looked calm as he gently patted the ash staining his clothes, his movements unhurried. He then slowly removed the tattered and torn clothes from his body, and then, he took the clothes handed over by Li Hai. The moment he took off his tattered sleeves, Qin Zhonghua's back was unreservedly exposed by several more hideous and gruesome scars. Hiss! Everyone's pupils shrunk violently, and their hearts shook again. Escape! Behind the old man, there are still many scars. Some people cannot help but exclaimed in shock. Words to the mouth, only to remember that it is not good, would like to come out of the mouth of the word deserter, hard to be changed by his mouth, because, looking at the shocking scars, he couldn't believe in his heart that Qin Zhonghua was a deserter. At once, this cry of surprise instantly drew everyone's attention. The crowd located behind Qin Zhonghua stretched their necks and stared wide-eyed, clearly seeing those hideous slashes. Dark scars crisscrossed the landscape, interspersed with irregular blood and flesh from fiery burns, scald marks from bullets cutting through flesh at high speeds, and the imprints of large patches of shredded flesh. Even, between the broadness of the back, a narrow slash ran through the entire back, as if it was going to tear Qin Zhonghua's entire person in half. This slash was the most hideous and terrifying scar on Qin Zhonghua's entire upper body. Just by looking at it, it was as if you were hitting the hideous face of a hellish demon straight in the face, sending shivers down one's spine. Even though those present were all adults, None of them were deeply shocked when faced with this gruesome scar. Just like this, the scars on Qin Zhonggua's upper body were completely, unreservedly, exposed in everyone's eyes and branded in everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone began to wonder, how badly was this injured to have such a long scar on your back? The old man is not a deserter. This scar must not be something a deserter can have. This all over the scar. Fear is bold strong to come all have to die early it. The old man actually still tenacious live to now, but also can no injuries single brush 20 swat. My grandfather was an anti-Japanese veteran, honored with a second-class merit, but the scars on his body are not even 1/20th of the scars on Master Qin Zhonggua. The old man really doesn't seem to be a deserter. Don't be fooled. It might be a tattoo sticker. It's a deliberate attempt to arouse our sympathy. We must give the villagers justice. The villagers have been bullied by him for decades. What about your tattoo? Is it three-dimensional? Do you want me to give you a tattoo like this? Can't some people talk with a brain? Even if the scars are real, there's no way to explain bullying the villagers, is there? It's probably because he knew he was going to be finished, so he exposed the scars to try to gain our sympathy. I'm not going to comment. On the internet, in the end, what is true? What is false? I cannot distinguish. I cannot distinguish. On the internet, a huge uproar. Countless marketing numbers, media, bloggers, began to post articles, release videos. Chapter 21 Scars surprise Li Shaolin. In the middle of the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom, the capital city of Beijing glittered. On the outskirts of the capital, the central military region base was imposing. The base is located on the outskirts of the capital, covering an area of 10 square kilometers, with its borders coalesced entirely by a high-voltage wire grid. Unmanned reconnaissance aircraft patrol the skies for reconnaissance at all hours of the day and night. You can see how top secret this place is. The Dragon Kingdom has 4 major military bases: the Northern Military Base, the Southern Military Base, the Western Military Base, and the Central Military Base. And at the very center of it all is the Central Military Base in the capital. In addition to the State Council, the military bases are the pinnacle of explicit power in the Dragon Kingdom, with the 4 major military districts overseeing the management of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the 4 military regions not only lead the military forces of the Dragon Kingdom, they also play a key role in the political decisions of the Dragon Kingdom. Political affairs in the Dragon Kingdom are often decided by the military districts in discussion first, then conveyed to the provinces and cities, and finally the State Council issues specific orders. Each military region is divided into 18 departments, which are in charge of each other and the surrounding provinces and districts. At this point, Central Military Region. In the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the military region, a middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting upright in a chair, dressed in a well-tailored military uniform with gold stars gleaming on his epaulets. He was holding a red-headed top-secret document in his hand, his sword brows slightly knitted, revealing a sense of majesty that had been in the field for a long time. Damn! Li Shaolin pursed his lips tightly, his lines cold and without curvature. He is none other than the son of the great General Li Huaimin, the current Commander-in-Chief of the Central Military Region. It's kind of a son's way of following in his father's footsteps. A few projectile small countries are starting to be hidden again. Do you really think that my dragon country has no temper? Li Shaolin snorted coldly, his voice low and powerful. Tinkerbell. Suddenly, just as Li Shaolin was immersed in his thoughts and indignation, a sharp ringing of a cell phone abruptly broke the silence in the office. Li Shaolin quickly responded, reaching out to pick up the cell phone as soon as he could and clicking to connect. Commander Li, at present, I have done my best to find 94 people who fulfill the conditions of your description. These people are scattered in all corners of the Dragon Kingdom. They are all veterans who had participated in the war against Japan, and all of them have the surname of Qin. All of them are over 85 years old, and they have eye diseases. The voice on the other end of the line was clear and loud. But among these veterans, only 44 of those who have been honored with second-class merit are still alive, and even fewer of those who have been honored with first-class merit are still alive. A mere 6. The caller continued. Hearing these words, Li Shaolin nodded slightly, his expression showing appreciation. It's pretty fast. As expected of the Director General of the National Tracing Agency, he is indeed very efficient. I understand. You send me the detailed list, making sure to include the address of each person clearly, and I'll immediately send someone to double-check them one by one. Yes, Commander Li, I'll do it right away. Within the phone, Qian San Shank responded with a respectful nod, a hint of obedience in his voice. Then there was a soft hang-up sound on the other end of the line. Li Shaolin slowly put down his cell phone, leaned his body slightly backward on the back of the chair, and murmured softly, if this kind of carpet search still can't find the class president that father's heart is yearning to talk about, then I guess the old man is afraid that he has long passed away. Alas, if we really can't find it, then I'm afraid my father will have to die with hatred in his life. Li Shaolin sighed a sigh, a long and heavy sigh, as if carrying endless helplessness. Clunk. Just as Li Shaolin was about to pick up his cup of tea and take a short break, a few crisp and rhythmic knocks on the door suddenly broke the tranquil atmosphere in the room. Li Shaolin didn't pay any immediate attention to it. Even his eyebrows didn't change in the slightest. He just took a light sip of tea. Afterward, he gently put down the teapot. His lips lightly opened. His voice was not high, but it was permeated with an unquestionable majesty. Come in. In an instant, a middle-aged man, also dressed in military uniform, walked in with a respectful and calm step, holding a pair of handbags in both hands. Commander-in-Chief. He first bowed deeply towards Li Shaolin, then took out his computer from his bag and gently placed it on Li Shaolin's desk. What does this mean? Li Shaolin frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a trace of doubt as he slowly raised his head, his gaze looking straight at the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man quickly got up, took 2 steps back, moved gently, and gently closed the office door. He then stepped forward once again, extended his hand, and skillfully opened the computer, explaining as he operated it. Commander, see for yourself this video. Saying that, Zhang Xingbing skillfully clicked on the folder and the video began to play. After it played, he quickly stepped aside and stood quietly. Li Shaolin's face was a bit suspicious, but he didn't say much. He just reached out his hand, gently wrenched the laptop upright, adjusted it to a suitable angle, and watched the video carefully. Zhang Xingbing specially brought this video over for him to see. There must be an important reason for it. Might as well patiently watch it first, only to see the video. The picture presents a rural scene. The camera countless heads of people, a rough estimate of about thousands of people gathered. The noise was deafening. Everyone was opening their mouths loudly and clamoring. Their faces were agitated and it was obvious to see that anger was filling their hearts. Li Shaolin frowned and turned down the sound of the laptop a bit while muttering, "Is this still domestic? So many people. Could it be that there is an uprising somewhere?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingbing just slowly shook his head. He didn't immediately explain. He just softly said, "You read on." Seeing this, Li Shaolin was patient and continued to read on, only to see the crowd on the screen begin to surge. Hundreds of people swarming towards the bamboo forest in front of them while raising their arms and chanting, "Capture the old thief alive and rid the people of the evil. Forcibly demolish the deserter's tomb. Capture the old thief alive and rid the people of the evil. Forcibly demolish the deserter's tomb." On the screen, the shouts gradually became neatly organized and converged into a raging wave of sound, wave after wave. Just like that, the screen view was blocked by the dense crowd, and the picture became a blur, not seeing the slightest bit of useful vision at all. Seeing this, Li Shaolin's brows frowned deeper and the suspicion on his face increased. Capture the old thief alive and defeat the deserter. This is a movie, isn't it? Comrade Xingbing, what are you doing bluffing me with movie clips? Li Shaolin snapped and glared at Zhang Xingbing. Commander Li, just keep reading. Zhang Xingbing shrunk his neck and gave a sarcastic laugh. Humph. Li Shaolin had run out of patience and picked up the mouse, dragging the video straight ahead. In one fell swoop, it skipped 3 minutes of video time. Instantly, the crowd, which was still very noisy, instantly became silent. The camera slowly focuses. In the center of the crowd, an old man with a pale face and white hair is naked on his upper body. His weathered body is thus uncovered in front of everyone's eyes. Stay! The demonic-like body was suddenly exposed in front of Li Shaolin's eyes, startling him to his feet with a horrified shout. Li Shaolin's originally tightly furrowed brows were now wrinkled even tighter, almost wrinkling into a ball. As the camera zoomed in, he finally got a good look at the patches of tan on the old man. This is... Li Shaolin's voice trembled slightly with a trace of disbelief, and immediately afterward, he came to a realization and blurted out, "It's a scar." Chapter 22. Let's hear the old man out. Li Shaolin sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart thumping, an unspeakable shock surging through his mind. His hand trembled slightly as he subconsciously clicked the pause button. Then, only to see the old man's body in the screen was like a map that had been ravaged by war, with countless scars intertwined with each other, as if it were a hideous centipede, snaking and coiling around his body. Throughout the entire upper half of his body, there was hardly a single piece of intact skin to be found, and every inch was covered by scars, either deep or shallow, long or short. Li Shaolin came closer to the screen and was shocked to find that there were as many as 7 or 8 bullet holes just the size of a palm. The skin around those bullet holes rolled and twisted as if it had been torn raw by sharp claws. This is... which old gentleman? Seeing this, Li Shaolin couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his face written with astonishment. Looking at so many shocking scars, Li Shaolin's expression steeped in respect. No matter what country this old man came from, to bear so many wounds, he must have fought for his country in blood. That's someone worth honoring. With the exception of the Ghost Nation and the Eagle Nation and the Vietnamese Nation, haha. So, what do you mean you showed me this video? Li Shaolin once again took a glance at the old man in the screen and turned his head to Zhang Xingbing beside him, his brows slightly furrowed as he asked in doubt, "Is this old man, covered in scars, related to the Dragon Kingdom in any way? Or maybe you want to promote the spirit of giving?" At that, Zhang Xingbing looked grave, walked 2 steps forward tightly, moved quickly to open the jitterbug on the laptop, clicked his fingers skillfully, and entered the live broadcasting room of the Hengwu Demolition Bureau. "Commander Li, this old man is none other than the deserter who refused to demolish the building that caused a stir in Hengwu City some time ago. There are rumors on the internet that he bullies villagers and defends deserters' graves, and as I see it, these may all be false. Judging from the scars, this old man may be an old anti-Japanese hero forgotten by the government." Zhang Xingbing more and more excited, hands waving powerfully in the air. "Righteousness," voice resounding. If this old gentleman was really an old hero against the Japanese, but was rumored to be a deserter, how that must have chilled him. Zhang Xingbing wanted to continue to say something. Just then, the picture in the screen attracted the attention of the two of them. Qin Zhonghua was carefully receiving the clothes handed over by the provincial party secretary, rubbing his hands gently, a faint smile on his face. It seems to be lamenting the fact that the descendants are dressed so luxuriously and comfortably. "Well, that's good. Old sir, did you get these scars from the war against Japan?" Li Hai, the provincial party secretary, leaned forward slightly, looking concerned and with a few moments of awe. His voice asked in a low voice, and it was hard to hide the horror in his eyes. Qin Zhonghua heard, just sprightly and light smile. That smile has the openness after the vicissitudes of life. "Want to know the answer?" Qin Zhonghua glanced around at the surrounding crowd. "All come with the old man." Afterward, Qin Zhonghua turned around and walked towards his yard. The crowd seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, automatically making a path about a meter wide for him, and all of them looked at Qin Zhonghua's back silently with respect. There wasn't a hint of clamor on the scene, nor was there anyone mingling, only the rustling of the leaves as the breeze whipped through the trees. It's time for the 12 brethren of the old man to appear in the eyes of the world. They should enjoy the fragrance of all ages. Qin Zhonghua walked while murmuring in a low voice. His eyes fell straight on the 12 lonely graves on the edge of the field cans through the bamboo forest, his eyes full of deep nostalgia. Li Hai was slightly stunned, then quickly followed behind Qin Zhonghua, and the crowd behind him followed with great vigor. For a while, the bamboo forest resounded with dense and disorganized footsteps. Finally, Qin Zhonghua walked out into the courtyard and whirled around slowly, facing the thousands of people behind him. He raised his right hand high and pointed to the narrow scar on his left arm, his voice like a bell, his tone solemn and impassioned. "This scar is the old man with 12 brothers, to participate in the original Lin Yiwul battle, and a ghost National Lieutenant General bayonet fight left behind." The old man now still remembered the dog guy's name, called his mother's Ma Tong Gai Zi. As Qin Zhonghua spoke, he looked at the 12 graves in the view ahead with a face of remembrance. These are his 12 brothers. Afterwards, Qin Zhonghua slowly lowered his right hand and pointed to the very conspicuous dark scar on his face, then to the 2 gunshot wounds in his side abdomen, his voice becoming more and more firm and powerful, penetrating through the crowd. "This knife scar and these 2 gunshot wounds were left behind when I participated in the Great Battle of the Earth Pit. I still remember when the old man first detoured 30 miles into the ground pit for 3 days and 3 nights, never closing his eyes. Together with my brothers, I killed 2 large Japanese regiments." Saying that, Qin Zhonghua slowly closed his eyes, his eyelashes slightly trembling, and a look of pain appeared on his face, as if he had recalled something of great sadness. Just listen to him speak slowly. "The first 2 graves, it's Shuani and 3 guns, my 8th and 11th brothers, they died in this battle." Right at this moment, Su Chang and Su Hu, who were on the side, struggled to squeeze through the crowd, and entered the depths of the crowd amongst themselves, arriving behind Li Hai. People don't believe him. Su Hu's face turned red, angrily stretching out his finger and pointing it straight at Qin Zhonghua. He shouted, "He is a deserter full of lies. These are all his fictions. These scars are all from the punishment he received when he was caught. We all know how severe the punishment for desertion is." He's right. On the side, Su Qing looked serious, his brows furrowed as he slowly nodded his head. "I've already checked. Qin Zhonghua is indeed a deserter. There's no doubt about that. Moreover, he bullied the villagers. The entire people of Qingduan village can testify to that, so don't be deceived by his tripe." These words from Su Qing and Su Hu instantly stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd began to discuss intensely again, with noisy voices rising and falling. Asterisk 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 I almost let this old man lead me astray just now. Sure enough, sometimes you can't trust your eyes either. No way? Did the penal code take a bullet? So many bullet holes in the old man. Who said that was a bullet hole? A slightly bigger slingshot could have made that effect. Besides, he's a deserter. Isn't it normal for him to have been shot in battle? Is he a deserter or not? I can't really tell. Just believe the mayor. Trust the government. Right. Trust the government. The mayor can still lie to us. Hearing Su Qing and Su Hu's shameless statements, Qin Zhonghua became enraged. He looked around and laughed a few times. In his smile was a great sense of sadness and choking. Ha 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 ha. Let's hear the old man out. Qin Zhonghua bellowed, his eyes widening angrily, then carefully raised his hand and slowly removed the eye patch covering his right eye. Salsa. The pitch-black eye patch slowly crashed to the ground, and everyone in the surrounding crowd involuntarily closed their mouths and unanimously placed their gaze on Qin Zhonghua's right eye. All that could be seen was that Qin Zhonghua's right eye, where the eye should have been, was now only a lurid black hole. The skin around the hollow was pitted, like scorch marks left by a fiery lick, or as if it had been repeatedly pierced and torn by countless sharp objects. The eyelid of the right eye had long since disappeared, leaving only jagged, twisted and distorted flesh, like a wriggling worm, drooping helplessly over the edge of the black hole. Deep in the hollow, some broken tissue was even faintly visible. Chapter 23, Shocked. Qin Zhonghua is celestial level identity encryption. This right eye of mine nah. It was blinded during the Battle of Tolling. Qin Zhonghua tilted his head slightly, his voice slightly hoarse but permeated with unquestionable firmness. At that time, the old immortal was targeted by the Japanese Dog's Type 9-4 mountain cannon. A shell exploded directly within 10 meters of the old immortal. Cannonball fragments flew everywhere, and my right eye was instantly scratched and exploded immediately afterward. Qin Zhonghua's left hand subconsciously touched the empty right eye, but there was not the slightest look of pain on his face, only memories of past battles. But the old man said nothing. There is only one will in my heart, and that is to protect our river and mountains, and defend our country. Kill these Japanese dogs. The old man directly plucked out the shattered right eye raw. Later, he led the 13th Battalion to break and destroy thousands of enemy troops in a regiment. Saying that, Qin Zhonghua even made a vicious eye-gouging gesture. After Qin Zhonghua finished speaking, the reporter even thoughtfully zoomed in on the camera, and at once, his hollow and hideous right eye appeared in front of everyone in the broadcast room. Many people who were watching the live broadcast were so scared that they sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Their cell phones were almost unsteady, and there were even people who directly turned their cell phone screens away, not daring to look at it again. And the scar on my back. It was left by the old immortal when he fought with the bayonet blood of one of the enemy's division generals during the Battle of Shangnan. The back shattered blades and has not been removed even now. Qin Zhonghua then pointed to several other scars on his body, his tone flat but clear into the ears of everyone present. There are also these 3 bullet holes, also left by the old man during the Battle of Shangnan. As for this one, it is the one where the old man was hit by a Japanese sweep when he suffered a surprise attack by enemy troops in the base area, carrying 3 machine guns alone. This place, Qin Zhonghua stood leisurely, gushing about. Aside Su Hu and Su Qing several times want to interrupt, but were blocked by the provincial party's secretary Li Hai. At this moment, all of them were stunned to listen to this momentous history, and some of them even unconsciously clenched their fists tightly, their arm veins bulging. However, some were filled with contemplation, some with respect, some with exasperation, and some with skepticism. So scary. Who the hell should we believe? It doesn't feel like the old man is telling lies. If what the old man said is true, then the old man must be an anti-Japanese hero. It's an honor for our Dragon Kingdom. Trust the state. The country will give the answer. Amount. I still have some little faith. I just searched what this old man said about the division general. That is the biggest officer in the Japanese army. That's the biggest officer in the Japanese army. Just like our commander. If he's killed a general, he can't be unknown, so he must have made it up. Indeed. He said that he fought in so many wars and was moving to regimentally destroy Japanese invaders, so the merit earned must be at least at the level of a regimental chief, right? Since he's a regimental commander, would the government not be aware of that? Li Shaolin looked at the old man standing tall in the screen with respect on his face. He looked at the old man's right eye, which was hideously empty, but did not feel half horrified. Instead, he only felt the tip of his nose a little sour. Because, Li Shaolin looked at the old man's scars all over his body and thought of his own father, Li Huaimin, one of the 15 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom. His father didn't have as many scars on his body that were fatal enough to kill, but he had a full body of scars just the same. Those scars are a testament to my father's great service to his country. This old man must be the same. This old gentleman, he must not be a deserter. Definitely. Looking at the horrifying scars on this torso, Li Shaolin's brows furrowed as he said with certainty, "Why didn't your security department come out and clarify the rumors spread on the internet?" Li Shaolin violently turned his head to look at Zhang Xingbing with a few questioning looks on his face, his eyes revealing dissatisfaction. Zhang Xingbing is the director of the General Directorate of the National Security Center of the Dragon Kingdom. The National Security Center Bureau, as the name suggests, is in charge of information defense and control in the Dragon Kingdom. It strictly guards against local feudal superstitions and unorthodox practices like espionage. This kind of public opinion that insults heroes naturally also comes under the management of the Security Center Bureau. In the past 2 days, the internet has been buzzing about the desertion nail-biter. And naturally, he is well aware of the fact that he can't. I just didn't realize that it seemed like a big mess. It seems that the anti-Japanese heroes have been wrongly accused. Commander, I've already sent people to check it out. It's just that the old man's authority in the video is a bit beyond my expectations. Zhang Xingbing shook his head, a complex look of both helplessness and some horror on his face. There are still permissions that you can't find out? After these words, Li Shaolin glanced at the other party and replied indifferently. This old master's identity belongs to the heaven-level identity encryption. With Maya's authority I am not yet able to view the detailed file. Therefore I am unable to find out the fact whether the old master is a deserter or not. Zhang Xingbing slowly shook his head. Heavenly. What? Sky-level identity encryption. Upon hearing this, Li Shaolin immediately let out a cry of shock, his eyes filled with horror. What a concept! Country, earth and sky, celestial identity encryption. This level of identity belongs to the top level of identity encryption in the Dragon Kingdom. Even he, the commander of the Central Military Region, couldn't view it. This meant that only the 4 major military region commanders, plus the identity key of the head of the Dragon Kingdom added together, could view the old man's detailed file. And, Commander, there is another key point you have not discovered. Zhang Xingbing paused slightly, his expression austere, took a step forward, and lowered his voice. Aren't you looking for a highly decorated old squad leader surnamed Qin who has an eye disease in his right eye? Zhang Xingbing said while pointing his finger at Qin Zhenghua on the screen. I see that this old man, in the video fits your description very well. Maybe it's that old hero you're looking for. Zhang Xingbing's tone was solemn, causing Li Shaolin's heart to jolt. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Li Shaolin couldn't help but slap his forehead as he came to a realization. Isn't the old squad leader that father is talking about the old hero with outstanding military service, plus a blind right eye? And this old man is also surnamed Qin. Maybe it's really the old squad leader that father is looking for. This old man, with his heavenly level identity encryption, must be a very important hero to the Dragon Kingdom. Important enough that even they, the topmost leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, didn't deserve to know. In that case, the old man fits perfectly with the old class president his father was looking for. Thinking of this, Li Shaolin looked agitated. His right hand violently slammed into the table, and the documents on the table were shaken. We must find out the identity of this old gentleman. I'll immediately go and contact the chief and old man Lei and the others. Li Shaolin's tone was impassioned, and the corners of his mouth were full of smiles. Go ahead. I'll contact you as soon as I've verified the information. That's right. Immediately go and investigate why this old gentleman has been vilified, and then list the rumor mongers. And if the old gentleman is truly a Dragon Kingdom legend, when the time comes, liquidate these people one by one. Punish severely, without an ounce of mercy. Li Shaolin waved his hand and said sternly, Okay, I'll order it down immediately. Zhang Xingbing nodded and after picking up the tablet on the table, he turned around and quickly exited the office. Watching Zhang Xingbing walk away, Li Shaolin excitedly picked up the landline on the side, his fingers quickly pressing the number. It was the private number of the head of the Dragon Kingdom. Doodle doodle doodle. Listening to the landline ringing, Li Shaolin nervously paced back and forth in the room. What exactly is the identity of the old man? Having fought in so many wars, what a legend, Li Shaolin was muttering. But at this moment the landline dripped and was being picked up. Shaolin, what's the reason for calling? A very solemn voice resounded throughout the office. Chapter 24 Celestial Encryption. That's a national marshal. Listening to the majestic and somewhat cold voice coming out of the landline, Li Shaolin's complexion instantly flinched and hurriedly jogged over to pick up the phone. Chief, Li Shaolin bowed slightly and spoke in a respectful, low voice. Shaolin, what are you calling for? I am now carrying out a meeting with the leaders of the Sand Kingdom. This matter is still more important. It's time for the Longsha cooperation to be brought forward. On the other end of the phone, Long Qian frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure, and his left hand subconsciously tapped the conference table gently. If there's nothing important, hang up and we'll talk later. At this moment, he was wearing a black suit, his posture was straight, his left hand was naturally pinned behind his back, and his entire appearance appeared majestic, and directly opposite him, was a black-skinned, blue-pupiled sand countryman, wearing a gorgeous gold robe, looking with a puzzled face at Long Qian who was walking to the side to answer the phone. That's so important. Upon hearing this, Li Shaolin hurriedly shouted out, his words filled with overflowing excitement. Mr. Prime Minister, our cooperation. And on the side of Long Qian, Shashri folded his hands and got up to walk over to respectfully and softly inquired a sentence. Mr. Shastri, wait, I'll make a call. Long Qian just lightly glanced at him and smiled politely. Then he paid no more attention. Seeing this, Shastri didn't say anything, just nodded his head and slowly walked back to his original position, sitting down quietly and waiting for Long Qian to finish his phone call. They, the Sand Kingdom, were not on the same level as the Dragon Kingdom at all. Not only military strength, but even cultural strength is not even close. Now that he was talking about things on Dragon's territory, he had to give Dragon the respect it deserved as well. What in the world is going on? Can it make you? The military region commander. So anxious? Seeing Li Shaolin so anxious, Long Qian looked confused. Chief, do you know about the heavenly rank identity encryption? Upon hearing this, Li Shaolin hurriedly said, Heaven level identity encryption. After these words, Long Qian frowned as if he was in deep thought, his right hand resting on his chin, his index finger gently tapping his cheek. When I first took office, Elder he mentioned it to me, saying that our Dragon Kingdom has a celestial level identity encryption. Right, it's true that there's a celestial level identity encryption, but Elder he is unwilling to reveal his information, so I don't know exactly who it is. As he spoke, Long Qian's tone became more and more agitated. Murphy, you found the location of the celestial level encrypted identity. At the end of his words, Long Qian even drank loudly in excitement. Old Man Ho talked to him. This heaven-level encryption was an extraordinary military wizard who had also participated in many battles and made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. He had started searching 10 years ago and had not found any information about this legend until now. Could it be that Li Shaolin had news of this legend? Found it. The sound of Li Shaolin's sure words came from the cell phone, but it's not clear if it's the one that Elder Ho's mouth is reluctant to reveal. Elder he is also known as He Tian. Most of the things that happened in the war back then were very clear to He Lao, so Elder he definitely knew the identity of this old man called Qin Zhonghua, only that he couldn't reveal it for some reason. He didn't know how many celestial level identity encryption there were, so he wasn't sure if it was the one Elder he was talking about. Where is that legend now? After these words, Long Qian could no longer calm down. Holding the cell phone hurriedly asked, with great joy in his eyes, Chief Seat, do you know about the demolition case of bullying villagers that happened online during this period of time? After these words, Li Shaolin nodded slightly and said seriously, I don't know. What do you mean by demolition case? Long Qian frowned, confused. As the head of a country, he was busy with daily affairs, with all kinds of documents piling up on his desk, and really didn't pay much attention to these public opinion events. Naturally, it's not clear. Hearing this, Li Shaolin slowly explained. Just in the past 2 days, the mayor of Hengwu City claimed that a deserter had been bullying men and women in Qingduan village for a long time, causing trouble for one side, and not only that, but he also refused to demolish and relocate, and made unauthorized offerings for 12 deserters' graves. Now it's a big deal. Everyone in the country knows that there's a deserter in Hengwu, and people have been sent to forcibly demolish the building, and it's being broadcast live in real time. That old man was cursed by the whole country, and according to what my men have investigated, even the companies that his children and grandchildren fought for were affected, thus going bankrupt, and there's a good chance that the old man was wrongly accused. Listening to Li Shaolin's words, Long Qian had some doubts in his heart, and there was also a hint of displeasure quietly rising. Deserters bully men and women, were wrongly accused, of having anything to do with that heavenly legend? Could it be that this deserter is? It can't be, can it? Wait, don't tell me that this wrongly accused deserter you're talking about is that celestial identity encryption. Long Qian frowned, cold sweat dipping out of his hands, unconsciously clenching his fists and squeezing them tightly. A tonic, a million tonics, yeah, the chief seat is really talented. This deserter is the old man with the heaven-level identity encryption that I mentioned. On the phone, Li Shaolin said with a nod of appreciation. Hearing these words, Long Qian immediately looked stagnant. The delight of the party instantly dissipated. His eyes widened, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with shock. It was like hearing an incredibly bad news. What? It's really the celestial level identity one. An old man of heavenly rank status carrying the reputation of a deserter? Even the children and grandchildren are affected, and there's going to be forced demolition. How dare they? At that moment, Long Qian only felt a chill rising straight up his spine from the soles of his feet and finally reaching his brain, and he couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Oh, heavenly identity encryption. I can't believe I was wrongly accused of desertion, and now I have to forcibly demolish my own residence. It's bad, really bad. If Elder He were to learn of this news, he must not be infuriated on the spot. Chief, you could not know the identity of this heavenly encryption? Seeing Long Qian so agitated, Li Shaolin frowned and asked. Things seemed to be more serious than he thought. Celestial level identity encryption actually let the first seat so excited that the old man in the end must be what identity You're not clear, but I'm crystal clear, Long Qian exclaimed, rising violently and slapping the desktop with a loud bang. The movement startled Shashri across the room. Our Dragon Kingdom only has one celestial level encryption. Elder, he told me early on that it's the only one of our Dragon Kingdom's military masters. It's also the trump card of our Dragon Kingdom. Long Qian drank loudly without regard for his image, looking indignant. I've been sending people to look for this old legend, and now you're telling me that this legend was reviled by the people of the country, insulted as a deserter. Chapter 25, the Prime Minister is furious, and the 4 military region commanders are about to gather. Old legend. State Marshal? Listening to Long Qian's shocked words within the phone, Li Shaolin's hand holding the phone tightened violently. A trace of strong tremor flashed in his eyes instantly, and almost subconsciously, unbelievably, he snapped out in a stern voice. This old man is actually the National Marshal during our Dragon Kingdom's war against Japan? As the commander of the military region, Li Shaolin naturally heard the previous chief mention the State Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom, and over the years, that name had been ringing in his ears like thunder. But he had always only heard of it, not seen it. He only knew that there was such a legendary old man in the Dragon Kingdom, who had shaped quite a few miracles during the anti-Japanese war that had beaconed the sky and shattered the mountains and rivers. But now, how could it be imagined that the old man from the countryside in front of him, who had been stigmatized as a deserter, was actually that State Marshal? Li Shaolin's thoughts raced through his mind. In that case, those 12 graves couldn't be any deserters' graves at all. Perhaps the ones resting underneath are all great generals who have established outstanding achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. The old man as a national marshal should be admired by the people, enjoy the supreme glory, but the reality is that he is anonymous, living in silence in the remote countryside. Tea and food, no one asked, but now they have been unjustifiably pushed into the limelight of the nation's public opinion, and are subjected to insults and scorn from many people. How chilling it would be if those veteran anti-Japanese generals who are still alive were to know about this. It was even possible that this old man was the old class president that his dad was looking for. If his father knew about the old man's situation, he was afraid that he would not be directly angry and go to the west. Something big is going on. Something's really wrong. Thinking about this, even as the commander of the military region, he could not help but feel a cold sweat on his forehead at this moment. This mayor of Henggu City, what kind of stupid things has he done? And this Li Hai, as the secretary of the provincial party committee, actually doesn't have an ounce of insight. Li Shaolin cursed straight in his heart, his brows knitted to the limit. His face was green for a while and white for a while. You're in the central military region right now, aren't you? On the phone, Long Qian's anxious voice came again. Right, Li Shaolin hurriedly answered, his voice unconsciously carrying a bit of urgency. You make a call to the other 3 military region commanders, and all of them come to the central military region to gather. I'll go inform Elder He and the others, then immediately rush to the central military region. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qian hung up the phone in a hurry and ran out of the central conference room with hurried footsteps, his back full of anxiety. In the large conference room, only a bewildered and overwhelmed Shashri was left sitting alone in his place, with a trace of unresponsive dullness in his eyes. Mr. Shashri, that's all for today's meeting for now. You'll have to come with me. At that moment, the Minister of Foreign Affairs on the side with a hint of apology on his face, quickly stepped forward, slightly owed his body and politely opened his mouth. Meanwhile, the clear dust village. The village was surrounded and a dense crowd blocked the area. At this moment, all of them looked at the scars on Qin Zhonggua's body in silence. Even Su Zi, who usually had the most nonsense, rarely opened her mouth to denigrate, looking at Qin Zhonggua in a daze. Seeing that the crowd were free of their previous slander and shouting, Qin Zhonggua coldly grunted and reached out to take the clothes handed over by Li Hai, moving on hurriedly to put them on and straighten his collar. Gramps, is all this true history you are talking about? Li Hai solemnly raised his eyes and respectfully asked in a low voice. Why? I don't see any of this information you are talking about on your file. Just as the words fell, Su Qing, who was behind Li Hai, walked up quickly with a face full of hostility, stretched out his finger, pointed it straight at Qin Zhonggua, and shouted, Provincial Secretary, doesn't that just mean he's talking nonsense? If he really possessed so many merits and honors, they would definitely be recorded on the file. It's absolutely impossible that there's nothing at all. Listening to what Su Qing said, the surrounding crowd began to discuss again. Right, if this old man is really a hero, then why is there no record on top of the file? I don't know. Is it hard to believe that the state is doing this on purpose? It surely can't be that the country did it on purpose. Even the great general state didn't hide it. It's impossible for this old man to be more powerful than the great general, isn't it? That's impossible. That's impossible. So that means this old man is lying? I don't think so. Maybe the old man is exaggerating, but it's impossible to fake the scars on his body. The old master must be a hero. In the crowd, most people were still half believing, and only a few believed Qin Zhonggua's words. Nope, we seem to be in the wrong zone. Why are we focusing on this? Isn't the focus on this old man bullying the villagers of Qingduan village? Suddenly, a sharp voice came out from the crowd. Right, this old man is so bad. So many villagers have been bullied. Why are we focusing on those scars? What's the point? Right, so what if he's an anti-Japanese veteran? Shouldn't the focus be on the villagers? The villagers of Qingduan village have been bullied for so long. Who are they going to talk to? Hearing a few unusual voices appear from the crowd, a hint of delight flashed across Su Qing's eyes. Things were about to go the way he wanted them to. Li Hai also heard the questioning voices, and after pondering in his mind, he turned his head to Qin Zhonghua and said solemnly. He was also almost misled by the scars on Qin Zhonghua's body. This old man, whether or not he is an anti-Japanese hero, but he is really bullying men and women in Qingduan village. Right, master, you may be an anti-Japanese hero, but it's an established fact that you've been bullying the villagers for decades, and you're destined to be punished, Li Hai said, stepping forward, holding his head high and looking determined. This is a society of the rule of law. What you have done has violated the laws of my dragon kingdom. Please come with us. He had to give an explanation to all the villagers in Qingduan village, and to the people of the country who were concerned about this matter. Take the old man back to the police station first. He'll consult his superiors later and make a decision then. Thinking of this, Li Hai beckoned toward Tian Bing, the chief of the Henwu City Police Department, who was on the side. Seeing this, Tian Bing understood and took 2 steps forward, looking at Qin Zhonghua with a slight hint of trepidation and whispering, "Oh, old man, you come with me." Tian Bing spoke a little shivering. Really just now Qin Zhonghua 20 left him a great psychological shadow. It's a heart attack. Isn't it enough to arrest the old man's son, but to put the old man in jail too? Seeing this, Qin Zhonghua stood with his hands behind his back, his expression permeated with a great unspeakable sadness. Bullying men and women, that's a rumor made by others, and the reason why there is no information on the file about the old immortal is because it is the decision of the state. The state deliberately withheld information about the old immortal in order to keep it secret. But caught in this situation today, the old man had to expose this secret. Chapter 26. When the time comes, don't beg the old man to come out. Listening to these words from Qin Zhonghua, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were floating all over the sky, setting off another uproar. This old man looks like he is in a hurry. It's funny to say that he's so bullish that the country has to hide his information from him. No, a man? Can you blow it out of proportion? People in the country of the great generals don't even hide it. So how can this old man think he's more powerful than the great generals? I think it's 80% that he's afraid of being caught and made up a temporary excuse to stall for time. I, Long Ao Tian, hereby declare that the scars on this old man's body do look quite bluffing, but no matter what, they can't be so powerful that the state is dedicated to protecting his information, right? I'm afraid that only the chief minister has this treatment. That is to say, if this old man is really that bullish, the state would have already stepped in to protect it. How would it still allow so many people to run to demolish his house? It is estimated that he has done bad things and his heart is weak. I think it is better to arrest and interrogate him properly, and I am not afraid that he will not confess. When Su Qing heard Qin Zhonghua's words, he looked Qin Zhonghua up and down with a look that was tinged with a bit of strangeness and disdain. He had to admit that just now, Qin Zhonghua bared his upper body, and that body full of interlacing and shocking scars really made his heart thump, and for a moment he was shocked. But at this moment, after listening to Qin Zhonghua's seemingly absurd remarks, he secretly sneered in his heart again, thinking that this old man was stupid. He himself as a mayor of a city, the file is only a municipal level of confidentiality level. Is this old man's file can also rise to the local level of confidentiality? So much so that he and Li Hai secretary of this level of characters are not authorized to view? Do you think it's possible? Is that reasonable? It's extremely unreasonable. Even the wars that this old man narrated just now were very suspicious to Su Qing's ears, and were probably made up on the spot. There were some names of wars that he, a Hua Qing graduate who prided himself on knowing the history of the Dragon Kingdom like the back of his hand, had never even heard of. How could there be a battle he didn't know about when he was the mayor and knew the history of the Dragon Kingdom by heart? Old master, I know you are incredibly forceful, but please don't resist yet. I'll be lighter. Tian Bing said slowly with a seemingly gentle but actually threatening smile on his face. If you resist, the city's SWAT team will be here soon. 3 helicopter gunships are also flying over. He wanted to laugh at himself when he said that. Who would have thought that arresting a 100-year-old man would require the deployment of helicopter gunships? It's grotesque in the extreme. Novels probably wouldn't even dare to write that. Alas, at those words, Qin Zhonghua was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Helicopter gunships. This mighty force, which should have been used to defend the country, was now to be used against its own people. How could he possibly compete with a helicopter gunship at his age when he had trouble walking? It's not like he's Superman. He's just an ordinary guy. Old mister, Zhonghua didn't bully the villagers of our Qingduan village. They're lying. Just then, an urgent shout came from the yard, and Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan rushed out with faces full of indignation. Their faces red from excitement, like ripe tomatoes. The old man didn't bully us. What gives you the right to slander the old man? At the same time, Qin Jie and Su Xian also walked out quickly right behind the two of them. The difference being that Qin Jie's hands were steadily holding a solid wooden box that was more than half a person's height, and his expression was grave. Stop! My grandfather is a great servant of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you guys take a shot at my grandfather? The two of them hurriedly came to the center of the courtyard and stood beside Qin Zhonghua, who was similarly filled with anger and indignation as he scanned the densely packed crowd around him. Qin Qian? He's really here. Seeing Qin Qian appear, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across Zhang Qian's face, but she quickly returned to her usual indifference and calmness. The once glorious Qin's group had completely collapsed, and a downtrodden person was not worth any more of her emotions for it. Qin Jin, I'm sure that has the air of a deserter. You don't have a good time in your heart either, do you? After all, the Norwegian Qin clan group was thus completely bankrupt in half a day's time. Li Biao squeezed forward, first with a fawning face towards Su Qing and Su Huan smiled curtly. That face was like a tail wagging and begging for mercy. Then he turned his head, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, condescendingly looking down at the courtyard's Qin Jie, his tone mocking. However, you also deserve to be punished. Still not quick enough to get your grandfather to admit to the crime. Strive for leniency, and then it's not impossible to let you work as a janitor in my company. Seeing this villainous look of Li Biao, Qin Jie was furious and laughed. I can't help but marvel at how the word fallout is perfectly illustrated in this moment. Li Biao, my grandfather wasn't a deserter, and now you're rumoring about the Dragon Kingdom's meritorious officials like this. Beware of eating jail time in the future. Qin Jie fiercely glared at Li Biao. His eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire as he gritted his teeth. He had just found a wooden box in the house and was curious to open it and look at it. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. Once he opened it, it took him by surprise. It was actually full of merit badges. There's even a special honor. He's not sure about the special merit, but he's heard of the first-class merit. That's something you can only have if you go to Hades. A higher level of special merit is still to come. That must not be personally down a trip to hell, and then severely slap the king of hell 2 slaps and then come out brightly ah. Even this big box was full of honors his grandfather had received before. So, his grandfather, not a deserter. Instead, they are real heroes. The great hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin, after all, I recognized you as my brother before, so I'd better advise you. Seeing that Qin Qian was still retorting, Zhang Qian slowly shook her head and stood out with an indifferent face. Hurry up and make your grandfather confess, and give an explanation to all the villagers of Qingduan village. Stop draining everyone's qi. How could Qin Jie not expect that even Zhang Qian, who once had a friendship with himself, now rushed down to the countryside specifically to see his jokes, and even stood up to openly mock him? He was so good to Zhang Qian before. He even took out a big contract of over $500 million in order to help her. Without his help, Zhang Qian's real estate business would never be as big as it is today. But now, Zhang Qian bites back hard and stabs him in the back when he's at his worst. Is this still human? Zhang Qian, you're really a... Qin Jie cursed angrily. At those words, Zhang Qian frowned, her expression becoming even more disgusted. Put your mother's fart. When did the old man bully the villagers? How come I don't know? Hu Laosan stepped forward and drank loudly, sputtering and opening his mouth viciously towards Zhang Qian. Right, Master didn't bully anyone. Everyone in the 10 miles and 8 villages knows that Master Qin Zhonghua is a great benefactor. So what's all this talk about bullying men and women? Wang Daji was also enraged, reaching out a trembling hand and pointing at the surrounding crowd. Seeing the duo so agitated, Qin Zhonghua shook his head and then stepped forward to stop them. Didn't the old man say that you are not allowed to come out without an opening? His voice wasn't high, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Since they want to arrest the old man, then let them. Just when the time comes, don't beg the old man to come out. Qin Zhonghua stood with his arms folded and stepped forward to stand beside Tian Bing. Chapter 27, Qin Zhonghua voluntarily arrested. Nationwide veterans out in force. See Qin Zhonghua initiative toward their own. Tian Bing heart but committed a muttering. A moment actually some overwhelmed. He subconsciously raised his hand and gently scratched his head, his eyes unconsciously glancing over towards Su Qing on the side as if seeking some sort of instruction. Director Tian, what are you still standing here for? Since he's turned himself in, why don't you hurry up and apprehend this murderer and give justice to the entire villagers of Qingduan village? Su Qing snapped, standing with his arms folded. Upon hearing this, Tian Bing gritted his teeth, and as if he had made a great determination, he stepped forward, pulled out shackles from his waist, and moved somewhat stiffly as he tried to handcuff Qin Zhonghua. Seeing this, Qin Jie gave a loud shout. looking anxious. Tian Bing, stop it, don't you dare. Oomph, old me just dares. Once Tian Bing heard this, he inexplicably came to be angry, and without thinking, he directly acted crisply to handcuff Qin Zhonggua's hands behind his back. Shao, don't mind, the old immortal has his own control. Qin Zhonggua turned back to look deeply at Qin Jie and said indifferently, nowadays, in this dragon kingdom, there are just too many demons and devils hiding in the shadows and making waves. This time, he even framed himself, a former great saint. Then it would be better to take this opportunity to end these demons and monsters in one pot. He would like to see how many people hiding dirt and grime are behind this. Old master, seeing Qin Zhonggua handcuffed, Hu Laosan couldn't help but cry out in shock and anxiety. The old man didn't bully us. It was all done by this one called Su Hu. It was him who bribed the other villagers, and Wang Daji, and I did it because. Before Hu Laosan could finish his words, Su Hu's face instantly turned white, looking horrified, his heart screaming that it was not good. He didn't have time to think about it and rushed a few steps forward, waving his arms and yelling at the top of his lungs as he did so. Go go go! Isn't it just that I didn't give you unruly people the demolition money? Now you want a rumor about me here. I'll just allocate it for you later. Su Hu made a furious look on his face, as if he was really rebuking an unreasonable person. When did I ask for demolition money? It's you don't make rumors. Hu Laosan was so angry that his face turned red, veins rippled on his forehead, and he stretched out his finger, pointing it straight at Su Hu's nose, cursing. Seeing Hu Laosan so agitated, Wang Dazi on the side also stood up and drank with righteous indignation. It was you, Su Hu, who bribed the other villagers to rumor that the old master was a deserter, and tried to demolish the old master's house. Su Hu, you. Hearing the accusations of the duo, Su Hu's body trembled slightly as panic flashed in his eyes. Not only him, even Su Qing's face turned iron blue in an instant, so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Is Su Hu a loser? How come he can't even handle two ruffians? Su Qing frowned and let out a low curse in his heart. What's going on? And who is this Su Hu that you guys are talking about? Provincial Party Secretary Li Hai keenly perceived that something was wrong. He looked grave, slightly turned his head, his eyes flicked back and forth between the two Wang Daji and Hu Laosan, and opened his mouth to ask, Secretary, don't listen to their nonsense. Su Qing hurriedly took 2 steps forward, piling up a false smile on his face and trying to explain. Shut up, listen to them. However, Li Hai just glared fiercely at Su Qing and chided. You guys talk. Li Hai looked at the duo of Hu Laosan and Wang Daji again. For a moment, all eyes focused on the two of them in unison. A whisper began to ring through the crowd. Could it be that there's a hidden agenda? These two are villagers, right? Why do you say that Boss Su bribed the villagers? Didn't you hear what Boss Su said? These two are causing trouble here because they haven't allocated the demolition money. How do you know that Su Hu is telling the truth? As far as I know, before Su Hu has several plots of land can be forced to demolish it. His brother is the mayor, so people naturally dare not say more. Right-o, Su Hu doesn't have a good reputation. I don't quite trust him. Listening to the murmurs around him, Li Hai's frown tightened. Su Hu is him. It's Mayor Su Qing's brother. Wang Daji pointed at Su Hu on the side and shouted angrily. He's the one who bribed the other villagers with the demolition money, and he also bribed the village secretary and the village chief, getting the villagers to record videos of rumor mongering against the old man. Old master is not a so-called deserter at all, but an anti-Japanese hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing what Wang Daji said, Su Hu's insides unconsciously trembled, and a trace of cold sweat surfaced on his face. When the surrounding crowd heard these words, they all revealed surprised looks as well, looking at Su Hu with strange gazes. Really? Li Hai asked as his face completely sank. False. He's telling lies. Just then, a sharp hiss suddenly rang out from the crowd. The crowd followed the sound and saw the pockmarked Suzy standing out with her arms crossed in an aggressive manner. I'm still surprised. Isn't it just that you and Hu Laosan have not been given the money for the demolition? You're the ones who don't want to demolish the building, so why are you rumoring about Boss Su? Right. It's obvious that the two of them wanted more demolition money and dangled Boss Su, but Boss Su didn't spoil them at all. He directly stopped demolishing both of them. Another villager squeezed out from the crowd and stretched out his hand, pointing angrily at Wang Daji. Right, the two of them made it on their own, and they even rumored on Boss Su. You two are still human beings. Several brothers of the Wang family also came forward to condemn Wang Dazi. Hu Laosan, Wang Daji, don't talk against your conscience. You too. A dozen villagers gathered around the front and chortled. You, guys. Wang Daji and Hu Laosan both looked around at these people who had turned black and white upside down, only feeling full of aggression and anger, but had no way to say anything, could only be anxious and red in the face, stammered and looked around. It's hard to jump out of the trap of self-incrimination. What's more, it was only him and Wang Daji. I'm clear. Let's get this old man out of here first. Li Hai quietly observed the embarrassed and anxious looks on Wang Daji and Hu Laosan's faces, and in his heart, he already probably knew the truth. These two, presumably, had a strong relationship with this old man, which was why they had come forward to help speak. Besides, it wouldn't be a bad thing to take this old man back first. Yes, Tian Bing saluted at Li Hai before handcuffing Qin Zhonghua away. Qin Zhonghua looked toward Qin Jie, frowned, and spoke in a harsh whisper. Good grandson, it's fine to let them tear down the old monumental house, but if they dare to touch these graves, they'll just shoot them. After saying that, Qin Zhonghua did not resist. He straightened his spine and held his head high, letting his white beard flutter in the wind as he walked away with a steady pace. Ha ha ha, wow, well done, finally caught this deserter. Seeing Qin Zhonghua being cuffed away, the crowd erupted into cheers and shouts of surprise. At the same time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was also clear with the 4 big words well done. Still, there were a few who questioned it, but they were all extinguished in the endless cheering, and no one cared. Across the country, this broadcast has surpassed 100 million views. Qiannan Province. Ahem. This is the old Mr. Guo Shuai, a white-haired old man with a broken right arm, but sharp eyes, looked at the familiar face in the live broadcast in front of him and exclaimed. Immediately afterward, his emotions became abnormally agitated and he roared angrily. State Marshal, how dare you arrest the State Marshal? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? On the side, the middle-aged man who was watching the live broadcast with a face of pain, seeing his grandfather angry, could not help but wonder. This is the State Marshal, how dare they? Quickly send old me to Hengwu, quickly, ahem. And in Qingshao Province, an equally aged old man saw the live broadcast footage and violently stood up from his chair, his hands trembling as he shouted, State Marshal, quickly send me to Hengwu, I'll put my old bones on the line too. The old squad leader has been captured. The old squad leader has been captured. Brothers, hurry to Hengwu, rescue the old squad leader. Where are all the colleagues of the Zhonghua class? All head to Hengwu City. Old class leader Guo Shuai is in danger. All over the country, thousands of anti-Japanese veterans, including many famous anti-Japanese generals, are now wearing a military uniform and medals. They are all heading towards Hengwu City. Chapter 28, shocking the crowd with a land full of merits and honors. Tianqing Province, Su family headquarters. The Su family was one of the 4 major families in Tianqing Province, with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. The company is well known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The moment the Su family's group of family members were all sitting on the gold silk sofa with a leisurely face, and everyone's mouths were always covered with a smirk if not a smile. On the large screen in front of the crowd, there was a live broadcast of the demolition site in Hengwu City. Not bad, Little Cheng and Little Tiger. They did a very good job. Looking at Su Cheng, who was in full formal attire on the screen, family head Su Li stroked his dark beard with a satisfied expression. Now, the whole country knows that there is a mayor named Su Qing in Hengwu City, and in the future, Xiao Qing's campaign for the top 10 mayors in the country or promotion to provincial cadres will have a big boost. Su Li said leisurely, his brows revealing a sense of pride. His son's performance was so much better than the sons of several other clan elders. The position of the head of the family was expected to pass smoothly to Su Qing. Indeed, these 2 sons of the boss are both very capable. It's just that Su who is a bit arrogant. I think Su Qing is very suitable to succeed the position of the family head. Well, Su Qing's career path should be leveled out in the future. It's considered to be an early completion of the family assessment. Several other clan elders were also all satisfied and agreeable. If Su Qing succeeded the position of the family head in the future, he would certainly bring the Su family to the top as well. Their Su family, already enjoying a certain level of popularity in the country, if they were to go up another level, they would definitely surpass the other 3 big families in Tianqing, and become the only hegemon in Tianqing Province. After waiting for some time, it will be possible to inform Little Green that his family examination is complete. Su Li nodded and looked at the old man in the screen where Bei was taken away, then went up and closed the live broadcast. Now that this deserter had been caught, it proved that things were stable and there was no need to look further. Ha ha ha, the family head has truly given birth to a blessing for our Su family. I don't know how that boy Su Qing's head grew, but he was actually able to attract the attention of the entire nation. Ha ha ha, right place, right time, right person. Isn't this heaven trying to make our Su family rise higher? A few clan elders laughed with a relaxed expression. However, not long after that, it's definitely not a good idea to laugh. Clear Dust Village side. Phew. Seeing that Li Hai did not continue to investigate the meaning, Su Hu and Su Qing immediately felt relieved. The original tense nerves immediately relaxed. The 2 long breath. Qin Jie stared intently at Qin Zhonghua being escorted by Tian Bing to the distant SWAT buggy, which slowly started and drove off into the distance until it disappeared at the end of his vision. He clenched his fists, But in the end, he didn't speak. Grandpa told him to leave it alone, and he believed in his grandfather's ability. He just has to guard the graves. Anyway, he's got a gun and he's not afraid of anyone. Dad. Su Xian was already teary-eyed at the moment, but she didn't have to step forward to stop it. She respected Qin Zhongguo's decision. Moreover, with her father's nature, he would never do anything he wasn't sure of. Great! Finally arrested this deserter. What a relief. Brother, you're from later, aren't you? Just look at the scars on the old man's body and you'll know that although this old man bullied the villagers, he certainly wasn't a deserter. A slightly older man frowned and tried to defend Qin Zhonggua. Who says a lot of scars don't make you a deserter? Did you see the old man fight? The other youngster bristled with disdain and retorted loudly. I don't want to speak. Let's wait for the official judgment. A middle-aged man wearing glasses pushed his glasses and said with a calm expression. The reporter on the side, too, was about to end the live broadcast, and then began to pack up the live broadcast equipment. The 20 SWAT officers also helped each other towards the side, ready to demobilize the crowd. Su Hu and Su Qing looked at each other. Then Su Hu made a call. All set, right? Get to work right away. Almost at the same moment, the 10 excavators at the village branch started in unison, emitting a deafening roar, and slowly drove toward this side. The huge tracks of the excavator crushed the ground, raising gusts of dust as if to crush everything. Prepare for demolition. Listening to the gossip around him and the distant rumble of the approaching diggers, Xinjia only felt that his heart was being clutched tightly by a big invisible hand, almost suffocating. At the same time, a great sadness and anger surged to his heart, gradually spreading throughout his body. Stop it! Xinjia suddenly shouted loudly. His voice was like a flood bell, resounding all around. Upon hearing this sudden sound, the crowd that was originally ready to disperse stopped in their tracks and turned back to look at Xinjia in confusion. Some had impatient looks on their faces, while others had curious looks, wondering what he was going to do again. Qin, don't put up any more unnecessary resistance. Su Hu cast a sidelong glance at Qin, his eyes filled with disdain, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking sneer. It's come to this, and you're still trying to resist. Realistic? Qin Xiaojun, this land is full of sin and must be demolished. You can't stop it alone. Beside him, Zhang Qian also shook her head, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with indifference. Let's just take him too. Someone in the crowd shouted out, as if echoing Su Hu's words. Yeah, I don't think this family is any good. They must be investigated closely. Bro, I know you're panicking about your grandfather being taken away, but wasn't it made? Who told your grandfather to bully the villagers? Yeah, didn't the mayor also say that this old man was a deserter back in the day and got a company of heroes killed because of it? The crowd around him began to point at Qin Jie, and all sorts of unpleasant words continued to reach his ears. Ha ha ha, stereotypes in the hearts of men are indeed a great mountain. Saying that, Qin Jie slowly squatted down and put his hands over the side of the box. You wait and see what my grandfather Qin Zhonggua is really like. Bang! In an instant, Qin Jie violently opened the wooden box and dumped out all the metals within it unexpectedly. Wow! The sunlight sprinkled on the dozens of medallions, refracting an endless golden glow. The light was so intense that many people were stung to the point of subconsciously covering their eyes, and for a moment they were somewhat unable to see what was on the ground. All that could be seen was a brilliant golden light, like a star falling to earth. Li Hai had already turned around and was ready to leave when he subconsciously turned back after hearing the sound. When he saw the pile of shining metals on the ground, his entire body instantly froze and his feet were fixed in place. Because, these metals, he's very familiar with them. It is, Li Hai muttered as he subconsciously reached out and rubbed his eyes, as if to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Then he quickly stepped forward to the pile of metals. Each metal, under the refraction of the sunlight, emitted a blinding light, but Li Hai didn't care anymore. First-class Medal of Honor. Looking at the somewhat vintage medallion, Li Hai's heart jolted. So many are first-class medals. Li Hai's voice trembled a little as his eyes swept back and forth through the pile of medals, his mouth chanting over and over. These pieces are even medals of special merit. Li Hai's hand stopped on one of the medals, his lips trembling slightly, his voice filled with disbelief. This old man is not a deserter. He is a great hero of my dragon kingdom. Li Hai stagnantly held a medal of special merit, froze and opened his mouth to murmur, then bent his legs and knelt straight down. What are those things? What's wrong with you, Secretary Li? Seeing Li Hai in front of him flopping down on his knees, Su Qing was shocked in his heart and rushed forward wanting to assist. But when he saw the first class and special class merit medals imprinted on the ground, the figure also froze instantly, and his face instantly solidified, only to feel a sense of horror rising from the tip of his heart and a chill down his spine. Puff! Su Qing's legs went limp and he followed suit. As the mayor of a city, how could he not know what this pile of medals on the ground represented? Second-class merit then comes in dozens. Even the first-class medals. Here are at least 20. Even. There is a special merit, as well as a medal that I'm afraid looks like it's made of solid gold. There were also 2 large, dragon-flying characters printed on it. State Marshal. Fake. This is fake. How can anyone have so many honors? Impossible. Definitely not possible. It must have come from them spelling you $5 in the mail. How can this be real? A flash of great alarm appeared in Su Qing's eyes as fine beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. If Qin Zhonghua really possessed so many merits, then he couldn't believe just how high this old man's status was in the Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid it's only comparable to 15 great generals. The reporter at the side had wanted to put away the live broadcast equipment, but when he saw that Qin was looking for trouble again, he didn't turn off the live broadcast and aimed the camera at Qin. What are you doing? The deserters have already been caught, haven't they? This man should be the grandson of a deserter, right? Seems to be the chairman of the Qin group. What's he doing with that box? To take a? Wow. The sound of feet falling to the ground came through the microphone, and the golden sunlight refracted just enough on the camera that the image became a bit blurry. The reporter hurriedly adjusted his position and gradually zoomed in on the view. Asterisk. The line of sight gradually enlarged. A ground of medals appeared in the eyes of countless viewers across the country. The reporter naturally also saw it, could not help but instantly exclaimed. The ground was full of first-class and second-class medals, and the surrounding crowd as well as the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly boiled over. Chapter 29, Elder Qin Zhonghua is truly a hero. This pile of seems to be stepping on all the medals. This, first class, second class, there's also a special class merit. Crazy ah. In the crowd, a young boy's eyes were round, full of unbelief. He stretched out his hand, shivering, pointing to the pile of medals, his voice unconsciously high. Asterisk. This big pile of all merit badges? It's a big deal. It must not be. What kind of person is this old man? He actually has so many merit honors. Even a general doesn't have this much merit. Next to him was a middle-aged uncle with his mouth so wide open that he could fit an egg in it. The second-class merit is only possible if you are disabled. And the first-class merit is even more important if you have to walk through the gates of hell and meet the king of hell. You might even get killed. The old man, this pile of medals. Even more powerful special-class merit. Good boy. This in the end, how much merit? The country will give the old man issued so many merit ah. Another person spoke up, his tone full of incredulity. If you don't understand, is it really possible for a person to earn so many merits? And is it really so hard to get first-class merit? Even if you don't understand, you should know that our Dragon Kingdom's special merit has only been 50 since the founding of the country. And in this pile, there are close to 10. What a concept this is. This proves that Elder Qin Zhonghua is a hero. What medal? Dude, move over, I'll go up and take a look. I'd like to see it too. Many people pushed and shoved their way in towards the courtyard, and the scene was chaotic. Ugh, what's the point of touching the old man's ass when you guys are just squeezing? Don't with my chicks. Hey, there was a clamor from the surrounding crowd, all of them looking incredulously at the pile of medals glittering in the sunlight dumped in the center. But anyone who saw the medallion had their eyes and mouths wide open. I am a retired soldier of the Lone Wolf Special Forces, our company captain because of the rescue of hostages, resulting in the disability of both legs, made so much merit, only barely got a second-class merit. This old man, actually have so many first-class merit. I'm also a veteran. The style of these merit badges looks like a product of the previous century, obviously from the anti-Japanese war. This old man, he's an incognito old hero. My goodness, in that case, we've really misunderstood the old man? There must be a misunderstanding. How could any deserter be able to possess so many merits? Besides, how could the old man still hurt the villagers when he'd already suffered so many injuries defending his country? That's a special honor. Do you think the country would award the highest honor to a deserter with a despicable character? We were really wrong about the old man. It's over. The old master has been taken away. In the end, who rumored that the old man Qin Zhonghua is a deserter and bully villagers ah? We are completely held by others when the nose of the little cute. Engage it. I think it was the government that said that, right? I remember it was the mayor of Hengwu City and the demolition bureau that confirmed it. I'm guilty. I scolded old Mr. Qin Zhonghua earlier. He's really not a deserter, but a great hero of my Dragon Kingdom. That, I gently ask, are these medals sure they're real? Oh, look at the secretary of the provincial party committee and the mayor kneeling on the ground. I have one at home, upstairs. Is it possible that there's an anti-Japanese veteran in your family? No. Then why does your family have it? Spells Yuki's 30 medals for $9 and 9 packages ah. I'm a veteran with 10 years of service, and I can tell you unequivocally that all of the medals here are real, except for the one gold one with the state marshal on it, which I can't tell. Each medal has a unique logo engraved on it, and the number of the medal can be found on the Military Achievement Network. Hundreds of medals emitted a faint golden glow under the illumination of the red sun, as if silently telling of Qin Zhonghua's countless contributions during the anti-Japanese war period, as well as the brutal history that has gradually been forgotten. My grandfather is not a deserter, nor did he bully the villagers of Qingduan village. Qin Jia clenched his hands into fists, his body trembling slightly due to his anger. Looking at the shocked crowd around him, he once again shouted loudly, with a hint of choking in his voice. Yes, Master Qin is not a deserter, nor has he bullied the villagers of Qingduan village. Hu Laosan's face was filled with anger as he took a step forward, pointing his finger at Su Qing and Su Hu in the distance and shouted angrily. All of these were deliberately fabricated by Su Hu and Su Qing, the mayor, in order to try to forcibly demolish the old man's house. These graves, the old master also told us, that they are the graves of anti-Japanese heroes, not deserters' graves at all. It's all a bunch of rumors from them. Wang Daji also had his chest heaving violently. At this moment, Su Qing's face was as white as paper, his lips were glowing with ebony, and his body shook limply as if his strength had been drained away. The moment he saw the pile of medals, he knew he was doomed. Damn, how did this old man get so many merits? Su Qing turned his head. His eyes looked like they were about to spit out fire as he looked at Su Hu on the side with a look of extreme resentment, his teeth clacking. It's all Su Hu's fault. There was no field investigation of the old man's identity at all. If he had visited the old man's house and seen the medals, why would he have started a rumor that the old man was a deserter for the land? And why did so many villagers follow the rumor? Isn't that just asking for trouble? At this moment, great remorse was born from Su Qing's heart. This bad decision may be able to send him straight into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Brother, are these medals real? Seeing the provincial party secretary also kneeling on the ground, Su Hu also realized the seriousness of the problem. His legs trembled uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and opened his mouth almost with a crying voice to ask, "Ha ha, is true?" Su Qing hung his head powerlessly and nodded breathlessly, his expression filled with dishevelment. How can he, a mayor and a soldier in his early years, not even be able to tell if a medal is real or fake? Alas, it's my fault for not watching and scrutinizing closely enough to cause this negligence, leading to the insult of the anti-Japanese heroes. Li Hai let out a long sigh and slowly stood up, his face full of guilt and self-blame. These medals, are they sure they belong to old Mr. Qin Zhonghua? Li Hai looked grave, took 2 steps forward, looked seriously at Qin Jia, and asked in a sincere tone, "Humph, of course, these are all my grandfather's merits." Qin Jia raised his head proudly and snorted coldly. Alas, sniffing, Li Hai slowly closed his eyes and sighed heavily again. With these feats of the old man, he had a pivotal position in the entire Dragon Kingdom. He, the provincial party secretary, is afraid of not being able to keep it. In serious cases, even he will suffer imprisonment. The only way to make up for what happened is to find a way to make up for it. Su Qing, as the mayor of a city, you're leading a rumor about anti-Japanese heroes. What is the offense? Li Hai turned his head violently, his eyes round and furious as he shouted angrily towards Su Qing. Chapter 30, Things Reverse. Villagers admit crime. As soon as Li Hai's words fell, it was as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. The gazes of the surrounding crowd were instantly cast in unison on the duo of Su Qing and Su Hu. That gaze was full of blame, as if it was going to scorch these two. The old man is clearly a hero, so why are you guys spreading rumors that the old man is a deserter, and that he bullied the villagers? Right, blame this mayor and the Hengwu municipal government. They're the ones who first spread the word that this old man was a deserter, and that all these tombs are deserters' tombs. Arrest anyone who has rumored and abused this old hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately afterward, many people around them followed suit. Some even directly extended their fingers, pointing at Su Qing and started cursing. That one angry face was filled with disgust for the rumor monger, the provincial party secretary. Me, I didn't rumorize about this old man. What I said is the truth. That old man bullied the villagers, but I really didn't know he was a hero. If you don't believe me, ask the other villagers of Qingduan village. Su Qing's face was pale. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down on his forehead. His eyes dodged. His speech was broken, and he still had the heart to try to weasel out some defense. Now, there is no direct evidence to prove that he rumored about Qin Zhonghua. He had no choice but to go one way now, biting Qin Zhonghua for bullying villagers. Seeing so many curses, Su Zi and the other villagers began to look flustered. Fake. These medals are fake. You guys have been tricked. Mayor Su is right. Su Zi's eyes swam, biting her lip, and suddenly hissed loudly. Right. These medals are all fake. They were bought online by that old man Qin Zhonghua to cheat people. Another villager, seeing that things were about to be revealed, his eyes dribbled and hurriedly opened his mouth to help. Oh, Qin Zhonghua has bullied us for so long. Does it mean that he can bully people so much just because he's a hero? Suddenly, Suzy said. Her eyes reddened, tears swirling in her eyes, and in a short while, she was teary-eyed, putting on a pitiful look that she was about to cry out. Right, is there any more heavenly justice? Qin Zhongguo, he has bullied us for so long, why is he still blaming us innocent villagers? Seeing this, the other villagers followed suit, some lowering their heads and covering their faces with their hands in a dry howl. Some of their bodies trembled slightly, and their mouths kept muttering as if they had really suffered a great injustice. However, all of them looked at the villagers with a scrutinizing look. It's not about whoever cries loud enough to be justified. I hadn't realized just now that you villagers have really hypocritical faces. What you guys are saying is that Lehigh Provincial Party Secretary is a cutie pie. Can't even tell the real from the fake medals? There was a young man in the crowd who wore glasses, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. No, we didn't say that, Secretary Lehigh. This medal is a fake. How can one person have so many medals? At those words, Su Chi's face instantly turned red, stuttering and explaining, her eyes revealing a hint of panic. Toward the end, Suzy hardened. Yes, there's no way one person could have so many merit badges. How do you know these medals are just the old man's? There are 12 other graves of heroes here. What if some of them are theirs? Another person in the crowd said loudly in rebuttal. Right, you guys are really to actually smear the heroes of my Dragon Kingdom. These graves are the graves of the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, and you guys are actually smearing them as deserters. This is a desecration of history. Even if that old man bullied you guys, you shouldn't stigmatize him as a deserter. Right, no wonder the old man wants to bully you guys. If I've been serving my country for so many years and yet I've been vilified as a deserter by you trash, then not only do I have to bully you, I have to bully you hard. Countless people, with one word from you and one from me, began to snap toward these villagers. Suzy's performance by these villagers was so poor that they were still putting up unnecessary resistance. You guys are finished, slandering the martyrs and causing such a bad influence. Wait to go to jail. Right, you're all waiting to go to jail. We have to squat in jail, at once. Hearing this sentence, Suzy looked like she had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and she, who was originally still flailing, instantly calmed down, her eyes full of fear. He just got the demolition money and has not yet had time to enjoy it. What if he is caught? If you give a good account now, you may be pardoned, but if you still go one way or the other, you will suffer the consequences. Rumor mongering about Dragon Kingdom's anti-Japanese heroes. This is already a great offense. Lehigh's face was grave, and he took 2 steps forward. His gaze was like a torch, scanning the surrounding villagers, and said with a hint of unquestionable majesty, "These medals, all of them are real." There was no way he couldn't even tell if the medals were real or fake. Obviously, it is these villagers who are lying. No one wants to die of old age in prison, right? Please think of your children. Upon hearing this, Su Qing and Su Hu did not open their mouths, and the two of them glanced at each other as a hint of panic flashed in their eyes. Su Qing surreptitiously scowled towards the surrounding villagers, signaling them not to compromise, while Su Hu slightly lowered his head and scuffed his feet on the ground with a nervous expression. However, a few villagers were scared to death when they heard Lehigh's words and looked hesitant, torn in their minds whether to tell the truth or not. "Oh, I don't want to go to jail. I have a son in college." Finally, a peasant woman from Qingduan village, whose hands kept rubbing at the corners of her clothes, slowly stood out, her head lowered to the ground, and her voice said with a sobbing tone, "Mrs. Li, what are you doing? Come back." Beside the peasant woman, Zhang Scandium, the secretary of Qingduan village, suddenly changed his face and reached out to pull the peasant woman. If things fall apart, he, the village secretary, will be the first to bear the brunt of the guilt. 10 years is definitely not running out. Let her talk. Seeing this, Lehigh let out a cold snort and fiercely glared at Zhang Scandium, his eyes seeming to be able to penetrate people's hearts. When Zhang Scandium saw this, it was as if he was doused with a pot of cold water from head to toe. He shrank unwillingly, then with a look of despair, he slowly squatted down and covered his face with his hands in shame. Behind him, the village head, Li Cam, saw that the situation was not right and frowned as he slowly withdrew from the crowd and started running towards the outside. The gazes of the surrounding crowd were also focused on this peasant woman, and no one paid any attention to Li Xian. "Secretary Li, I admit that it was Boss Su and Mayor Su who instructed us to get the demolition money as long as we planted the old man," the peasant woman said as she wiped her tears with her rough hands. "Please, don't let me go to jail. I've explained everything. I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered Master Qin Zhongguo. Master Qin Zhongguo is a good man. He gave everyone in our village 100 pounds of noodles during the famine. I really know I was wrong." This peasant woman spoke as if she were the most miserable person in the world. However, the surrounding crowd did not have the slightest look of pity. and there was only anger and disappointment in their eyes. It was these seemingly simple villagers who had misled them all and caused so much scorn for the hero. I also admit that it was Boss Su and the mayor who instructed him to tell us that old Mr. Qin Zhonghua was a deserter. We really don't know anything. Another villager stepped forward, his form trembling with fear. Secretary Li, don't put me in jail, please. I was wrong. Chapter 31 The villagers, I was wrong. Nationwide netizens, I was wrong too. I was wrong. Secretary Li, I really didn't know it was a crime. Don't let me go to jail. A few villagers from the Wang family's voice trembled with a sobbing tone, and their bodies shivered along with them, their faces filled with horror and remorse. I was wrong. I was wrong. Another villager followed, shouting and raising his hand to slap himself as he did so, as if that would alleviate his guilt. As one villager stepped forward, more and more villagers, like floodwaters whose floodgates had been opened, came forward to confess. What's more, they began to kneel on the ground towards Li Hai to kowtow and apologize, praying for forgiveness. Only then did Su Zi wake up as if from a dream, her eyes full of panic and helplessness, crying out and violently pouncing forward, all of a sudden hugging Su Qing's legs, her fingernails deeply embedded in Su Qing's trouser legs. Mayor Su, save me. I'm still young and have so much demolition money. I don't want to go to jail. Her voice was shrill and mournful, tears and snot smeared across her face. Help me. You're the mayor. You told us to plant evidence on Qin Zhonghua. You're responsible for me. I don't want that demolition money. I don't want it. Don't put me in jail. Su Zi's eyes were red, and she cried out almost hoarsely, looking as if she was a fat pig about to face slaughter. However, see, all the villagers came out to confess. Su Qing seems to be drawn away from the spine, just stood frozen in place, just like a wooden sculpture. Silent, hollow eyes, look vaguely through the despair. Seeing that so many villagers had come out to expose their crimes, Su Hu only felt his legs soften, his knees loosened, and his entire body went limp like a puddle of mud, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. Su Chang and Su Hu, the two of them, the fine beads of sweat on their foreheads kept popping out, and they simply couldn't stop it, and a bean-sized bead of sweat slid down their cheeks and smashed on the ground, blotting out a small patch of water stains. In the crowd, Li Biao and Zhang Qian, seeing the instant reversal of things, as if they were cast a spell of immobilization, froze in place, their mouths slightly open, still somewhat unresponsive. Are these all fabricated by Su Hu and Su Qing? That old man is not a deserter? And Qin Jin is not the descendant of a deserter, but of a great hero? Li Biao muttered incredulously, involuntarily clenching his fists. Qin Jiu, his grandfather, is actually not a deserter? Rather, he's a hero? Zhang Qian red lips grow old, as if they can swallow a banana. Nails on the nail are pinched into the meat and still do not know. Wouldn't that be the downfall of both Su Hu and Mayor Su as a result? And Qin, his Qin clan group will not go bankrupt, or even instead be stronger than before. It's over. Zhang Qian murmured softly, a flash of great remorse flashing across her eyes. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Hu Laosan said in a mocking tone as he looked hatefully at the surrounding villagers who looked fearful. Old 3 and I advised you in the beginning, but it's too late for regrets now. The law will not spare every sinner. Wang Daji also snorted out coldly, his expression cold, without a trace of pity. In the center of the crowd, Li Hai listened to the confessions of the surrounding villagers one by one and also frowned. His heart had already risen to a monstrous fury. Sure enough, it was Su Qing and the others who were up to no good, falsely accusing a veteran anti-Japanese general. Such a harmful thing could actually be done. Tramp, Su Qing, are you still not a Dragon Country person? How did you become a mayor? You've really dishonored your Su family. Li Hai pointed at Su Qing and cursed. Secretary Li, I was wrong. I just got carried away in a moment of confusion, but I didn't have any malicious intent. It's just for the development of Henwu City. What bull development? For the sake of development you can wrongly accuse anti-Japanese veterans. Insult these anti-Japanese heroes? Li Hai was so angry that he was trembling and once again cursed harshly, his voice echoing over the crowd. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were discussing heatedly, and the recorded screen of the party had already been reproduced and sent out by many people. The veteran general was actually wrongly accused of desertion and of being an unmitigated sinner. Instant national outrage. I didn't expect it to be reversed again. The old man is so pathetic. Luckily I stayed on the sidelines from start to finish and didn't curse the old man a single word. I am at fault. I admit my fault. I shouldn't have scolded the old man before. Me too. Master, I was wrong. Master, I'm wrong. I shouldn't scold you. You're the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. If there were no heroes like you in the anti-Japanese war in the first place, there might not be any of us descendants. I really deserve to die. I read online that the old hero's son was arrested by the police. It seems that 2 great-grandchildren were also injured. Really? How chilly the old man should be then. I'm really saddened by all this. You netizens are really a bunch of wallflowers, scolding anyone who catches them, not distinguishing the facts at all, and now you know you're wrong. Curses, I'm really wrong. I really shouldn't have insulted the old man, the hero. Me too. Hasn't the old man been taken away? Hurry up and release him. That's it. Hurry up and let them go. Release. At this time, 2 sleepy-eyed children in the house slowly ran out, looking like they had just woken up. Her hair was a little disheveled, and her little face still wore the lingering effects of undiluted sleep. Where did great-grandpa go? Qin Shang looked around and didn't find Qin Zhengwa's figure in the crowd, so she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Dad, Grandma, where are you guys? Woo-woo. Qin Lingling also looked around openly, so anxious that she was about to cry, her small body trembling slightly. Hearing the shouts of the 2 children, Su Xian rushed over and picked up the 2 children left and right. Woke up from your nap? Su Xian looked at the 2 children and favored them with a smile. Well, where is great-grandpa? Qin Shang leaned his small face on Su Xian's shoulder and whispered, Great-grandpa will be back soon, Su Xian said softly in a comforting voice. At that moment, the crowd heard the sound of a child and instantly put their eyes on the 2 children. Are these 2 children the heirs of the old gentleman? Why are their heads wrapped in gauze? These must be the old gentleman's 2 great-grandchildren? I know why. This is beaten out of me. What did you say? Being knocked out? Yeah, when I first swiped to the live stream, these 2 kids were not only slapped, but had bastards written on their faces. What? At those words, everyone's eyes glazed over and they all fell silent, with intense guilt on their faces. Everyone had looked at the 2 children with unforgiving eyes full of heartache and self-reproach, looking at 2 kids who were so innocent and cute, yet they were beaten red and swollen and wrapped in gauze by someone because of a rumor. It's a lie not to say heartache. Scions of heroes. Can't believe they've been beaten like this, and being called a bastard. Who did this? Damn it! Who did this? Must be arrested and executed. Bullied. Chapter 32 Unlocking Qin Zhengwa's Heavenly Identity File. 100,000 words of merit shocking the crowd. Capital. In the conference room of the Central Military Region, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if water could be wrung out of it. 4 middle-aged men in dark green military uniforms sat at the conference table with straight posture and serious faces. In the conference room directly above, the chief Long Qian frowned tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desktop. From time to time he raised his eyes to the door and looked down at his watch, apparently waiting eagerly for something. In the middle of several people, a core computer was sitting on the table, displaying Qin Zhengwa's personal file, but it was in the midst of heavenly encryption and could not be opened. Chief, how long before Elder he arrives? Li Shaolin leaned his body forward slightly. His expression was grave as he asked softly, There are about 10 minutes left. You are not unaware of He Lao's leg difficulties. Chief, shall we open this hero's file now and take a look? Beside Li Shaolin, Northern Theater Commander Lei Hua straightened his back, folded his hands on the table, and proposed with a serious look. Lei Hua has a dignified face, not angry from the authority, that many years in a high position to accumulate the majestic momentum, will let the ordinary people look at the fear. Right, there's no harm in opening it up. It's just the right time to let a few of us old guys see the honor of Dragon Kingdom's anti-Japanese heroes. Liao Chen, the commander of the Western Theater of Operations, also nodded. On Liao Chen's face, a black birthmark was as iconic as lightning. I have no opinion. Southern Theater Commander Zheng Dehua nodded. Well, upon hearing this, Long Qian nodded slowly after pondering for a moment. In fact, he himself couldn't hold back his inner curiosity, eager to see what kind of dramatic past the life of that hero in He Lao's mouth had. Only the 4 military commanders plus the Prime Minister's key can encrypt and unlock the celestial identity. Saying that, Long Qian's 4 gazes flicked to the core computer. On the core computer, there were 5 fingerprint locks that corresponded to the 5 people with the highest status in the Dragon Kingdom. That is, a few of them. The 5 stood up in turn, walked over to the computer, looked solemn, and eased their thumbs into the grooves. The computer screen popped up in a few large letters and the progress bar slowly advanced. Detecting fingerprints in 55%, 99%, identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Has unlocked sky-level identity encryption. With 2 crisp drops, the golden chains that originally symbolized encryption on the computer screen instantly disappeared, and were replaced by densely packed small letters. It's over 100,000 words long. Hiss. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. These, are all this hero's files? It should be known that even for them, the military region commanders, the detailed files were only a few thousand words, while this heaven-level encrypted hero actually had a word count of more than 100,000 words, enough to be dozens of times their size. After exclaiming in shock, The crowd carefully examined it. Even Long Qian. He only knew that there was a state marshal in the Dragon Kingdom, but he didn't know anything about the hero's life. Qin Zhonghua was born and raised in an orphanage, and 12 orphan brothers joined the army at the age of 18 to serve their country. In the first year of joining the army, was gifted and hit the target 100 times, was called a young sharpshooter by Li Cheng, the commander of the 15th Army Corps. In the second year, it was plunged into the Battle of the Great Siege, with a broken gun, killed 34 enemy soldiers, honored with a second-class merit, and was promoted to 2 levels. Looking at one of the descriptions on the file, Long Qian and Li Shaolin and the others couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, their eyes filled with shock. 100 shots in your first year in the army? That's a lot of fighting ability. The first battle he participated in he was able to kill 34 enemies. I can't imagine how brave this old man was when he was young. Battle of Jinhu, killed 245 enemies, honored with first-class merit. The Great Siege of Tianfang, killed 1 division general and 2 lieutenant generals, killed 182 enemies, honored with a special merit. Hanlong Tunnel War, was shot twice, wandering tunnels for 10 hours, killed hundreds of enemy troops, captured 10 machine guns, 2 boxes of hand grenades, honored to be promoted to Major General, became the youngest Major General in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at a battle in the file, Long Qian several people only feel as if they have traveled through time and space, back to the time when the war was raging, and saw with their own eyes a heroic figure holding a big sword, holding a big gun and standing on top of the sky, and fighting to kill the enemy in the rain of bullets and bullets. In 1922, Qin Zhonghua founded the Zhonghua class and continued to cultivate talents, and now these feats are just the tip of the iceberg in the archives, not even a third of it. Great! This is the real legend of our Dragon Kingdom. Lei Hua couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration, his expression full of shock, his tone hurried, and his hands unconsciously trembled slightly. He, the commander of the military region, was a rookie in front of this old man. No, not even a rookie. If this feat were to be exposed to the world, I am afraid that the entire world would cause a strong sensation. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua is really something, Liao Chen muttered, shock and admiration written all over his face. This is a true hero. Heroes should not be forgotten. They should be remembered by all. Long Qian muttered a sentence, then turned his head to look at Li Shaolin. Shaolin, isn't old Mr. Xiaohuai looking for the old class president? The class leader of the Zhonghua class is this old gentleman. Aha! Li Shaolin also nodded his head full of shock, unable to calm his heart for a long time. During the anti-Japanese period, there was actually such a legend, hidden in the midst of history. It is estimated that only the oldest generation of veterans know the name and honor of Qin Zhonghua, the national marshal. Clunk! Just as several people were about to continue watching, the door was pushed open with a bang, emitting a loud muffled sound. Xiao Qian, where is old class leader Qin? A bald old man hobbled into the conference room. His footsteps were eager but a little unsteady. His eyes were eager, scanning the conference room with a strong sense of anxiety and anticipation. This old man is He Tian, one of the 15 generals. He is now 95 years old. Although age had carved deep wrinkles into his face, those eyes were still sharp. Elder He. Seeing this pale silhouette, Long Qian immediately stood up respectfully, leaned his body slightly forward and bowed deeply. Hello Elder He, Lei Hua, Zhang Dehua, Liao Chen, Li Shaolin, and the others, all quickly stood up as well and bowed neatly and respectfully. This old man in front of him was also a legend of their Dragon Kingdom. Where's old class President Qin? Elder He looked at the 5 people in the conference room, and when he saw that there was no familiar, heartfelt figure that he wanted to see again, he couldn't help but become more anxious. Elder He, old Mr. Qin Zhonghua is still in Hengwu City. Long Qian hurriedly took a step forward and slightly sidestepped, explaining in a soft tone with a few hints of appeasement. Chapter 33, the person the general is looking for is in Hengwu City. Su Qing froze. Hengwu City? Then why are you still standing here? Quickly take me to Hengwu City. He Tian's eyes reddened, his voice trembled with emotion, and his dry hands clenched their fists tightly. It's been 40 years since. The old squad leader didn't lie in the first place. He's really coming out. As the words fell, he could no longer suppress the raging in his heart and only felt old, hot tears. At first, after the war was won, Qin Zhonghua left quietly without saying a word, and also strictly ordered everyone not to go looking for his traces. All that was left was to wait until the 40-year period of grave guarding had expired before he could go in search of his will. And today is the last day of the 40-year period. He Tian, finally had the opportunity to see the class leader Qin, who had taught him how to shoot and tactics, before his life came to an end. We're looking at Elder Qin Zhonghua's file. Long Qian pointed to the special secret computer on the table and explained, we'll see it later. Now let's go to Hengwu first. He Tian couldn't wait. But, Elder He, right now, The reputation of old Mr. Qin Zhenghua is a little embarrassing, Li Shaolin hesitantly said, a little worried. On the side, Long Qian and Zhang Dehua and the others were also filled with bitterness when they heard this. How angry would Elder He be if he learned that old Mr. Qin Zhenghua had been rumored to be a deserter? What's wrong? At that, He Tian asked, looking puzzled. Shouldn't finding old Mr. Qin Zhenghua be good news? Why is everyone so sad? Elder He, take a look at it. Li Shaolin pulled out his cell phone, slid his fingers quickly, opened shake, and showed the whole incident's cause and effect to He Tian. In fact, he has long commanded down. The rumor-mongering related personnel all pulled out, but also sent people to go to Hengwu City to meet the old master Qin Zhenghua. Everything should be working out fine now. The old squad leader was rumored and jointly accused by the villagers, resulting in being abused by the whole country. He Tian looked at the cell phone screen while reading out a voice, the anger in his eyes growing more and more intense, an uncontrollable shocking anger blazing up from his chest. The old squad leader has dedicated his life to his country, and he is actually still being falsely accused in his old age, suffering verbal abuse. Which did this? Pull it out and shoot it. He Tian shouted angrily. I've investigated clearly. It's the mayor of Hengwu City as well as the Su clan of Hengwu City, who bribed the villagers for the land underneath old man Qin Zhenghua, and that's why they planted the evidence that old man is a deserter. Li Shaolin slowly nodded his head, and there was also anger in his eyes. What are you people who are in charge for? To be able to let such a dim-witted person be the head? He Tian chided. Have the arrangements been made? Anyone who has seriously insulted the old squad leader will be arrested. Those with serious cases will be sentenced to life imprisonment. A few of the culprits should be shot. He Tian was truly completely enraged. His originally hunched body trembled slightly from anger, and his entire body exuded an unruffled aura. Now, you all immediately follow me to Hengwu City to receive the state marshal. Yes, Long Qian and the others all nodded respectfully. Tinkerbell. A cell phone rang, but suddenly, it was Li Shaolin's personal phone. What is it? Li Shaolin asked as he frowned and picked up the cell phone. Long Qian and He Tian, among others, also stopped their steps and turned their heads to look at Li Shaolin. It's no good. Commander Li, it's not good. The old man you mentioned is unconscious. His breath is weak, and he's been sent to emergency. On the phone, there was a very anxious voice, speaking very fast, permeated with full of panic. What? Upon hearing this, Li Shaolin's complexion was violently shocked. His hands involuntarily clenched tightly as he asked somewhat incredulously, didn't I tell you guys to protect the old man? How could this accident happen? Li Shaolin anxiously bellowed at the other end of the phone. An accident? What is it? Long Qian sniffed. A bad premonition welled up in his heart and hurriedly asked, Headmaster, Elder Qin Zhenghua is now in a coma. He's been sent to the emergency room. Li Shaolinshan was so anxious that his voice was slightly changed in tone as a result. What? At those words, Long Qian let out a cry of shock. Are your men all eaters? Can't even protect one person's well-being. He Tian also naturally heard this and couldn't help but break out into a worried expression. Quickly call for a military helicopter and rush to Hengwu City at full speed. Call the best doctors and medical equipment. Nothing must happen to the old squad leader. If you can't get to Hengwu in half an hour, I'll remove you from your posts. At the moment, the broadcast continues. Listening to the many people in the scene, the live broadcast pop-up screen also directly exploded. What? They said the old hero's 2 great-grandchildren were beaten to death? It seems to be true. That video content is still hanging on the internet. You can see it by searching Hong Hong Wu Tian Xingli teacher. Brothers, I just went and watched that video. Feel like I'm going to choke now. The 2 kids are clearly innocent. I also read. It seems like the hero's son was arrested by the superintendent of police for saving his 2 grandchildren. What kind of bull is this? Doesn't he know right from wrong? Isn't this self-defense? Why did you convict him of attempted murder? At once, countless netizens were outraged and spat on the events in the video and the people involved. The pop-up area was brushed with angry words scrolling fast. Seeing that Qin Zhenghua's 2 great-grandsons were injured, Su Cheng and Su Hu became even more terrified and frightened. What kind of dumbass did that to 2 kids? It's really more inappropriate than they are. Su Cheng wanted to kill someone at the moment. Things went completely ballistic. Only by asking for help from the family might there be a small turnaround. Su Cheng, you've caused a big mess this time, and the Su family won't be able to save you. Seemingly knowing what Su Cheng was thinking inside, Li Hai shouted lowly towards Su Cheng, his expression shaking with anger. He was originally the provincial party secretary of Tianjin province, so he was naturally familiar with the 4 great families within Tianjin province. Su Cheng, the son of the Su family head in Tianjin province. He, the provincial party secretary, also naturally knew. This trip down to the city was supposed to be done by an even smaller level of government official, but the Su family head had asked for his help. so he had come down. I wanted to promote Su Cheng, but now it seems that even he has been victimized. No way. The family can surely save me. It's not like this old man is a great general. Impossible. Su Cheng gritted his teeth and whispered, then hurriedly tried to pull out his phone and call the family. However, it just so happened that someone called to him at that moment. Mayor, we found the old squad leader that Senior General Huaimin was looking for. It's really in our Hengwu city. You are truly marvelous. This old squad leader is in Qingduan village. His first name is Qin Zhonghua. On the phone, it was the director of the Hengwu City Search Bureau calling. The first thing he did after seeing the search for the old class president online was to check to see if it was from their Hengwu city. It turned out that this old class president was really in their city of Hengwu. It's a great stroke of luck. It's the equivalent of selling the general a favor. What did you say? When Su Cheng heard this, his expression instantly stagnated and he asked incredulously, ha 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 ha, Mayor, the old squad leader that Senior General Huaimin is looking for is in our Hengwu city. We're in luck in Hengwu city. On the other end of the phone, the director of the Bureau of Demolition laughed twice before saying patiently, snap. Su Cheng's right hand loosened, and the cell phone instantly fell to the ground powerlessly. Hello, Mayor? What's going on over there? Hello? On the other end of the phone, the voice of the director of the Bureau of Demolition was still coming in, but Su Cheng was no longer able to respond. Chapter 34, Su Cheng Su Hu. The villagers were all arrested. No one could understand what Su Cheng was feeling right now. Even missing out on 100 billion doesn't feel like this. It was extreme regret as well as extreme horror, complicated to the core. He's actually the old squad leader that the Grand Admiral is looking for. Su Cheng's lips trembled slightly, his voice as light as a mosquito fly whispering with an incredulous trill. Also, Qin Zhonghua is also surnamed Qin. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Su Cheng hung his head low, his hands hanging feebly at his side, as if all his strength had been drained away. That's a great general. Su Cheng was incredibly clear in his mind that he had offended the person that the great general had his heart set on finding. So what was the difference between this and directly offending the great general? Even if he stood behind the Su family, one of the four great families of Tianqing province, in front of the generals who held the topmost power in the Dragon Kingdom, the Su family was nothing more than a slightly larger mole cricket. Once the above blamed it, not only would he himself be plunged into doom, the entire Tianqing Su family, I'm afraid, would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. This is the power of a great general, the topmost power in the Dragon Kingdom. When the surrounding villagers saw Su Cheng's face of fear, the fear in their hearts grew geometrically. Simply pissed. Mayor Su, you have to save us. We're innocent. It's all because of you that we're rumoring about Elder Qin Zhonghua. You can't just ignore us, Su Zi said with a sniffle and a tear. The hemp on her face twisted. The whole person looked like a man, not like a woman. Right. It's all Su Cheng's crime. It's none of our business. If you want to arrest, go arrest Su Cheng. Don't arrest us. We're innocent. Another villager yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice full of aggression and fear. Woohoo woohoo. By this time, the SWAT team coming down from the city had arrived. 10 heavy SUVs pulled up outside. Their doors slammed open, and SWAT officers quickly surged down like a tidal wave. The leader of the SWAT team jogged all the way to Su Cheng. His posture was straight and he raised his hand and gave a standard military salute. Mayor Su. Mayor, where are the deserters? We'll make the arrest immediately. When Su Cheng heard this, his throat felt like it was choked by something, and he couldn't say a word, and his face turned a shade of white and a shade of red. Arresting the out of it. Arresting him is more like it. Detain Su Cheng and Su Hu, as well as all of these villagers from Qingduan village. Li Hai stepped forward in large strides, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and his voice was loud and authoritative. Mayor, who is he? Upon hearing this, the SWAT captain had a puzzled look on his face, his eyes darting back and forth between Li Hai and Su Cheng. Humph. To think that you don't even recognize me. Li Hai coldly snorted and straightened his back, his eyes like torches as he scanned the crowd present. I'm the provincial party secretary of Tianqing province, and I'm ordering you now to arrest Su Cheng as well as Su Hu, and these villagers of Qingduan village. All of them. You are the provincial party secretary. When the SWAT officers heard this, a shocked look instantly appeared on their faces and they looked at each other in disbelief, not realizing that even the provincial party secretary was personally present at the scene. It seems there is far more going on than they thought. Seeing that the surrounding SWAT officers were still frozen in place, Li Hai couldn't help but be enraged. Am I speaking too quietly? Or do you guys think that Su Cheng's official position is bigger than me? The provincial party secretary. Arrest them when I tell you to. Su Cheng and Su Hu are the culprits of the rumor about the heroes, and all of these villagers are accomplices. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the crowd in an agitated manner. The SWAT team leader was a bit confused for a moment as he listened to Li Hai's words. He scratched his head and looked puzzled. Provincial party secretary? But the order we received was to go down to the countryside to catch deserters. Ha, looks like you guys are still being kept in the dark, right? I have to say, Mayor Su, your secrecy work is really very good. Actually concealed from the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lehigh shook his head while sneering, then glared fiercely at Su Cheng again, as if that gaze could scorch a person. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua is not a deserter at all. These are all false accusations made by your good mayor, Su Qing. It was Su Qing who bribed the villagers of Qingduan village to join in the rumor that this old gentleman was a deserter. And the old gentleman's real identity is a veteran general of the anti-Japanese resistance. Countless meritorious deeds. What? After these words, the group of SWAT officers were dumbfounded at that moment. Does that mean their mayor is spreading rumors? Then wouldn't they almost be accomplices? Listening to Lehigh recounting what happened once again, the surrounding crowd was instantly ignited with anger again. How did you idiots get to be SWAT? Hurry up and arrest them. This is a bunch of, especially the Su Ching and Su Hu. They are simply inhuman. Are you guys going to catch them? If you don't, I'll go up and catch them. Listening to the angry curses of the surrounding crowd, a group of special police immediately did not dare to hesitate any longer, took out the shackles, and straightaway handcuffed Su Ching and Su Hu. Two people. Mayor Su, I'm sorry. Su Ching sniffed and was incredibly silent, not opening a single word. After today, he definitely won't be able to be the mayor, and he can only pray that the family will step in to save him. Woohoo! On the contrary, Su Hu, a fat man with a face full of scruff, was currently sobbing in a frightened whisper. Brother, what to do ah? What to do ah? With a sobbing voice, Su Hu kept touching Su Ching with his elbow, his eyes full of help. Su Ching still didn't say anything, only his teeth were clenched tightly. The surrounding villagers of Qingduan village, seeing that their only backer was handcuffed, were like birds of prey, running away in all directions. However, the surrounding crowd would not let them escape, and they reached out to help and pull the fleeing villagers. Rumor-mongering hero and trying to escape. Come back you. A youth was quick on his feet and grabbed a villager by the collar. Get them. The crowd chanted in unison and the scene was chaotic. Cursedly called Fangs. Come back here. Help. Hit someone. The SWAT team is beating people up. There's no justice. Suzy was pressed to her knees by a SWAT officer, struggling desperately as cries resounded all around. I was wrong. Qin Jia. On account of the fact that your grandfather and I lived in the same village for decades, let me go. As she cried, she looked towards Qin Jia's direction, her eyes filled with pleading. Some of the other villagers, too, were crying and shouting, as if they wanted to arouse Qin Jia's pity. Qin Jia, I have an 80-year-old mother at home who has no one to take care of, and 2 8-year-old children who are going to school. Really can't go to jail. I'm begging you. Qin, I was wrong. A middle-aged man was crying with snot and tears on his face, and his knees went weak, directly kneeling on the ground. Qin Jiao, please let them release me. Another villager cried out, his voice a little hoarse. Listening to these words, Qin Jia just snorted coldly, without the slightest bit of pity in his heart, only full of mockery. If I had known, why would I have wanted my help in pleading? Is it possible? Qin Jia's eyes reddened as he said, what you have done has not only chilled my grandfather's heart, it has also chilled the hearts of countless veterans who fought against the Japanese. They fought hard and braved life and death to lay down a great land for us, only to be rumored to be deserters by you dogs' mouths. You are guilty as charged. Chapter 35, Tian Bing arrested. Qin Zhonghua in coma. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups looked like they had exploded and rolled wildly as everyone agreed with Qin Jia's point of view. Right. Didn't these villagers think that there would be this consequence today when they started the rumor about the hero? Would it be too late to regret now? Oh, it's not that they regret it, they just know they're going to die. Right. I guess I'm just regretting that I haven't enjoyed the demolition money I just got. Upstairs. That makes sense. By the way, where is the old hero now? It's not true that he's been arrested in the city police department, is it? Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any news of the old hero now, either. It should be safe already, right? After today, I'm never going to cyberstorm anyone again. One mistake and it's reversed. It's just so hard to guess. It's impossible to guess who is on the right side of. I was wondering what the identity of this old hero with so many merits is. The 15 great generals of our Dragon Kingdom don't have a name like Qin Zhonghua either. I don't know. Even if this old man is not a great general, it is estimated that he is at least at the level of admiral, right? Special merit is not something that anyone can have. I'm also guessing the old man is an admiral. I'm guessing, too, that under a major general, the highest rank would be admiral. By the way, which heroes are these graves? There is not even a monument on it. Curious. It is estimated that they are also martyrs, someday to pay homage to. Without them, how could we have the present prosperity of my Dragon Kingdom? But in 10 minutes' time, all the villagers in Qingduan village, except for Wang Daji and Hu Laosan, were arrested by the SWAT team, including Su Hu and Su Qing. 2 people, also together, were taken on the police car, rushed to the Hengwu City Police Superintendent. Tomorrow time, there will be a real-time live trial of Su Qing and Su Hu and these villagers. The live broadcast, which caused a furor, has thus temporarily come to an end. Around the special police began to orderly evacuate the crowd of onlookers. Qin Jie squatted on the ground, his hands carefully scattered medals one by one pick up, gently put back to the wooden box. The action is as gentle as treating rare treasures. Seeing that the treatment was almost done, Li Hai took a breath. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, but his heart was still heavy. I'm afraid I'm not immune to chastisement. Li Hai secretly sighed in his heart, filled with remorse. He trusted Su Qing too much. I should have known that I should have taken a field trip in the first place. Where else could it have been such a big mistake? Gramps. Right. The old man is still trampled back by the Tianbing. Thinking of this, Li Hai was shocked and his face suddenly changed. Rush out your cell phone and make a call. The number you have dialed is switched off. Grass. Meanwhile, in the police car, Qin Zhongguo's hands were handcuffed behind his back, his eyes closed tightly. Silent. Humph. Your son is still waiting for you in jail. Ha ha ha. Tianbing drove while casting a sidelong glance at Qin Zhongguo in the back seat, a teasing smile on his face as he loudly mocked. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhongguo frowned slightly and then spoke coldly. Fool, do you realize that this foolish decision of yours today will affect your entire life? Cut. Who do you really think you are? I'll be honest with you. This is the mayor's order. It's you who's being arrested. Who told you to be a deserter? Tianbing snorted disdainfully, his tone full of arrogance. Don't regret it, you demons and monsters. The old man will pluck you out one by one. Qin Zhongguo's expression was indifferent. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with an unquestionable majesty. You old man, aren't you the one who fought in the war against Japan? Do you really think you can bluff me? Tianbing, just because you're covered in scars? I'm not a vegetarian. Tianbing was completely enraged by these words and slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road. How dare you call him a demon? Oh, I'll show you why flowers are so red today. Tianbing viciously put down this sentence, pushed open the car door, rummaged out a small box from the trunk, and took out a syringe, and moved nimbly to extract a full 500 milliliters of special anesthetic from it. These special anesthetics are enough to put down an adult elephant. He didn't believe that the old man could still carry it. Jia, love to mouth off, don't you? I'll let you sleep on it first. After these words, Tianbing returned to the car, grabbed Qin Zhongguo's arm, and injected an entire tube full of anesthetic into his body. After the injection, he casually tossed the syringe, started the car, and continued toward the downtown police superintendent. If it was during the anti-Japanese period, I would have shot you. Being injected with an anesthetic that was enough to anesthetize an elephant. Qin Zhongguo instantly felt dizzy. His consciousness gradually blurred, and before his words left his mouth, he then fell headfirst into the backseat of the car. Che, I thought how fierce. It's only an elephant dose and you can't carry it. Tianbing bristled, but in his heart, he secretly marveled at the old man's physical fitness. If it were an ordinary person injecting this much, I'm afraid they'd all die straight away. Dead? As the words fell, Tianbing realized that the old man in front of him was 100-year-old *******. I seem to have gotten a whole lot more. There should be nothing wrong, right? This old man was able to beat 20 SWAT officers. His physical condition must be very strong. Should be fine, Tianbing muttered, cheering himself up. Besides, he was a deserter in the first place, and dying is what everyone wants to see. I'd say afterward that he tried to attack the police, so he was forced to inject anesthesia. Right, that's it. This old man attacked the police. I had no choice. It's none of my business if he dies. After some self-compassion, Tianbing relaxed a little. At this time, the car also drove to the Hengwu police division. Get him. Tianbing had just gotten out of the car and was about to carry Qin Zhongguo out of the back seat when a group of soldiers in military uniforms instantly surrounded him. Who are you guys? I'm Chief Tianbing. What do you want? Tianbing was shocked and afraid as he looked at the soldiers and shouted, Arrest! You've got the wrong guy. I'm Tianbing. It's the chief. Tianbing bellowed again. Arresting the wrong person? The arrest is you, the chief. Besides, the chief is big? The military man in charge gave an order, and his men quickly cuffed Tianbing and escorted him into the police superintendent. Other soldiers walked quickly to the car and opened the backseat door. Commander Li should be the one who asked us to protect this old man, right? A young soldier asked in a low voice. Right, it's this old man. Commander Li said he's a legend of our Dragon Kingdom and the old squad leader that Senior General Huaimin is looking for. The other soldier looked at Qin Zhongguo, who was lying quietly inside the car, with a look of reverence. Is this the old man asleep, master? Someone stepped forward and gently called out. However, Qin Zhonghua was unresponsive. The man subconsciously reached out and touched the tip of Qin Zhonghua's nose to feel his breath. Suffered. In an instant, his face turned pale, only to realize that Qin Zhonghua's breathing was extremely weak and his heart was beating very slowly. The old man is in danger. He lost his voice and yelled, "Hurry and report back to Commander Li." Chapter 36 The Prime Minister's Papers. Doing right by the heroes. Inside the cockpit of the helicopter gunship, Li Shaolin was fully focused on the joystick, and the aircraft, like a silver falcon, sped towards Hengwu City at an extremely fast speed. The fuselage cut through the air, leaving a trail if any. Long Qian, command down. He Tian's sword brows knitted tightly and his expression was grave. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists as he said in a deep voice, "Don't announce the news of the old squad leader falling into a coma for the time being. Anyway, the 40-year cycle has arrived. You arrange for someone to carefully sift through old squad leader Qin's personal file. Make sure to pick out the key content that highlights the old squad leader's achievements and character, and then post it on the internet. We must return the old squad leader's innocence, to do so in such a way that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, men and women, young and old, will know of Elder Squad Leader Qin's great reputation." He Tian aggravated his tone and added in a decisive manner, "Good." Without the slightest hesitation, Long Qian quickly took out his cell phone, dialed the phone, and succinctly and forcefully ordered the task down. Right. As if He Tian suddenly remembered something, his expression tightened and he hurriedly asked after him, "Have the doctors been arranged? There absolutely mustn't be any accidents to old squad leader Qin's health. He's our hero." Saying that, He Tian's eyes revealed worry. Only he knows the old squad leader, how bitter this life really is. Arrangements were made, and Mr. Smith has arrived. Foreigners? He Tian frowned, flashing a hint of displeasure. Well, the top foreign doctor, also a medical doctor, has won 2 Nobel Prizes in medicine. Long Qian nodded. No way, it must be a native. If it's not one of my people, it will be different. The decision can't have any more mistakes. He Tian's voice was filled with no doubt. This is good. I'll ask for a replacement right away. There's no time to lose. Long Qian nodded slightly. A trace of difficulty flashed across his face, but he still immediately agreed and quickly set out to deal with this matter. Meanwhile, within the National Directorate of Communications, a red-titled document with a bright red seal and a national character was sent to the desk of Yu Lang, the Director General of the General Administration of Communications. Yu Lang took the document and just scanned the content. His originally calm face instantly became serious, and his eyes revealed a sense of mission. A few moments later, the urgent notice of the meeting's call spread through the General Directorate of Communications. In the spacious conference room, 20 people were neatly seated, both men and women, their ages generally around 40. Yu Lang steadily walked into the conference room. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, his voice low but extremely penetrating. It should be clear to everyone that this incident is not trivial. The redhead document from above has come down, a document issued by the chief himself. Yu Lang looked around, his tone serious. Upon hearing this, the people present all looked serious. No one opened their mouths to speak, just quietly waiting for Yu Lang to instruct them. Obviously both realized the gravity of the situation. Everyone has heard about the matter of the Hengwu deserters bullying the villagers these days, right? Yu Lang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces in turn as he slowly opened his mouth. At those words, the crowd all nodded. The crowd nodded. This matter has been making a lot of noise lately. Even those older people who don't pay much attention to the internet have more or less heard some rumors from the mouths of bystanders. Not to mention that they are in the communication bureau, so they naturally have a better understanding of this kind of hot events. This misunderstood Master Qin Zhonghua is not a deserter at all. Yu Lang paused, his voice unconsciously raised, his eyes full of respect. He is an anti-Japanese veteran, a well-deserved hero of our Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, everyone's gazes became filled with respect, and some of them had a look of surprise on their faces. Obviously they hadn't realized before that Qin Zhonghua was actually such a war veteran against the Japanese. Yu Lang cleared his throat and continued to add, although the identity of old Mr. Qin Zhonghua as an anti-Japanese veteran has been revealed in the previous live broadcast, there are still many people in the Dragon Kingdom who are not aware of this news, and there are still a large number of videos and remarks on the internet that denigrate and spit on old Mr. Qin Zhonghua. The head honcho has clearly issued a request that we must clear all news unfavorable to Elder Qin Zhonghua within a day, and right the wrongs of Elder Qin Zhonghua. Yu Lang looked solemn and his tone was firm, and spare no effort to find out the water army hiding behind it, and those foreign spies that may exist. Not one of them should be spared. Okay, guarantee to complete the mission. Everyone in the conference room responded in unison, their voices booming. Hurry up and go down to get ready. The head honcho values this matter very highly. Yu Lang looked grave and urged again, if you mess up, the consequences will be unimaginable, Yu Lang said solemnly. The people got up and left the conference room on their feet, quickly plunging into their intense work. Chapter 37, the Su family seeks help from the governor of Tianqing province. Tianqing province, Su family. Inside the family hall, family head Su Li tilted his head slightly, leaning back in that carved sandalwood chair. Second brother, what I ordered earlier has been done, right? Su Li looked leisurely with a few moments of uncontrollable delight, inclined his head, looked at the middle-aged man beside him, and slowly opened his mouth. This time his son Su Qing managed to catch fire all over the internet and became known as the good guy mayor. Naturally, he had to add fuel to the fire. So Shallow spent $20 million and went around arranging for people to publicize this so-called desertion, while at the same time vigorously promoting the good character of Su Qing, the mayor of Hengwu City. Create a perfect image for your son. After all, next year is the critical period for the selection of important cadres in Tianqing province, and Su Qing just happened to catch this windfall. Definitely capable of promotion after this event. When he becomes a big leader in the province, the Su family's business path is bound to be much smoother. Su Chang was smoking a cigar, and when he heard this, he stood up straight and laughed easily with complete certainty on his face. Big brother, don't worry, I also took out $5 million out of my own pocket. Little Cheng this time, designated to be able to fire up a mess. The news has spread all over the place. Not just everywhere on the internet, but in reality I've hired a lot of people to hand out flyers all over the streets. After these words, Su Li nodded slightly, a satisfied look on his face. That's good. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so we must take advantage of it. After all, more than 1 billion people, only this one deserter. If we miss it, there will be nothing left. Tinkerbell, however, just as the two of them were excitedly discussing their grand plans for the future, a sharp ringing of the phone suddenly rang in the empty and silent living room. Su Li's brows instantly furrowed, an inexplicable uneasiness welling up in his heart, before he steadily walked to the center of the living room. You have to know that this is the Su family's family phone, which rarely rings on weekdays, and only when it happens to be something extremely important will someone dial this number. Could it be that something has changed in the company? Thinking so, Su Li picked up the phone with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, I'm Su Li, what's up? As soon as the phone was connected, a staggering voice with panic came from it. House master. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. The opposite side of the voice is so loud that Su Li's ears are a little tinnitus, and he can't help but rub his ears in dissatisfaction. TSK. What's the point of being so flustered? What the hell is going on? House master, didn't you watch the live broadcast? Live? Only watched a little bit, not since the deserter was caught. What happened? That deserter ran out again? Su Li was full of doubts, and his tone still carried a few points of displeasure. Beside him, Su Chang also curiously came over, perking up his ears to hear what was on the phone. Family master, that old man isn't a deserter at all. We've all been tricked. That old man is an anti-Japanese hero with many merits. On the other end of the line, the other person's tone was full of shock, almost shouting at the top of his lungs. What? Not a deserter? Are you kidding me? At those words, Su Li immediately froze a bit, somewhat unresponsive. The old man was a deserter, and this was personally verified by his son, Su Qing. There's no need for Su Qing to lie. Family master, it was Su Qing who lied. That old man was an anti-Japanese hero who was fabricated by Su Qing as a deserter and a bully who bullied the villagers. Now Su Qing and Su Hu have been arrested. The person on the other side of the phone was anxious, speaking extremely fast, each word like a bomb. What? All made up by Su Qing? Both of my sons are now under arrest. Impossible. How could Su Qing do such a bastard thing? At those words, Su Li was immediately shaken. Little Green made it up? How can that be? How could that kid do such a stupid thing? Su Chang was also full of surprise and somewhat incredulous. Family master, if you don't believe me, you can open Shake Shack and take a look. This matter has now rushed onto the hot search. Third brother called to inform. Said the old man's identity is very uncomplicated. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. Anyone who has insulted that old man will be arrested. The opposite side of the phone continued to say anxiously. Any that has insulted an elderly person is arrested? I know. Hang up first. At those words, Su Li hung up the phone, then turned his head to look at Su Chang in panic. They just spent $25 million on a lot of watermen, and now you're telling me the top is going to make an arrest? Then it's not a ing waste of time. Second brother, quickly withdraw those negative opinions that smear the elderly. Su Chang also looked horrified and froze for several seconds before stuttering a reply. It's already late. Things were all done by the time I got here. Tramp, I've seen you not being active on weekdays. Why are you so quick today? Hurry up and order down. Block these public opinions and eliminate as much as you can. Seeing this, Su Li's eyes turned red as he angrily shouted. Quickly call third brother. Ask third brother if there's any room for things to be salvaged. And by the way, find out about Su Ching and Su Hu. Su Li paced back and forth while ordering loudly. I'll call Secretary Li Hai now to ask. With that, Su Li dialed the provincial party secretary Li Hai's phone. They were originally one of the 4 major families in Tianjin province, and they all had quite a few connections at the government level. It's normal to have Li Hai's phone number. Do, which had thought that the phone number Su Li dialed out was directly hung up. The other party simply won't answer his calls. Tramp, Li Hai isn't answering my calls. Seeing this, Su Li immediately cursed lowly. Then I can only call the governor. Su Li gritted his teeth. Over the years, his Su clan had contributed a lot to the construction of Tianjin province, donating billions to the provincial government every year. Good relationship with Governor Wang Feng. Ding. Hello, Mr. Su Li, how are you? What's the reason for calling today? On the other end of the phone, Wang Feng's voice came out, accompanied by a meaningful sneer. Governor Wang, you know about Su Ching, right? Su Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a muffled voice, I know, you Su Li really raised a good son. Even the anti-Japanese veterans dare to wrongly accuse. On the cell phone, Wang Feng's tone was mocking, with some taunting intent. Governor, teenagers are more frivolous, which does not make mistakes. This matter, can you do a favor? Su Li's tone appeared to be a little low. Said, want me to help? Well, Wang Feng deliberately trailed off and paused for a moment. It's not impossible. This matter is not, in my opinion, beyond redemption. But the development zone in the western suburbs, the government's financial chain is temporarily a bit weak, and it has not been able to start the project. Wang Feng smiled faintly and said slowly, that's called something. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Su Li first frowned, then forced a smile. Hearing this, Su Li first frowned, his heart aching a bit, but he quickly forced out a smile. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a big deal to the Su family. It seemed that the old man's background wasn't particularly strong either. The governor can surely fix it. My Su family allocates funds of $5 billion for the provincial government, for the construction of the western suburbs. Su Li gave a loud shout. Ha ha ha, then I'll be grateful to Family Master Su. On the phone, Wang Feng laughed out loud. Come down to Manhwa with me later. Good, thanks a lot, Governor. Su Li nodded gruffly. Well, I'll immediately arrange manpower to suppress public opinion. Come to the provincial government in half an hour. Okay. Su Li nodded respectfully, then hung up the phone. Who? Su Li let out a long breath and turned his head to look at Su Chang. What does the third brother's side say? Third brother said that the old man's identity is not simple, but he doesn't know exactly what it is. Su Chang shook his head and said, the oldest works for the Communications Bureau, and you actually didn't know that either? Su Li whispered, then reassured himself. Whatever, it shouldn't be much of a big deal. When we get Su Ching and Su Hu back, we must be grounded for a year. Almost caused a big trouble. I was so happy for nothing. I've lost my face. Should have screwed those 2 assholes on the wall in the first place. Chapter 38, The Governor Strikes for the Lin Family. On the major social media platforms in the Dragon Kingdom. Shake it up. Fast jerk off. Little yellow books. Etc. 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 A hot search about Hengwu deserters bullying villagers almost wrapped up the top 100 of all hot lists. Hashtag families who understand. There's a deserter in Hengwu City, Tianjin Province. He's been bullying the villagers for decades. The villagers are in agony. Hashtag recently, Hengwu City appeared a nail household. According to reliable information, this old man is actually a deserter. More infuriating is that this old man bullying local villagers for decades. Hashtag great joy. Deserter Qin Zhonghua has been arrested by the Hengwu City Superintendent of Police. Hashtag. The top 10 hot searches are almost always about these. While the news that Qin Zhonghua was an anti-Japanese veteran, and the scars all over his body, seemed to be suppressed by some force, and one by one disappeared from the list of hot searches. Even videos of villagers admitting their crimes have been subject to traffic restrictions and even taken down. For a while, many marketing numbers flocked to follow the trend, and a strongly worded article criticized Qin Zhonghua, the deserter of Hengwu City. At the same time, a variety of praise Hengwu City Mayor Su Qing responsible. Arduous passages are also endless. Of course, it also had to rely on the powerful push of the Su family spending $25 million. Many marketing numbers are paid to do things. Many people who hadn't watched the entire live broadcast were easily misled by the one-sided news, spitting on old man Qin Zhonghua in the comments section. However, there were some people in the comments section who knew the truth and were trying to explain for Qin Zhonghua, but they ended up with a ban. A young man wearing glasses, sitting in front of a computer, his hands rapidly tapping the keyboard as a rebuttal was sent out. Dude, are you using 2G network? People's old man is innocent. It's the mayor of Hengwu City who framed him. But it didn't take long for a striking line to pop up on the screen. You have been banned for 30 days for posting pornographic comments. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man looked at the line and couldn't help but stare, then slammed the table and cursed angrily. What is this platform? Can't tell the truth? How dare you close the old man's mic? Such things are not an isolated case and are played out frequently on various social media platforms. Many people were ruthlessly curbed by the platform after just one sentence of explanation for elder Chin Jonghwa. Why didn't an old man like this die at the hands of the Japanese? Why did he come here to harm the villagers? I heard my brother say it doesn't seem so. He says the old man is innocent. Your brother knows nothing. Your brother is more authoritative than the officials of Henwu City? This old man's typical three white eyes. This kind of person is not to be messed with. Don't even say it. Do you know the truth? This old man is innocent. He was framed by the villagers and Mayor Su Qing. I'll tear your mouths off for rumors. Don't you watch live? Those villagers have admitted that they framed Master Chin Jonghwa. And Master Chin has so many merits. It's enough to buy the lives of all of you rumor mongers. I work at the First People's Hospital in Henwu City, and this hero was admitted to the ICU. We don't know if he's alive or dead. How come all the hot searches are defaming the old man? Where is the clarification video? Why can't we see any of them? Is the platform stupid? The entire network was caught up in a heated discussion, with the winds of public opinion tilting one way or the other in favor of blaming Chin Jonghwa. But whenever someone comes forward to explain for the old man, they will be sanctioned by an unknown and mysterious force. Therefore, fewer and fewer people came out to explain, and some people tried to come out to release a clarification video, and before they succeeded in doing so, they were directly blocked by the officials. Tianchang Province, inside the provincial government building, Li Cheng, the deputy director of the Information Management Bureau, stood in the governor's office with a slightly bowed body and a respectful look, reporting to Wang Feng, who was sitting above him. Governor, public opinion has been dealt with. The topics about the mayor of Henwu City have all been removed. After a pause, he then asked, should the topic of that veteran being vilified as a deserter be addressed as well? Wang Feng sat behind the spacious desk, his body slightly leaning back. His gaze calmly shook his head and said, there's no rush. Let the storm pass before we deal with it. I haven't been given any specifics on how this old man is going to be handled from above. Li Cheng nodded, but his face was a bit hesitant. He raised his eyes to Wang Feng and gathered his courage to say, Governor, we do this. Some bad right? That old man is after all the anti-Japanese veterans. The above should pay attention to. I still think do not meddle in this muddy water of the Su family. Li Cheng explained gruffly. Be careful of drawing fire. When Wang Feng heard this, he frowned, glared at Li Cheng, and coldly snorted. I don't know what you're afraid of. I am the governor of a province. Could it be that you think that this old man has more energy than me? Besides, Li Hai hasn't given me any concrete information until now, proving that this matter isn't much serious at all, and is completely within my control. As for drawing fire to burn, that also has to have fire to burn astringent. How much fire can an old man with a broken candle have? When Li Cheng heard this, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something else, but in the end, he swallowed his words back and just nodded his head, saying, all right then, I'll go down then. Looking at Li Cheng's back as he left, Wang Feng looked calm as he slowly picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew away the tea leaves floating on it and took a sip. Then he got up, raised his hand to straighten his straightened suit, and picked up his cell phone to dial, his voice flat. Arrange a special car for me to Henwu. Be there in 10 minutes I think. Chapter 39, the Directorate General of Communication finds Wang Feng. It's out. Sure enough, someone is deliberately smearing old Mr. Chin Jonghwa. In the office hall of the National Communications Directorate, an investigator stared intently at the computer screen, his eyes glaring round, unable to resist yelling out at the top of his lungs. On various platforms, those videos clarifying for Elder Chin Jonghwa have actually all been taken down. The other staff member was so full of shock that the documents in his hand fell to the ground, exclaiming incredulously. The team leader He Chao's expression instantly became extremely grave when he heard this cry of alarm. Find out, and thoroughly investigate all the traitors hidden behind it. Record them all and report them one by one to the General Directorate afterward. Yes, the investigator answered and his hands flew over the keyboard, starting the query with an incredible hand speed. It didn't take long for a list to be presented. At the top of the list, the name of Li Cheng, Deputy Director of the Information Management Bureau of Tianjin Province, was clearly written, followed by a list of the head executives of various video platforms. Captain, it's been found out. It's these people who are behind the spreading of untruths. The investigator stood up excitedly and handed the list in his hand to the captain. Looking at the list above, Captain He Chao frowned. Most of the names of the people on it, he had heard of them slightly, even somewhat familiarly, and quite a few of them he recognized. Li Cheng? How come someone from the government sector is also involved? Li Qing was the deputy director of the Information Management Bureau of Tianjin Province, and should logically maintain the order of the network. Why would you be involved in falsely accusing a veteran of this? He Chao pondered a little, and with a condensed expression, he spoke. I seem to have his phone number. I'll ask. Then, he turned his head to the investigator and instructed. You continue to dig deeper and refine this list in more detail. Not a single detail should be spared. As He Chao spoke, he walked to a quieter corner to the side, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and dialed Li Qing's number. Ding! The phone had just rung for less than 2 seconds before the opposite party picked up. Captain Ho, can I help you? Inside the phone, a slightly respectful voice came. At this moment, Li Qing, who was resting, was somewhat puzzled as he continued the call. He Chao, being in the National Directorate of Communications, was at least 2 ranks higher than their Provincial Information Management Bureau, even though He Chao was only the captain of the Communications Bureau. His official position was much bigger than him, and was almost on the same level as the governor of Tianjin Province. Li Qing was also involved in the national convention when he happened to have contact information for Hacho. You're calling today. Could it be that you have something important to tell me? Deputy Director Li, how are you? How have you been lately? He Chao said in a nonchalant tone with a faint smile on his face. Ha ha, Captain He, you're too polite. I'm just a small deputy bureau. Just call me Little Li. On the phone, Li Qing laughed dryly a few times, squeezing a curt smile on his face. Captain He, what exactly is the matter you're calling about? Li Qing couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked cautiously. You should know about Elder Qin Zhonghua, right? He Chao no longer exchanged pleasantries and directly opened the door to say, his tone steeply austere. This has been such a big deal lately, so naturally I know about it. On the opposite side of the phone, Li Qing's tone first stiffened, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, but soon he forced himself to calm down and said with a compensatory smile, then do you know what this old man's identity is? He Chao pursued with a cold smile, a hint of questioning in his voice. This old man seems to be an anti-Japanese veteran. I heard that there are quite a few meritorious deeds, Li Qing stammered in reply, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You still know that the old master is an anti-Japanese veteran? The people under my hand found out that it was you who contacted the executives of the major video platforms to get them to take down the videos clarifying the identity of the old master. Ah, why did you do that? He Chao let out a low gulp, his brows furrowed into a tight ball, his eyes filled with anger. Do you know that this is an order from the First Minister? Specifically asking us, the General Directorate of Communications, to investigate this matter thoroughly and to clarify the identity of Elder Qin Zhonghua. You, on the other hand, blatantly disobeyed orders and intentionally smeared the old man's identity. If the headmaster blames you, can you afford to do so? He Chao's voice grew louder and louder, his tone filled with intimidation. Listening to these words from He Chao on the phone, Li Qing froze at once, his entire body sitting frozen in his chair, his face pale. The chief ordered it? It can't be, can it? Captain He, this joke isn't funny at all. Li Qing swallowed his saliva and said with forced composure, how could the identity of an ordinary anti-Japanese old man be taken seriously by the chief minister? Oomph, the red-topped documents are down. Do you think I'm joking with you? He Chao sneered, his tone mocking. Which ones are involved in falsely accusing the old man? You'd better give a clear account of each one of them. Otherwise, I will contact the superintendent of police to carry out an arrest on you. He Chao's voice was decisive, without the slightest room for discussion. Li Qing sort of knew why He Chao was on the phone with him. Turns out it's to ask questions. Things are big. I should have known better than to leave this alone. Doggone Wang Feng. Now it made him get into trouble as well. Captain He, I really can't be blamed for this. It was Wang Feng who asked me to do this. He said that if I didn't do as he said, he would remove me from my post. I had no choice. Li Qing didn't even think about it, and without the slightest hesitation, he gave up Wang Feng. At the moment all he could think about was getting rid of his responsibilities in a hurry. Oh, don't worry, this matter the Directorate General of Communications, will investigate thoroughly to the end, and will not wrongly accuse any good person, nor will I wrongly accuse any bad person. He Chao got the answer he wanted, and after saying this, he simply hung up the phone. In Tianjin Province, Li Qing looked at the phone call that had been hung up, and the whole person sat paralyzed in his chair, cold sweat pouring out from his forehead. If it's true what Hao Chao said, it was the headmaster who ordered the clearing of this matter, then he just happens to be stepping on fire. What bad luck! Gotta talk to the governor. Li Qing frowned, his heart racing as he stood up, lifting his foot to walk out of the office, but then something exasperating came to mind and then stopped. Asterisk. It's this Wang Feng who caused my old man to suffer. Talk to him my ass. He deserves it. I'll take someone with me even if I die. Wang Feng is the governor of a province? but private false accusations of heroes. In the end, what is the name of the game? He Chow murmured a sentence, then headed over to the office of the Director General of Communications, Wang Feng, as the governor. This matter is not trivial and must be reported to the general administration. You're saying that the online craze of spitting on the old man was all ordered by Wang Feng? Director General of Communications Yu Lang sat in front of his desk, his hands crossed on the table, listening to He Chow's report in front of him. His brows couldn't help but frown. He had thought that this matter was just some people on the internet with ulterior motives making waves, and that a mayor's involvement was the limit. I didn't expect that the governor Wang Feng was involved behind the scenes, so it seems that this matter is far more complicated than imagined. Well, it's what Li Qing explained. He Chow's expression was serious and he nodded earnestly. Who is Li Qing? Yu Lang asked. Li Qing is the deputy director of the Information Management Bureau of Tianjin Province, which is headed by the provincial government, the same department headed by Wang Feng. Aha. Yu Lang nodded. Keep checking and see if you can find out anything else. I've already instructed the second team to take down all the scatological videos on the internet about old Mr. Qin Zhonghua and release a clarification video, so you first team can leave this aspect alone. Chapter 40, the official media clarifies the identity of the old man. The truth comes out. On the internet, in the twinkling of an eye, those who had been banned and blocked for clarifying for the old man were all officially unblocked. At the same time, on all major platforms across the internet, all the false content about falsely accusing Elder Qin Zhonghua of being a deserter and bullying villagers, it was instantly erased by a large invisible hand and disappeared cleanly. Meanwhile, countless official media outlets acted as if they had been given unified instructions and acted quickly, making announcements and frantically retweeting 2 10-minute-long videos. 2 videos that are forced to appear on the front page of everyone's cell phone. Mandatory viewing. This first video is exactly the image of Qin Zhonghua when he suffered from the crowd surging, being torn by the crowd to shred the clothes on his body. A large area of hideous scars instantly exposed in front of the eyes of the crowd. The scars, deep or shallow, long or short, like a twisted centipede, covered his body in a shocking manner. Why can't I slide my cell phone? Rogue software. Have you noticed that all the hot search lists about deserter Qin Zhonghua have disappeared? One netizen typed this query in the comments section, followed by several exclamation points, enough to show his inner surprise. These 2 videos are official releases. You guys see this first video? This old man has so many scars on his body. Who is this old man? Why are there so many scars on his body? Could it be that he is an anti-Japanese veteran? Another netizen's eyes widened as she watched and couldn't help but let out a gasp. This old man is Qin Zhonghua. The old man has to speak up now that he's been unbanned. Old man Qin Zhonghua is a hero against the Japanese, not a deserter, and he didn't bully the villagers. He's not a deserter, and he didn't bully the villagers. It's all because of false accusations. Stop yelling. A netizen who has just been unblocked, very emotional, fingers on the keyboard quickly tapping, as if to be held in the heart of the previous words all out of the brain. I'm so sorry. These scars are so painful to look at. I'm getting goosebumps. The old man looks like he's been soaked in boiling water. How come there's not even one good scar on his body? He's taken off his eye patch. The old man is still blind in his right eye. The moment in the video when Qin Zhonghua slowly removes his blindfold has sparked a new round of discussion, with people feeling saddened by what happened to the old man. Is this scarred old man the deserter Qin Zhonghua? Countless netizens watched these 2 videos with a mix of emotions such as surprise, shock, anger, and guilt, and have been sending out gasps in the comment section. Most people are still filled with doubt and uncertainty when they watch the first video, but when they see the second video, all the truth comes out and all their questions are answered. The second video is precisely the one in which the villagers of Qingguan village identify Su Qing's crimes, treading on the horse. It turns out that all these villagers were wrongly accused of talking nonsense. This old man is not a deserter at all. I was personally present at the time, and I was also shocked and could not speak. At that time, I directly slapped myself twice. Face to the present is still vaguely painful. So many merits on this floor. First class, special class. My God, the old man is also too great, right? Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua is too pitiful. For the sake of the country suffered a body full of injuries, and ended up having to suffer this kind of insult in his old age. This Su Qing is the mayor, right? How did this kind of become a mayor in Tama? These villagers are really not human either. Insulting and planting our heroes of the Dragon Kingdom for a little money. Was the old man taken away? Has the old master come out now? I was wrong. The old man turned out to be so pathetic. Immediately following the release of the video by countless official accounts, there was another collective voice to clarify the identity of Elder Qin Zhonghua. Longview, reasonable melon. Heroes should not be reviled. Qin Zhonghua old Mr. is the old anti-Japanese hero. Deserter status is purely rumor. Frowny face refused to be verbally abusive, net violators or criminalized. Hengwu Qin Zhonghua old man is not a deserter. Previously Department of Rumors. Rumor mongers can be sentenced to more than 1 year and less than 10 years. National Security Network. Please do not continue to spread rumors that Master Qin Zhonghua is an anti-Japanese hero, not a deserter. The main rumor monger has been brought to justice. After countless official media outlets released clarifying videos, the winds on the internet shifted 180 degrees in an instant. Officials have come out to clarify. Those who scolded me for speaking for deserters, get the hell out of here. Type your words. Don't you have any hands? A netizen who had been called out on his behavior is now straightening his back, and is dominating the comment section to dislike those who had slandered him. This is actually a rumor? It was the Hengwu city government that released the information before. I thought it was the nail in the coffin. I didn't expect it to be a rumor. Some people were chagrined at being misled by the false information previously released by the Hengwu city government and kept shaking their heads in dismay. Officials, do you know how long I've been waiting for you to finally come out and speak out? Those of us who have been clarifying for the old man are about to be scolded to death by this group of. A netizen who has been insisting on clarifying the old man's case was thrilled to tears when he saw the official statement. I doubt it. I suspect someone hired a water army. I just said one thing, and not only was I banned, but I was also abused by dozens of people in private messages. After reading these messages, those who had originally spat on Elder Qin Zhonghua closed their mouths. Many were so guilty that they slapped themselves right in the face. All those insults were also deleted. Immediately afterward, a piece of information about Qin Zhonghua's personal profile was forwarded by the official. Today, the National Communications Directorate, NCD, hereby makes a final clarification regarding the rumor incident of the Qingduan village in Hengwu City on the internet. On the internet, the old man who was wrongly accused of desertion and bullying the villagers has turned 100 years old this year. The old man, whose real name is Qin Zhonghua, was born without a father or a mother since he was a child. Upon investigation, Qin Zhonghua was not a deserter as claimed by the villagers of Qingduan village, nor did he bully the villagers. The real identity of old Mr. Qin Zhonghua is. Chapter 41, The Great Feats of Elder Qin Zhonghua. Elder Qin Zhonghua's life and death were unknown. Elder Qin Zhonghua's true identity is a veteran of the Dragon Kingdom's anti-Japanese resistance. Below is a portion of Mr. Qin Zhonghua Sr.'s personal profile. As this line of text comes into view, a sweeping, blood-boiling epic of resistance is about to unfold. In the anti-Japanese war, in 15 years, Mr. Qin Zhonghua participated in more than 50 battles, killing thousands of Japanese invaders, among which, he killed 6 Japanese generals and 6 Japanese lieutenants, and countless others. Mr. Qin Zhonghua was honored with first-class merit 23 times and special merit. In the first paragraph, the total merits of Elder Qin Zhonghua are summarized. Battle records available. Anti-Japanese War Gold Medal ACE. Immediately after that, the text that follows is a detailed description of some of the battles of old Mr. Qin Zhonghua. Once upon a time, old Mr. Qin Zhonghua volunteered to fight in the First War when he was only 18 years old. In the midst of that battle, managed to shoot 100 times, with a total of 33 rounds in his hand, but hard enough to kill 35 Japanese dogs. You guys heard right. The old man shot twice. In that battle, old Mr. Qin Zhonghua even escaped unharmed. Lin Yi will battle. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua led a company midnight raid on the Japanese base, as if Juga descended. Lubu protect body. The Japanese army fooled. Just a company's strength, smashed the Japanese army a large camp. Although he was shot twice, but he was strong enough to kill the enemy Lieutenant General Toilet Seat. After this battle, Master Qin Zhonghua thus became famous in the army. The Great Battle of the Earth Pit. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua, along with 12 to the great generals, hat trick, detoured 30 miles to the Great Pit, and fought with the enemy for 3 days and 3 nights. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua's great name shook the 9 fields and 8 wastelands. In this battle, under the leadership of old Mr. Qin Zhonghua, our army killed a total of 2 large regiments of enemy combatants. Of course, the old man was also seriously injured in this battle, being shot twice, but still tenaciously survived. In the video, the knife scar on the old master's face and the 2 gunshot wounds on his side and stomach are from this battle. The Battle of Tiankung. Master Qin Zhonghua alone infiltrated the large Japanese regiment and managed to smash the armory. Of course, the old man was also seriously injured. His right eye was shattered by a shell, and he is still blind. Not only that, Elder Qin Zhonghua also created the Zhonghua class. The Zhonghua class is filled with important heroes of our Dragon Kingdom. This article, densely packed with a total of tens of thousands of words, all of them glorify the great achievements of old Master Qin Zhonghua, detailing the key information of the battles, with admiration and worship of the hero flowing between the lines. There is even a comment at the end of the article. If heaven does not give birth to me, Shin Jonghwa will fight against the Japanese for the rest of eternity. If heaven gives birth to me, Shin Jonghwa will fight against the Japanese for the rest of eternity. Moment. This article down. Countless people read it is and pinch the sweat and foreshoots of excitement, as if back to the time when the anti-Japanese era witnessed the birth of a legend. What a great honor to fight against the Japanese. That's so right. Master Shin Jonghwa is truly a blessing to our Dragon Kingdom. Those who cursed Master Shin, come out and die. Self-immolation. I have been shocked to the point of not knowing what to say. The official archives given. There are some wars whose names I have not even heard of. All buried history. Old Master. It really is the miracle itself. Unbelievable. I'm shaking with anger. Some people are actually cursing the old man. Did they not watch the video and the official message sent? My words here. Scolded the old man's whole family seems to light. All rebound on their families. Then they'll never get rich. +1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Elder Shin Jonghwa was truly too great. These feats are more dazzling than the great generals. But the old man is incognito. Did not flaunt himself. Just quietly withdrew from the stage of history. Until now was wrongly accused before being forced to expose his identity. The old man deserves the respect of any of us. I'm a little worried. With the old man's identity exposed, won't the foreign spies take advantage of the situation? Be sure to protect the old master well. Don't worry. It is because of old Mr. Shin Jonghwa that our country is now rich and strong. It's no longer the time when anyone could step on anyone twice during the anti-Japanese war. The old man will be in no danger. Right. This dossier really brought tears to my eyes. Without Mr. Shin Jonghwa's contribution during the anti-Japanese period, my country, Dragon Kingdom, would not be so prosperous and strong now. However, just then, several hot searches rose steeply to the top of various lists, appeared in everyone's eyes. Shocked, the old hero Shin Jonghwa was injected with 500 milliliters of a special anesthetic by Tian Bing, chief of the Hengwu City Superintendent of Police. He is now in a coma, life or death unknown. The police have sent him to the ICU. The culprit, Tian Bing, has been arrested. Elderly Shin Jonghwa is under treatment, and the nationally renowned national doctor Sage is working on it. These few messages instantly triggered everyone's emotions again. Everyone was shaken up and spat on the internet. What? The old man was put under anesthesia? He's in the ICU, not knowing if he's dead or alive? What the hell? What are these officials doing? Can't they even protect the safety of a Japanese hero? Brothers, there are some things you can't say. Be careful. I told you. What? Old Mr. Shin Jonghwa hasn't even been threatened by foreign forces yet. He's been victimized by his own people first. This is outrageous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 500 milliliters. This Tama elephant can dry down. Right. The old man is so pathetic. This is simply an unmitigated disaster. The trial of Hongwu's Mayor Su Cheng and director Tian Bing and the villagers starts tomorrow. Right? I have to go there to give them a stabbing. The old man could have been fine, but he was killed by this group of people. Old Mr. Shin Jonghwa, you must be okay. The Dragon Kingdom can't live without you. May the Dragon Kingdom's anti-Japanese martyrs bless Grandpa Shin Jonghwa. I hope Grandpa Shin is alright. I'm really pissed off. Such an important hero as old Grandpa Shin Jonghwa, but he's been framed 3 times. For a while, everyone began to focus on elder Shin Jonghwa's safety. Everyone's heart was instantly in their throat. Chapter 42, Shin Ruwashi is surprised. Grandpa is dying? Hengwu First People's Hospital. The atmosphere was as gloomy as the eve of a storm. The entire hospital was on lockdown, while the road outside the hospital was crowded with people, noisy as hell, but everyone looked sad. Bless the old man. I hope the old man is okay. I'll take 10 years of my life for it. It's all because of one old man. Anti-Japanese legend Shin Jonghwa. Shin Jia and the rest of the Shin family members rushed over from Qingduan village with the fastest speed possible. The duo of Wang Dazi and Hu Laosen followed. Shin Jonghwa's son, Shin Tian, had just been released and was as weak as a candle in the wind. At the moment, he is lying on the hospital bed on an 4 drip, pale, eyes full of worry. Hate to immediately get up to go to the operating room in front of the guard, but the weak body so that he has the heart cannot do anything. Can only be in the hospital bed silently praying for his father's safety. Outside the door of the operating room, everyone was anxious. Shin Jie's brows were locked tightly, his feet pacing back and forth urgently, his gaze never leaving the closed operating room door for a moment. He constantly blamed himself and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. It's all my fault. I should have stopped Grandpa if I had known. That damn Tian Bing. Grandpa is already 100 years old. How dare you inject Grandpa with so much anesthesia? How can Grandpa's body withstand it? With that, he slammed his fist against the wall next to him. Grandma, is Grandpa okay? Oh. Shin Lingling sat on a chair in the corridor. Her large eyes filled with tears that rolled down like broken beads. Ling Ling don't want anything to happen to Tai Grandpa. Tai Grandpa must be fine. Oh, Great Grandpa will be fine. Qin Sheng forced back her tears. Her eyes reddened. Her two small hands clenched into fists with death. Her nails almost embedded in her palms. He had a pistol hidden in his pants pocket. A weapon he was determined to use to avenge his grandfather's death. Qin Sheng secretly vowed that when Great Grandpa was safe, he would take revenge for him. Beat to death those few bad guys who had harmed Tai Grandpa. Qin Jia stopped and turned to look at her mother, Su Xian. Her voice slightly choked. Mom, you quickly call Qin Ruoshi. Tell her to hurry up and come over. In case Grandpa really can't hold out. Can come and see Grandpa one last time. With that, he raised his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, which were red. Good. Su Xian looked sad. The wrinkles on her face seemed to have deepened by a few points, and the white hair on her head looked particularly harsh in the light. She pulled out her cell phone with trembling hands and dialed Qin Ruoshi's number. Tinkerbell. At this time, far away from the outskirts of Henwu, the sun shines brightly, and the waves gently beat the beach. Qin Ruoshi was wearing a bikini and lying comfortably on a beach chair. This was a rare leisure time for her after so many years of being an assassin in rice, and she was enjoying it very much. The quiet was broken by the ringing of her cell phone, and she picked it up to see that it was her mother calling, with a hint of arrogance in her tone. Mom, what's the call for? I'm not that easy to coax when I'm angry, but let Qin Jia and I apologize, and this matter will be over. Qin Ruoshi, still a bit sulky, said faintly, Miss, can you add a micro? I'm from the Purple Sky Province. Just then, a middle-aged fat man with a lewd look came over, a greasy smile on his face. As the man ran, the two lumps on his chest were still bouncing up and down. The genus is a bit spicy. TSK. Seeing this, before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Qin Ruoshi impatiently interrupted with a face full of disgust. Where's the dead pig? Get back to your pigsty. You. This sentence instantly made this middle-aged man's face turn red. Miss, are you sure? I told you to roll, don't you understand? Qin Ruoshi spoke again, her eyes austere, staring at the man in front of her like a viper, the ruthless aura cultivated by years of career as an assassin instantly radiating out. Over the years, in the rice country, there is no shortage of such men who coveted her body, but they were all abused by her. Ha ha, good, it's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. At those words, the middle-aged man was so angry that he was trembling all over, sneered a few times, and then left angrily. However, he didn't give up and hid in a corner, secretly taking a picture of Qin Ruoshi, whispering viciously, condescending huh? I love conquering women like you the most. I hope that when the time comes to be in my crotch, you women can be so condescending too. Watching the man go away, Qin Ruoshi then continued to pick up the phone and said, Mom, how's it going? Where's Qin Jie? Qin Ruoshi asked. Mom, why are you crying? I'm wrong, can't I? I shouldn't. Daryl, don't worry about that. Come to the First People's Hospital. Your grandpa is dying. Su Xian sobbed uncontrollably. Grandpa's dying? I'll come over right away. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoshi's face suddenly changed, and after hanging up the phone, she quickly slapped the sand off her body, put on her clothes, and rushed over towards the First People's Hospital. Qin Zhenghua is her grandfather, even if she has not met many times since she was a child, but blood is thicker than water, and that affection cannot be cut off. Even if there were rumors on the internet that her grandfather was a deserter, in her heart, he was always her grandfather. It would be impossible for her to say she wasn't worried. Inside the ICU, the atmosphere was tense and suffocating. Several doctors' foreheads are covered with bean-sized beads of sweat, and their backs have long been drenched in sweat. Since learning the identity of the old man, they have simply been violently stressed. Drip, drip, drip. The blood pressure monitor beeped sharply, indicating that the patient's blood pressure had dropped dramatically. Patient's blood pressure is dropping. Hurry up with the naloxone. The lead surgeon looked grave and shouted his orders. He was well known in the Dragon Kingdom's medical community, and this time the commander had specially sent him to rescue Qin Zhenghua. But at this moment, he couldn't help but be nervous in the face of this legendary hero. The assistant at the side quickly picked up the medicine and skillfully injected Qin Zhenghua. However, the situation has not improved. No way. The blood pressure won't come up. Surgery must be performed. Watching the blood pressure continue to drop, the lead surgeon wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around at the other doctors and said, the success rate is only 50%, go out and notify the families. Clunk, the door to the operating room pushed open, and Xinjia's several people rushed to swarm up. Doctor, how's my grandpa doing? Doctor, is our father okay? Seeing the anxious faces of several people, the doctor wiped the sweat from his face, looking tired and grave, leaving only one sentence before walking back to the operating room. Surgery has only a 50% success rate, so I hope the family is prepared. Bang! The surgery doors closed again. The hearts of Qin Jia and Su Xian and the others also went cold along with them. Only a 50% success rate? Damn! Grandpa must not be okay. Qin Jia sat helplessly on the chair, holding his head with both hands, and kept praying secretly in his heart. Oh! Su Xian could no longer hold back her small sobs, tears flowing freely on her face that was full of vicissitudes. Heaven will surely bless the old man. Good people have good rewards. The old master will surely live a long life. Wang Daji's eyes were red and he comforted everyone with a sad face. What nonsense! The old master is living a long life. Hu Laosan immediately interrupted, with a few hints of anger in his tone. Right. I was wrong. The old master is living a long life. Wang Daji hurriedly nodded his head, and his face was filled with remorse as he realized that he had said the wrong thing. The old man just turned 100 today. Wishing the old man a long life is not cursing the old man to die today. Chapter 43 Life is at stake. The system finally comes in. Have the CT photos come back yet? The lead surgeon asked with a grave look on his face. Out. Here. The assistant at the side, his eyes staring at the electronic screen with dead eyes. The whole person seemed to be fixed, and only squeezed out these words after a long time. His eyes were filled with shock, as if the screen was displaying some incredibly horrific image. Let me take a look. The lead surgeon quickened his pace and quickly walked over to the screen, and after he saw it for a split second, his body suddenly stopped for a moment, because, in the CT image, Qin Zhongguo's entire body was densely distributed with at least 8 pieces of shrapnel as well as a large swath of metal residue. One shrapnel, even penetrated next to the heart, almost going into it. Inside the old gentleman's body, there is actually so much shrapnel. How much suffering must this be? The lead surgeon shook his head slowly, his voice filled with pity. Drip drip drip. Just as the attending surgeon was sighing, the various instruments monitoring vital signs made rapid noises and the indicator lights flashed frantically. This is a sign that Qin Zhongguo's vital signs are about to disappear. Change the blood. The blood must be changed immediately. The anesthesia in the patient's body has already dissolved in the blood of the whole body. The lead surgeon snapped back to his senses and quickly gave the order, speaking as he quickly put on his gloves, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The author is not a doctor, and do not know how to do the plot needs, mess a few written, big brother do not blame. The patient's blood type is A. Luckily the blood bank has plenty of type A. The doctor in charge of checking the blood type breathed a long sigh of relief, a hint of gratitude in his tone. Hurry up and add more men. Inside the operating room, it was hectic, with all the doctors sweating, not daring to slack off. However, just as the doctors were busy, Qin Zhongguo's pupils on the operating table gently shrunk. A mellifluous electronic bombardment tone rang out from the depths of his mind, as if a cannon had been set off in his soul. Bang! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. The system of protecting the family and the country is officially activated in. Bang! Family defense system activated successfully. Qin Zhongguo, who was in a coma, heard this system sound that was like the explosion of an atomic bomb, and instantly woke up, but he was still unable to open his eyes, and only had the ability to think temporarily. System, you finally come. The old man is dying of treading water. You finally come. Qin Zhongguo wanted to cry in his heart. If he was awake at this time, he had to yell to the sky. 100 years. He's waited 100 years, thanks to his life, otherwise he would have died. And by then, even if the system came, he would have seen a pot of ashes. Host, Qin Zhongguo. Life expectancy, 100 years per 102 years and 167 days. When he saw the column of life expectancy, Qin Zhongguo froze a bit. This means that the old immortal can only live for 2.5 years? Qin Zhongguo thought, his heart a little sad. Chickens have lived longer than that. How time flies. 100 years had passed, and without the system, he would have gone with those old friends. Health condition, extremely bad. The body was injected with a large amount of special anesthetics, the dosage of which has long exceeded the limits of the human body. Enough to anesthetize an elephant. There is a lot of shrapnel and broken iron residue in his body, so he needs to be removed in time. And after that, he can increase his life expectancy by 3 months. Indeed, the shrapnel has somewhat affected the old man's health. Seeing this, Qin Zhongguo nodded approvingly. There are too many pieces of iron in his body, and when he encounters thundery weather on weekdays, Qin Zhongguo feels a chill down his spine and just feels like a lightning rod, afraid that the thunder will strike at him. These pieces of iron should have been taken out a long time ago. Strength, 5/1 for normal people, acquired through exercise. Speed, 5/1 for normal people, acquired through exercise. The old immortal is 100 years old and still has 5 times the physical qualities of an ordinary person. Back then it seems that he had indeed practiced in place. Qin Zhongguo thought to himself, somewhat proud of himself. In the entire blue star, There was afraid that there was no old man who could match this physical quality of his. Family protection system, as the name suggests. This system is divided into two aspects. The first to protect the family, the need for the host to complete the revitalization of the family's mission, so that the family is strong. Note, not only is the host's family, but also the host's 12 generals and the friends of the descendants of the family is also counted in the system has been checked. The 12 generals, there are only 5 generals have the latter, are in the situation of the downtrodden, has not yet been recognized by their ancestors to return to the family. The second guardian, as detected by the system, the Western countries are moving again, and the marbles at sea are also being unsuspecting. The Dragon Kingdom is in a situation where it is under the intent of enemies on all sides, and the host needs to re-emerge to make the Dragon Kingdom rank at the top of the world. Note, hosts can get corresponding rewards for cultivating their families, and they can also get corresponding rewards for improving their country's strength or fighting against foreign pigs and dogs. Further note, exotic dogs and pigs are of human race and of any color, protecting the family and defending the country. Ha 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 ha, just what the old man wants. This system is simply tailor-made for the old man. He, Qin Zhonghua, had lived for so long, and the beliefs of his entire life were all in these 2 sentences. You can protect your family and your country at the same time. It's a man's man. It was also the motto of his life. Qin Zhonghua. Unexpectedly, those old friends of the old immortal still have descendants. Other countries are also coveting the Dragon Kingdom. Take your time. It's time to put my Dragon Kingdom on top of the world, one way or another. Qin Zhonghua muttered his thoughts. He also has the Mountain River class. It's the organization he created during the war. This is his absolute bottom card. It is also the sword of the Dragon Kingdom. However, he wouldn't use this bottom card until the critical moment. By the way, system, can you assist in treating the old man's injuries and illnesses? Consider this as your belated compensation. Bang! The host has converted the newbie bundle into an injury save and is assisting in the healing. When did the old man ask for a conversion of the newbie bonanza? Listening to the beep, Qin Zhonghua was a bit confused. Just in case there might be something better inside this newbie pack. Wouldn't he be screwed by the system then? Damn, this dog system doesn't talk about martial virtues. Bullying him, 100-year-old man, in assisted healing. A system voice came at last, and then Qin Zhonghua only felt his consciousness slowly sinking into the abyss, and after a few seconds he completely lost consciousness. DDT, after the blood change surgery, plus the system is firing on all cylinders. The alarms on the medical instruments gradually slowed down, and Qin Zhonghua's various physical indicators gradually favored calmness. The physical indicators of a 100-year-old man are actually no different from those of a normal person. Terror. However, several doctors remained frowning, especially the lead surgeon, who looked at the shrapnel-covered CT and kept sighing with worry in his eyes. There was simply too much shrapnel, especially the one at the heart end, and he, the sage of national medicine, was not sure that he could safely remove it. But if he couldn't take it out either, then no one in the Dragon Kingdom, nor anyone else, would be able to take it out. The old gentleman's body is different from normal. Just after the blood exchange is out of the danger of life, even the heavens are favoring it. Maybe it can really create a miracle. The lead surgeon murmured, and then gave a big wave of his hand. Perform the surgery. Remove all the shrapnel from the old man's body. Otherwise, there's a good chance that the old man will have an adverse rejection reaction after this blood exchange. Chapter 44 Qin Ruwashi come. The situation on the patient you family members do not know? In the corridor outside the operating room, Qin's family waited anxiously. Qin Tian's spirit was a little better compared to before, and he was currently sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed to the side of the ward. His hands unconsciously clutched the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, and he stood guard there along with Qin Jia and the others, his eyes filled with worry. And at the same time, Qin Ruwashi was also running towards the top floor with a burning heart. She was delayed quite a bit, and it was just too crowded downstairs, and it was hard to squeeze in, only to be blocked and turned away by hospital security. However, after all, Qin Ruwashi had been an assassin for many years and was agile. In a hidden, unoccupied corner, he managed to roll into the hospital and sneak in. This hospital, could it be that there is some extraordinary person treating the sick? Qin Ruwashi patted the dust stained on her arse and thought with some doubt and surprise in her heart. Afterward, she took big strides and hoofed it to the top floor according to the location Su Xian had told her. Just after stepping into the corridor, she caught a glimpse of Su Xian and the others with sad faces and eyes that had long since turned red from crying. Qin Ruwashi's eyes instantly reddened, and with her feet raised, she wanted to take another step forward. Just then, 2 loaded soldiers quickly stepped forward, crossing the guns in their hands and blocking her path. Stand still! Who are you? What are you doing here? The soldier's voice was loud and serious, staring at Qin Ruwashi closely. They had received strict orders from their superiors to guard the top floor so tightly that not even a fly could be let in easily. The woman in front of me, unidentified, must also be stopped. What are the people downstairs doing? Letting a woman in like that in the open? One soldier mentally spat out a sentence. Mom! Seeing the depressing atmosphere in the corridor, Shinruwashi only felt her nose turn sour, ignoring the two soldiers and shouting at Su Xian in the distance. Hearing Shinruwashi call out for mom, the two soldiers were stunned, but they didn't dare to let their guard down in the slightest, and the guns in their hands were still held steadily. They don't dare to be careless. What if it's this woman pretending? Daryl, come here quickly. In the distance, seeing Shinruwashi rush over, Su Xian got up with a tired face, waved her hand, and said hoarsely. Seeing Su Xian wave her hand, the two soldiers instantly understood at this moment even if they were stupid. No wonder this lady was able to get into the hospital. So this lady is the granddaughter of that legend. Sorry for offending you. The two immediately sidestepped to the side, their figures standing tall, before bowing respectfully and apologizing, their tone extremely sincere. Shinruwashi was full of nothing but worry at the moment and had no time to pay attention to them. Mom, is great-grandpa okay? Shinruwashi quickly trotted over and eagerly asked. It was then that she noticed Qin Tian, who was sitting weakly in a wheelchair next to her. Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing her grandfather's frail and weak appearance, Shinruwashi's eyes welled up with tears and her voice took on a sobbing tone. Humph, you unfilial daughter. You're the one who denigrated your grandfather and didn't believe in him? The moment he saw Shinruwashi, a trace of undetectable surprise flashed through his eyes, but the moment he remembered what Qin Jie had said to him earlier, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. This rebellious daughter actually disrespects her elders. She listens to rumors so easily. I can't believe he called his dad Qin Zhonghua a deserter. It really pissed him off. Dad, I'm telling the truth. Ah, how even you? Shinruwashi beamed, her face full of aggression and her eyes red. Don't call me dad. Qin Tian snorted coldly and looked away, not wanting to look at her. Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have babbled bad things about grandpa. Shinruwashi saw that Qin Tian was really angry and hurriedly pouted, her body twisting slightly, her voice soft and sticky, trying to coax Qin Tian to dissipate his anger. Humph, it's good to know it's wrong. Your grandfather is in surgery right now. Qin Tian sighed, looking grave, with a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in his voice. Surgical success rate, only 50%. Upon hearing this, Shinruwashi froze in place for a moment, her mind going blank, seemingly shocked by the news. 50% success rate? What kind of serious illness did Grandpa have? And how could the success rate of surgery be so low? Right, these two are? Shinruwashi slowed down a bit and pointed to Hulao-san and Wang Dazi who were sitting on the side with furrowed brows. He's Grandpa's friend from the countryside. Seeing this, Qin Jie hurriedly stepped forward to explain, pointing at the two men as he spoke. Grandpa's friend? Shinruwashi said, skimming her lips and looking the two of them up and down. Wang Dazi and Hulao-san naturally heard these murmurs and understood that they were talking about them. The two hurriedly stood up, leaning forward slightly, with naive smiles on their faces, and nodded their heads at Shinruwashi somewhat hastily. Hello, I'm Wang Dazi, a villager from Qingduan village. Wang Dazi scratched his head, his voice carrying a bit of rusticity. Hello, I'm Hulao-san. Hulao-san followed suit and greeted. Hello guys. Shinruwashi grinned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Is this Grandpa's social circle? It's too small. If one's life was in danger, the entire rice killer layer would be shaken. How could it be like Grandpa, when his life was in danger? There were only so many two people to stand guard. Noticing that Shinruwashi didn't seem to treat them very well, Hulao-san and Wang Dazi didn't say anything. The two of them were originally from the countryside, and they were more or less given the cold shoulder when they went into the city to sell vegetables on weekdays. Got used to it a long time ago. Moreover, Shinruwashi looks noble and beautiful. In contrast, they can't help but be somewhat ashamed of themselves. Just then, the door to the operating room was pushed open. A doctor wearing a mask and a sterile gown stepped out at a sedate pace, with a hint of seriousness. Doctor, how is the old man doing? Was the operation successful? As soon as Qin Jie and the others saw the doctor come out, they immediately greeted him with quick steps. All eyes, too, were focused on the doctor at the door of the operating room. The doctor slowly lifted his hand and removed the mask in an unhurried motion, but his brow remained furrowed. Seeing this, the hearts of the crowd sank to the bottom. Ha ha ha, you guys don't have to worry, the patient's condition has stabilized. Suddenly, the doctor smiled brightly and laughed cheerfully towards the several people. Phew, hearing this, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, and their originally taut nerves instantly relaxed, as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted from their shoulders. I'm on early 8. At the same time, the crowd secretly spat at the doctor in their minds. Does this doctor think he's being humorous? Doctor, please be more direct next time. Don't have too much front shaking, said Qin breathlessly, but his heart was completely relaxed. The The doctor was able to joke about it so easily, so it did seem like Grandpa was okay. Ahem, liven up the atmosphere. I see you guys are dead. The doctor coughed lightly twice in an attempt to diffuse the awkwardness. Then his expression became serious once more, and his eyes swept over the crowd one by one. Then I'll ask you, the patient has numerous scars and has multiple shrapnel and iron fragments in his body. It has seriously threatened the patient's health. Do you as family members know about these? The doctor looked to the group of family members and asked in a low, strong voice. I know about the scars on this grandfather's body, but I'm not sure about the shrapnel in his body. Sheen scratched his head and froze. The scars on Dad's body are clear to me, but he asked me not to tell them outside. Sheen Tian nodded, his expression heavy. Grandpa has many scars? Is there a photo? Sheen Ruwashi walked up and asked with a puzzled look on her face as her eyebrows knitted. Didn't the internet say her grandfather was a deserter? Oddly enough, the scars. And where did that come from? You, a family member, still don't know about the scars on your grandfather's body? The doctor gave Sheen Ruwashi a strange, surprised look. This, Sheen Ruwashi was asked a little uncomfortable, froze for a moment and subconsciously pinched the corner of her coat. I've been abroad a lot, so I'm not too sure about all that. Here, this is a picture of your grandfather's body, as well as a CT, said the doctor, then took out his cell phone, skillfully opened the surgery file, and handed it to Sheen Ruwashi. Intimate photographs of patients should not, by definition, be made public, but family members have the right to view them. Aha! Sheen Ruwashi nodded, then stepped forward to take the cell phone. Scars. Grandpa has more scars on his body. I don't know if he has as many as she does. She had been an assassin for so many years that she had a handful of scars. The worst one was even more than 20 centimeters long and 2 centimeters deep. That failed assassination almost got her killed in rice. However, after receiving the cell phone and looking at the picture in the phone, Sheen Ruwashi directly froze in place. Her pupils contracted violently and her mouth opened wide. Looking at the hideous scars that covered her body like gnarled dragons, Sheen Ruwashi was unable to return to her senses for a long time. Chapter 45. Sheen Ruwashi was ashamed. Her grandfather was not a deserter. Is this surely my grandfather? Sheen Ruwashi's eyebrows instantly twisted into a knot, disbelief written all over her face. Doctor, you can't joke about this. You're not lying to me, are you? Her voice trembled slightly with a hint of skepticism. This hideous scar was more than at least 20 times more than what she had on her body. Each scar was like a twisted centipede, lying on Grandpa's skin, telling of an unknown and tragic past. Shin Jia and the others also quickly gathered around, their heads together, their eyes staring at those familiar scars on Shin Jongwa's body in the cell phone. The moment they saw it, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, the muscles on their faces twitching, their hearts filled with shock and heartache. Even though this was the second time I had watched it, the feeling of shock had not diminished in the least, but rather grew more and more turbulent. Grandpa, really big hero, Daryl, this is your grandfather. All of these scars were left by your grandfather during the anti-Japanese period. Your grandfather is not a deserter, but a great hero of my dragon kingdom. Su Xian saw the skepticism on Sheen Ruwashi's face, so she took a step forward and patted her on the shoulder, moving gently and slowly. Her tone was filled with pride. Her voice seemed to burst from her chest with extreme emotion. Is it really the scars on my grandfather? Sheen Ruwashi was still a bit incredulous. This all scars, probably put on the internet. Everyone will say it is pee out. How is it possible for someone to suffer so many serious injuries and still be resilient enough to survive? It's almost as if even Hades would have to call himself a brother when he meets him. This is the scar on Grandpa's body. Sheen Ruwashi, you're so stupid. Why are you still questioning? Are you still a member of our Qin family? Shin Jia looked at Sheen Ruwashi with a look of hatred. What a scar on Grandpa. At this moment, listening to everyone's certainty, Sheen Ruwashi's shoulders slumped slightly, the skepticism in her eyes gradually dissipating. That's the scar on her grandfather. She had to believe the fact that she had misunderstood her grandfather. Her grandfather really wasn't a deserter, and she was sulking with her family this morning about it. Didn't even see Grandpa's face. Thinking of this, Sheen Ruwashi only felt as if her heart was being gripped hard by a big invisible hand. Her nose was sore, her eyes were instantly moist, and her voice became hoarse. Grandpa, what has he been through? She subconsciously raised her hand and touched those wounds on her body that had been left from her previous missions, and compared to the scars on her grandfather's body, the little wounds she had suffered were nothing compared to the scars on her own body. If you scroll to the right, there's a picture of the patient's full body CT. The doctor pointed to his cell phone screen and reminded gently. Upon hearing this, Sheen Ruwashi instantly flipped her hand over and scratched her cell phone. A CT image instantly caught everyone's eye. Only a lean body was seen, covered with dense iron shards and several bullet holes. My goodness, inside the old man's body, is there actually so much shrapnel and iron? Wang Dazi exclaimed when he saw the miserable seat on the cell phone screen. He had thought that the old man just had a lot of scars on his body, but he hadn't realized that there was so much shrapnel and iron hidden in his body. How many old sins must that old man have suffered over the years? How hard it must be to have so many pieces of iron in your body. The old man, on the other hand, endured it all. Grandpa, the body, carries too much. Seeing this, Xinjie slightly lowered his head, one hand raised to rub his sore eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. At the same time he couldn't stop the heartache inside. Ugh! Seeing the shrapnel all over the CT, Jin Ruwashi just sighed deeply. The guilt in her heart increased. It was heavier on her grandfather than it was on her. What did her grandfather go through during the war against Japan? These shrapnel, not only from rifles, but also from some small sniper rifles. The old man was quite a character back then. The doctor nodded his head at this point and said, with great consternation in his tone, only he, the doctor, understood the gold content of the scars. If a normal person possessed such scars on his body, he would have died 800 times already. The old man, on the other hand, not only survived, but lived to be 100 years old. It's nothing short of a miracle. You family members, you don't even know the patient's physical condition. If the patient could have been brought to the hospital at an earlier time, the success rate of removing the shrapnel would have been higher and the risk would have been lower. The doctor sighed. At this moment, 90% of the shrapnel and residual iron fragments in the old man's body had been successfully removed, but there were still some shrapnel in extremely dangerous areas that had yet to be dealt with. That included the one shrapnel that was close to the heart. The next operation was extremely risky. The surgeon was overexerted and needed to rest a little while, and could only wait until he regained some strength to carry out the next operation. Hearing this, Qin Jia and Su Xian, among others, slowly lowered their heads down, their faces filled with shame, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill into. They really didn't do their job as a stepchild. At first, they wanted to take the old man to the city to enjoy the blessings, but the old man is dead against, and they just gave up on. But what if it had been tougher in the first place? Also, the patient had so much shrapnel and residual iron inside his body. Did he never mention that to you? The doctor paused, held up his glasses, and then asked, Grandpa never told us about it. Never even told us about the scars. Qin Jia shook his head helplessly, his movements sluggish and his expression full of chagrin. On the side, Hu Laosan and Wang Daji were also at a loss and shook their heads along with them. They likewise had never heard the old master talk about these things. The old man is really great. The doctor heard, originally serious face. The look became more and more admiration. Heart gently sigh. The old man is really worthy of everyone's admiration for his courage. You family members wouldn't still be unaware of the patient's identity, right? The doctor added. Just now he observed the reaction of the family members. How he did not look like he understood the true identity of the patient. Grandfather's status? Grandpa is an anti-Japanese veteran, a hero of our dragon kingdom. Qin Jieli opened his mouth. Well, the old man is an anti-Japanese veteran who has gained a lot of merit and is a big shot that the provincial party secretary respects. Wang Daji nodded his head and said with a look of admiration. Qin Ruwashi, on the other hand, didn't open her mouth to speak because she knew nothing about her grandfather's identity. All you know is that the patient is an anti-Japanese veteran? A flash of surprise flashed in the doctor's eyes as he swept his gaze over the crowd in turn, asking strangely, could it be that Grandpa has some other identity? Qin Jia scratched his head, confusion written all over his face, confused by the doctor's words. There are other identities. Gramps, Wang Daji and Hu Laosan were also puzzled. Doctor, what other identities does my grandfather have? Qin Ruwashi opened her mouth to ask, her pretty face filled with eagerness. You as family members really don't even know who the patient is? Listening to what the crowd was saying, the doctor frowned slightly, a hint of undetectable contempt in his tone. Then he brought his cell phone over and skillfully opened the article that had been reprinted by countless official media. Then, the cell phone was handed to the crowd again. Qin Jia hurriedly stepped forward and took the cell phone with both hands. The crowd was also full of curiosity was gathered around, their eyes looking at the cell phone screen. Grandpa, what other identities are there? Qin held the doubt and picked up the phone to look at it. The first paragraph of text that came into view shivered Qin 2 times. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua participated in large and small battles more than 50, killed thousands of enemy soldiers. Which, the division general's 6th head, Grandpa, killed thousands of Japanese invaders in the war against Japan? Looking at this text, Qin Jia's eyes widened. The unbelievable color in his eyes grew thicker and thicker, and his voice unconsciously drew higher, almost shouting out, thousands of them. At this moment, looking at this number, he intuitively felt how powerful his grandfather really was. Thousands slaughtered, participate in 50 battles and kill thousands of Japanese. Among them there are also 6 division generals and 15 lieutenant generals. Qin Ruwashi, on the other hand, looked at these words and froze for a moment, followed by great incredulity. This was followed by a face full of skepticism. She, a top assassin, had also assassinated a Japanese major general, and more than once. The assassination was so difficult that all 3 of her assassinations ended in failure, not to mention division generals, lieutenant generals, and such larger figures. Doctor, I really don't believe it this time. Shinruwashi slowly shook her head. Her face was serious, staring tightly at the doctor beside her, and said decisively, "There's no way anyone could do that, much less cut down thousands of people in a war. This information, are you sure it's true?" Shinruwashi's willow brows knitted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with questioning colors. It wasn't that she didn't believe it, but these battle honors were just too shocking. The power of a mortal is always limited. How could someone be able to do this with a mortal body? Little girl, these are all official releases. Why would I lie to you? This is your grandfather. You don't even trust your family? The doctor gently waved his hand, his face a little weepy, only feeling that Shinruwashi's reaction was a little odd, his tone carrying a few points of helplessness. You can search for it yourself on the internet and argue with me here about what's true or false. Start the surgery. At that exact moment, a chorus of voices came from inside the operating room. Upon hearing this, the doctor took back his cell phone, and in the process blankly glared at Shinruwashi before walking into the operating room and closing the door securely behind him. Shinruwashi froze, then took out her cell phone, clicked on the browser and searched Shin Zhonggua's achievements. The page just jumped to an official reprint of an article that was exactly the same as the one in that doctor's cell phone. There is not the slightest difference. It's true. It's actually true. At this moment, Shinruwashi finally believed it. This is the article that all the officials have reprinted in droves. It can't be fake. Her grandfather really was a great hero in the war against Japan, and she, once again, questions her family. At this moment, Shinruwashi's heart was again filled with guilt. Shin Jia and the others, on the other hand, were looking towards the operating room with worried faces. It's time to start surgery again, and Grandpa will be safe. Chapter 46. Wang Feng and Su Li came to Hengwu, preparing to rescue Su Qing and Su Hu's 2 brothers. How much longer to get there? Wang Feng, lazily lying in the back seat of the sedan, slowly opened his sharp eyes, thin lips gently opened, his voice low but with an unquestionable majesty. Mr. Governor, we're almost there now. There's still a few hundred meters to the Hengwu City Police Superintendent. Ahead. The private driver's eyes quickly swept the car navigation and replied respectfully, his spine straight, not daring to slack off at all. Aha! Wang Feng nodded slightly, his eyes dropped once again and continued to close his eyes. The car instantly fell into a silence, with only the sound of light breathing. Mr. Governor, thanks to your intervention this time, my 2 sons will definitely go back and teach them well, and ensure that such accidents will not happen again. At Wang Feng's side, Su Li sat respectfully and opened his mouth to thank him with a slight apology. Ha ha, Family Master Su is overstating it. Young people, it's inevitable that they will make mistakes. I was the same when I was young. Wang Feng laughed cheerfully. His expression was gentle, but a trace of imperceptible self-satisfaction flashed in his eyes. However, it's also thanks to the funds donated by Family Master Su this time to aid in the development of my Tianqing province. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng paused, his expression returned to lightness, and he said in a nonchalant manner, besides, I haven't gotten your 2 sons out yet. It'll be another half hour or so. He's the governor of a province, and he's trying to fish for 2 people in this acreage. It is indeed only a matter of moving your lips. After I fish your son out, stay out of the public eye as much as possible, preferably not in plain sight. Speaking of this, Wang Feng's expression became serious. Or you could send them out of the country first, wait for this whole thing to blow over, and then bring them back home to develop. Hearing this, Su Li also gently nodded his head in agreement. Indeed, if Su Qing went out in a big way, the public would definitely not let it go. After all, the live broadcast was a big deal at first, and a lot of people knew the truth of the matter. Even if the governor has already stepped in to suppress public opinion, it would be wise to avoid the limelight. Alas, these 2 rebellious sons, I will send them out of the country. In the future 2 years, I'll let them stay abroad. Well, Su Li sighed and said softly, arrangements will be made today to send them out of the country, and it definitely won't affect you, Mr. Governor, one bit. Su Li then added, these 2 rebellious sons, it is fortunate that they did not directly expose their family in the live broadcast. Otherwise, I am afraid that the family industry will be implicated. I'm still quite comfortable with the Su family organizing things. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Mr. Governor, the Hengwu City Superintendent of Police has arrived. Just then, the driver steadily parked his car next to the police superintendent, skillfully undid his seatbelt, and turned back to respectfully signal to Wang Feng. Well, You stay here. I'll go out with Family Master Su. Wang Feng nodded, reached out and gently straightened the straight suit on his body, then pushed open the car door and steadily got out of the car. Seeing this, Su Li also hurriedly followed off the bus. Following behind Wang Feng, the two of them walked towards the main entrance of the Superintendent of Police, one after the other. Stop, who are you? No one has the right to enter now without asking for permission. Two loaded soldiers in military uniforms with serious faces blocked Wang Feng and Su Li outside the gate. TSK. Wang Feng saw this and looked up and down at the duo impatiently. You don't even recognize who I am? Wang Feng frowned and pointed a finger at his face with a hint of dissatisfaction and questioning in his tone. I'm sorry, we don't recognize you. If you're an unrelated person, please withdraw from the cordon immediately, or we will take coercive measures. The two soldiers said nonchalantly, I'm Wang Feng, the governor of Tiancheng province. You want to take coercive measures against me? Wang Feng's eyes widened. His eyes were full of unbelief. He did not expect that these two tiny soldiers would be so insensitive. Within Tiancheng province, there were actually people who didn't recognize him, the governor of Tiancheng province? When the two soldiers heard this, a trace of panic instantly flashed across their faces, their eyes revealing a look of horror, not realizing that the person in front of them had this kind of status. Yes, I am the governor of Tiancheng province. Still not quick enough to let me in. When Wang Feng saw the soldier reveal a look of surprise, he hummed lightly and unconsciously straightened his chest. The governor. The two soldiers showed hesitation, and after looking at each other, they quickly weighed the pros and cons in their hearts, and finally decided to let them go. This is the highest leader of the provincial level. It must be sent from above to inspect. There should be no fake. Let him in and maybe he can sell a favor. Well, you guys did a good job. Very dutiful. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction as he saw the soldiers release the soldiers, not forgetting to praise them twice, and then waved his hand towards Su Li behind him, and the two of them stepped into the superintendent of police together with great strides. Just as soon as he entered, Wang Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Li Hai's number. Dodo. Hello, who is it? What's the matter? On the phone, a very tired middle-aged male voice came out. Secretary Li Hai. I'm Wang Feng. I've arrived at the Hengwu Police Department now. Come out and pick me up. I have something to do. Wang Feng's expression was calm and his tone was unhurried, but it exuded the majesty of a superior. Governor Wang? What are you doing in Hengwu City? Didn't you say you'd let me settle this matter? On the phone, Li Hai's voice steepened quite a bit and asked in some confusion. The problem is that you can't solve it either. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng let out a light laugh, with a hint of flirtation in his words. By the way, Su Qing and Su Hu can't be moved. They have to be released later. Where are they being held now? Wang Feng continued. What happened? Su Qing and Su Hu are now being held on the third floor. Is it a request from above to release them? Li Hai's voice was permeated with caution as he slowly asked. Pretty much this. Su Qing and Su Hu must be released today. As for public opinion, I've already sent someone to handle it. Wang Feng nodded. Okay, then I'll come out right away and talk about it in person. After saying that, Li Hai hung up the phone. Seeing this, Wang Feng put away the phone with a relaxed face, looked at Su Li, and said indifferently, well, it won't be long before those two sons of yours are released. Thank you, Mr. Governor. At those words, Su Li also took a long breath. A governor is a governor. The energy was still a lot stronger than him, the head of one of the four great families in Tianjin province. In that case, that veteran of the war against Japan didn't have any great power. I can't imagine that this matter will be resolved in such a way. Not true, but he spent a lot of money too. 2.5 minutes later, Li Hai stepped out from a side building with hasty steps and walked towards Wang Feng and his duo. Governor Wang, Aunt, why is Family Master Su here as well? Seeing the familiar silhouette beside Wang Feng, Li Hai was immediately shocked and could not help but exclaim. Chapter 47, Su Qing and Su Hu were released. Su Li, what are you following for? Li Hai said slowly as his eyes narrowed slightly. Su Li sniffed and let out a sarcastic smile that carried a few hints of curiosity and eagerness. Ha ha, Secretary Li, goodbye I came here to naturally pick up my two rebellious sons. After I go back, I will definitely discipline them well and immediately let them both leave the country. Su Li spoke while observing Li Hai's face, his eyes filled with uneasiness. His intentions for coming here couldn't be more obvious, other than to get those two sons who had gotten into so much trouble out of the house. Governor Wang, this matter is not a small matter. Su Li's two sons insulted the anti-Japanese veterans. Are you sure you want to release the two of them? Li Hai wrapped his hands around his chest and snorted coldly, the seriousness on his face intensifying. He had read all the official announcements, and the identity of that old man was not simple. The meritorious service is a legend in the fight against the Japanese in our Dragon Kingdom. There's a lot of stuff involved behind the scenes. Even though Wang Feng was the governor, He certainly could not grasp the situation. I've told you, public opinion has been dealt with. They both just need to be secretly released. It won't affect anything. Wang Feng frowned and gently swung his right hand. It means that those messages on the internet were sent by you, Governor Wang? Li Hai slightly tilted his head. His gaze fixed on Wang Feng's eyes as he pursued. That's natural. It was all handled by the people I sent. Wang Feng nodded without hesitation. He only thought that Li Hai was talking about the incident where he sent people to handle public opinion. Unbeknownst to him, Li Hai was talking about that matter of the identity of the old man released by the official media. Li Hai looked obscure and did not speak. He truly did not expect that Wang Feng actually had so much energy. That old man. He's no ordinary man. Governor Wang, you can put it on, but when the time comes, we can say that what happens is not my concern in any way. Li Hai let out a low gulp with a serious expression. He didn't want to draw fire, and besides, anti-Japanese veterans were already worthy of respect, and he doesn't want to do anything wrong again. Don't worry, I alone am responsible for the whole thing. Could it be that you think that I, the governor of a province, can't even solve this small matter? Wang Feng snorted a smile that was full of disdain and a hint of contempt in his eyes, as if he was mocking Li Hai's cowardice. He didn't care much about it at all. I wonder what Li Hai he's really afraid of. Take me to the place where Su Qing and Su Hu are being held. I'll go and release them. Wang Feng opened the door. If he released Su Qing and Su Hu earlier, then he would be able to go back to the provincial government earlier. Naturally, the faster the better. Governor Wang, sometimes people will be bound by their own heights. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This old man's identity is not simple. If you release the culprits Su Qing and Su Hu without authorization, the consequences might be very serious. Li Hai frowned and said solemnly, Secretary Li, when did you talk so much? Do you think I would do something I'm not sure of? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was a bit offended and blankly glanced at Li Hai with a hint of boredom in his eyes before flinging his sleeves. Position quickly to me. I released the two of them, still have to go back to do things. It's not like you don't know what's going on over there in the western suburbs. Seeing that his exhortation was ineffective and he was even blanked instead, a trace of displeasure also welled up in Li Hai's heart, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. It's in this building across the street, 3rd floor, where Su Qing and Su Hu are locked up together. Li Hai's face became very indifferent as he reached out and pointed across the room. Well, Family Master Su, let's go. Wang Feng took a big step and crossed straight over Li Hai. Phew, okay. Su Li exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced at Li Hai, and then hurriedly followed. He was afraid that Wang Feng would be persuaded by Li Hai and then not go to save his two sons. Okay, Governor Wang is a man of principle. A dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. Looking at the departing duo, Li Hai coldly snorted. Then he took out his cell phone and was ready to report it. If he didn't report it, then he would be an accomplice in case something went wrong, and he would have to suffer along with him. Su Li and Wang Feng went up to the 3rd floor of the superintendent of police, entered the corridor, and just as they turned their heads, they saw the duo of Su Qing and Su Hu. The two men lay on the ground with their eyes closed, their complexions filled with gray, their faces covered with bruises and redness, and they looked like they had been beaten out. Seeing this, even if Su Li was furious, the anger in his heart was instantly replaced by heartache. Little tiger, little green, Su Li shouted, his eyes a little red. Upon hearing this familiar exclamation, the originally drowsy Su Qing and Su Hu duo instantly woke up, their eyes instantly glaring round. Father, it's father who's come to save us. Su Hu hurriedly climbed up and shouted in excitement, his eyes full of joy. Then his hands tightly grasped the bars of the cell. Dad! Su Qing was also pleasantly surprised, but steeply, he became somewhat terrified. He did something wrong this time. Even if he goes out, he will not be spared a chastisement. This mayor certainly cannot be the head of the family, and it's not his turn. You two little brats, causing such a big trouble. When we get back, I'll make sure to clean you up. Su Li looked at the wretched and decrepit faces of the two of them, angry and heartbroken, and raised his hand in the air and waved it vainly for a moment, but in the end, it did not fall down. I thought I was raising two treasures, but I didn't realize they were two mangy babies. Let them go. Wang Feng looked at the two soldiers standing next to him and opened the door. His right hand quickly pulled out his officer's license from his pocket and waved it in front of the soldiers. Governor, is it released or not? The two soldiers looked at each other with some hesitation. I'll report it, a soldier said, then took out his cell phone. I'm here. What are you guys reporting? Besides, I've already greeted you. There's no need to waste time. Wang Feng frowned and said, that, well, the two soldiers nodded. Since it's the governor, it should be real and there's no need to lie to them. It must have obtained the above instructions. With this in mind, the two went up to open the cell. Instantly, Su Su-who quickly ran out of the cell before walking behind Su Li. Don't thank Mr. Governor yet. Su Li glared at the duo and gently touched them with his elbow. Thank you, Governor, Su-who and Su Qing hurriedly said, a hint of trembling and gratitude in their voices. Well, wear a mask when you go out later to avoid being recognized to the extent that it will have any effect on me. Wang Feng nodded and waved his hand and said, Go. Chapter 48, The villagers are anxious. The counting of those involved is complete. Just as Su Li's few people were planning to lift their feet to leave, a deafening cacophony suddenly erupted from among the other cells. Mayor Su, you can't let us off the hook. We all came in here because we spoke up for you. A hunched villager, his hands gripping the bars of the cell, hissed and cried out, his face filled with anxiety. Mayor Su, you can't be so heartless. The few villagers of the Wang family were also, seeing that Su Qing and Su Hu had been released, but had no intention of taking care of them. They instantly became anxious and red-eyed. Locked up in the cell next to her was Su Zi, who had already fallen asleep in a daze, but was jolted awake by the noisy cacophony. Mayor Su? Su Zi instantly got up as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, her pockmarked face full of hopefulness. Mayor Su Qing, Boss Su Hu, I've done everything you asked me to do. Hurry up and let me out. You're the mayor. Surely you have the right. Please. When Su Zi saw that the two of them, Su Chang and Su Hu, wanted to leave, she immediately exclaimed, Mayor Su, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Mayor Su, save us. We have an old man and a young man. We've suffered all our lives. Throughout the corridor, dozens of villagers spoke to each other, their wailing and praying voices intertwined. Dad, they... Su Hu raised his finger to point at these villagers, a hint of hesitation showing on his face, and he was just about to open his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by Su Li. I've gone to a lot of trouble to fish you out. Could it be that you still want Lousy to fish out a bunch of them hillbillies? Su Li frowned and snorted coldly. Still want me to save you guys? Su Qing reached out and touched the red and swollen wound on his face. His eyes flashed with resentment, and he said with a look of abhorrence, if you pariahs hadn't exposed me out of stupidity, would you all still be captured? If you hadn't said anything in the first place then nothing would have happened? Now I can't even protect myself, and you want me to save you? I don't know what to think. Su Qing spoke viciously, his tone tinged with sarcasm. You, Mayor Su, you can't be so unkind. We're all doing this for you you have to get us out now. Su Zi was cloaked, her hands desperately shaking the bars of her cell, her body rising and falling violently with the shaking motion. It's like running out of a mental institution. Right, Su Qing, you have to get us out of here, or we'll report you the first time we get out. Make this matter of your private escape public. Right, if you don't save us, you'll be finished as a mayor. When the dozens of villagers saw that Su Qing wasn't going to save them at all, they panicked inwardly and began to threaten. Go! Wang Feng gently held up his glasses. Then he walked towards the stairway with an air of unconcern. Save these villagers. What's he got to do with it? I'm sorry, but those investments given by Su Li can only take away his two sons. Aha! Su Li nodded with a cold expression and followed behind Wang Feng. It was these stupid villagers that caused his son's matter to be leaked. Otherwise, why would he need to spend so much money and still make a hard trip? If things hadn't fallen apart, then his son Su Qing would have risen through the ranks, and it's all the fault of these pariahs. Do you think the public will trust you dilettantes who are already egregious rumor mongers? Hearing these threats, the corners of Su Qing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer before striding to follow Su Li's footsteps. Watching Su Li and the others indifferently leave, Su Zi and the dozens of villagers were instantly enraged. Bang! 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 Su Qing, you shall not die. Su Qing, you're worse than a dog or a pig. Su Zi went crazy and slammed her body against the cell door, hissing like a mad dog. Su Qing, don't go. Take me out. Mayor Su, save me. Don't go. Unfortunately, listening to these shrieks, Su Qing didn't even stop for a second. Instead, his pace under his feet became even faster. You'll have to leave the country tonight. I've made specific arrangements. Su Li took a big step forward while frowning tightly, his face grimly and coldly humming. This, father, cannot go abroad. Su Hu had a difficult face. He felt some physical discomfort at the thought of going abroad and having to deal with so many black inner individuals. You rebellious son, how dare you bargain? Do I have to send you to jail to be satisfied? Su Li shouted angrily. All listened to father's arrangements. Su Qing, on the other hand, nodded, a hint of brightness flashing in his eyes. The Su family has quite a few industries abroad, and it may not be impossible for him to make a name for himself when he goes abroad. By the way, father, what exactly is the identity of that Qin Zhonghua? The police superintendent actually dared to arrest even me. Su Qing asked. It's an anti-Japanese veteran, and this time it's all because of Mr. Governor's hand, otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to get you guys out, Su Li said slowly as he kept his footsteps. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Su Qing gave Wang Feng a grateful look. Having said that, he knew in his heart that the family must have paid something to get the governor to make a move. Well, it's just a small matter. You two should remember. Less speculation. Reality will often slap you hard. This time go abroad to reform yourselves well. Don't return to the country within 3 years. Wang Feng looked calm and nodded his head lightly. Yet his expression was slightly majestic, and he said in a nonchalant manner, General Directorate of National Communications, Office of the Director General. These are all the offender information? Yu Lang sat in front of his desk, his eyes staring tightly at the thick stack of information on the table, and he could not help but frown. This pile of lists has at least tens of thousands of people. It's amazing that so many people are seriously rumor-mongering and slandering that old anti-Japanese hero. Director, there are a total of 13,678 people, of which 90% are online mercenaries and the remaining 10% are rumor spreaders in reality. He Chao stood in front of the desk, his body straight, his hands holding an electronic data, said with a gloomy expression, already arrested a few for interrogation. They said that the Su family paid them a reward for hiring them to do this. Su family? Hearing this name, Yu Lang slightly narrowed his eyes. His mind quickly searched for relevant memories. The name was a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall which family it was for a moment. It's the one who toasted you at the Tsanzhou exchange conference. His name is Su Li, and he's the head of the Su family. Looking at the doubt in Yu Lang's eyes, He Chao slowly explained. Oh, so it's that family? It seems to be one of the 4 big families in Tianjin province, right? Su Li, he is also surnamed Su. Could it be that he has any relationship with that Mayor Su Qing who created the rumored hero? Yu Lang said thoughtfully, there is indeed a connection. Su Li is the father of Su Qing and Su Hu. He Chao looked down at the information displayed on the electronic screen in his hand and said with great certainty, no wonder. Yu Lang snorted coldly, a trace of anger surfacing on his face. Tiger fathers don't have sons. It seems that this family is all of the same nature. Since that's the case, there's no need for it to exist. Yu Lang's complexion was icy cold as he said in a low voice, all the people involved are recorded, arrested, and will be interrogated and convicted tomorrow along with Su Qing, Su Hu and the others. Yu Lang sat up straight, his eyes firm, and ordered, right, Chief. He Chao continued, his expression becoming more serious. Chapter 49, the chief and the 4 commanders arrive at the hospital and visit the old heroes. We also accidentally investigated the situation related to the descendants of the old hero Qin Zhonghua. He Chao frowned slightly, his expression grave, a hint of indignation in his tone. What's wrong? Yu Lang heard this and immediately raised his eyes to look at He Chao, a trace of ill will rising in his heart for no reason. They have also suffered injustice. The old hero's son, Qin Tian, was intentionally convicted of attempted murder and unjustly imprisoned until recently simply for protecting his 2 grandchildren who were injured in what was clearly self-defense. There is also the old hero's grandson, Qin. Qin's group was originally his heart and soul to found and operate. However, because of this false accusation incident, was abandoned by the other companies, falling down the well. The company was not only vandalized in a mess, billions of dollars of the market value of the enterprise also instantly turned into nothing. He Chao looked at the information on the screen and slowly explained. In addition, the Qin family's house in the city didn't escape. It was vandalized and in a mess. After Yu Lang heard this, his complexion instantly became grave, his eyes as sharp as cold stars. He took a deep breath and asked seriously, which ones did it, and have these been found out yet? Well, it's all been checked out. He Chao nodded vigorously. Then need I say more? Arrest them all. Yu Lang seriously drank. Director, there's one last thing. He Chao paused slightly, then continued. The culprit for taking down the old man's clarification video online has also been found out, and it was indeed Tianjin Provincial Governor Wang Feng who sent someone to do it. Wang Feng did this? Good. What a way to be a good cadre. Yu Lang said sarcastically as he laughed in anger. I didn't realize that there were so many people behind the scenes persecuting the old hero. The more Yu Lang thought about it, the more angry he became, and after a few moments, he took a deep breath, reached out and took out his cell phone, quickly dialing the Central Military Region Commander Li Shaolin's number, and began to ask for instructions on the matter. A minute later, Yu Lang's face was cold, and he placed his cell phone steadily into his pocket, while then he fiercely bellowed, Commander's orders, contact the National General Division and immediately arrest Wang Feng as well as those involved in the Su family. They'll be tried together tomorrow. Boom boom boom. The helicopter gunship's wings spun rapidly, flapping the air with a deafening sound. It then slowly came to a stop next to the empty lot of the first hospital in Hengwu. Outside the hospital, the crowd was bustling, looking at the armed helicopters falling from the sky. Countless people showed surprise, and the crowd instantly erupted into a clamor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a helicopter gunship. Is this the military coming? The old hero's identity is really extraordinary. Awesome. This is the first time I've seen a helicopter up close. It's awesome. If only I could get up there and ride. What are you doing? This helicopter gunship must be loaded with big shots. Who do you think you are? Just take a toy helicopter and play with it. It's been a few hours. How come there's still no news of old hero Qin Zhonghua? I'm so panicked in my heart. The hero mustn't be alright. Yeah, I'm literally dying inside right now. It's too several torments. There's no news on Shakeology either. Blame Tian Bing this. If not for him, the old master's life will certainly not be in danger. Tomorrow's trial must severely punish him. Right. Tian Bing has to be glad that this is arrested. Otherwise I should have stepped in. If I had stepped in, things would have gotten serious. 666. You've been reading too many tomato novels, haven't you? Inside the helicopter gunship, Li Shaolin, dressed in military uniform, let out a deep breath and stepped down from the pilot's seat. Chief, Elder He, the hospital has arrived. Li Shaolin's voice was loud and clear, while he then sidled up to the few people behind him, and to the side. A few soldiers quickly ran over, looking at Li Shaolin and the others with eyes excited to the extreme. These guys, they're the absolute apex of the Dragon Kingdom today. You can't be too excited. Hello several commanders. Good day chief. Good day Mr. He. The soldiers saluted in unison, their voices high and full of respect. Well, where is Elder Qin Zhonghua now? And how did the surgery go? Tian looked serious, his hands behind his back as he walked up with a steady pace and asked, Mr. Ho, the old hero is in the ICU on the top floor. The soldier tried to suppress his inner excitement and said with a slight tremor in his voice, he was just too excited. The old hero's previous blood replacement surgery was very successful, but the surgeon in charge found that there was a lot of residual shrapnel and iron in the old hero's body, which had to be surgically removed again. So the old hero was still undergoing surgery. The soldier reported the situation in detail. Well, sniffing, Tian nodded, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Let's go. Go see the old squad leader. Aha. Lei Hua, Liao Chen, Zhang Dehua, and the other military region commanders followed Tian and walked towards the interior of the hospital. 200 meters away at the railing, the crowd was raging, constantly looking toward where the helicopter gunships were parked. Ha, those guys are so familiar. How come it seems like I've seen them somewhere? Let's see. Yay, that back, that Mediterranean, that suit, is somewhat familiar haha. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The one on the far left seems to be the chief minister. The one next to him in military uniform seems to be Commander Li Shaolin. Dude, don't be ridiculous. How could those guys be the head honcho in them? Don't you know that there's going to be a Longsha meeting today? How could the first seat have time to come here? Right, it's definitely not the first chairman, who's still in a meeting with the Sand Kingdom. Hiss, could it be that I'm looking at it wrong? I looked as if it was indeed the first seat. Don't doubt it. You must be mistaken. By the way, isn't there going to be a trial tomorrow to write the old class president's name? While walking, Tian's throat was a bit hoarse and he turned his head to ask. Well, it's already been notified out, and the culprits will be tried tomorrow to clear the old hero Qin Zhonghua's name. Li Shaolin nodded solemnly. He organized the whole thing. This trial is not ordinary. We must give an explanation to old classmate Qin Zhonghua. Call Liang Feng over and let him preside. Tian said. Aha. Li Shaolin nodded. Liang Feng was the chief presiding judge of the Dragon Kingdom's General Trial Court, and had great prestige and expertise in the field of trials. Not in the same system as them, but still have contacts. Okay, I'll let him know. Chapter 50, isn't this bitter? Li Shaolin stretched out his arm and gently assisted Tian, and the figures of several people stepped into the elevator together. As the elevator floors jumped from one frame to another, the atmosphere became more and more gloomy. Tian's brows were tightly locked, his eyes were full of worries. He took the lead and stepped out of the elevator doorway. His calloused hands were vaguely trembling slightly. At this moment, his heart was like a river turning over, both ashamed of the old squad leader's air, and even more so, he felt ashamed to face the old squad leader himself. It is they, the leaders, who are not disciplining well, that have caused such a serious and significant event to take place. It's what led to the humiliation of the old squad leader's children and grandchildren, and it's what led to the fact that the old squad leader's life would be in danger. The 4 military region commanders, as well as the chief Long Qian, were all silent and followed behind Tian with solemn faces. Who? The soldiers guarding the entrance of the building heard the commotion and instantly looked aghast, their originally serious faces on alert, and their hands quickly brought up their guns. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But when he saw the person coming, the caution on his face was instantly replaced by shock. His eyes were round, he stammered for words, and his feet retreated uncontrollably to the side. Chief! Commander Li, Commander Lei, Commander Zhang, Commander Liao, and old Mr. He. The soldier's voice was trembling a bit as he looked at the few people striding in their well-pressed formal attire and froze completely. These people are the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom now. Could it be that they all came to visit that old hero? If that's true, then the old hero is really something too. Comrades have worked hard. Looking at the soldiers who had long been drenched in sweat but were still standing, Li Shaolin nodded appreciatively, then went back up to assist He Tian and walked towards the end of the corridor. No hard work. Upon hearing this, the two loaded soldiers were like chicken blood. Their fatigue disappeared, and their entire faces were filled with excitement. Then he lowered the gun in his hand, put his feet together, and bowed deeply towards several people. In the corridor next to the ICU ward in the distance, Qin Jia, Su Xian, Qin Ruoshi, and the others, also naturally discovered the line of people at the elevator entrance, especially since Li Shaolin and the other three commanders were still wearing dark green military uniforms. It was hard not to attract attention. Mom, who are those people? Qin Ruoshi frowned slightly, turned her head sideways, and asked softly towards Su Xian. She hadn't been back to China for long, and she was still unfamiliar with everything in the Dragon Kingdom. These were people she didn't recognize. I don't know. It should be Dad's friend. Su Xian was also full of doubts. It was too far away. Plus she already had some problems with her eyes, to see who it was. But can look as if they are wearing uniforms and should be from the military? Hiss. They. Wang Dazi's eyes were better. Looking at the few people slowly walking at the end of the corridor, he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed with some incredulity. That seems to be the first seat. In the end, Wang Daji couldn't help but shout out loud, his eyes wide with shock written all over his face. What? Hearing this, Qin Jia turned his head violently to look at the end of the corridor. As Long Qian's few people got closer and closer, the faces gradually became clearer. As soon as he turned his head, he really saw those familiar faces that he had only seen on TV. And he couldn't help but exclaim, It seems like the really is the first seat. There are a few commanders next to the first seat. Why are they here? Qin Jia's eyes were filled with horror, and his mouth was wide open as if he could stuff down an egg. These characters are usually only in the TV news to look up to the big names, but now live in front of him. How can not let him shocked? Is it hard to believe that they, all of them, came to see his grandfather? Qin Jia was completely surprised that his grandfather's background ability was so powerful. He actually made the entire top echelon of the Dragon Kingdom gather at the Hengwu City Hospital. On the side, Hu Laosan and Su Xian also got a good look at it and were both surprised as well. Only Qin Ruoshi was dumbfounded. She only felt that the man in the middle looked somewhat familiar. Other than that, she didn't recognize him. As she just said, she's only been back in the country for a short while, so it's normal for her not to recognize it. Who are they? Why are you guys surprised like this? Qin Ruoshi let out a low hum, her expression filled with speechlessness. As for that, it's a bit of an exaggeration to look like you've never seen the world, isn't it? If she knew that she, Qin Ruoshi, was also a big shot with a big name in the rice country, she would not be even more shocked? Qin Ruoshi, you must be careful with your words now. Try not to say anything if you can. Su Xian's complexion instantly became grave as she snapped. And you won't let me talk? Mom, why are you like this? Qin Ruoshi was immediately a bit displeased. Her beautiful eyebrows tightly wrinkled, and she said in dissatisfaction, Qin Ruoshi, put away your petulant nature. These gentlemen's identities must not be offended. Listening to Qin Ruoshi's slightly dissatisfied words, Qin Jia fiercely glared towards her, lowered his voice, and snapped, Che, aren't they all here to see Grandpa? Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoshi was unimpressed and directly blanked Qin Jia, turned around and walked to the side, sitting down on her but with her hands clasped in front of her chest. Sit there. Don't open your mouth to talk. He Tian slowly walked over with Li Shaolin's support, and Qin Jia looked at the old man with a solemn face. This old man, it's old Mr. He Tian. Old Mr. He Tian, not only one of the 15 generals of the Dragon Kingdom, but also the first keeper of the throne of the Dragon Kingdom. You are the children and grandchildren of old class leader Qin Zhonghua, right? Looking at the crowd in the corridor whose eyes were covered with red bloodshot eyes, He Tian asked softly with a solemn expression and a sense of guilt. Well, my name is Qin. Qin Zhonghua is my grandfather. Qin first greeted him, his eyes carrying great respect. These people are the backbone of their country. Well, He Tian looked at the eyes and the memory of the old class president has a few points similar to the Qin Jie, only to feel a sour nose. Eyes gradually flooded with a layer of mist. Thoughts cannot help but drift back to the past. Then they are. He Tian raised his hand and pointed at Su Xian beside him and Qin Tian and the others in the wheelchair, his voice a little hoarse as he asked, She's my mom, called Su Xian, and this is my dad, called Qin Tian. Qin Jia hurriedly introduced herself, turning slightly sideways so that He Tian could see more clearly. Alas, He Tian sighed long and hard. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen, and the whole person looked older and older. Looking at the pale Qin Tian in the wheelchair, he seemed to see the old class president in his youth, and for a while, the guilt in his heart increased. It's the old man who has apologized to you. As He Tian spoke, his legs bent slightly and straightened up to make a deep bow, his tone sincere to the extreme. It is we who are late. Let you suffer. Seeing this, Li Shaolin and Long Qian, as well as Zhang Dehua, Liao Chen, and the others, all of them also looked guilty and followed He Tian, bowing deeply. You have suffered. It's all our fault. The five of them lowered their voices in unison, their voices filled with apologies. I can't afford it. I'm sorry. You guys are too polite. When he saw this, he wanted to jump out of his wheelchair to block it. Don't. We are not bitter. Not to this. It's all the work of traitors. How can we blame you guys for the fault? Qin Jia also said with a serious face, going up to help a few people up. Right. We are not bitter. The gentlemen have a heart. Su Xian said in a slightly choked voice with tears glistening in her eyes. Che, have a heart? Our family was all vandalized. The company my brother worked so hard to run went bankrupt because of this slander. And even Grandpa's life is in danger because of it. Qin Ruwashi stood up violently. Her willow eyebrows stood up, and her face became a bit angry as she stretched out her finger to point at He Tian's several people and said, It's not even bitter. Chapter 51. Qin Ruwashi froze, the identity of the few people in front of her. Listening to Qin Ruwashi's unconcerned remarks, Qin Jia, Qin Tian and Su Xian were all filled with astonishment, staring at her with incredulous gazes. Qin Jia was the first to react, and with an anxious expression, he hurriedly shouted out to stop it. Qin Ruwashi, what kind of asshole words are you saying? Quickly shut up. I'm talking about assholes? I'm telling the truth. Don't you guys look at what our family has become because of this matter? Qin Ruwashi's willow eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, her cheeks slightly reddened from excitement, and she droned out in a delicate voice. They themselves said they were at fault. What else do you guys have to say? Qin Ruwashi crossed her arms and looked at her family with a straight face. You rebellious daughter, quickly shut up for me. These several people in front of you, but my dragon. Qin Tian saw this, angry face, originally because of worry and haggard face at this moment even more difficult to see. He even stood straight up from his wheelchair. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ruwashi coldly snorted with disdain on her face and directly interrupted. Cut. I don't care who they are. Couldn't they still be the head and commander of the Dragon Kingdom? Daryl, shut up. There really are Dragon Kingdom's head and 4 commanders. Su Xian's heart raced as she pulled Qin Ruwashi's arm and yanked it back vigorously, while lowering her voice to a near roar-like chorus. Oh, I really believe it. The corner of Qin Ruwashi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile as she nodded indifferently. It really is. What's with her mom and dad today? Not even to outsiders, not to her baby girl. That's right. It is indeed our fault. We admit our fault. He Tian didn't retort, but instead, his expression became more and more guilty, and his attitude was incredibly humble. Don't you worry, the old squad leader will definitely be safe and sound. Those culprits will also be tried one by one tomorrow. Justice will be done for the old class monitor, and justice for all of you. He Tian looked guilty and said with a solemn promise. No, it's my inability to teach my daughter, so don't worry about it, gentlemen. He sighed helplessly and a bitter smile appeared on his face. His daughter had indeed become a stranger after so many years abroad. I can't believe I don't even know Mr. Chief of my own country. Your love is right. It's our fault. Long Qian stepped forward and nodded his head and said seriously. Afterwards, he frowned slightly and asked with concern, by the way, how much longer is old Mr. Qin Zhonggua's surgery? Alas, I don't know. Grandpa is already 100 years old. He can't withstand the tossing and turning, and this surgery is also very difficult. I don't know if it will be successful. In short, the situation is critical. Hearing this, Qin Jia frowned and said, alas. He Tian sighed heavily after hearing this, his brows deeply furrowed, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened a few more points. Shaolin, have you informed your father yet? Maybe, you can still see the old squad leader for the last time. He Tian looked at Li Shaolin and slowly shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of sadness. Notified, but father is still in a coma. Doctor said that it is estimated that it will take another 2 days or so to wake up. Li Shaolin also frowned and said, alas. He Tian sighed once again, dragging his heavy steps, walking to a side chair, slowly sitting down. The whole person seems to have aged a lot at once. Long Qian, as well as Zhang Dehua and Liao Chen, several commanders, were also silent and each found a seat. At this point in time, all that can be done is to leave it to time. The old squad leader, the whole country is waiting for you. Be sure to pull through. The old squad leader, Brothers all still want to see you. Must hold on. Tian clenched his fists and buried his head deeply. Humph. I still don't believe it. You few. Could it be that you really have some kind of remarkable status? Qin Ruoshi looked at the several people of Longqian who were sitting and standing quietly on the opposite side of the room. The doubts and disdain in her heart still hadn't dissipated. After all, the uniforms several people wore didn't have ranks displayed, and she couldn't tell. Qin Ruoshi quietly took out her cell phone, turned her back and slightly sideways, and took a quick picture of several people, then skillfully opened the Doubo app, and quickly tapped her fingers on the screen. It's the age of technology, so if these guys are really something out of this world, then surely they can be searched in a heartbeat. Beanbag, help me search to see who these people are. Search in. These are, from left to right, the first from the left, the old Mr. He Tian of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the 15 generals who founded the country. The second from the left, Li Shaolin, the commander-in-chief of the Central Military Theater of the Dragon Kingdom. The first from the right, Long Qian. The second from the right, Zhang Dehua, the current head of the Dragon Kingdom. The third from the left, Liao Chen, commander-in-chief of the military region of the Dragon Kingdom, commander-in-chief of the military region. Looking at the detailed description of the character that popped up on the beanbag, Qin Ruoshi's face, which originally still had a hint of mockery, instantly turned white, and her eyes glared round, filled with disbelief. This, a few of them, I can't believe, it's actually these guys. Qin Ruoshi's heart seemed to have set off shocking waves, and her entire body stood frozen in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Beanbag, search more carefully and check. However, the message that popped up was still the same as the party. It was at this moment that she had to believe it. Of the few people in front of them, it was actually the head of the department and a few military commanders. No wonder she always looked familiar earlier. Turns out she was the one who saw a few people in Rice as well. A few of the top figures in the Dragon Kingdom would actually come to see her grandfather. Is she dreaming? What's even worse is that she has only been back to China for a few days now. It seems that she has offended all the top executives of the Dragon Kingdom. If Grandpa knew, I'm afraid they'd all be furious. Dragon Nation. Locked Dragon City. A gray-haired old man was sitting on a rattan chair in the courtyard, holding a cell phone in his hand. His eyes focused on the information on the screen. The old squad leader has finally come out. Suddenly, a flash of remembrance flashed across his face, followed by two loud, hearty laughs erupting. That laughter was full of both the longing of not having seen each other for years, but also carried a little bit of the joy of the aftermath of the robbery. However, the next moment, the old man couldn't stop laughing. The old squad leader, proximal shrapnel triggered an old wound, and he fears he will not live long. The old man's voice was hoarse with a tremor as he said, Chungguk Ban, created by the old squad leader, also ordered by the old squad leader. No one is allowed to act without the permission of the old squad leader, but, nowadays forgive him for being difficult to follow. Old squad leader, forgive me for not being able to comply with your orders. The old man must bring his brothers to see you one last time. Hang in there. Chapter 52. Wang Feng is in a hurry. Hurry up and send those two sons of yours back. Dragon Nation Network. Countless netizens continued to discuss it with great passion, and most of the conversation was about old Master Qin Zhonghua, the old anti-Japanese hero. A few hours after Qin Zhonghua Sr.'s personal file was released, the official media across the internet seemed to have received a unified instruction to speak out. A piece of news quickly spread across the internet. The old anti-Japanese hero Qin Zhonghua is in critical condition due to an overdose of anesthetics. This news is confirmed to be true. However, it is gratifying to know that the blood replacement surgery of elder Qin Zhonghua has been successfully completed and he is temporarily out of danger of his life. But according to authoritative announcements from the medical profession, there are dozens of shrapnel and residual iron fragments in the body of the old hero Qin Zhonghua, including one shrapnel that is only a few millimeters away from the heart. If all these foreign objects are not removed, it will pose a great danger to the old hero's life. But the old hero is very old, so the risk of performing such an operation is extremely high. At present, the Dragon State National Medical Sage Liang Lao has taken over this operation. Please do not worry about the general public. Do not be anxious. Do not spread false news. Follow up specific information. This account will continue to follow up. Please be patient. Once this message was sent out, it was as if it had grown wings, instantly popping up on the first interface of every netizen's cell phone, and it was mandatory to close it only after the viewing was completed. In an instant, countless netizens were shocked by the sudden news. Even those who had originally paid no attention to this matter knew about it under this mandatory push, and they let out gasps of astonishment. Who's the old hero? I just got out of jail. Is this happening? I thought that hero was fine before. Why is his life suddenly in danger? This is too much of a surprise. The old hero must get well. The old hero has survived so many trials and tribulations in the war against Japan. I'm sure he'll make it this time. 2. Old heroes cheer. Didn't the official website say that the trial of those guilty of falsely accusing the old hero will be held tomorrow? The old hero must get well and try these sinners himself. The old hero will definitely be fine. Elder Liang is the most powerful doctor in our Dragon Kingdom. He will definitely save the old hero. I'm willing to give my brother 50 years of my life in exchange for a successful surgery for the old man. Go for it, master. For a while, the hearts of netizens across the country were tightly tugged by the news, and people left words of worry and blessing in the comments section. There were even countless people silently praying for Elder Qin Zhonghua in their hearts. This was the legendary hero of their Dragon Kingdom's war against Japan. Contribute to their Dragon Kingdom for the rest of their lives. Something mustn't happen. Meanwhile, at the Hengwu City Superintendent of Police, humming a little song, Wang Feng boarded the car with a face full of pleasure and prepared to head to the provincial government. This trip to Hengwu can really harvest a lot? Just run a trip will successfully obtain the Qin family's 10 billion investment. Thinking of this, the corner of Wang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. As for Su Li's family, he was no longer concerned. After Su Cheng and Su Hu were rescued, it was as if they had evaporated, and no one knew where they had gone. This is something that will never be exposed as long as no one talks about it. Tinkerbell. A sharp ringing of a cell phone broke the silence of the car. The cell phone in Wang Feng's pocket vibrated violently. Chanto? What's he calling me for? Wang Feng froze slightly and slowly took out his cell phone. Looking at the two black fonts displayed on the cell phone screen, Chen Tang, who was the president of the Tianqing Provincial Trial Court, was at the same level as him. On weekdays, unless it was a major meeting, the two hardly had any contact. Why did they suddenly call today? Judge Chen, what's the matter with calling me na? Wang Feng pressed the answer button and with a hint of doubt on his face, he opened his mouth to ask, Governor Wang, there is indeed something big to inform you. This is an order given to me by Chief Inquisitor Liang Feng. On the other side of the phone, a somewhat majestic voice came from the other side of the phone, while carrying a slight sense of urgency. What? Chief Judge Liang Feng? At those words, Wang Feng sat up straight violently, his face filled with shock. What kind of character is Liang Feng? That's the Chief Justice of the National General Court, truly a presence at the top of the judicial field. When a person of this level has something important to command, it must be a non-trivial matter. Go ahead. Wang Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he opened his mouth, but his tone still unconsciously carried a trace of excitement. Chief Judge Liang Feng said that tomorrow is the day to try those culprits who insulted the old hero Qin Zhonghua, especially Su Cheng and Su Hu and a bunch of villagers, to be dealt with especially heavily in front of the eyes of the entire nation. On the phone, Chen Tang spoke in a serious tone, each word extraordinarily clear. Moreover, since you are the governor of Tianqing province, Hengwu City is under your jurisdiction, and with such a big thing happening there, you as the governor must go tomorrow. Chen Tang then added, tomorrow, there's going to be a trial? Wang Feng's eyes widened and the excitement on his face instantly turned to panic as he slowly murmured, focused trial of Su Cheng and Su Hu. Wang Feng only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. He just let Su Cheng and Su Hu go, and now he's telling him that the chief judge of the country is coming to Hengwu City to personally judge them in front of the whole country? There's no mistaking it. Is Judge Chen serious about this? Wang Feng's face instantly became extremely ugly, and his voice was a little trembling as he asked, naturally true. Moreover, Chief Inquisitor Liang Feng has specifically reminded me that the first chair will also be there in person. I must request to be there as well. The tone on the other end of the phone was serious, not in the least bit joking. The headmaster is also going to be there in person? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's face completely collapsed and became pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. The first seat. That's the first seat. The chief is coming too. Okay, I know. Wang Feng squeezed out these words with great difficulty and hung up the phone instantly after saying that. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Grass. Wang Feng cursed angrily and lowly, then with his hands busy, he quickly dialed over to Su Li. Doodle doodle. During the phone call, Wang Feng was annoyed and kept pounding the back seat of the car with his fists. Seeing this, the private driver didn't dare to ask more questions, but just drove the car with a terrified and bored face. Ding! As soon as the call was answered, a bellowing laugh came from the phone. Ha ha ha, Governor Wang, you can just rest assured. My two untalented sons have already been put on the airplane to our country by me. Su Li stood in the airport hall, looking up at the airplane that had taken off at the distant skyline, his face filled with sighs. His two sons, they're on this plane right now. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng instantly fell silent, his hand holding the cell phone trembling slightly. What did you say? Wang Feng asked incredulously. This is only 20 minutes. You say you are sentenced to send your two sons to the airplane and fly away? Wang Feng angrily scolded. This, when Su Li heard Wang Feng scolding his two sons, although he was a bit upset in his heart, he forced himself to hold back and asked in a doubtful low voice, Governor Wang, is there a problem? I've done everything according to your request. Be your mom. Hurry up and stop those two sons of yours and send them back to me. No matter what method. Wang Feng could no longer control his emotions and directly burst out a foul language, shouting into his cell phone, Governor, this. Su Li was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden anger, completely not understanding why Wang Feng suddenly sent out such a big fire. This your mom. I let you quickly send your two sons back. The chief is coming to Hengwu tomorrow. If I don't see your two sons, not only me, but your entire Su family will be waiting for the end of a few eggs. Wang Feng cursed angrily while slapping his forehead hard. At this moment, where was the culmination of a governor of a province? Grass. Chapter 53, Su Cheng and Su Hu don't intend to go back. The headmaster is coming to Hengwu? When Su Li heard these words, it was as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His body shivered violently. His feet felt as if they had been nailed to the ground, and his entire body instantly froze in place. What kind of a character is the head of the government? He's coming to Hengwu himself? The first chief is coming. Su Li repeated his drink again, his eyes full of unbelief, and asked with a trembling voice. The panic in that voice seemed to be overflowing. It's not just the chief judge. Liang Feng, the presiding judge of the National General Trial Court, is going to personally try your two foolish sons in front of the entire nation first thing tomorrow morning. Wang Feng's voice came out from the cell phone receiver with endless anger and despair. Asterisk. You hurry up and call them over, or else I won't be able to be a governor. At this moment, Wang Feng had been overwhelmed by anger and had completely lost his mind. What kind of background does that old hero named Qin Zhonghua have? It had actually attracted the headmaster to personally come down to Hengwu to do him justice. What? National Chief Judge Liang Feng wants to personally approve my two sons. Hearing this, Su Li's body seemed to be drained of all its strength, instantly freezing in place. His right hand uncontrollably loosened, and his cell phone fell straight to the ground with a snap. Bang! The cell phone collided violently with the ground, and a large opening was smashed out. However, Su Li was not the least bit distressed, and all he had was endless trepidation and horror. Done. It's over. It's over. It's over. Su Li chanted as he rolled and crouched down, picking up his cell phone in a panic with both hands and trembling as he dialed the phones of Su Qing and Su Hu. Toot toot. Ding. Dad. What is it? My brother and I are safely on the plane. On the other end of the phone, Su Qing sighed softly, with a hint of reluctance towards his hometown in his voice. He was sitting at the porthole of the plane, looking down at the vast expanse of land outside the window, the home of the people he had lived with for decades and was now being forced to leave. The heart is naturally all over the place. Get on your mom's plane, you two losers. Come back to me, or else the entire Su family will be played out because of you two assholes. Su Li directly roared out in anger, his voice extraordinarily abrupt in the airport hall, causing others around him to cast astonished gazes, but he remained unconcerned. Go back? Dad, are you kidding me? My brother and I are already on the plane. How are we going to get back? Could it be parachuting? When Su Qing heard his father's words, a stunned look filled his face. I don't care what kind of methods you use today. Anyway, you must return to Hengwu for me today. Su Li shouted angrily. What the hell? I should have known better than to you guys on the wall in the first place. You two evil animals. Why did you offend the old anti-Japanese hero? Now our Su family is in trouble, and we're all going to be finished. Dad, I know. Su Qing's face instantly became ugly to the extreme as he gently nodded, then hung up the phone. Su Hu had been watching Su Qing from the side, and when he saw his face turn ugly, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what's going on? Could it be that father couldn't bear to part with us and called us? Su Hu said, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Can't give up. Now father can't wait for us to die. He told us to hurry back. Su Qing glared at Su Hu, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. This, father wants us to go back? Could it be that we can stay in the Dragon Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Su Hu's face instantly became excited and said, I don't know what it was, but anyway, Dad was very angry and told us to go back no matter what we had to do. Father says if we don't go back, then the family is all screwed because of it. Su Qing's face was serious, his brows furrowed together. According to that tone of Dad's voice, it doesn't sound like a good idea to let them go back. So what do we do? Could it be that we let the plane make a forced landing? Su Hu stared blankly at Su Qing, his face filled with doubt. Su Qing was first silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, his complexion steeply became vicious. Can't go back. Going back would be the end of it for sure. Su Qing drank in a low voice, a hint of determination in his voice. Father said it's because we offended Qin Zhonghua, the anti-Japanese hero. causing the family to all suffer greatly. If we go back, we could be in jail for the rest of our lives. Can't go back. Mustn't go back. If you go to our, you can still have a chance to rise again. Su Qing looked serious, clenching his fists, his eyes revealing a touch of great unwillingness. What about the family? When Su Hu heard this, his expression became a bit hesitant as he looked towards Su Qing and said, "The family. We'll wait until we rise again in the east. We'll definitely revitalize the family when the time comes." "So we're not going back?" Su Hu asked with a nod. "You stupid bastard. If you want to go back, you can just jump off. Anyway, I'm definitely not going back. As long as I go abroad, they can't do anything about me. Go back, then there's nothing left," Su Qing said viciously. "I only feel that the Su Hu in front of me is even more than. I'm not going back then. I'll join brother." Su Hu nodded his head in a hurry, as if he had found his backbone. Tinkerbell. Suddenly, Su Qing's cell phone steeply ringing, he picked up the phone to see. Unsurprisingly, again his father Su Li called. However, this time, Su Qing didn't pick it up. His eyes were cold, and he directly turned his cell phone into flight mode and put it in his pocket. Chapter 54. Our Prime Minister's shock. Dragon Country's terror. That person is out of the world? After the official media of the Dragon Kingdom released the news about Qin Zhongguo's old hero, this heavy news naturally crosses borders and travels abroad. Far across the South China Sea, the Foreign Cabinet, which is the highest administrative body in and also houses the office of the Prime Minister. Inside the Prime Minister's office, Sakata Mimi was sitting in that carved giltwood chair, her brow furrowed in a serious frown as she dealt with the piles of papers on her desk. In the recent period of time, the Rice Army has been frequently provoking trouble, and the relevant reports have been reported, but he can do nothing about it, and can only helplessly issue a bulletin, staring in vain. After all, Rice is the backer that looks up to. Moreover, has been planning some extremely important matters recently, these many complicated matters. It has really made him, the Prime Minister, physically and mentally exhausted. Clunk. Just at this moment, a sharp and strong knock on the door suddenly sounded. Drop in quickly. Sakata Mimi's frown deepened at the sound of the voice, muffled with impatience. Remember to knock smaller next time. As soon as the words fell, a figure in a straight suit stumbled in, looking flustered and stumbling. "Mr. Prime Minister, something big is happening." A slightly chubby middle-aged man with a smattering of mustache and one of the men exclaimed as he quickly walked over to Sakata Mimi with the yellow document in his hand. "Baka, you're so dead. What's the point of panicking?" Seeing this, Prime Minister Sakata Mime opened his eyes angrily and slammed the desktop, immediately scattering documents all over the place. He was already in a bad mood, and now, it was even worse. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that says if you have something to say it fast, and if you have a fart, say it fast. Sakata Mimi glared fiercely at the middle-aged man with a beard and the man in front of her, his eyes filled with disgust and impatience. "Mr. Prime Minister, there's really something big going on. This matter still concerns the Dragon Kingdom side. This video and statement, you must see it for yourself. It's important." The slightly chubby man couldn't be bothered to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. His tone was urgent and pleading. "Oh, it's information about the Dragon Kingdom side?" Hearing this, Prime Minister Sakata Mimi instantly became interested and even looked serious. He sat down slowly, poised, and hooked his hand, signaling the other man to bring his cell phone over. "Let's see." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man with a mustache among that person rushed forward, placed the cell phone firmly on the Prime Minister's desk with both hands, and carefully tapped on the video and played it. In the video, it was the very same appearance of Qin Zhongguo in the Dragon Kingdom, naked and scarred as he suffered from the crowd tearing his body apart. The video is also just 2.5 minutes long, and when the old man reveals his entire upper body, the video is over. This is a scar. Could it be that this old man is an anti-Japanese veteran of the Dragon Kingdom? Looking at the crisscrossing scars, a trace of imperceptible shock flashed across Sakata Mimi's face. However, there was just a hint of it. Our country back in the fine army disease alone experiment means extremely cruel. Can be more hideous than this scar? Those experimental video although not open to the public, but he as the Prime Minister, in the National Treasury has seen a lot. Inside, he had long since developed a strong tolerance for cruel images, so he wasn't too surprised by the scars on this old man's body. "What exactly do you mean?" After watching the video, Sakata Mimi was still looking at the middle-aged man with a mustache among the people beside her with a head full of water. The people in the video were using the dragon language, gibbering about something that he, as an native, naturally couldn't understand. "I'm not the emperor. Naturally I can't know everything. I only see a scarred dragon nation from this video. Is that what you're telling me is very important?" A hint of irritation welled up in Sakata Mimi's heart, and there was a clear questioning tone in her voice. What could be so important about this scarred old man? who looked to be in his 90s, and was afraid that he was nearing the end of his life? What's it got to do with the our kingdom? What a fuss! The slightly chubby man with the mustache seemed to have expected this reaction from the Prime Minister, so he took a small step forward and reached out his finger to maneuver skillfully on the screen of his cell phone, backing out the video into the background and tapping on the long screenshot in the picture. This screenshot, a portion of Qin Zhonghwa's dossier released by the official media, and thoughtfully translated in our language. Qin Zhonghwa, the Dragon Kingdom anti-Japanese legend. During the 15 years of anti-Japanese, a total of more than 50 battles to participate in large and small, killing thousands of Japanese invaders, among them, beheading the Japanese Division General 6 heads, of Osamu Lieutenant Colonel and so on more countless. Sakata Mimi looked at it word by word. The words that he originally wanted to rebuke instantly froze in his mouth. His mouth opened in midair in shock, and he couldn't close his mouth for half a day. Lin Yi will battle. Qin Zhonghwa led. Only a company's strength smashed a Japanese battalion. Ground pit battle. Qin Zhonghwa. Hat trick. Round about 30 miles of large pits, with the enemy troops fighting 3 days and 3 nights. Killed 2 large regiments of Japanese dogs. Sakata Mimi proceeded to look down, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. His pupils contracting violently, disbelief written all over his face. He is also the founder of the Longhua Zhonghua class and has nurtured countless famous students in Longhua. With that, he froze and looked at his cell phone for close to 2.5 minutes. He waited until he finally took in the news fully before slowly placing his phone down on his desk and slowly looking up at the slightly chubby man with the mustache. Qin Zhonghua, is this the person I had in mind? Sakata Mimi asked with a great look of horror in her eyes. Well, Prime Minister Sama, this is the man, the founder of the Loyalist class, the sharp sword of the Dragon Kingdom, that terrifying legend of the Dragon Kingdom back in the day. Just today, he came out in the Dragon Kingdom. The slightly chubby middle-aged man with the mustache said with great scorn, although he hadn't personally seen this Dragon Country legend in battle. The top brass of our country, as well as among the historical materials, had clearly recorded this very terrifying old man. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the time of the invasion of the Dragon War, there is a very scary organization called the Chungukban, and the founder of the Zhonghua class, as well as the old class leader, was Qin Zhonghua. In that history decades ago, they, country R, had personally witnessed that horrible history, witnessed the horrors of the Loyalist class. Chapter 55. The Prime Minister of R was elated that Qin Zhonghua had actually been victimized by one of his own people. Baka, he's come out of the world. Zhongwoban will surely follow him out of the world. We, country R, must take some measures. Sakata Mimi gritted her teeth and hated it. Lord Prime Minister, the middle-aged, slightly chubby man with a mustache leaned forward slightly, his hands folded in front of him. Currently there is only information on this old man, and as for Zhongwoban, nothing has yet come out of the woodwork. Upon hearing this, Sakata Mimi, still looking gloomy, slowly said, preparing to convene a national conference is no small matter. I didn't realize that Qin Zhonghua, this old undead, was still alive. We, the Kingdom of R, already had an unresolvable and deep-seated hatred with the Dragon Kingdom, and although diplomacy has become belligerent in recent times, it is guaranteed that we are preparing to take revenge on us. At the end of his speech, he directly bellowed, we, the R country, will always keep this giant dragon under our feet hard. By the way, Lord Prime Minister, there's still one more piece of good news that hasn't been said. The middle-aged man raised his head slightly, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Good news? Then don't tell me, Sakata Mimi chided, saying, aha. This middle-aged man nodded heavily and read from the information in his cell phone. Our people over in the Dragon Kingdom have sent word that although Qin Zhonghua from the Dragon Kingdom has come out of the woodwork, however, it was stigmatized as a deserter by the Dragon Kingdom. He was also injected with 500 milliliters of special anesthetics by their Dragon Kingdom's own people. Now life or death is unknown, and is being urgently rescued. He couldn't help but burst out laughing at that, the delight on his face so overwhelming that even his eyebrows lifted with it. I reckon that this old guy must be hopeless. The 500 milliliters of special anesthetics produced by the Dragon Kingdom can't even carry an adult elephant, not to mention him, an old man who was already over 100 years old. The middle-aged man continued, the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooking up an evil smile, as if he had already seen the scene of Qin Zhonghua's life in the Yellow Springs. Yossi, it means that old undead Qin Zhonghua is dying now? At those words, Sakata Maime's eyes lit up, and a relaxed smile appeared on his originally tense face, and his expression became soothed. This is indeed great news. Qin Zhonghua, during the invasion of the Dragon War, was the #1 mortal enemy of our country. In recent years, an assassin should have been sent to the Dragon Kingdom to assassinate this man, but he suddenly disappeared, and only today did he receive news of his emergence. But now, there was no need to wait for them to make a move. that Qin Zhonghua would be planted in the hands of his own people. Truly God is blessing their greater country. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. What's it called? Hiss. Can't think of it. Sakata Mimi held her hand on her chin, trying to recall, thinking for a long time, but in the end, she could not recall. Qin Zhonghua. I can't imagine that you're so courageous, but in the end, you've fallen into the hands of your own people. But then, with a stern expression, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man beside him and said coldly, "Humph, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely not sit idly by. Have our people continue to keep an eye on the movements. If Qin Zhonghua is lucky enough not to die, then dispatch the dead soldiers we have trained. Sneak into the Dragon Kingdom's territory and brutally strangle him." Sakata Mimi made a neck-wiping motion, the killing intent on her face undisguised. "Okay, I've already notified our guys over there," the middle-aged man said with a respectful nod. Well, Sakata Mimi nodded in satisfaction. After receiving so much bad news these days, today is a good news day. Thinking about it, Sakata Mimi looked relaxed, and the speed of handling the documents on the table became much faster, with a little song humming in her mouth from time to time. Dragon Nation. Hengu. Inside the First People's Hospital, Qin Zhonghua was lying in the middle of the operating room with a large cut in his abdomen. A CT on the side showed that almost all the shrapnel had been removed from his body. However, the one next to his heart remained stuck there as if it had taken root. Almost all of the famous doctors and saints of the entire Dragon Kingdom had gathered in this ward at this moment. Their brows were furrowed, and their faces were filled with gravity, exchanging words and discussing in whispers from time to time. But no one dared to make a decision easily, not knowing where to start. After all, there had just been an accident just removing the other shrapnel alone, causing hemorrhaging when removing the shrapnel next to the stomach. It was only after quick measures were taken and some intense resuscitation that the bleeding finally managed to stop. Although the only shrapnel left now is the heart, this is undoubtedly the most difficult hurdle to overcome. No one dares to bet that successfully removing this shrapnel is just too difficult. Moreover, because the old hero's identity was very special, they didn't dare to mess around. Outside the hospital room, the 4 military region commanders had serious faces, while Li Tian and Long Xian were filled with saddened looks. Xin Jie and Xin Tian as well as Su Xian and the others as well. The whole hall was dead silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing rising and falling. Countless people waited for the results in the hospital room, and every second seemed very long. When exactly will the old man wake up? In the depths of Qin Zhonghua's consciousness, he sighed continuously. The system doesn't seem to be reliable either. Didn't it say that the newbie package would be the successful healing of his body? It's been how many hours and he's still asleep, only briefly regaining consciousness. Bang! The host was about to awaken, but due to the blockage of external factors, the healing energy was all made up for the surgical error, thus preventing the host from healing the entire body. The system's icy voice sounded in his head. External factors? System, what do you mean by that? Qin Zhonghua was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Bang! At the time of the operation, due to the doctor's operation error, it caused the host's body to hemorrhage. The system's healing energy has been used entirely to repair the hemorrhaging wound, so it can't heal the host's whole body. Alas! At those words, Qin Zhonghua sighed deeply, but did not have the intention to blame. He couldn't have known better what was going on with him. He knew in his heart how difficult it was to perform the surgery, and it was not surprising that even with the world's top doctors, there were accidents. The injuries in his body were indeed too serious, and, because of this mistake, the host's life force has suffered a reduction and currently has only 2.5 months left. The old immortal only has 2.5 months of life left? Qin Zhonghua froze. That's 2 years of his life deducted for that one mistake. Don't worry, host, as long as you complete the system tasks, or complete the system achievements, you can get rewards or draws to heal your body and prolong your life. The system's voice continued. Current task release 1. The main criminal Su Qing. Su, who is about to escape from the Dragon Kingdom. Arrest him and get him back to the case. You can get the number of primary draws times 1. Revival points 500. To grandchildren, Qinzhou Qin's group has been taken over by someone. Children and grandchildren's 20 years of hard work has been ruined. Recapture the family industry. Can obtain the number of times of primary lottery times 1. Revival points 500. Mission. Qin Zhonghua muttered in the depths of his consciousness, a bitter smile on his face. The point is that the old man can't move now either, so how should he go about accomplishing these tasks? Hearing this, Qin Zhonghua said with a sense of helplessness, System, can't you first restore the old man's mobility for a period of time, even if it's only for a minute? Qin Zhonghua held on to a glimmer of hope and said, this system would like to, but this system has been asleep for 100 years. The energy has long been insufficient. Only after the host completes the task or achievement, the system can replenish the energy. Alas, then there's only waiting. Hearing this, Qin Zhonghua sighed deeply and then fell into a deep sleep. One can only hope on those old brothers of his. Chapter 56. Where is this guy? Outside the hospital room, a depressing air filled the long corridor. Can't be this dry waiting. Tomorrow's trial meeting absolutely can't go wrong. Shaolin, this matters specific matters you can arrange? Long Qian frowned and said as he looked sideways at Li Shaolin beside him. Well, I have long since sent a man to the Hengwu City Superintendent of Police, but the specifics of the matter have not yet been arranged. Li Shaolin looked serious and said slowly, Communications Director Yu Lang has tallied all the culprits and is now in the midst of a nationwide arrest. It's going to be hard enough to catch the end estimate by tomorrow morning. That's why he delayed making arrangements. Yu Lang reported up. There are as many as tens of thousands of people involved. Tomorrow's trial, all must be arranged to the scene or there is no need to have all of them present. Screen 100 of those with serious degree of plot, arrest them to the scene for personal interrogation. As for the online spammers and water armies, sentence them according to the degree. Long Qian said with a gentle nod. Well, I'll arrange it down immediately. Li Shaolin said with a stern expression. Aggravated arrests to the scene for personal interrogation. Those who would inevitably bear the brunt of that would be the mayors of Hengwu City, Su Cheng and Su Hu, the director Tian Bing, and dozens of villagers from Qingduan village. Let's do a head count first and make sure there aren't any mistakes. Li Shaolin pondered in his heart, then quickly pulled out his cell phone and released a message towards the garrison of Hengwu City. Immediately count the people involved in Hengwu City, especially Su Qing, Tian Bing and Su Hu, as well as a group of villagers, and deal seriously with any mistakes. Li Shaolin, Hengwu City Superintendent of Police. Phew, these jobs do seem a bit heavy, but it's good to get them done. Senior Colonel Xiaolong of the Central Theater of Operations was standing in front of the entrance of the Hengwu City Superintendent of Police, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, raising his hand and wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead, with a hint of a tired but relieved look on his face. In front of him were hundreds of loaded soldiers, each with a straight posture and firm eyes. Behind each soldier stood a weeping, white-faced man in shackles. In just 1 hour's time, Xiaolong had arrested all the major suspects in Hengwu City with his excellent command and deployment. These include those who vandalized the company of the Descendants of Heroes, and the miscreants who vandalized the residence of the Descendants of Heroes. At the moment, it's all here. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted old hero Qin Zhonghua, and I shouldn't have smashed the old hero's grandson's company. Please let me go. In the crowd, a man cried and howled, his voice tinged with trembling, and his body shivered unceasingly along with it. Oh, came a cry immediately afterward, a woman's sob, full of fear and remorse. I was wrong too. I was so haunted that I shouldn't have lashed out at the old hero's offspring. Brother June, just let me go. Ooh. This woman who was crying out was none other than Zhang Lily, who had struck out at Qin Lingling and Qin Shang. She had a long bandage wrapped around her forehead, which was still hidden with crimson blood, apparently just got caught up from the hospital, but she had a real life, and such a sturdy stool hadn't sent her away. My husband is the mayor. Aren't you guys afraid of offending my husband by being so rough on me? A young woman dressed in expensive clothes with exaggerated lipstick. At the moment, that pretty face full of charm was full of panic. She screamed while still trying to struggle, but was held down tightly by the soldier beside her. She was none other than Su Qing's wife, Su Xiao. Whoops, Dada's dad is the mayor. How dare you assholes do this to Dada and Mommy? Ooh-hoo, you're dead. Beside the woman, there was another child who was also shackled up. His face was full of tears and he was crying loudly. It was Su Qing's son Suda. In their dragon country, everyone is equal before the law, and children are no exception. Sister-in-law, you've been arrested too. A few meters beside Su Shallow, another delicate-looking young woman said in surprise, also wearing shackles. Sibling, you've been arrested too. What is going on here? Where is Su Qing? Why hasn't he come to save us yet? Su Shallow said in panic. Her voice was tinged with tears. The exquisite makeup on her face had long been blurred by tears. Xiaolong quietly stood aside, listening to the shouting and crying of these people, but did not make any response, just contemptuously shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. What did you do in the first place? Now you know you're wrong? As for the mayor, that's bull ********. He was arrested and imprisoned a long time ago, and he's still the mayor. But it's nice to have a family reunion. Take them all back to the detention center and keep them all in custody for a unified trial tomorrow. Xiaolong's expression was cold as he loudly gave the order. Yes, the soldiers responded neatly, their voices deafening. Ding dong. The military cell phone in Xiaolong's pocket suddenly rang, and the crisp beeping sound was particularly shrill in this slightly noisy environment. At once, Xiaolong quickly pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Message from the commander. He muttered softly, his eyes quickly scanning the screen. Immediately count the people involved, especially Su Hu and Su Qing. After reading it, Xiaolong tapped his finger quickly on the screen and replied, "Roger that, Commander, you've worked hard." After sending the message, he stuffed the phone back into his pocket and subconsciously turned around, intending to raise his voice in greeting to one of the soldiers beside him, but the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them back. He glanced up at the building across the street, not too far away. It's so close, it's better for him to make the trip himself. Ha ha, if things go smoothly this time, that won't be a promotion by 2 levels. Xiaolong spoke in a relaxed tone, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising as he walked towards the opposite building while speaking. 2.5 minutes. Xiaolong went up to the 3rd floor. All of the villagers, as well as Su Qing and Su Hu, were imprisoned on this floor. Not bad. Looking at the villagers in the rooms on the left and right sides of the floor who were all sleeping quietly and honestly, Xiaolong looked satisfied and walked over towards the frontmost floor with his arms folded. Over there was the cell where Su Qing as well as Su Hu were being held. Nothing seems to have happened. All in. Xiaolong's footsteps came to a violent halt, the smile on his face instantly disappearing without a trace, replaced by extreme consternation. Where are the 2 of these tramps? Xiaolong bellowed. The cell was empty. Where was the shadow of Su Qing and Su Hu? At the same time, this bellowing noise woke up the sleeping villagers. Chapter 57 In 2.5 hours. Bring the man back to me. Where are the people? Xiaolong droned incredulously, his eyes instantly reddening and looking as if he wanted to eat someone. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Where are the people watching? Xiaolong turned around violently, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Looking at the 2 soldiers with loaded guns beside the building, he couldn't help but roar in shock and anger. Something big is going on. The trial is to be carried out tomorrow, but now the 2 main criminals have run away. Then how is he going to explain it to the top? Su Qing and Su Hu ran away. They've been running for ages. On the side, Suzy's hair inside the cell was disheveled and draped like withered grass. She propped her hands on the ground and stood up with great difficulty, gritting her teeth and saying hatefully, "Right, it was Wang Feng and Su Qing's father who came over and released Su Qing and Su Hu." A villager huddled on the iron railing said. He was equally hateful, itching to hurry up and catch Su Qing and Su Hu and the others and suffer the trial together with them. We all made the mistake together. Why should Su Qing and Su Hu get away with it? Bring them back. They are the culprits and should be punished severely. It's those of us who made the mistakes everyone makes who should be punished lightly. Right, get them back. These 2. The 2 soldiers couldn't help but get a little flustered when they saw how angry Xiaolong was, and hurriedly went forward to bow and explain. Major, these 2 people, the provincial governor Wang Feng personally came to release them. Wang Feng is the governor of Tianqing province, and he said that he still has the transfer order coming down from above, so we handed the people over to him. The governor belonged to the executive head of the provincial administrative region, corresponding to the rank of lieutenant general, much higher than Xiaolong, a major, and someone who can be a governor. That certainly won't be messing around. That's why they let people go. Governor Wang Feng took the person away. Well, I know. Xiaolong looked serious and slowly nodded his head, the anger in his heart slightly reduced by a few points. If one is the governor of a province, one does have this qualification of bringing people all together. He, the major, had no right to interfere. Major Xiao, inside the office on the side, Li Hai, the secretary of the provincial party committee, was in a hurry and jogged all the way out. You're finally here. You didn't answer the phone when I called earlier, Li Hai said with a long sigh of relief. Secretary Li, you are still staying here. Xiaolong nodded, a puzzled look on his face. You called me just now? After saying that, Xiaolong reached out from his pocket and took out his own cell phone to look at it, only to realize that the phone had been turned into a sound-prohibited state at some point, and the screen was indeed displaying 10 missed calls from Li Hai. This is my negligence, Secretary Li. Sorry. Xiaolong's face flashed with a trace of embarrassment and said rather apologetically, Major Xiao is overstating it. What I wanted to talk about when I called you was this matter. Wang Feng took Su Chang and Su Hu away. I was at the scene at the time. I couldn't stop them at all if I wanted to. Li Hai waved his hand and said rather helplessly, a look of don't get me wrong. Things had nothing to do with him in the slightest. Well, I'll call and ask the commander. After saying that, Xiaolong took out his military cell phone and called Li Shaolin over. Doh! A few seconds later, the other party picks up the phone. Xiaolong, what's the matter with you? On the other side of the phone, a slightly authoritative voice came from none other than Li Shaolin. Commander Li, I've already verified the number of people, but Su Cheng and Su Hu were taken away by Governor Wang Feng. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong looked grave and said in a serious tone, I'm not sure where the two of them are right now, so I'm calling to let you know. Su Cheng and Su Hu were taken away by Wang Feng? On the other end of the phone, Li Shaolin sounded slightly surprised. He couldn't figure out why Wang Feng, the governor of the province, had to take away the duo of Su Ching and Su Hu. Sure he took it? Well, this side Secretary Li Hai and the soldier witnessed it with their own eyes. Secretary Li Hai tried to block it, but Governor Wang Feng ignored it. Xiao Long nodded in response as he spoke. Who? Seeing Xiao Long explaining for him, Li Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Xiao Long, this dude, can get along. I know, I'll call and ask. As the words fell, Li Shaolin frowned, and hung up the phone. What's going on with this Wang Feng? What's the name of the game? Li Shaolin muttered softly. Shaolin, what's wrong? Long Qian sat on the side, and seeing Li Shaolin's strange appearance, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Su Cheng and Su Hu were taken away by Wang Feng, and now I don't know where the people are. Li Shaolin raised his head and replied. Oh, Wang Feng. Long Qian slightly narrowed his eyes, his right hand resting on his chin as he pondered slightly. Wang Feng is the governor of Tianqing province. The previous year's national provincial commendation will have this person's quota. Tianqing province has today's prosperous development. Wang Feng, the governor of the province, contributed a lot of force. He knows the seriousness of this matter, so he shouldn't mess it up, right? You call and ask. There must be no mistakes in this matter. Long Qian said with a slight nod. Aha. With that, Li Shaolin picked up the phone and called Li Hai with a frown. The contact information of the governors of the 32 provinces in the Dragon Kingdom. He, the commander of the military region, had all of them and could contact them at any time as well. Tinkerbell. The phone rang for a few seconds before being answered. Hello? You are? On the opposite side of the phone, a somewhat startled voice came out, and the moment he heard it, it was Wang Feng's. I'm Li Shaolin. He, the commander of the military region, had the governor's contact information, but the governor, however, did not have his contact information. The governor was not at a high enough level, so it was normal for Wang Feng to not know his phone number. Li Shaolin. Commander Li. Wang Feng reacted in an instant, his tone steeped in shock. This is the commander of the central military region. How could you even think of calling him? You're calling me. What is it that you're doing? Within the phone, a respectful tone came from Wang Feng, who held the phone and said with a sardonic smile squeezed out of his face. The reason for my call. You shouldn't be any clearer, right? Li Shaolin leaned back in his chair and slowly spoke. Where did you send Su Ching and Su Hu? You have 2.5 hours to send them back immediately. Li Shaolin continued, his tone full of unquestionable toughness. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's face turned ugly as if he had eaten. In his heart, he had already begun to angrily curse Su Li. It's been half an hour and Su Li still hasn't given him a message. He didn't know if Su Hu and Su Ching got off the plane or not. Where the people are he has no idea. Commander Li, Su Hu and Su Ching were taken to the provincial government for questioning by me. The two of them committed such a big point of error. They must not be lightly forgiven. I'll send them back to Henwu immediately. Wang Feng could only promise to cope for now. Well, in 2.5 hours, I want to see them in custody at the Henwu Police Department. And if that time is up and the people are still missing, you know the consequences. I, along with the commanders of the other 3 military districts, as well as the headmaster and elder he, are all at the Henwu First People's Hospital. Li Shaolin continued. His words were like a reminder to Wang Feng. Good. Wang Feng nodded his head and replied, beads of fine sweat continuously emerging from his forehead. Doh! Li Shaolin hung up on his end. Chief, elder he, and the 4 military region commanders gathered in Henwu. Wang Feng wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, and the whole person sat paralyzed in the chair. His mood seemed to have fallen to the bottom. What kind of heavenly background does this old man named Qin Zhonghua have? Wang Feng muttered incredulously. Chapter 58, Su Ching almost to our country. Su Li, what exactly is the situation with Su Ching and Su Hu right now? And where are the two of them right now? Wang Feng asked with a somewhat hoarse voice. He didn't want to say anything more about it anymore. It was his negligence. Had he known that the energy behind the old man was so terrifying, he would not have said anything to give up his life to save the Su Ching duo for the sake of this small 10 billion. Now that the situation is completely out of control and you are deep in the middle of it, it's really hard to ride it out. Oops. Governor. Su Li was so anxious that he stomped his feet and paced back and forth in the airport lobby. The cell phone in his hand was held tightly in his hand. How could he not be anxious? If this matter is not handled well, his Su family's 100-year foundation will be nullified in an instant. He will also be ashamed of all the ancestors of the Su family. Those 2 little pussies aren't answering my calls. They're probably still on the plane right now. Looks like they're determined to leave the country. Su Li's tone was anxious, and in his heart, he had already cursed Su Ching and Su Hu's ancestors. They've realized how serious the wrong they've done really is and are scared. Wang Feng's brows were furrowed and his heart was already annoyed to the extreme. What's the point of standing still? The flight told me about it, and I'll see if I can send someone to intercept it. Wang Feng clenched his teeth and said loudly, right now, it's really the only way. If they waited for Su Qing and Su Hu to really go abroad, then only then would there be no way at all, unless the state steps in, but there is no need for that at all, and when the time comes, the only one who will bear the big head of the responsibility will be him, the governor of the province. We'll take a look, Su Li whispered. It's been over half an hour and he's still standing in the same spot in the airport lobby. The back had long been drenched in sweat, and the shirt clung to his back. Those two sons of ES. When we catch them, we'll have to make them fly and see why the flowers are so red. Found it. Flight number. It's a good thing that the airplane tickets were booked personally by Su Li's contacts, with flight details. So, Su Li quickly sent the flight number to Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked at the message in his cell phone and let out a low gulp. Su Li, I warned you earlier that if these two sons of yours can't return, the entire Su family will wait for their demise. After saying that, he hung up. Civil Aviation Authority of Tantan Province. Wang Feng mumbled and immediately dialed another person's number. Do. The other party connected quickly. Director Zhao, I am Wang Feng. Wang Feng said softly, his brows still furrowed. Governor Wang? What are you calling for? Is something the matter? Inside the phone, a respectful word came. Well, there's something I want to inform you about. Remember, it's a notification. Wang Feng said, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. He didn't want the other man to hear anything different. The other side must have known about the matter of the veteran's demolition being wrongly accused of desertion. As for Su Qing and Su Hu, the two culprits, he was naturally surely aware of them. If word got out that he was the one who put Su Qing and Su Hu on the plane and wanted to send them out of the country to escape punishment, it would be game over. You say? Director Zhao opened his mouth and asked, his tone carrying a bit of caution, also realizing the seriousness of this matter. Intercept a flight. The name of the flight had flown to her half an hour ago, Wang Feng said, spitting out every word with extra clarity. This airplane is loaded with two individuals who are wanted by the police for immediate arrest. This airliner must be intercepted. There are two wanted criminals on this airliner? Upon hearing this, Director Zhao was so startled that the pen in his hand almost fell. He hurriedly sat up straight and nodded his head in response. Then I'll immediately arrange for it to go down. Try to keep the two wanted criminals from knowing about it, and transfer the flight. The landing point is Hengwu Yunlong Airport. Aha! I'll wait at the airport. This airliner must be flown back within 2 hours or there will be very serious consequences, Wang Feng said softly with a majestic tone. Aha! After hanging up the phone, Director Zhao immediately took action and quickly arranged the relevant matters. As the director of the Civil Aviation Bureau of Tianjin Province, he still had this power. At that instant, the airliner that Su Qing and Su Hu were traveling on, upon receiving the order, quietly reversed the direction of the airliner without informing anyone on the airliner, and flew back towards the Dragon Kingdom's Hengwu city. Everyone on the airliner, too, didn't realize that the direction of the plane's flight had changed. Inside the airliner, this time, I will definitely break the boat and fight with my back to the water. Su Qing let out a low gulp, his expression somewhat helpless and somewhat revitalized. He abandoned his family, his relatives, his children, and even his country. Only this like brother Su Hu I left. He had to make a career in R, and he will make a career in R. My wife and son should be able to live well under the blessing of the family, and there's no need for me to worry too much. Su Qing sighed and pondered in his heart. There is no way to undo what has happened, but to look on the bright side. However, he still has too much resentment in his heart to end up with two empty pockets. Brother, I can't let go of my son and daughter-in-law on the side. Su Hu, a fat man who was a little teary-eyed at the moment, raised his hand and wiped his tears with the back of his fat hand, and said with a sobbing voice, Sheesh, then just go back. I don't want to take you with me as a drag yet. Su Qing said coldly, not even returning his head, his eyes still looking out the window. That's better. I'd rather not go back. Su Hu hesitated, bit his teeth, and said with a ruthless heart, Humph. Su Qing let out a cold snort and turned his head away, not wanting to look at this fool. However, it was found that the airplane was decreasing in altitude, and the sight was now clear enough to see the high-rise buildings on the ground. So fast? Su Qing said with some surprise, unconsciously straightening his body. It seemed that he was too involved in his thoughts, and I'm afraid that a long time had passed. Almost 2 hours. Zinti Andy, I, Su Qing, am here, Su Qing said cheerfully. After speaking, Su Qing patted Su Hu's shoulder beside him. Silly, it's coming. Chapter 59. Su Qing and Su Hu were arrested again. Okay, Wang Feng muttered. Fine beads of sweat on his forehead slid down his temples as he let out a long breath and his tense shoulders relaxed. Just now, he received a message from the director of the Civil Aviation Bureau of Tianjin Province. The flight that loaded Su Qing and Su Hu has already flown back. When he thought about how he was almost caught in the land of doom because of these two people, a chill ran down Wang Feng's spine. Suli, blame me. This old man Qin Zhongguo's identity is too terrifying, and I can't help, Wang Feng said in his heart, his expression scornful. Immediately afterward, he steadied his mind, turned to face the 10 SWAT officers standing pensively behind him, and with a big wave of his hand, he ordered in a loud voice, when the plane lands later, bring Su Qing and Su Hu together, don't let them get away again. Yes, the 10 SWAT officers all had a smile, if any, at the corner of their mouths as they answered loudly, buzz. Within moments, in the sky, the clouds rolled in, a dull roar came from far away, and steeply, an airliner drilled out of the clouds. It should be this airliner, all keep an eye on it. As soon as the plane lands, immediately arrest Su Qing and Su Hu, Wang Feng once again bellowed. 2.5 minutes later, arrived. Su Qing looked excited, but when he saw the scenery outside the airplane window, he felt something indescribably wrong. This is country R? How come the layout of this airport is the same as my airport in Hengwu City? Su Qing slowly got up and said doubtfully, even the commercial high-rises next to the airport are surprisingly similar. Ding dong, the destination has arrived. Thank you for taking this flight. Please pack your bags. The radio sounded lazily in the cabin. At once, a visitor sleepily opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Here it is, the little Japanese country of R. I'd like to see what's fun here besides women. A young guy rubbed his hands together excitedly, an expectant smile on his lips. So soon? Still, sleep goes by fast. A middle-aged uncle yawned and rubbed his eyes. Right, wait and see if the quality of this cherry blossom girl is the same as what is said on the internet. Another young man smiled wistfully with a hint of levity in his eyes. Airplanes are just fast. I've only been sleeping and I'm here. Get off the plane. The crowd rose and began to pack their bags, and a cacophony of chatter filled the cabin. Hengwu City is on the southern coast, and it's only a 3-hour flight to R, so no one realized something was wrong and just thought they were really in the Rs. The layout of the surroundings became more and more familiar the more he looked at it, and as if he thought of some horrible outcome, Su Qing instantly felt his scalp numb and goosebumps fell all over the place. Here, it's not country R, rather, it's, Su Qing slowly murmured, his voice trembling a little, it's Hengwu City. Afterward, Su Qing fiercely let out a startled cry, his voice resounding abruptly in the cabin, drawing sideways glances from the surrounding passengers. The commercial building on the right is still his proposal. It cost $3 billion, and the construction just finished this year. The entire airport layout, too, is exactly the same as Hengwu. This is Hengwu. It's not R at all. It's finished. We've been recalled. Can't run away, Su Qing said loudly, looking anxious, wanting to escape but not knowing where to go. It's his fault. Didn't realize the direction of the flight sooner. When the plane turned around he had no idea. Brother, what did you say? Isn't this R? Su Hu's face was perplexed, his eyes filled with confusion, not understanding why Su Qing's reaction was so drastic. Are your mom's head? Today, we can't run away. Saying that, Su Qing only felt full of powerlessness and paralyzed in his seat. Flights can fly back. It must be that his father, and the entire Su family, had given up on him and Su Hu. Otherwise, what is the point? Su Hu looked out the window to the landmark building next to him, and the familiar scene came into his eyes. This is Hengwu City. What's going on? Aren't we on a flight to R? Su Hu's voice had a tremor in it, and he panicked as well. Watching the plane land, after confirming that the flight was true, Wang Feng waved his hand, and 10 SWAT officers got on the plane with electric batons. Over there, a special police officer had sharp eyes and saw with a glance the two Su Qing Su Hu who had lifeless eyes and were paralyzed in their seats, giving up resistance. Go! With this order, the SWAT officers moved quickly. They were also naturally aware of the matter of Su Qing and Su Hu insulting the old heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. So how can one be soft? Click. Taking the electric rod, he set up Su Qing and Su Hu's arms and immediately put the iron shackles on. Ha! This is Hengwu? How did we fly back? Also, isn't that Mayor Su Qing? How did he get caught? Looking at the SWAT officers swarming the airplane, the originally excited crowd was instantly startled. Thought something horrible had happened. Su Qing, is he on the same flight as me? No wonder the plane is flying back. Another person suddenly realized and slapped his head, saying, Su Qing, insulting the old heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, should have wanted to leave the country and thus escape punishment, and now that he's been discovered, that's why the flights are flying back. Su Qing? Wasn't he arrested for insulting an old hero? Why is he on a plane to R? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Right, delaying us for no reason. Then the airplane ticket wasn't bought for nothing. Right, what are we going to do then? My daughter is still waiting for me at Sky Valley Airport. Geez, everyone understand. Let's call it a small thing we did for our country. Right, let's all understand. At that moment, the captain stepped out of the cockpit and apologized slightly. Rest easy, everyone. After a secret order from above, this flight was returned in order to capture 2 outlaws. Now that they have been captured, as an apology, this flight will be refunded 10 times the amount, the captain said with a professional smile as he lightly closed his hands. The crowd sniffed, which gradually subsided. Their airfare for this trip was $800, and tenfold compensation is $8,000. Hee hee, Su Ching, Su Hu, you guys have a lot of guts. At the doorway, Wang Feng walked over with his hands in the air and drank with an extremely angry expression. Governor, did my father say anything? Su Ching sniffed, did not retort, asked in a flat tone. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. His father, did he ever end up fishing for him? Because of you 2 idiots, the entire Su family is going to be unable to keep their heads above water. Why would your father even care about you? Wang Feng frowned and snapped, the disgust on his face undisguised. Afterward, Wang Feng looked at the time on his watch. Luckily, we're still more than half an hour short of the 2.5-hour time limit. Take them all into custody in the car. Send them to the Hengwu Police Division, where Senior Colonel Xiaolong will be waiting, and then just hand them over to Senior Colonel Xiaolong. Wang Feng said. Governor Wang, aren't you going? The SWAT captain asked. I still have things to do. Wang Feng waved his hand, looking somewhat impatient. But, Major Xiaolong requested that you also go to the Superintendent of Police, the SWAT captain said indifferently, looking at Wang Feng without much respect in his eyes. Wang Feng was now a governor, a position that translated to being one step ahead of him, but soon it would not be. Chapter 60, Completing the Mission, A Way to Wake Up. Ask me to go to the Superintendent of Police as well? Alright, I'll follow you there. Wang Feng was slightly stunned. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but he still quickly adjusted and slowly nodded his head. He had originally planned to go find Su Li to have a good talk about the relevant matters, but it seemed that he could only postpone it helplessly. Governor Wang, I want to ask you a question, Su Qing asked as if he was grasping the last glimmer of hope. Speak. Wang Feng looked indifferent. His hands were clasped in front of his chest and his chin was slightly raised in a lofty stance. If Su Hu and I were to go in, how long would we probably have to sit there? Su Qing lowered his head, his expression obscure, his voice lowered. He's making this too easy. This matter of rumor-mongering about old heroes was far more serious than he had imagined. It was a question of whether he and Su Hu could come out alive if they went in. How would I know? A strange look flashed across Wang Feng's face and he bristled. We'll know after the trial tomorrow morning. We shouldn't be able to die. At most we'll be sentenced for 20 to 30 years. Wang Feng's tone was flat, and his face was filled with indifference, as if he was talking about an insignificant trifle. I know. Su Qing gently nodded, the expression on his face inscrutable. What? Brother, we're going to be sentenced to at least 20 or 30 years. This, when we come out, that's 70 or 80 years old. See if you can get father to help us. When Su Hu heard this, his eyes instantly widened, and his expression could be described as panic to the extreme. 20 or 30 years in a dark cell is worse than killing him. Alas, Su Qing sighed heavily, as if all his strength had been drained away, and his shoulders collapsed. He was taken into custody by 2 SWAT officers and walked off the airliner on frail feet, each step seeming unbearably heavy, and his legs couldn't stop trembling slightly. We were all wrong. In the beginning, we shouldn't have rumored about Qin Zhonghua, the anti-Japanese veteran, just for the sake of a little bit of petty profit. Su Qing slowly shook his head, his face filled with powerlessness. This was the first time in his decades of living that he had experienced such a feeling of despair. It was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. It's kind of a new life experience. Also, he just made a mistake that any mayor would make. Don't, brother, I'm still young and my daughter-in-law is even younger than me. How can I go to jail? Su Hu was so anxious that tears were coming out of his eyes, and he was also forcibly dragged by the SWAT team to walk off the airplane. Ooh-hoo, cry for your mom. All you do is cry. At those words, although Su Qing spat viciously on his lips, his own tears were like a flood that broke the dike, and he couldn't stop them from flowing down. He couldn't hold it in. Woo, it's all your fault, you stupid bastard. If you hadn't coveted the new energy mine underground, how could we have been caught? Su Qing, the mayor, finally shed tears of remorse and cried out full of complaints. Phew. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng just shook his head gently, and a trace of happiness flashed in his eyes. Luckily, this is something he saved. He escaped responsibility for this perfectly. Maybe, even take a little credit. After all, Qin Zhonghua, the anti-Japanese hero, had lived in his Tianjin province for so many years and had been found in his Tianjin province. However, just as Wang Feng was drifting in his thoughts, several SWAT officers had already detained Su Qing and Su Hu in the armed vehicle. Bang! Zhang Bo, the SWAT team leader, walked over in large strides, his eyes icy cold. He walked to Wang Feng, without any warning, suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed Wang Feng's arm, followed by a beautiful over-the-shoulder drop, sending Wang Feng to the ground with a hard fall. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ouch! What are you doing? Instantly, Wang Feng cried out in pain, and his pupils shrunk violently. The look of fear was overwhelming. He had not expected at all that this SWAT team leader, who had always seemed to be respectful, would suddenly make a move against him. Click. Subsequently, Zhang Bo looked indifferent. His knees pushed Wang Feng hard on the ground so that he couldn't move. Then he skillfully used shackles to fasten Wang Feng's hands hard behind his back. Mr. Wang Feng, aren't you clear about what you've done? Zhang Bo sneered. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking arc as he gently kicked Wang Feng on the ground. This Wang Feng, still pretending to be confused even now? Do you really think that the people up there are cuties? What has been done has long been investigated by the top. I didn't do anything. I'm afraid there's some kind of misunderstanding. Wang Feng opened his mouth in panic, only to feel his muscles being torn. It hurts. He hadn't been made to hurt this much in all his life. Besides, you're a SWAT captain, don't have the right to arrest me. The governor, get off me. You're committing a crime. Wang Feng struggled and threatened at the same time. Who told you that I'm a SWAT team leader? Zhang Bo let out a light laugh. His smile filled with contempt. Afterward, he unhurriedly took out a piece of identification from his pocket and waved it in front of Wang Feng. It's an arrest order from the Central Military Region. I am Major General Zhang Bo of the Central Military Region, holding an arrest warrant from Commander Li. I'm here to arrest your so-called governor. Zhang Bo straightened up and snapped, his voice echoing on the empty tarmac. You have the rank of Major General, and the commander's arrest order. At those words, Wang Feng instantly panicked. The blood color on his face instantly faded and became as white as paper. The little bit of majesty that was just there instantly vanished. It seems that it was the one where he created public opinion that was known from above. Done. Ha ha, Wang Feng, you can't escape either. Su Qing was locked up in the armed car, and seeing this scene through the window, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling incomparably relieved in his heart. If I can't escape, then neither can your father. Your Su family can't escape even more. All of this is because of you two idiots. Bang! The main culprits Su Cheng and Su Hu have been apprehended. Congratulations to the host on the completion of his mission. Receive primary lucky draw X1, revival points X500. Upon inspection, Governor Wang Feng was also captured together. Additional reward for revival points X500. The familiar rumble of shells was followed by a system beep. Qin Zhonghua's originally dull eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. The system said that in addition to the number of draws that would be awarded for completing a mission, it could also be directly exchanged with revival points. 1,000 revival points can be exchanged for one chance at the primary draw. That means he now has a total of 2 chances to draw. He finally has a way to wake up. He can finally serve his country again, fulfill his heart's desire. Thinking of this, Qin Zhonghua's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. System, use this primary lottery opportunity, Qin Zhonghua said with an uplifted expression, his tone having a hint of excitement. Primary raffle chances used, rewards being drawn. Instantly, a large white carousel appeared in the depths of Qin Zhonghua's consciousness, with thousands of rewards on it, densely covering the entire carousel. What physical fitness limit training method? 1930 cigar stick. For Hua 20 cell phone core chip. Elimination of disease dispersal. A hodgepodge of everything. Chapter 61, Qin Zhonghua awakens. However, this was only a primary lottery carousel, and it was completely understandable that there were good and bad rewards. Up the ladder there are intermediate, advanced, and top turntables. Have a healing reward. Qin Zhonghua was a little nervous as he looked at the constantly jumping pointer on the dial. Congratulations to the host for drawing the reward, and obtaining the book of evidence of R's invasion of the dragon. Our invasion of the dragon, a total of 345 black and white photographs detailing the Japanese invasion. I can't believe it's not a healing bonus. Qin Zhonghua was slightly stunned, but soon, a flash of brightness flashed across his eyes, muttering, not a healing reward, but items like this are far more significant than healing rewards. Looking at the detailed explanation given by the system, instead of a hint of loss, Qin Zhonghua's heart surged with an uncontrollable joy. Instead, there was some delight. Back then, the equipment would not have been able to, naturally, did not leave much evidence of the R invasion of the dragon. And now, it draws a reward like this. A comprehensive list of evidence of R's criminal invasion of the dragon. Do not forget the national shame. Let us be strong. The significance of these incriminating evidence is far more valuable than this old man's life. Once the announcement is made, it will certainly create shockwaves in the international arena, and it will certainly arouse widespread concern in all sectors of the community. so that the whole world will see clearly the ugly deeds that your country used to commit. The rewards have been automatically stored in the system space and can be taken out and viewed when the host wakes up. Thank you, system. Qin Zhongguo's expression was filled with gratitude. After calming down a bit, Qin Zhongguo took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. Use the last lottery chance. Primary raffle chances used. Rewards in draw. Looking at the carousel that began to rotate at high speed again, Qin Zhongguo's mood began to tense up again. This is your last chance. If you still can't draw the healing aspect of the reward, then the chances of him waking up are slim to none. He knew in his heart that he only had a few months left in his life, and if he stayed in a coma, he was afraid that he would really die in the Yellow Springs. Congratulations to the host for drawing the reward and obtaining the powerful bone setter, both internal and external version. Strong bruises. The system is specially formulated to treat post-surgical cuts and scars, as well as shrapnel injuries, cuts, slashes, broken bones, and other aspects of the miraculous effect. The effect of the reality of bruises 100 times more than the bulk of the bruises. Drawl. Looking at the rewards, Qin Zhongguo couldn't help but be very excited. This Bumble and Bumble scatter is practically tailor-made for him. Just what he needed at the moment. System, use the Bumble and Bone scatter. Qin Zhongguo couldn't suppress his inner excitement and let out a low gulp. Has used bone setters. As soon as the system's words fell, Qin Zhongguo felt a cold sensation instantly surfacing at the multiple incisions he had undergone surgery, as if he had been sprinkled with a thin layer of mint, refreshingly incomparable. At the same time there was an itching sensation, which he understood was only felt when the muscles were growing back. At this rate of healing, it won't be long, probably when the surgery is over, before he wakes up. Inside the operating room, the lights were bleak and harsh, dropping. The sounds of the various instrument meters were loud and clear in the quiet space. The main surgeon's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He stared at Qin Zhongguo on the operating table. His hands carefully operated the surgical instruments. Phew, did it! The lead surgeon breathed a long, relieved sigh of relief and cried out in excitement as he looked at the blood-stained, mangled shrapnel on the iron plate. The doctors in the entire ward followed suit with a long sigh of relief and smiles of relief on their faces. Took it out. This is nothing short of a miracle. Mr. is worthy of being my Dragon Kingdom's national medical sage. All the shrapnel in the old hero's body had been removed by now. You guys, look, DDT. Suddenly, the instrument gauge suddenly began to beat violently, bouncing up and down tremendously. It's a disaster. It's hard to believe that there's been some kind of accident. All of the doctors suddenly changed in color, as if they were on the verge of an attack, and quickly surrounded them again, their eyes filled with nervousness. However, they scrutinized it, but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. No problem. Could it be that the monitoring instrument meter is broken? The lead surgeon frowned with confusion. You guys look, the scars on the old gentleman. A sharp-eyed doctor suddenly pointed at Qin Zhongguo's body and let out an involuntary cry of alarm. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see that at the scar, fine flesh buds were slowly emerging, and the wound was slowly healing up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's amazing how quickly the scars are healing. How is this possible? At that moment, all the doctors were shocked to the extreme. In all their years of practicing medicine, they had never seen such a scene. This is a miracle in the history of medicine. About 2.5 minutes later, Qin Zhongguo's eyelashes fluttered gently. Then, a pair of dark and godly eyes opened instantly, and the whole person sat up violently from the bed. Awake! Old hero Qin Zhongguo has woken up. Seeing this, several doctors looked delighted and exclaimed loudly. The old man finally woke up. The system's medicine. The effect is really good. After feeling that there was no difference in his body other than some slight dizziness, Qin Zhongguo nodded his head in satisfaction and said secretly, "Lie down first, old sir, you are weak now." The main surgeon hurriedly took 2 steps forward and gently pressed Qin Zhongguo's shoulders with both hands, saying with concern, "Elder, he and the headmaster, they and your relatives are waiting in the corridor. I'll inform them," the lead surgeon said as he turned toward the door. "Elder brother, he's outside too?" At those words, a trace of remembrance flashed in Qin Zhongguo's eyes. Tian. Haven't heard that familiar name in a long time. Back then, Tian and he had fought side by side for an unknown number of times, and the two of them had traveled through the rain of bullets together, experiencing life and death together. It seems like yesterday that those great days were just around the corner. The lead surgeon took off his medical mask and pushed open the surgical door with one hand, and droned excitedly towards the crowd outside the door. The surgery was a complete success. Old hero Qin Zhongguo has awakened. This cry of alarm was like a thunderbolt, instantly spreading throughout the entire corridor, and also clearly reaching the ears of Qin Jie, Tian, and the others. Father has woken up? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian instantly rose in excitement, his face overflowing with unbelievable joy. Grandpa has woken up. Qin Jie was also. His originally low-spirited face instantly became very elated, and his eyes were slightly reddened. The old squad leader has woken up. Tian sniffed and looked equally uplifted. Then hurry up and go meet the hero of my dragon kingdom. Li Shaolin nodded happily and immediately prepared to enter the operating room. Wanting to meet with his own eyes the old squad leader who had made his father remember him to this day. The other three commanders all rose together as well. Wait, Tian, however, waved his hand and stopped. There's no harm in letting the family in first, and we'll wait a little longer. Tian looked serious as his gaze slowly swept over the crowd. Even though he was also anxious beyond measure in his heart, he still had to follow the rules. Chapter 62, Old Legend. You have suffered. Dad, you're finally awake. You don't know how worried we were about you. Qin Tian's eyes reddened and his voice was choked with a few sobs as he stumbled into the operating room. It's hard to imagine what kind of emotions could make a 70-year-old man so teary-eyed. Dad, Su Xian echoed, looking at Qin Zhonghua with a gaze filled with heartache. Grandpa. Qin Jie also walked in quickly and stood by the side, looking painfully at his grandfather on the hospital bed with mixed feelings in his heart. Master. Grandfather. Qin Ruwashi walked in somewhat timidly, with an obvious squirm in her expression, as well as a touch of guilt that was hard to hide. She remembered how she had slandered her grandfather, and her heart filled with remorse, and her head involuntarily lowered. Is this Xiaoxi? Qin Zhonghua narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully sizing up the pavilion girl in front of him, his eyes filled with doubts and uncertainty. Is this his granddaughter who's out of the country? Time rushes. He has not seen this granddaughter for more than 10 years. The memory of that crying little girl now has fallen into this appearance. Let him a moment some dare not recognize. Dad, this is Daryl. She just came back to the country a while ago. He stepped forward and explained softly, his eyes darting back and forth between his father and sister. Grandpa, I'm Qin Ruwashi. Qin Ruwashi lowered her head, her voice so small that it was like a mosquito humming, not daring to look directly into Qin Zhonghua's eyes. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Xiaoxi has grown so beautiful too. Not bad. Qin Zhonghua gently stroked his already white beard, a pleased smile on his face, his expression full of emotion. Back then, this niece cried and screamed all the way out of the country, and her family couldn't stop her at all. I didn't expect to see each other again. It's already like this. It seems to be doing well abroad. Old master, you are finally fine. Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan squeezed over from behind the crowd. Their faces were all celebrating after the robbery. Qin Zhonghua was their savior. If something happened to the old man, they would never have peace of mind in their lives. By the way, Patch, how much balance do you have in your account? Looking at Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan, Qin Zhonghua looked as if he suddenly remembered something and turned his head to Qin Jie to ask. Wang Dazi and Hu Laosan were both grown up under his watchful eye, and he knew the situation of the two families like the back of his hand. Wang Dazi's son has a heart problem and urgently needs surgery, and there is no longer any room for delay. Grandpa, I still have over $30 million in my personal account. Other than that, all those assets of the company have been eaten up. Qin Jie slightly lowered her head, a hint of doubt in her voice, not understanding what her grandfather was suddenly asking this for. Enough. Qin Zhonghua nodded and said, Dazi's son has a heart problem and is in urgent need of an operation, so help put up the money. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Jie simply agreed. After this period of time together, he has long understood Wang Daji and Hu Laosan's character. They would rather not demolition money, but also to protect the grandfather's innocence. This sentiment, he saw in his eyes, remembered in his heart. This, old master, thank you. When Wang Daji heard this, his eyes instantly reddened and his face was filled with gratitude. The old man had already helped him too much, and now he even had to worry about money for his son's surgery. This great kindness, he really didn't know how to repay it. It's okay, do you, here, have a doctor in the field of treating heart disease? Qin Zhonghua ignored Wang Daji's excuses and turned his head to look at the doctors standing respectfully around him, with a look of expectation in his gaze. Old heroes, we all are. The lead surgeon took a step forward and owed a slight bow, his tone full of respect. All of them, the doctors, were the top group of people in the medical field of the Dragon Kingdom and the top medical practitioners. He has a wealth of experience in heart disease treatment and has performed an unknown number of successful surgeries and cured many heart disease patients. His son has a heart condition. Can you guys help cure it? Qin Zhonghua asked with a sincere gaze. Of course, it would be our honor. The doctors replied neatly and respectfully, confidence written all over their faces. Dazi, you discuss this with them. Seeing that the doctors agreed, Qin Zhonghua waved his hand in satisfaction, signaling Wang Dazi to go over. Thank you old man. Thank you all white angels. Wang Dazi was grateful and quickly ran to the side, discussing eagerly with the doctors. By the way, little Patch, make another $200,000 into your oldest uncle's account. Your oldest 3 uncles' family, 2 children are in college. The family has no funds. They are all I watched grow up. Qin Zhonghua turned his head and said in a gentle tone to Qin. Aha! Qin Jia nodded heavily and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately set about making arrangements. Dad, the chief and elder he are still in the hallway. Should we ask them to come over? Qin Tian walked over to the bedside and softly inquired. Call them in. I happen to have some things I want to talk to old brother He Tian about. Qin Zhonghua sat up slightly straighter, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Let me call them. You rest first. Su Xian gently patted Qin Tian's shoulder and said gently. With those words, she turned and strutted out the door. Headmaster, Elder He, father invites you in. Su Xian stood at the door with a respectful expression and a few moments of respect in her tone. Aha! He Tian sniffed and slowly stood up. The 4 military region commanders as well as Long Qian also followed closely behind He Tian, and the 6 of them walked towards the operating room together. The people in the operating room, seeing these 6 people walk in, instantly became incredibly respectful, not daring to breathe a breath. These 6 people were the ones who stood at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Old squad leader. As soon as He Tian saw Qin Zhonghua, the excitement on his face could no longer be suppressed, and with a glint in his eyes, he hurriedly took 2 steps together and walked quickly to Qin Zhonghua's side. The voice said loudly, Zhonghua ban He Tian, come to pay respects to the old squad leader. Old squad leader has suffered. The late Long Qian has come to pay his respects to the old anti-Japanese legend. We're late. You've suffered. I, Li Shaolin, have come to pay my respects to the old anti-Japanese legend. We are late. You have suffered. I, Zhang Dehua, have come to pay my respects to the old anti-Japanese legend. We are late. You have suffered. The 4 military region commanders, as well as the chief Long Qian, bowed deeply to Qin Zhonghua and said solemnly, word for word. Chapter 63, the Su family seized. He Tian, Long Qian, and the 4 major military region commanders sentence full of respect. Latecomers are late. You have worked hard. Suddenly boomed in the operating room. The sound kept echoing, drilling straight into everyone's ears and crashing into the hearts of the crowd. At this moment, all of the 4 major military region commanders, Elder He, and Chief Long Qian, all of them were not leaning forward, bending down deeply and maintaining a bowing motion. That look was full of respect. With this glance, in the operating room, not only all the doctors in white coats who were just nervously performing surgeries, but also Qin Jia, Qin Ruoshi, Qin Tian, and the others, froze in place as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization. The expression on his face solidified into one of deep shock. What shocked them beyond words was the high and mighty head of the Dragon Kingdom, the one who had a pivotal position in the country's decision-making. Elder He, one of the 15 generals of the anti-Japanese resistance and a man of great reputation, and the 4 military region commanders who usually controlled the power of the military region. All of them actually respected Qin Zhonghua to such an extent. The 4 major military region commanders, as well as the head honcho, all humbly referred to themselves as juniors in front of Qin Zhonghua. Doesn't this mean that Qin Zhonghua, the old hero, is far more honorable and unattainable than everyone present? Qin Ruoshi completely froze there, her mind going blank. She had always thought that her grandfather was nothing more than an anti-Japanese veteran with distinguished service. As a matter of common sense, it would be a great honor for the head honcho to come and visit in person, something that many people would not even dare to think about. But why is it that the chief and these big shots show such overwhelming respect for Grandpa? Qin Ruoshi only felt a heavenly rotation, and her entire body was in an extreme daze. She had returned to her home country, already in crisis, and desperately needed to find refuge. But today it seems that this over-the-top status of Grandpa. Qin Jia was also confused. He had originally thought that the chief and the commanders had come to visit his grandfather, but only out of sympathy for the heroes of the anti-Japanese veterans. After all, the internet had set off a furor because of his grandfather, and under the impetus of public opinion, it was only natural for the chief and the others to come. Yet now it seems as if things are far from simple. Grandpa's identity is definitely not as ordinary as an anti-Japanese veteran on the surface, and I'm afraid that Grandpa has long attracted a great deal of attention from the upper echelons of the country. That's why today, there is such a shocking array. The top 6 people of the power of the Dragon Country, actually all gathered here to visit Grandpa. Old squad leader, He Tian slowly straightened up, his voice becoming a bit hoarse and trembling from excitement and emotion. A pair of cloudy old eyes stared tightly at Qin Zhonghua on the hospital bed, with eyes that were like looking at a long-lost relative. After decades of time, I am finally seeing you again in my lifetime. Saying that, He Tian unconsciously raised his hands and slowly climbed towards Qin Tian's hand on the hospital bed, murmuring, Elder brother He, over the years, how could I not miss my brothers? But the promise made back then must be honored. And I said that I must guard my brothers' graves for 40 years, for one day I shall not expire. and for one day I shall not come forth. If I do not come out of the world, you may not come to seek the old man even for one day. Qin Zhonghua slowly shook his head, his face serious and his tone firm, as if he was recalling those bone-deep years. Well, I understand your bitterness, old squad leader. He Tian nodded vigorously, his white beard fluttering gently with his movements as he stood in front of Qin Zhonghua, looking like a well-behaved younger brother. Seeing this, the four commanders couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. I didn't realize that elder he, who was usually so majestic, would also show such a soft side to the bystanders. By the way, is old brother Huaimin still alive? Qin Zhonghua suddenly asked, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. Huaimin has been chanting about you. He Tian let out a long sigh, and a bitter smile appeared on his face, as if he had remembered many past events. Well, my father has been thinking about you. Hearing the talk about his father, Li Shaolin took a step forward with a respectful expression and slightly owed his body and said, over the years, my father's health has gotten worse by the day, but there's always one name he remembers, and over there is the old squad leader. Father is still in a coma. It's estimated that it won't take more than a few days for him to wake up, Li Shaolin explained. Aha! At those words, Qin Zhonghua nodded. That kid, Huimin, has had some brain problems since he was a kid and is very stubborn. It's a good thing it improved quite a bit after his tutelage, so when the old boy wakes up, let's go see him. Oddly enough, I miss him too. Old Mr. Qin Zhonghua, for this incident that happened today, on behalf of the entire nation, I would like to say sorry to you. Long Qian took a step forward and slightly bent over, his face filled with apologies. The criminals who insulted you as a deserter have all been captured, and the culprits among them will be tried in person at the Hengwu Court of Justice. You are now weak enough to participate in this trial by online means, while the four commanders and I are there in person, Long Qian said respectfully, looking at Qin Zhonghua with a gaze full of respect. It was a heartfelt honoring of heroes. No need, let the old man go there himself. The old man also wants to see which demons and monsters are doing the evil. Qin Zhonghua slowly nodded his head. At this time, on all the large social platforms in the Dragon Kingdom, a notice instantly rushed to the hotspot list 1, and the heat directly and instantly broke through 1 billion. This notice caused such a huge stir not only because it was published by the People's Network itself, but more importantly, it brought great news, all celebrating together. The surgery of the Dragon Kingdom's anti-Japanese hero, old Mr. Qin Zhonghua, was a complete success. Now, the old hero has regained his mobility. The chief, the four commanders have gone to Hengwu City to console the old hero, and the doctors who participated in this surgery are, who can finally put down the heart. These hours I opened the jitterbug thousands of times. Always pay attention to the news of the old hero. Afraid to hear any bad news. Okay, the old hero came through. I was so nervous. I'm also nervous. It's good that the old hero is not in any serious trouble, or else we, the Dragon Kingdom, would have to lose another great general. The old man's good fortune will be his own. The focus should now be on those guilty parties, especially Su Qing and what's his name Tian Bing. Without the two of them, how could the old hero be in a critical condition of life and death? Didn't the official website post this? There'll be an online trial tomorrow, and by then, all the sinners will be punished. Ha 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 ha, I'm really looking forward to this. Finally, we'll see the big thrill. At this moment, Suli had already rushed back to the family and was sitting on the sofa with a sad face. His eyes stared at the coffee table listlessly, reaching out to casually place several bottles of high-concentration white wine on the coffee table, and then picked up a bottle, opened the cap, and gulped down a large mouthful of it. The wine ran down the corners of his mouth, wetting his front lapel, but he didn't even realize it. The arrest of his two sons was as hard on his heart as if he had been strangled by a knife. Luckily, though, things weren't serious enough to affect the family's interests. A son can still be born if he's gone, but if the family estate is gone, it's really gone. It seems that the position of the next family head of my Su family can only be passed on to the oldest two son. Suli sighed. Ding ding ding. Just then, the cell phone on the coffee table rang sharply. Lao air, is something wrong? Suli put down the bottle of wine in his hand, reached out and wiped a handful of wine and tears from his face, picked up his cell phone, and said breathlessly, without much thought, the oldest two must have come to ask about Su Qing and Su Hu. Big brother, our family group has been seized. No one is allowed in or out of the company now. Come here quickly. Better call the governor. Inside the phone, there was an anxious voice that was full of helplessness. Chapter 64, Suli's Arrest, the Hand of God Organization of the United Kingdom. What did you say? The group company building was seized? Suli instantly got up and questioned incredulously. Right, it was sealed by the National Anti-Corruption Directorate itself, and now it seems to be taking people in the direction of your home. Big brother. On the phone, the second in command of the Su family's voice was so urgent and panicked that he stuttered a bit in his speech. Big brother, You should quickly contact Governor Wang Feng. He must have a solution. Su's group in Tianchang province. The family industry has a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. This was the accumulation of hundreds of years of their Su family's ancestors. Now, even without saying a word, they were seized for no reason. How can they just watch this family business destroyed in their generation? I'll call the governor right away and ask him. It must be someone who wants to bring down our Su family. However, our Su family has a lot of energy behind it. Su Li clenched his teeth, the muscles on his face twitching slightly as he let out a cold snort, his voice seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He was so anxious that he immediately hung up the phone and quickly slid his finger on the cell phone screen to dial Wang Feng's exclusive private phone number. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please dial again later. However, what came through was a familiar machine female voice. Shut down? Could it be that something happened to the governor him too? Seeing this, Su Li's brows furrowed as he murmured, his expression revealing a touch of great panic. Their Su family had only dealt with Wang Feng, the governor, over the years. If Wang Feng fell, then their Su family's biggest umbrella of protection would be gone. It can't be. The governor has all the power in the world. He can even control national public opinion. How could anything happen? Maybe the phone is dead. Call back later. Su Li paced back and forth in the living room while self-soothing his messy feet. Afterward, he bent down, collected the bottles on the table with his hands and threw them into the trash can casually, then put on his jacket and prepared to go to the Su Group building to take a look in person. Bang! Just then, the villa door was suddenly slammed open by a huge force with a dull sound. A dozen or so SWAT officers in superintendent's attire and helmets rushed in, moving quickly, pinned Su Li to the ground and fastened iron shackles. Su Li, you are suspected of tax evasion. Our department has arrested you, and, having found out that you are also guilty of insulting the old heroes of my Dragon Kingdom, you will be escorted to Hengwu immediately, and will be judged together by the judge and the entire nation tomorrow. A leading SWAT officer stepped forward with a serious look and a loud voice. Insulting old heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if Su Li was slow at this moment, he instantly understood. Where is the question of what tax evasion? It was clearly because he was secretly laying his hands on that old hero of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Zhonghua. The $10 million in publicity costs were all used by him to discredit Qin Zhonghua, the old hero, and create negative public opinion. It's over. Instantly, Su Li only felt his arms and legs instantly go limp. It's no wonder the governor's phone couldn't be reached. It looks like he's been arrested just like him. Even the governor can't get away with it. So he, thousands of kilometers away from the Dragon Kingdom, on the other side of the ocean, Rice. In the middle of an unknown mountain range stood a castle that covered an area of at least 100,000 square meters. At the top of the castle, a middle-aged man in his early to mid-60s was standing by the railing. His white hair was neatly combed back, and his eyes took on a deep blue color, as if they were a bottomless cold pool. Dressed in a black leather suit, he looked very civilized and had a freshly poured glass of wine in his hand. However, underneath this civilized face was a hideous muscular body that held the suit taut, as if it would burst open at any moment, looking like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Suit thugs. This middle-aged man, his identity is very unusual. It is the #1 killer organization in the world, the Hand of God, codenamed Satan, the underground black world that controls the globe. In every country around the globe, the horrifying legend of the Hand of God was circulated, and no one dared to easily mess with even its lowest-ranking demonic members. Once, the last prime minister of our was assassinated by the demon son of the Hand of God, codenamed Male Gun. Some say that the Hand of God is connected to the top brass of the MiG, while others say that the Hand of God has nothing to do with the officials. However, there has never been a survey result. For anyone who dares to pry into this information, no matter what country they are in, will be silently done away with by the Hand of God sent to them. Lord Satan, the pilgrim flower defected to the Dragon Kingdom and my assassination failed. A man, also in a black suit, bowed and warbled. His legs trembled slightly and he didn't even dare to raise his head. Just standing in front of the man in front of him already scared him to the core. Have you fled to the Dragon Kingdom? Oh, seeking the shelter of the Eastern Dragon is a good plan to fight. Satan sniffed and gently shook his head, a meaningful smile floating at the corner of his mouth. However, there was not a trace of warmth in that smile. Since we failed, let's jump from here. Saying that, Satan's mouth grinned a wry smile without a trace of emotion, and his right hand elegantly made a gesture of invitation. Lord Satan, I have paid 10 years for the organization. You can't do this. The man in the black suit looked a touch of despair. I said jump. Satan simply repeated the phrase. I'll fight you. The man in the black suit suddenly let out a desperate bellow, his eyes glaring round and full of blood, and he immediately intended to pull out the pistol in his pocket and shoot towards Satan. However, Satan moves faster. Boom! With just one swing, he knocked the black-skinned, burly man in a suit back several meters, and his pistol fell to the ground. That's great. Your family, they'll just have to follow you too. Satan shook his head slowly, a look of regret on his face, and leaned down, moving gracefully to pick up the pistol from the floor. You are evil. God will not forgive you. The man on the ground struggled and cursed angrily with his last ounce of strength. Bang! Satan ignored it. His eyes were cold, and he pulled the trigger straight away. A bullet instantly penetrating the man's skull, blood splattering everywhere. And oh, I'm Satan ah. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Satan smiled disdainfully. Immediately after that, Satan pulled out the phone, put it to his ear, and said in a calm tone, Heaven's wrath, hasn't the squad you led been resting for a long time? Let's give you guys a mission. Head to the Dragon Kingdom and kill the Pilgrim Flower. After a pause, he then added, an interested smile on his face as if he were talking about an interesting game. By the way, if the Pilgrim Flower still has family members in the Dragon Kingdom, then all of them should be abused together. This is the minimum punishment for traitors. Chapter 65, Qin Zhonghua sleeps. Heaven's fury has arrived in Hengwu. On top of the Jitterbug platform, a hot news like a prairie fire quickly climbed to the top 10 of the hot list. Today, thousands of anti-Japanese veterans have emerged all over the country as if they were springing up. Reporters were surprised to find out during random interviews on the streets that these anti-Japanese veterans, although they came from different places and had different accents, had a surprisingly consistent destination, which was the city of Hengwu. Searching for old heroes of Qin Zhonghua. Veterans don't die, they just fade away. Thousands of anti-Japanese veterans from all over the country have marched to Hengwu, only to seek justice for the old hero Qin Zhonghua. And these hot list news have instantly attracted the attention of countless people. My grandfather is an anti-Japanese veteran, who won second-class honors on the battlefield back then, and is now 93 years old, and can only travel in a wheelchair on weekdays. But when my grandfather heard about this incident that happened to the old hero of Qin Zhonghua, he went to Hengwu City without any hesitation. I also found out that I'm from Hengwu City, and my family lives not far from the city station. I also found out that I am from Hengwu City, and my family lives not far from the city station. And every once in a while I can see quite a few veterans in military uniforms coming down from the station, and they all seem to be running towards the First People's Hospital. My grandfather couldn't sit still when he saw the news, and is now making a scene at home asking us to hurry up and buy tickets. Inside the long-distance bus station in Hengwu City, people were coming and going, noisy and clamoring. An old man in a whitewashed uniform sat quietly on a rest seat at the station. His back was straight, and even though the years had carved deep wrinkles on his face, he couldn't hide the unique military temperament in him. At his chest, 2 first-class merit medals and 5 second-class merit medals hung quietly, reflecting dazzlingly in the sunlight. The pedestrians passing by all gave him sideways glances, and when they saw that it was an anti-Japanese veteran, all of their gazes instantly became respectful. Some even unconsciously stopped and saluted the old man. Elder Guaji tightly gripped his cell phone, his eyes staring at the screen with dead eyes. Looking at the text on the screen, his face first showed a look of disbelief, and then he was so excited that his eyes reddened, and his hands trembled slightly. Good, great, he couldn't help but murmur, his voice full of suppressed excitement. Successful surgery for old hero Qin Zhonghua, old squad leader. He made it through. Guaji looked elated and shouted, brothers, I'll be waiting for you in the waiting hall at the long-distance bus station in Hengwu City. The old squad leader is physically unharmed. All of you, come with me to the hospital to pay your respects to the old squad leader. Immediately after that, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and tapped his finger quickly on the screen. And in the veterans group, he ate everyone. Hengwu First People's Hospital. The entire hospital was surrounded by layers of special police forces, and in the air above the hospital, at least 3 armed helicopters were circling, emitting low roars, and 20 drones were also flying in the air in an orderly manner, constantly monitoring the surrounding situation. Simply because, the entire Dragon Kingdom's topmost status and highest power several people, all gathered here. Tian slightly arched his back, walked to the hospital bed, bent down, and softly opened his mouth. Old Banshee, get some rest. Tomorrow, there will be a national trial at the Hengwu Judgment Court. You will be returned at that time, and justice will be done to the brothers. Tian said with a solemn promise. Aha! Qin Zhonghua gently nodded, a look of relief appearing on his face as a faint smile surfaced on his pale face. Bang! System mission released. Take the court to court and eliminate the culprits. The more severe the punishment is sentenced tomorrow, the more rewards the host receives. The highest level is the death penalty. For each person sentenced to death, the host receives 1,000 revival points, and a random lifespan of 10-30 days. The rewards decrease as the sentence decreases, in descending order, and rewards are not available for detention. Death penalty. To get a longevity bonus, Shin Jonghwa looked at the system's description and couldn't help but murmur out. His brows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. The net of heaven is wide open. However, Shin Jonghwa had his own principles in mind, and he could never distort the facts or impose a crime just for the sake of reward. That's just it. Leave it all to elder brother he and the others. Shin Jonghwa gently shook his head and closed his eyes wearily. His life expectancy is currently only a few months. It is important to take advantage of every opportunity to enhance your life expectancy. Thinking about it, Shin Jonghwa felt dizzy. A strong drowsiness came, and in a short while he passed out. Today, he had really experienced too much. His body and spirit had reached their limits. It was time to take a good rest. Hush, the old squad leader is asleep. Itian saw Shin Jonghwa close his eyes, immediately put up his index finger to his mouth and whispered, his eyes full of concern, fearing that bystanders would wake Shin Jonghwa up. The doctor next to him saw this and stepped gingerly and quietly out of the operating room. Shin Jia and Shin Tian and the others all carefully walked out of the operating room as well, moving gently for fear of making the slightest noise. Only Shin Jonghwa was left alone to sleep quietly. Check again to see if the arrangements have been made properly, and there must be no mistakes in tomorrow's judgment assembly. Outside the operating room, Tian stood with his arms folded, slightly hunched over, and looked at Li Shaolin, who was beside him, and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Elder He, I'll personally go and check it out this time, and guarantee that there won't be any mistakes," Li Shaolin said with a solemn nod. Outside the First People's Hospital, the original surging crowds have long been orderly demobilized. The street gradually restored the previous order. The hospital reopened from the first to the third floor. The people who came to seek medical treatment in and out, and does not affect the normal see a doctor. Only the top floor, where Elder Shin Jonghwa was, remained heavily guarded and heavily guarded. Boss John, according to Pisces' location, she's in this hospital right now. Hundreds of meters away from the hospital building on a residential building, a dark-skinned woman in a leather jacket and pants with a dry figure held her binoculars with both hands steadily, her eyes firmly fixed on the situation inside the hospital as she observed. "Don't be in a hurry yet. The pilgrim flower has many cards. We must be careful with them." John frowned, looking wary, and said slowly, "Moreover, there's something wrong with this hospital. Why are there so many Dragon Kingdom soldiers guarding it?" He paused slightly, a flicker of scorn in his eyes. "We don't have a gun. We can only physically fight with the other side of the flower. Unless there is a certainty of a one-strike kill, we must not make a sudden move." This captain, named John, led the Heaven's Wrath Squad across several countries around the world, and had assassinated an unknown number of big shots in high positions. However, assassination in the Dragon Kingdom was always the hardest thing they had ever done. After all, they were not allowed to carry firearms when they entered the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, he couldn't even set foot in the gates of the Dragon Kingdom for a fraction of a second. "Josen, did you find out anything?" John asked eagerly as he turned his head to the side, to the middle-aged man who was manning the computer. "Check." Without looking up, Josen nodded quickly, his fingers crackling as they tapped rapidly on the keyboard. "The reason this hospital is heavily guarded is because there is an anti-Japanese veteran named Shin Jonghwa in the hospital." Shin Jonghwa? Inexplicably familiar. John slowly shook his head, his eyebrows knitted into a lump, and said with a puzzled face, Chapter 66, Shin Ruwashi knows the killer is coming. Shin Jonghwa, Captain John, look, here's part of his file, officially released by the Dragon Kingdom, Josen said, while tapping his finger on the computer screen, zooming in on that file page, his tone unconsciously revealing a sense of shock. Upon hearing this, John came closer to the screen, quickly swept his eyes over the text above, and muttered, "The legendary hero of the Dragon Kingdom's anti-Japanese resistance, killed several Japanese generals as well as dozens of lieutenant generals and major generals. Anti-Japanese wars wiped out thousands of the enemy's troops." At that thought, he slammed his thigh. "These merit badges. I remembered. This is the legendary commander as well as combat wizard who shook the world during the Dragon Kingdom War." John's face was full of incredulity, and his voice instantly raised, almost as if he were shouting, "Shin Jonghwa, or the founder of the Dragon Kingdom's Jonghwa class." Those legendary stories of Shin Jonghwa had been circulated across the ocean to the Rice Country decades ago. They had this phrase circulating abroad as well. "It's better to mess with the Satan of hell than the Zongwoban of the Dragon Kingdom." It could be said that this organization, the Zongwoban, was more well known back then than the Hand of God, their world's #1 assassin organization, by 30%. Shin Jonghwa has actually come out of the world. In that case, the Jonghwa class he founded is also coming out? John paced back and forth as he spoke, his tone full of scorn and his demeanor becoming quite grave. Suddenly, he stopped and whispered, "This matter is not to be underestimated. I must report it to Lord Satan immediately." With that said, John quickly pulled the satellite phone out of his pocket and his fingers flew to press Satan's phone number. "Do, Captain John, How much time has it been? Could it be that the Pisces have already been killed? On the other end of the phone came Satan's relaxed and laid-back voice, accompanied by a few light laughs. Lord Satan, we did not kill the other side. John shook his head slowly. However, we have discovered something very significant. John continued, his tone serious. Oh, what could have surprised my Hand of God's top 5 ranked captain so much? Might as well tell me. Inside the phone, Satan listened to what John had to say and couldn't help but be interested. Lord Satan, Qin Zhonghua of the Dragon Kingdom has emerged. John's expression tightened and he said straight away, Qin Zhonghua? When Satan heard this, he first froze, his mind instantly falling into a brief blank, followed by a surge of long-ago memories. Remember what the last Satan of the Hand of God had said to him. Assassination mission. Try to avoid the mysterious dragon in the east. If you don't avoid the dragon, then you have to avoid the dragon's Qin Zhonghua. Avoid the dragon's Chunga class. Hasn't Qin Zhonghua been out of sight for decades? So long ago that he had thought Qin Zhonghua had died of old age long ago. I didn't realize that it's out in the world now? Is it that Dragon Kingdom anti-Japanese legend, the creator of the Chunga ban? Satan frowned, his expression obscure, and asked again, wanting to be sure of the facts. Right, we investigated that he's now recuperating in the hospital, and Pisces, too, is now in the same hospital as Qin Zhonghua. That's why I came to ask your opinion. My lord, Johnson said respectfully, his eyes flicking back to the blinking red locator dot on Jolson's computer. Pisces, still in the hospital. Qin Zhonghua, also in the hospital. They were completely at a loss as to what to do. Satan directly whispered on the other end of the phone, wait for the other side of the flower to come out and then say, as a last resort, you must not provoke Qin Zhonghua. The fame of Qin Zhonghua as well as Zhonghua ban was not just spread to the ears of the Japanese in the first place. The whole of overseas trembled, even if Qin Zhonghua is now old. However, cannot provoke, try not to provoke. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Understood. John nodded, looking serious. This damned Pishu flower. In vain I spent all my resources to train her to become a top assassin, and now she has defected from the organization. Inside the phone, Satan sounded hateful. Remember, make sure to kill the pilgrim flower without provoking Qin Zhonghua. Satan's voice became colder and colder. If you can't find the right shot, then tie her up. Get her to an unpopulated place and then kill her. At that time, you guys have to record the video. I want to watch it in person. Satan continued. I understand, and will certainly live up to Lord Satan's expectations. John nodded solemnly and hung up. Immediately afterward, together with the team, they began to discuss the exact plan. Hospital. As soon as Qin Ruwashi stepped out of the operating room, the cell phone on her body dripped and rang. Seeing this, Qin Ruwashi's complexion instantly changed drastically and she was somewhat flustered. Her cell phone was loaded with a special chip that could scan for God's hand assassins within a kilometer radius, and make an early warning. After all, every Hand of God assassin must have a Satan-issued advanced locator device installed in his body. Her chip, once it scanned for such advanced locator devices, would immediately sound an alarm. The cell phone alarm sounded sharply, which meant that the Hand of God had sent assassins to assassinate her, and these assassins had already entered the range within a 1,000-meter radius of her. One sound is a killer coming within 1,000 meters, and just now, it rang at least 5 times. That means there are at least 5 Hand of God assassins lurking out there, ready to take her life at a moment's notice. Damn the Hand of God, it's actually tracked into the Dragon Kingdom's territory. How dare they be so bold? Qin Ruwashi's brows were furrowed in a bit of panic. She defected from the Hand of God because, well, she was still a human being. Satan gave her the task of advancement. That is to assassinate 10 pregnant women who are carrying their babies in order to advance to become a demon slayer. But she never could get down. That's why it defected from the Hand of God. And now the assassin has hunted down the Dragon Kingdom. It might be dangerous for her grandfather. I can't stay in the hospital. I can't drag Grandpa down. Qin Ruwashi slowly murmured, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Although the entire hospital was heavily guarded, the assassins who came to assassinate her must have been the world's top killers. Never underestimate. Although the assassin's target was him, the Hand of God's killer was cold and unfeeling. It's not guaranteed to maim and kill innocents. Chapter 67, Anti-Japanese veterans gather at the hospital. Our ninjas arrive. Daryl, stay and watch Grandpa. Su Xian, slightly hunched over, walked over with sluggish steps, her eyes full of expectation, and said softly, I can't, Mom, I can't stay in the hospital. I have to take a trip out of the hospital. Qin Ruwashi looked serious and decisively refused. She could never bring her family down with her. How vicious God's hand's killers were. She, a senior member who had stayed for 10 years, naturally knew very well. Slaughtering a family is nothing to him. You don't even agree to stay with your grandfather? Kotobuki has to go and take care of the company's business. He can't be busy. Upon hearing this, Su Xian widened her eyes and glared fiercely at Qin Ruwashi, her eyes filled with the helplessness of hating her. This rebellious daughter, she doesn't even care about her grandfather's safety? Mom, let Wang Daji and Hu Laosan and the two of them stay behind to take care of Grandpa. I really have something to take care of. Qin Ruwashi tightly bit her lower lip, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and there was not a hint of negotiation in her tone. This daughter, really disobedient. Just, let you go. Su Xian shook her head in disappointment and slowly turned around without detaining Qin Ruwashi any longer. Qin Ruwashi pursed her lips, and without any explanation, she turned around and headed downstairs. Her footsteps hurried. This secret of her being an assassin was not something she was going to tell anyone, not even her closest family. After all, it would only make her family worry about her for nothing. Boss John, the Pisces are out of hospital range. Can we move now? Jotham, catatonic and with his eyes glued to the electronic screen, watched as the red dot on it, representing the other side of the flower, had moved away from the hospital, and inquired in a low, urgent voice. No, wait a little longer. John frowned, looking grave and serious. Within a 700 to 800 meter radius of the hospital, everywhere is heavily guarded by the Dragon Kingdom's military, and this situation is simply not suitable for making a move. John Yen said while gently shaking his head, not to mention the hands-on attack. It was probably difficult for them, foreign faces, to even get close to the hospital grounds. The defense over there is just too tight. If they hadn't been hiding in the middle of the attic and wearing advanced shielding equipment on their bodies, I'm afraid they would all have been detected long ago. We're assassins, not dead soldiers. Whenever the Pisces leave the 5-kilometer radius of the hospital, or the hospital withdraws its troops, otherwise, none of them may be started. John aggravated his tone, re-emphasizing. 7 o'clock the next morning, the sky was just breaking. Nearly 400 to 500 anti-Japanese veterans, with their straight posture, stood majestically like pines next to the compound of the First People's Hospital. The line was neatly formed into a square and orderly. Some of the veterans are holding the machete tightly in both hands. The blade is already rusty, but the hostility emanating from the blade is so strong that it is clear at a glance that it has survived countless years and has an unusual vintage. And almost every veteran had medals hanging end to end from their chests. Brothers, old squad leader has been out of life-threatening danger for decades. We are, at this moment, finally able to pay our respects to old squad leader once again. Gui Ji stood at the forefront of the group, agitated, raising a banner high with both hands and shouting. On that flag, the word Zhonghua was clearly written in large, powerful letters. It is the flag of the Chungguk class. Those hundreds of anti-Japanese veterans, when they heard Gui Ji's shout, all of them were also agitated. Some of them have red eyes. Some of them trembled their hands slightly, as if the great days of the past were coming back to them. The pedestrians passing by in the surrounding area looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel very surprised. Some people even took out their cell phones and quickly turned on the live stream. The live streaming heat instantly spiked. My goodness, where is this place and why are there so many anti-Japanese veterans? Look, they have so many medals on their chests. I saw my grandfather. It's that little old man in the last row. Ha 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 ha. My grandpa looks so handsome in his uniform. The man holding the flag. So familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. I remember. This old gentleman seems to be Gui Ji. He was the commander of the 15th Army during the anti-Japanese war. He's in the history books too. Are all these anti-Japanese veterans here in Hengwu City to visit the old hero Qin Zhonghua? Look at the knives in their hands. I'm afraid they've eaten a lot of ghost blood. 100 meters away from the First People's Hospital, hundreds of soldiers were being stationed around. Their eyes were like torches, always alert to every move around them. In the air, at least 20 helicopter gunships buzzed and roared, circling in an orderly fashion, circling the hospital within a kilometer radius, conducting a close inspection. A national review will be launched at 8:30 p.m. This is the first review to rule out all risk factors. 1,000 meters away on a high building, 3 black-clothed men wearing black masks were surveying the First People's Hospital with serious expressions. He couldn't help but frown as he watched the armed being so guarded. These 3 people were the ninjas sent by R to assassinate Qin Zhonghua. 1 upper ninja, 2 middle ninjas. The writing above that flag, what does it mean? The upper ninja at the forefront slowly raised his special binoculars with both hands, staring at the hundreds of anti-Japanese veterans neatly arrayed next to the First People's Hospital. His eyes filled with shock, especially looking at the uniforms and the big swords in the hands of the veterans. One could only feel a great sense of oppression coming from the depths of one's blood. Chungguk Ban. The Rococo script on top of the flag means Zongwoban. Next to him, a ninja bent down and whispered. He was proficient in Chinese and naturally read the meaning on the flag at once. He had 2 black tattoos on his right hand, which represented his rank among ninjas as a chunin. Chungguk-ban? When that shinobi heard that answer, he let out a startled cry, and the binoculars in his hand almost slipped off. The Zongwoban actually came out as well. Shinobu suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He had received the mission to assassinate the Dragon Kingdom's Qin Zhonghua, and was already carrying a very high level of pressure. It came with an almost certain determination to die, and now, the Zhonghua class has actually come out along with Qin Zhonghua. This is a big deal. I have to call and report back to Lord Tenryu, Shinobu bellowed. Then, picked up the encrypted satellite phone and called. In R, there is a specialized ninja agency called the Ninja General Bureau. Ninja ranks are categorized into low ninja, lower ninja, middle ninja, upper ninja, and the top of the line, Tenryu ninja. There is only one Tenryu ninja, and over there is the head of the ninja directorate, the man who stood at the double end of force and power in our Oceanside, our ninja directorate. Tianlu sat with his legs on his knees in an elegant posture. His right hand gently lifted the tea on the table and slowly took a sip of tea. At the moment, he is with the Prime Minister, the Lord Prime Minister, discussing important matters. Prime Minister Sama can completely rest assured. I dispatched our ninja bureau, an elite upper ninja, and 2 middle ninjas, to assassinate a centenarian, surely handily. Ninja Bureau Chief Tenryu tilted his head slightly, a confident smile on his face, his tone full of certainty. What a Qin Zhonghua, what a Zhonghua class, that's all decades old. It's a new era, long gone. He didn't know why the Prime Minister was so afraid of these old things who were already old enough to be in their coffins. Ding ding ding. Just then, a crisp bell rang abruptly. Prime Minister Sama, it's a call from the same shinobi who assassinated Qin Zhonghua. You pick up. The Prime Minister nodded gently and also picked up his teacup, taking a small sip. Chapter 68 The Trial Chamber. Lord Tenryu, we have arrived within a 1,000-meter radius of Qin Zhonghua. On the other end of the line, there was a shout with obvious alarm, the voice trembling slightly from nervousness. But Chungguk-ban is out. The voice rose again, full of incredulity. Zongwoban has come out? When Tianlu heard this, he only raised his eyebrows gently, without showing the slightest hint of panic on his face. He did. Chungguk-ban is where a bunch of old men gather. There simply isn't the same threat that there was in the previous dragon-infested wars. Out of this world is out of this world. Why are you so surprised as a shinobi? Tenryu let out a cold snort from his nostrils, his tone full of disdain. Lord Tenryu, that's the Zongwoban. The person on the other end of the phone said, still in shock. Humph, do your business seriously and assassinate Qin Zhonghua as planned. Tenryu's voice steeply turned ice cold. Then he directly reached out and hung up the phone. What happened? The Prime Minister on the side asked casually when he saw Tenryu in this state, with a faintly puzzled look on his face. The shinobi side called and said that the Rokoku Chugoku class followed Qin Zhonghua out of the world. Tianliu's expression was calm, and he opened his mouth to respond without any urgency, as if this was just a small and insignificant matter. What? At those words, the Prime Minister's brows furrowed deeply. Baka, that's not good information. Out of this world. Qin Zhonghua must be killed. Only then after that, the Zhonghua class will be without a leader, and can only be a scattered mess, creating no threat to our country. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and said viciously. A hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, Prime Minister Sama. I can dispatch an upper ninja and 2 middle ninjas. You have seen their strength with your own eyes before, so you can put your heart in your mouth as much as you want. Tianliu's face was filled with confidence and he said without a care in the world. One must know that Shinobi had the formidable strength to single-handedly defeat 15 Special Forces soldiers with his bare hands. Even an Akanabu would be able to easily defeat 10 Special Forces with 1 against 10. With these, against a dying old man, as long as the timing of the sneak attack was right, it would definitely be able to kill him with a single blow. Aha! The Prime Minister nodded slowly, his expression easing slightly, but the worry in his eyes still hadn't completely dissipated. In the meantime, the members of the Heaven's Wrath Assassin organization stood guard in the attic for the entire night. They had thought that the dragon army would soon withdraw, so they had lurked here early, waiting for the best time to assassinate them. As a result, after keeping watch all night, I couldn't find the slightest opportunity. Even more, there were not only 10 more helicopter gunships in the air, but also at least 100 more soldiers with loaded guns. The level of defense is at least 10 times tighter than yesterday. Boss John, look over there. Suddenly, Josen beside him gave a low voice as if he had seen something unbelievable. Well, it seems like Zongwoban has come out of the woodwork. When John heard this, he suddenly looked aghast, and the expression on his face instantly became serious. He hastily reached out, grabbing the binoculars next to him, quickly adjusting the focus, and peering over toward the hospital. I saw hundreds of anti-Japanese veterans, some holding machetes, some in wheelchairs, lined up in neat rows next to the hospital. At the forefront, there was an old man holding a large flag, the medals on his chest shining brightly. Zhonghua Ban. It's really Zhonghua Ban out there, John exclaimed. He traveled to different countries from time to time, so he naturally knew some Chinese. Zhongguoban has actually come out as well. It's a big deal. I'm afraid that we can't kill this pishy flower for a while. John's brow furrowed and he whispered, a scornful look in his eyes. I'll have to ask Lord Satan about this task. It's almost impossible to accomplish in 3 days, John said, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat rising from his forehead while quickly pulling out his phone and dialing Satan's number. Hey Captain John, what are you doing calling again? Am I Satan, some kind of very idle person? As soon as the call was answered, Satan's voice, full of displeasure, came through. Lord Satan, I'm afraid we won't be able to take the other side of the river in 3 days, John said carefully, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Captain John, I gave you 3 days, isn't that more than enough time? Satan grunted coldly, his tone full of questioning. You're in the top 5 of the Hand of God's assassin organization. You don't even have that kind of ability? Lord Satan, Zhongguoban is out in the world. And, with the location of the pilgrim flower, the military security is tight, and we don't have any firearms. It's just too difficult to assassinate. John finished in one breath. Cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead, and his back had long been drenched in sweat. The Chungguk ban has also come out? Satan murmured softly when he heard this, and a brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Okay, let's extend this mission to a week. After a while, Satan's voice came again. However, you have to gather information about the Chungguk class. It's just the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to poke around the bottom of the Zhonghua class. Is it still as powerful and exaggerated as it was at the time of the war? Lord Satan, understood. Upon hearing this, John nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. The time reaches 7:30 p.m. Hengwu City Trial Court. Outside the entire trial court, the crowd was surging like a sea. However, they were all stopped by the police line 100 meters away from the trial court building. Everyone's face was agitated with anger and anticipation. Also at that moment, from the direction of the superintendent of police, 20 police cars lined up in a straight line and slowly drove up. The police cars were parked in a steady line in front of the trial court. Immediately afterward, the SWAT officers moved quickly and skillfully to take the sinners in the car into custody one by one. Among them, the first to bear the brunt were Tian Bing, Su Qing, Su Hu, Wang Feng, Su Zi, Zhang Lili, Zhang Scandium and a group of villagers. Each of them looked haggard, with heavy dark circles hanging over their eyes, and it looked like they hadn't closed their eyes all night. Seeing these sinners appear, the surrounding crowd instantly boiled over with noisy murmurs and angry curses. It's these people, put the old hero's life in danger. Ugh, these must be severely punished. Right, especially that Tian Bing, almost got the old hero killed. Sentence him to death straight away. And on the internet, the official livestream has begun. Millions of people entered the livestream in an instant.